Dashin, mother. Mother doesn't seem to be breathing. Mother, your son is unfilial. The sound of wailing and crying echoed in her ears. Chungwanwan suddenly opened her eyes. She saw a young man and woman kneeling in front of her bed. They looked under 20 years old, yet they were calling her mother? She was single and unmarried. How could she possibly have children this big? In that instant, memories that didn't belong to her flooded into her mind. Chungwanwan was so shocked that she almost jumped out of bed. Darn it, on the very day her company went public, she, a successful businesswoman, actually transmigrated into the body of a widow in ancient times. She was 33 years old, unmarried, childless, and thriving in her career, living a carefree life. The original owner of this body was also 33, married early, and had 4 sons. The young man and woman before her were her eldest son and daughter-in-law. In other words, she had skipped marriage and childbirth and was now suddenly a mother-in-law. And the eldest daughter-in-law seemed to be pregnant, meaning she would become a grandmother in a few months. Chungwanwan's head throbbed, and she closed her eyes weakly. Mother, wake up. Zhao Dashin shook her body frantically, making her head spin even more. Outside in the yard, a crowd had gathered to watch the commotion. Big sister-in-law Zhao went back to her mother's house to borrow food and came back with her head cracked open, bleeding so much she's probably going to die. She always takes things from her husband's family to give to her parents. The Chung family is truly heartless. But big sister-in-law Zhao isn't a good person either. Her own family is struggling, yet she keeps supporting her parents' family. The onlookers kept calling her big sister-in-law Zhao, almost making Chungwanwan cough up blood. In modern times, she was a city girl with countless admirers. Yet, she had transmigrated into an old sister-in-law. If that wasn't bad enough, the original owner of this body was notorious for being mean-spirited, lazy, and overbearing. She was unfilial to her in-laws, unkind to her sons and daughters-in-law, and after her husband died in battle, she fought to keep his compensation money all to herself, even breaking off from the Zhao family, causing a huge uproar back then. After the separation, she gave all the compensation money to her parents' family. And now, she had returned from her parents' house, had bloodied, becoming the biggest laughingstock in the village. Chungwanwan slowly opened her eyes. Mother, you're finally awake. Zhao Dashin cried even harder. Chungwanwan sighed. No matter how terrible the original owner was, she was still their biological mother, and her sons wouldn't really want her to die. Her voice was hoarse as she spoke. Close the door. The noisy onlookers outside were giving her a headache. The eldest daughter-in-law, Wu Huanyang, finally realized the door was open and quickly went to close the courtyard gate. The crowd gradually dispersed. Only then did Chungwanwan have the energy to look around the room. The walls were made of mud bricks, the floor was dirt, the thatched roof leaked wind from all sides. Her eldest son and daughter-in-law were both skinny, wearing patched-up coarse clothes and straw sandals, looking like refugees. Gurgle. Chungwanwan heard her own stomach growl. In her 33 years of life, she had never gone hungry. This was the first time she realized how unbearable hunger was. She swallowed her saliva, her throat painfully dry. Who knew how long it had been since she last drank water? Wu Huanyang cautiously said, Mother, I picked some wild vegetables this morning. I'll go cook them now. Her mother-in-law would scold people whenever she was upset, and every time, she would be scolded until she was drenched in curses. Rather than wait around for that, she might as well do something useful. There were only 3 rooms in this courtyard. One for the eldest son and his wife, another for Chungwanwan and her 3 younger sons, and a main hall that also served as the dining area. There was a shabby straw shed on the side that barely qualified as a kitchen. Wu Huanyang bent down and picked up a handful of wild vegetables from the ground. With bad harvests and no crops in the field, the family ate wild vegetables every day. The vegetables were chopped up, mixed with a little buckwheat flour and boiled into a porridge, which served as the family's daily meal. The stove had a broken pot with a large crack, and it had to be tilted while cooking to prevent leakage. Before long, A large bowl of wild vegetable porridge was placed on the wooden table. The black porridge, with dark green vegetable leaves mixed in, looked utterly unappetizing. Chum Won was truly starving, otherwise, she wouldn't even glance at this stuff. She took a sip. It was bitter, unsalted, and the flour seemed to be mixed with husk, scraping her throat and almost impossible to swallow. But when she looked up, she saw her eldest son and daughter-in-law staring at the food in her hands, swallowing hard. What she found hard to swallow was the main source of survival for people at the bottom of this era. She put the bowl back on the table. This action made Wu Huanyang tremble. Her mother-in-law's silence was terrifying. Her knees almost gave out. Chum Won curled her lips. She hadn't even done anything, and her daughter-in-law was already this scared. Just how terrible was the original owner in this household? She got up from the bed and said indifferently, "I have no appetite. You two eat." Then she walked out of the room. Wu Huanyang panicked. "Dashin, mother. Mother told us to eat, so let's eat." Zhao Dashin took the porridge out and divided it into 5 small bowls, one for himself, one for his wife, and the rest for his 3 younger brothers. Chum Won stood outside the courtyard, looking out at Daya village. To the east were towering mountains, to the west a valley stretching for dozens of miles, and a river winding through the valley, though it had dried up due to drought, revealing a cracked riverbed, a chilling sight. Last year, Daya village faced a locust plague, and this year, a drought. Many families were running out of food, and anxiety loomed over the village. If no rain fell within a month, this year would yield no harvest, and the villagers might truly become refugees. Chum Won sighed. What kind of karma did she accumulate in her past life? Not only did she become a mother-in-law and grandmother, but she also transmigrated into a famine-stricken year. But if she could rise from being an orphan to a successful businesswoman before, then now, she could find a way to survive even in this harsh year. She took a deep breath, gradually accepting this harsh reality. Chum Won shook off her thoughts, ready to get familiar with her surroundings first. She stepped into the rice field. Just as she was about to leave, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Chum Won was stunned. Just as she was wondering what was happening, a translucent virtual panel appeared before her eyes. On the panel, the main image was the rice field in front of her, with a wild vegetable on the ridge marked in red as chicory. Natural, pollution-free chicory, 10 coins per pound. Chum Won pulled out the 2 wild vegetables by her feet, and a mechanical voice echoed in her mind again.
Ding.
Natural, pollution-free chicory, 2 ounces, worth 2 coins. Sell?
Yes.
In an instant, the chicory in her hand disappeared, replaced by 2 copper coins. Chum Won was in utter disbelief. At that moment, the floating panel changed, transforming into a shopping interface resembling an online marketplace. All the prices were in copper coins. 2 coins could buy a meat bun or a bottle of mineral water. She realized this was a trading mall connected to another space and time. After she clicked to purchase, the 2 coins disappeared, replaced by a meat bun in her hand. Chum Won was truly starving. She devoured the bun in a few bites. With food in her belly, her body regained strength. She decided to dig up more wild vegetables to exchange for money. There were too many things she wanted to buy. Chicory was a drought-resistant wild vegetable. Even though there hadn't been rain for a long time, it grew abundantly along the ridges of the fields. As she was squatting on the ridge collecting chicory, a loud voice suddenly erupted next to her. "Which short-lived thief is stealing my family's rice?" The wind blew, revealing her figure behind the fallen rice stalks. "Oh, it's sister-in-law Zhao." Aunt Wang gritted her teeth. They were neighbors who argued constantly. She always lost the verbal battles with sister-in-law Zhao. Today, she finally caught her nemesis red-handed. "Everyone come see. Sister-in-law Zhao is stealing rice from the Wang family." Her shout drew a crowd of onlookers. This rice field belonged to the Wang family, and Chum Won was squatting on its ridge. This morning, sister-in-law Zhao had returned from her parents' house with a bloodied head, making her the village laughingstock. Now, people started gossiping again. Wow, stealing rice to support her family? Sister-in-law Zhao is getting more shameless, stealing and lying. What won't she do? Next thing you know, she'll be stealing men. After all, she's a widow, ha ha. Chung Wanwan's face turned black with anger. This field was right by her house. She thought it was hers. Who knew it belonged to the Wang family? She brushed off the grass clinging to her clothes and slowly stood up. She threw the wild vegetables from her hand and coldly said, "What? Can't you even recognize wild vegetables now?" The villagers saw clearly. It was goosefoot weed. Chicory was also known as goosefoot weed. It was bitter, with tough roots and stems that were hard to cook. People usually fed it to pigs and chickens. Only when on the brink of starvation would anyone think of eating it. In modern times, pollution-free wild vegetables were highly sought after. But in this era, chicory was unpopular. Aunt Wang put her hands on her hips and scolded, "You don't even have chickens or ducks at home. Why are you digging up goosefoot weed? I think you're just making an excuse to steal my rice." Chung Wanwan sighed and said sadly, "There's no food left at home. To keep the kids from starving, I can only dig up some goosefoot weed to make do. If you ladies don't care for goosefoot weed, your homes must have plenty of grain. Why not lend us some?" With a head injury and that pitiful look, she actually appeared quite pitiful. The villagers were dumbfounded. The fierce and mean sister-in-law Zhao was admitting weakness and asking to borrow food? In times like these, no one lent food. The crowd dispersed immediately. Aunt Wang spat on the ground. Lend her food? Dream on. Afraid of being pestered, Aunt Wang quickly turned away to pull weeds from her field. Chung Wanwan picked up the wild vegetables she had dug up earlier and walked to her family's rice field. She squatted down and continued digging. The scorching sun beat down on her, sweat dripping from her forehead and soaking her back. She didn't know how long she had been digging until the mall interface notified her that she had collected 3 pounds. Only then did she stop. When she stood up, she felt dizzy and lightheaded. She remembered the wound on her head hadn't been treated yet. Without antibiotics, an infection in ancient times could be fatal. She sold the 3 pounds of chicory for 30 coins and spent 20 of them on disinfectant and antibiotics. After all that hard work, she only had 10 coins left. She dared not spend recklessly. She massaged her sore waist and headed home. Just as she reached the gate, she heard cheerful voices from inside. "Big brother, this wild vegetable porridge is delicious. My stomach is finally full." She entered the courtyard and saw 4 people sitting around the table, her 4 sons. The eldest, Zhao Dashan, just turned 18 and got married last year. He was the backbone of the family. The second, Zhao Ergu, was 16 and the smartest of the brothers. The third, Zhao Sanyu, was 14, big and strong, about the same size as the second. The youngest, Zhao Sidong, just turned 10. Small and malnourished, he was licking the rim of his broken bowl, making sure to get every last drop. Chung Wanwan didn't expect that little bowl of wild vegetable porridge was divided among 5 people, and each of them looked so satisfied. She realized just how desperately poor this family was. If they had anything at all, the original owner wouldn't have gone to her parents' house to ask for debt repayment. When they saw her return, all 4 sons stood up in unison. "Zhao Dashan, mother, you're back." "Zhao Erga, mother, I brought back 2 buckets of water." "Zhao Sanyu, mother, I chopped firewood." "Zhao Sidong, mother, I dug up some wild vegetables." Chung Wanwan pressed her lips tightly together. Even the eldest was only 18. He would just be finishing high school in the modern world, still a kid cared for by his parents. But in this era, even her 10-year-old son was already shouldering household chores. Ding! Natural, pollution-free wild bracken discovered. Chung Wanwan looked at the wild bracken Zhao Sidong had dug up. The mall indicated it was worth 30 coins per pound. She had to dig 3 pounds of chicory to equal that little bit of bracken. She felt exhausted, both mentally and physically. She picked up the wild bracken and walked to the inner room. The 4 sons exchanged puzzled looks. Normally, after they finished their chores, their mother would scold and criticize them. Today, after suffering at her parents' house, she should be even angrier. Why was she so quiet now? Chum Won sold the wild bracken and bought 5 pounds of white rice with 10 coins. She still had 30 coins left. She was grateful that day village was at the junction of the north and south, where people mostly ate millet or buckwheat, not white rice. She took out more than 2 pounds and placed them on the table in the main hall. This is white rice. Where did the white rice come from? The sun was setting. The orange sunset cast dappled shadows across the courtyard. Chum Won sat at the head of the table and said calmly, "This rice was originally meant as a tribute to your grandparents." The moment she spoke, all 5 people present felt a chill in their hearts. They always knew their mother would give the best things to the Chung family, but they never knew it included something as precious as white rice. They had grown up never having the chance to eat even one full bowl of dry rice. Just imagining how the Chung family ate their food while beating their mother filled the 4 sons with anger. However, Chung Won sighed deliberately. After today, I've completely given up on them. For so many years, I've supported the Chung family with so much money and food. But now that our own household can't go on, I went to ask for repayment and got my head cracked open by your uncle. She lowered her head, long eyelashes concealing the emotions in her eyes. She genuinely looked heartbroken. The 4 sons exchanged glances, their eyes filled with suspicion. It wasn't the first time their mother was beaten by their uncle. When it first happened, they wanted to stand up for her, but were beaten by her instead. So when they heard the villagers gossip about her returning from the Chung family, bloodied and humiliated, they felt nothing. No matter how shameless the Chung family was, their mother always sided with them, treating her 4 sons like they were picked up from a dung pit. Chum Won sighed again. From now on, any good stuff meant for the Chung family, we'll keep for ourselves. Huanyang, go and cook this rice. Wu Huanyang's hands trembled. See, cook it? What for? Chum Won understood her hesitation. In Day Village, the norm was to eat twice a day. But with the current food shortage, they had been reduced to 1 meal a day. The sons had just finished their wild vegetable porridge. That was the day's ration, and they wouldn't eat again until tomorrow. There's a saying that teenage boys eat their parents into poverty. Even she, a grown woman, couldn't feel full on just wild vegetable porridge, let alone 4 boys and a pregnant woman. Since she had become Chung Won of Day Village, she was obligated to take good care of these children. But changing too quickly would raise suspicion. She deliberately put on a stern face. I said cook it. Why so many questions? Wu Huanyang didn't dare ask more. She measured out about 1/10 of the rice, just half a bowl, and prepared to cook it. Chum Won sighed in exasperation. Half a bowl wouldn't even be enough for the youngest, Zhao Sidong. She stood up, carried the whole bag of rice to the kitchen, and poured it all into the cracked pot. Cook all of it. Wu Huanyang turned pale with shock. Nearly 3 pounds of rice. That could be exchanged for 10 pounds of millet, enough to feed the family for 5 or 6 days. Cooking it all at once felt like a huge waste. But seeing her mother-in-law's stern face, Wu Huanyang didn't dare argue. She quickly rinsed the rice and started the fire. Zhao Dashan swallowed hard. Did mother lose her mind? Zhao Erga squinted. Is mother feeding us to get us ready to collect debts from the Chung family? Zhao Sanyu grabbed a hoe. I've been wanting to beat up those Chung jerks for a while now. Zhao Sidong licked his lips. White rice must be delicious. The fire roared, and the fragrant aroma of rice wafted through the air as the pot bubbled away. Chum Won instructed Wu Huanyang to scoop out the rice soup and divide it into 6 small bowls, ensuring everyone drank some to avoid stomach discomfort from eating too much too quickly. The fragrant rice soup, with a layer of rice oil on top, steamed invitingly. The 4 sons stood by the table, too afraid to touch it. In the past, whenever there was food, their mother would eat first, and they would get whatever was left. What's wrong? Don't like it? Chum Won asked deliberately. Zhao Sidong immediately grabbed a bowl. His fingers were scalded by the heat, but he refused to let go, afraid his mother would change her mind. He quickly sipped the soup. The hot, fragrant liquid slid down his throat, warming his belly. It was the best thing he'd ever tasted. The other 3 quickly followed suit, drinking the hot rice soup in one gulp. Chum Won shook her head with a smile and noticed her eldest daughter-in-law standing dumbfounded. She pretended to be annoyed. What? Do you want me to serve it to you? Wu Huanyang's hands trembled slightly. In this household, the mother-in-law came first, followed by her husband and his 3 younger brothers. She was at the very bottom, eating the worst food. If there wasn't enough, she'd go hungry. This was rice soup, something usually reserved for newborn babies. Did she really deserve it? Was the mother-in-law giving it to her because she was pregnant? Chum Won didn't bother to look at Wu Huanyang anymore. The smell of white rice was making her stomach growl. As she served the rice, she felt like she was forgetting something. It wasn't until 6 large bowls of rice were on the table that she remembered. She forgot to make any dishes. No vegetables, no side dishes, just plain rice. Well, there were no vegetables at home or in the garden, so they'd have to eat plain rice. The 5 people at the table stared at the rice in disbelief. After being out of food for so long, they were finally getting to eat white rice. Was this a dream?
Ouch.
Zhao Sania suddenly yelped. Second brother. Why did you pinch me? Zhao Erga swallowed hard. I wanted to see if I was dreaming. Looks like it's real. Chum Won picked up her chopsticks and said, Eat. As soon as she spoke, the 4 sons buried their heads and wolfed down the rice, as if they were in a race. Wu Huanyang hesitated. Mother, I'll just eat half. Chum Won looked at her, irritated. Why was this girl so submissive, even when it came to food? She coldly asked, saving the other half for the Chung family? Wu Huanyang quickly shook her head. No.
I'll eat it.
She was afraid her mother-in-law would change her mind and start giving food to the Chung family again. Chum Won wasn't used to eating plain rice, but this body was so weak that she surprisingly finished the whole bowl. 6 bowls were left spotless. Not a grain of rice remained. They wouldn't even need to wash the dishes. After dinner, the 4 sons were bursting with energy. Zhao Ergu asked, Mother, are we going to the Chung family now? Chum Won looked puzzled. Why would we go to the Chung family? To get our debt back. Zhao Sidong growled. Grandma said Uncle took Dad's compensation. 20 taels. We need to get it back. Exactly. Zhao Dashan stood up. Uncle cracked your head open today. We need to get justice. Zhao Sanyu rubbed his full belly. I can fight 3 of them by myself. Let's go before it gets dark. Chum Won did want to go, but she knew the Chung family didn't have the 20 taels. It wasn't the right time. She spoke calmly. Sit down. The sky gradually darkened. Wu Huanyang was tidying up in the kitchen while Chum Won sat at the table with her 4 sons. Just as she was about to speak, cursing erupted from the courtyard. What a wasteful wretch. The Zhao family must have terrible luck to have married such a spendthrift into the family. Dashan's father's pension was 20 taels, 20 whole taels, and you used it all to support your own family. Serves you right to get beaten up by them. Why didn't they just beat you to death and rid us of a scourge? In front of the whole village, digging for goosefoot weed like some pitiful wretch. Don't act like the Zhao family mistreats you. You shameless hussy, giving silver to your own family but no money for food, and even begging for grain? Have you no shame? Chum Won looked toward the gate. She recognized the old woman. It was her predecessor's mother-in-law. They were always at odds, and ever since the big fight a year ago that led to splitting from the family, they had avoided each other. Even if they passed by in the village, they wouldn't say hecko. She felt fortunate that the original owner had separated from that family. Now, she didn't have to deal with all of them. This old lady was really energetic, coming over at night just to curse her out. Did she look like someone who'd just stand there and take it? Chum Won stood up and walked out. The old lady's tone changed the moment she saw her. Dashan's wife. Come here. Wu Huanyang hurried over. This is the ration for my 4 grandsons. You take good care of it. The old lady tossed over a sack. You're about to be a mother yourself. Toughen up and think about the child in your belly. The old lady shot Chum Won a glare before quickly turning to leave, almost as if she were fleeing.
Chum Won remembered now.
The original owner and the old lady used to argue fiercely. The original owner, being younger, would always curse the old lady speechless. The old woman had come over at night just to vent. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she'd be cursed back, so she quickly retreated. Mother. Wu Huanyang hesitantly handed the sack to Chen Wanwan. Even her grandmother was afraid of this mother-in-law. How could she dare to defy her? If she upset her mother-in-law, she'd end up kneeling all night. Chen Wanwan initially didn't want to take it. It was meant for the old lady's biological grandsons, not hers to accept. But she did need a legitimate reason to take out her own grain. She took the sack and said, "It's late. Boil some water, so we can wash up and rest." Wu Huanyang quickly brought over a basin of hot water. Mother, this is the last of the water at home. You wash first. First? Did that mean they'd reuse her water afterward? Chen Wanwan's mouth twitched. Fine, she couldn't be too picky. In the middle of a drought, having water to wash her face was already a luxury. Once again, she felt grateful for transmigrating as the mother-in-law. In ancient times, the mother-in-law was at the top of the pyramid, even getting to bathe first. One by one, the family washed their faces and hands, turning the clear water into murky black. Finally, Zhao Dashan carried the basin to the field and poured the black water onto the cracked, dry soil. When it was time to sleep, Chen Wanwan was dumbfounded again. There were only 2 rooms in the house. The eldest son and his wife shared one room, and she shared the other with her 3 younger sons. One bed. For people. Heaven knew she had never shared a bed with anyone, let alone 3 males. These boys were biologically her sons, but they had nothing to do with her emotionally. She just couldn't accept it. While she was struggling internally, the sound of snoring filled the room. It was like thunder. How could she sleep through that? Chen Wanwan was on the verge of tears. Once she had money, the first thing she'd do would be to build a house with her own room. That night, she tossed and turned before finally falling asleep. A rooster's crow woke up the whole village. Dawn's faint light enveloped the land. Peasants rose early to tend to their fields before the sun became scorching hot. Another day of hard labor began. Chen Wanwan barely slept. The bed was hard, with only a thin mat of reeds and straw. She felt discomfort all over. It was summer now, but in winter, this would be unbearable. Poor farmers couldn't afford cotton, and their quilts were stuffed with straw and cattail fluff. Day Village, caught between the north and south, didn't have the tradition of heating bricks. They would have to rely on sheer willpower to survive the cold. Chen Wanwan felt a heavy burden on her shoulders. Not only did she have to feed the family, but she also had to get at least 2 big cotton quilts before winter. She got out of bed. Everyone was busy. The eldest daughter-in-law was doing laundry and tidying the yard. The eldest son was preparing to go to the fields. The second son was getting water. The third was chopping wood. The youngest, Zhao Sidong, was off to gather wild vegetables. They were truly responsible kids. No wonder the original owner favored her nephews instead.
Wait.
Chen Wanwan frowned. She went to the inner room and opened the sack the old lady gave them. It contained about 3 or 4 pounds of moldy millet, obviously leftovers from last year. Eating moldy food could cause stomach problems. It was fine in times of desperation, but she had options now. She poured out the old millet and used the system store to buy fresh millet at 5 coins per pound. Even though white rice was cheaper, it would be hard to explain. She looked at her balance. 30 coins left. Gritting her teeth, she bought 5 pounds, leaving herself with 5 coins. She carried the sack out and said, "Eat breakfast before you start working." Wu Huanyang recognized the sack as the one from last night. She opened it and was shocked. In the past, the old lady did secretly give them food, but it was always hard cornbread or moldy buckwheat. This bright yellow millet was something they'd never seen before. "The old lady does care about her grandsons," Chen Wanwan said nonchalantly. "Cook porridge for 2 days, 2 meals each." Plain rice was too hard to swallow. Millet porridge was nutritious and easy to digest. The children had been undernourished for too long. She needed to nurse their health back gradually. Wu Huanyang was stunned. 5 pounds of millet could make porridge for 2 days, and each person could have at least 2 bowls. She thought they'd starve after last night's meal. She never expected her mother-in-law to become so generous. Without asking questions, she took the sack and went to cook. Zhao Dashan put down his hoe to help. Zhao Sanyu and Zhao Sidong licked their lips, staring at the pot. Only Zhao Erga frowned. Did mother plan to spend everything? Once the food was gone, were they supposed to live on air? Oh well, better to eat it than give it to the Chung family. If they starved later, they'd starve together. The dawn light spread across the sky. Millet porridge bubbled in the cracked pot, the fragrant aroma filling the air. Zhao Sidang's mouth watered, and he quickly swallowed his saliva, only for it to drool out again. Chen Wanwan wanted to find something to wipe his mouth, but realized there wasn't a single towel in the house. Using her own clothes felt dirty, and wiping with her hands was too much of a sacrifice. Forget it. She'd just pretend not to see it. Before long, 6 bowls of millet porridge were served, and there was still plenty left in the pot for seconds. The family slurped down the porridge and then sat back, satisfied, sighing in contentment. If this was a dream, they hoped it would never end. They would rather stay in this dream forever. All right, now that you're full, it's time to get to work, Chen Wanwan instructed. Dashan, go check the fields. Ergu, fetch water. Bring 2 extra buckets today. It's hot, and we should all have a bath. Sanyu, you go chop firewood. Zhao Sidong burped, Mother. What about me? Sidong and Huanyang will come up the mountain with me. Chen Wanwan stood up. We can't just eat plain porridge. We need to find something for side dishes. Wu Huanyang was stunned. Since she married into the family, her mother-in-law had never worked. Gathering wild vegetables was always her and Sidang's job. Her lips parted to say something, but then she swallowed her words. What if her mother-in-law just wanted to supervise her work? If she refused to let her come, it would look like she was trying to slack off. All 6 family members set out, splitting up to do their tasks. By now, the sun was rising, and more villagers were busy in the fields. Chen Wanwan saw many farmers standing by the ridges, sighing at their crops. Some were even kneeling, praying for rain. With her knowledge of geography, she could tell just by looking at the sky that rain wasn't coming anytime soon. The crops in the fields were doomed. On the way up the mountain, the wild vegetables by the roadside had been picked clean. Many women with children had to venture deeper into the woods.
Ding.
Natural, pollution-free chicory discovered. Chicory was everywhere along the way. Resilient and hardy, it thrived all over the woods.
Ding.
Natural wild chestnut mushrooms discovered.
Ding.
Natural wild black boletus discovered. Chen Wanwan glanced at the floating panel and immediately pinpointed the mushrooms. She parted a cluster of weeds and found several clumps of white chestnut mushrooms under a pile of leaves, along with 3 or 4 dark black boletus mushrooms. Despite the drought, the mountain was humid enough, and the layers of decaying leaves naturally nurtured mushrooms. She picked them and put them in her basket. The system beeped. Ding. Natural wild chestnut mushrooms, 1 pound, worth 30 coins. Sell? Yes.
Ding.
Natural wild black boletus, 4 ounces, worth 18 coins. Sell? Yes. Chen Wanwan felt the weight of coins in her pocket. These wild mushrooms were worth much more than wild vegetables. Just this small amount sold for 48 coins. Her big cotton quilt was finally within reach. Mother, what did you find? Zhao Sidong peeked over, but saw nothing. Chen Wanwan replied casually, There are lots of leaves here. It's cool and damp, a perfect place for mushrooms. Look around carefully. The mountain forest was full of mushrooms, but most were poisonous. Decades ago, a family in the village had died after eating a red-capped, white-stemmed mushroom. Ever since then, villagers avoided mushrooms altogether. Only the most common ones were harvested, and anything unfamiliar was left untouched. Thanks to the system, Chen Wanwan wasn't afraid of picking poisonous mushrooms. The 3 of them moved deeper into the forest. Zhao Sidong shouted excitedly, Mother, look at all the mushrooms. Chen Wanwan glanced at the panel. These were common chicken fungus mushrooms, safe to eat and priced at 12 coins per pound. She smiled and said, Sidong, good job. Zhao Sidang's eyes widened. This was the first time his mother had ever praised him. All right, Sidong, you stay here and pick the mushrooms. We'll go check over there. Chen Wanwan patted his head. Don't wander off.
Sao sidang nodet ea gerli.
This was the first time his mother had patted his head. Since last night's dinner, he had noticed that his mother seemed different. He liked this new mother. He squatted down and started picking mushrooms, determined to earn another compliment. Meanwhile, Chungwanwan discreetly wiped her hand. This kid hadn't washed his hair in who knew how long. It was greasy. Well, she hadn't washed her own hair or bathed in ages either. Ignoring the depressing thought, Chungwanwan continued deeper into the woods with Wu Huanyang. They soon found a large patch of wild bracken. In this season, bracken grew wildly. Some of it was already a bit old, but it could be dried and stir-fried later, making a decent side dish. Wu Huanyang immediately started harvesting the bracken. Chungwanwan kept searching.
Ding.
Natural wild black boletus discovered. Under a tree was another large cluster of black boletus. The dark color made villagers wary, so they never touched it. Perfect for Chungwanwan. This was the most valuable find so far, selling at 45 coins per pound. She quickly used her small shovel to harvest the black boletus and put it in her basket.
Ding.
Natural wild black boletus, 3 pounds 5 ounces, worth 158 coins. Sell? Yes. The coins jingled in her pocket. She did a quick calculation. Including her previous balance, she now had a total of 211 coins. This was enough to buy 100 pounds of white rice from the system store, which could feed the 6 of them for almost 2 months. Wow, that's mine. A child's wail echoed from nearby. Chungwanwan initially ignored it, but then realized the voice sounded familiar. She walked over and saw a group of boys surrounding Zhao Sidong, who was crying his heart out. I found it first. It's my rabbit. Give it back.
Wah.
You little brat, stop lying. We caught this rabbit. The rabbit doesn't have your name on it. Why should it be yours? It's in our hands, so it's ours. Let's go. The older boys were about to leave with the rabbit. Stop right there. Chungwanwan approached, her eyes fixed on the rabbit. She wasn't just looking at the rabbit. She was imagining braised rabbit cubes, spicy rabbit heads, steamed rabbit meat. The boys immediately took a step back. This was Zhao Dashan's mother, the woman who could even curse out her own mother-in-law. Would she hit them too? They wanted to run but were too scared to be the first to flee. Chungwanwan kept her voice calm. All right, tell me the truth. What happened with this rabbit? The leader was Zhang Dagong, the 12-year-old son of the village scoundrel. He was always causing trouble with his gang of boys. But Chungwanwan had a reputation for being fierce. She had cursed out every woman in the village, and even the village grandmothers avoided her. These boys wouldn't dare provoke her. But they still had to defend themselves. We caught this rabbit. Zhang Dagong insisted. Zhao Sidong got jealous and tried to steal it. That's not true. Zhao Sidong choked through his tears. Mother, I found the rabbit first. They took it from me. Chungwanwan is not a fool. How could Zhao Sidong, a 10-year-old child, take the initiative to snatch the rabbit from this group of people? This group of people thought Sidong went up the mountain alone, so they dared to act so unscrupulously. The smile on Chungwanwan's face turned cold. Logically speaking, as an elder, I shouldn't bother with a bunch of kids like you, but you bullied my son Sidong, and I want an explanation. Forget about the rabbit or the rabbit. Just pay for the medical expenses first. She rolled up Zhao Sidong's sleeves, revealing red marks all over his slender wrists, and even his sleeves were torn. She said coldly, it costs about 30 or 40 coins to get some medicine from Dr. Zheng, and this dress is unwearable. You must compensate our Sidong with a set of clothes. Zhang Dagong was stunned. Zhao Sidong's hand was just a little red, but there was no breakage or bleeding. Why did he have to pay 30 or 40 cents for medical expenses? Also, the clothes this jerk has are so tattered that they can't be worn anymore. Why should he pay for them all? Isn't this extortion? The younger brother behind Zhang Dagong whispered, last year, Aunt Zhao threw a tantrum at my doorstep for 2 cents, which really annoyed off my mother. Now it's 30 or 40 cents and a set of clothes. Aunt Zhao, this weirdo, is probably going to take a rope and cry, make a scene, and then hang herself in front of their house. Chungwanwan spoke again. This rabbit is the evidence. I think the head of the village will stand on my side. Zhang Dagong immediately threw the rabbit in his hand away. It's none of our business. Let's go. A large group of boys ran away. My rabbit! Zhao Saidensheng pounced over and hugged the rabbit that was about to escape in his arms. Chen Wanwan opened the empty panel and spent 2 cents to buy a small box of safflower cream. She said, "Stretch out your hand." Zhao Saiden stretched out his hand obediently. He saw his mother holding a small box and applying something on his wrist. It felt cool, and the pain in his wrist was gone. He stared blankly at Chen Wanwan applying the medicine. His mother, who he thought was very fierce before, now looked so gentle. What he envied most in the past was Tieju's mother, who was gentle and loved to laugh. She would save all the delicious food for Taiju, and Taiju always liked to show off in front of him. Now that his mother has become like this, he is really happy. But what if this is just a dream? Zhao Saiden was happy and sad, with his little face drooping. Chen Wanwan didn't know where such a young child came from with so many little thoughts, sometimes happy and sometimes worried. She has never given birth to a child nor raised one, but in this day and age, as long as the child has food to eat, he or she will be happy. She asked Sidan, "Do you like steamed rabbit or braised rabbit?" Zhao Saiden's eyes widened in horror. Rabbits are so cute. Why should we eat them? He wanted to take the rabbit home and raise it. He had already planned to build a grass nest behind the house for the rabbit to call home. He could play with the rabbit every day in the future. The rabbit would definitely become his best friend. Chen Wanwan had no idea that he wanted to raise rabbits. In this famine year, people had no food to eat, so how could they afford to raise small animals? She picked up the rabbit. The gray rabbit was pitifully thin, probably less than 2 kilograms. There were 6 people in the family, and 1 bite per person was not enough for them.
Ding.
Found a pure wild free-range shaggy rabbit, 1.8 gene, worth 54 coins. Would you like to sell it? Chen Wanwan took a look at the rabbit meat in the mall. Rabbits from modern farms only cost 6 cents per pound. This wild rabbit weighing less than 2 pounds could be exchanged for a domestic rabbit weighing 8 or 9 pounds. In fact, farmed rabbit meat is more tender and delicious, but people in modern society like to pursue pure and natural game, so the wild food here is more expensive in shopping malls. However, Saiden was staring at the rabbit meat, so it was not suitable to sell it now. "Mom, what happened?" Wu Huinyang came running hurriedly with a basket of vegetables in her hand. She slipped and almost fell. Chen Wanwan hurriedly helped her up. Her eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant, and her pregnancy was a little obvious. She was reluctant to find a doctor to check her pulse and didn't know how many months she was pregnant. But no matter how long you are pregnant, you should not go up the mountain. If you accidentally fall, you may lose the baby in your belly. Saiden caught a rabbit. Chen Wanwan picked up the gray rabbit. "We will eat rabbit meat today." Wu Huinyang was filled with joy. The family hadn't eaten meat for at least a year, but she certainly wouldn't get a share of such a small rabbit. But as long as she could smell the aroma of rabbit meat and drink a mouthful of corn porridge left over from the morning, she would be satisfied. In the past, she couldn't even drink a mouthful of porridge and could only drink wild vegetable porridge to fill her stomach. These past 2 days were like a dream. She couldn't help but say, "Mom, I can skin a rabbit. I can make a scarf for you with the whole fur." Upon hearing this, a bloody scene emerged in Zhao Saiden's mind. He could no longer control himself and tears started streaming down his face. Wu Huinyang was startled. "See, Dan, what happened?" Zhao Saiden wiped his tears with the back of his hand, unable to utter a word. His mother liked to eat rabbit meat and made a scarf out of rabbit hair. If he disagreed, would his mother return to her original state? He liked to have a full meal and liked his gentle mother now. He was afraid that if he didn't let his mother eat rabbit, she would get angry and take all the delicious food at home to his uncle's place. Chen Wanwan comforted him. "Saiden, you caught this rabbit. You will have 2 more pieces of rabbit meat than them later." Zhao Saiden cried even harder. "Mom, if you like it, let her eat it. He won't eat it anyway." Chen Wanwan thought that he was just frightened by Zhang Dagong and his gang, and planned to go back early to reward the boy with braised rabbit. The 3 of them went back home. Wu Huinyang's vegetable basket was full of wild ferns. Zhao Saiden's backpack was full of chicken mushrooms, but Cheng Wanwan's backpack had nothing in it. Wu Huinyang thought silently. Her mother-in-law really came to watch them work. On the way down the mountain, I met many villagers. I had a very bad reputation in the village and was not popular, so I saved myself a lot of trouble. When I got home, the sun was high in the sky, and it was almost noon. There was a bucket of water in the yard at home. It must have been brought back by the second son, and then put down, and went to fetch more water. Mom, let me skin the rabbit first. Wu Huinyang came over swiftly. Chen Wanwan said seriously, pregnant women cannot see blood. It is not good for the baby in the belly. Go and boil some water first. What a joke. She was going to the mall to exchange it for a big rabbit, and if her eldest daughter-in-law skinned it, she wouldn't be able to sneak away. Wu Huinyang was a little flattered. She became pregnant. She did all the heavy work. She was the one who killed the last chicken in the house half a month ago. Her mother-in-law never thought about the child in her belly. She felt that her mother-in-law was really different, and the way she looked at her was also slightly gentle. Chen Wanwan carried the rabbit to the backyard and quickly exchanged it for a big fat rabbit weighing 7 pounds. She made a net profit of 12 cents from the sale and purchase. While Wu Huinyang was still making a fire, Chen Wanwan killed the rabbit with a knife and then began to skin it. She was good at business, but she was not good at skinning. She tried so hard but failed to remove any skin. The rabbit's gray fur was covered in blood. Mom, I'm back. Zhao Dashan's voice was like a savior, and Chen Wanwan quickly called him to the backyard. She stuffed the dead rabbit into her eldest son's arms and said, "Fourth son, I caught a rabbit. You skin it first." Zhao Dashan went to pick up some dry grass and twisted it into a rope. He hung the rabbit by the neck and then started to peel the skin from the rabbit's mouth downwards. Chen Wanwan couldn't bear to watch the bloody scene any longer, so she turned around to prepare other food. For a family of 6, it is definitely not enough to eat just one rabbit. Rabbit meat stewed with potatoes is delicious, but there seemed to be no potatoes in that era, and Chen Wanwan had no idea what specific vegetables were in the vegetable garden. "For eggs," she shouted, crying, his face full of tear marks. He wiped his face with his little hand, and it became dirty. Chen Wanwan scooped up some water to wash his face and said helplessly, "Zhang Dagong and his gang will not come to steal rabbits again. Why are you crying?" Zhao Saiden sniffed, held back his tears, and sobbed, "I won't cry anymore. Anyway, the rabbit is already dead, and no matter how much you cry, there will be no more rabbits. Here's 5 cents. Go to the old house and exchange it for some food." Chen Wanwan took out a copper coin from her waist bag and put it in his hand. "You'd better bring back a carrot. Rabbit meat stewed with carrot is delicious. Do you want to eat it?" When Zhao Saiden imagined it, his saliva started to flow out, and he quickly swallowed it back. Rabbits are his good friends, and he firmly resists rabbit meat. He walked towards the old house with 5 cents in his pocket. The old house of the Zhao family is in the center of the village. The Zhao family has 3 sons, and their house is quite big. It has 5 rooms in total and stands squarely under a big locust tree. There are vegetable fields in front of and behind the house. In this dry season, only because the Zhao family has a large population, they can arrange several people to line up to fetch water to keep the vegetable fields from drying up. Zhao Saiden pushed open the gate and walked in, shouting, "Grandma." It was broad daylight and not even dinner time, and only old lady Zhao and the 3rd son's wife were at home in the Zhao family's old house. Old Mrs. Zhao is drying wild vegetables. It's a bad harvest, so she has to dry more wild vegetables in advance and store them while there are plenty of them on the mountain, to avoid leaving more than a dozen people in her family starving. "See, Dan, why are you here?" Zhao Saiden said, "My mother asked me to bring back a carrot." Upon hearing this, Zhao San's wife's face fell. Her eldest sister-in-law had taken 20 taels of silver and more than 10 acres of land and moved out to live on her own, agreeing that she would have nothing to do with the Zhao family anymore, and even signed a written agreement. Now, she actually allowed her youngest son to come to the old house and ask for food. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Old Mrs. Zhao's face was not looking good either. Your mother is a lazy bum. In the spring, everyone planted radishes, but she didn't. She sat with her legs crossed every day gossiping everywhere. Now, everyone has some food stored, but your family is the only one who wants to dig up goosegrass to eat. There are ferns on the mountain, but she insisted on doing this to make a fool of herself. Old Mrs. Zhao cursed and pulled out a radish from the field. Due to lack of moisture, the radishes were very small, so the old lady pulled out 2 more and put them into Zhao Saiden's hand. Zhao San's wife's heart was bleeding. Her sister-in-law had gone too far, but her mother-in-law was still partial to her family. Wasn't it just because her sister-in-law could give birth to a son? Thinking of this, Zhao San's wife's mouth was bitter. She only gave birth to 2 daughters and was the sinner of the old Zhao family. She couldn't hold her head up in the whole Daya village. No matter how partial her mother-in-law was, she couldn't say a word. Who told her that she couldn't give birth to a son, as well as her eldest sister-in-law? Zhao Saiden held the muddy radish in his arms, felt around in his sleeves, and finally pulled out 5 copper coins. Thank you, Grandma. Mrs. Zhao was stunned for a moment. Where did the copper coins come from? Zhao Saiden said in a clear voice. Mother said she wanted to exchange copper coins for carrots. Old Mrs. Zhao always felt that she had heard it wrong. The eldest son's wife, that little easy woman, was shameless. Last year, when the locust plague occurred, she cried and made a scene at the door of the old house and dragged away 20 kilograms of corn and buckwheat flour from the cellar without paying a penny. She was afraid that this little easy woman would come to the old house to cause trouble again, so she secretly sent 3 pounds of corn over last night. Grandma, I'm leaving first. Zhao Saiden was about to go out, but was stopped. Old Mrs. Zhao was not a person who liked to take advantage. 1 penny could buy at least 3 pounds of radishes, but she only gave 3, which was not enough. Moreover, she always felt that the eldest son's wife was planning something bad. She returned the 4 copper coins, but Zhao Saiden refused to take them back. My mother would beat me to death if she knew I didn't give her the money. Old Mrs. Zhao knew that the eldest daughter-in-law often beat the children, so she turned around and went to the yard to pick a handful of long beans, and then took an egg from the chicken coop and stuffed it in. That's enough. Hurry up and leave. It's an eyesore. When Zhao Saiden saw the eggs, his eyes widened. In the past, all the eggs at home went into my mother's stomach. He would pick up the egg shecks on the ground and lick them when my mother wasn't paying attention. The egg shecks had a sweet smell, and he would keep licking them. Now that my mother has become a better person, I wonder if he will take a small bite of this egg. Zhao Saiden went back with a lot of things. Chen Wanwan saw the pile of things in his hands and quickly took them. Did your grandma give them to you? Grandma said that we can't let Mom suffer any loss. Zhao Saiden smiled and took out a round egg from his pocket. Mom, an egg. Eggs were a good thing in that era. Villagers were reluctant to eat them, so they saved them and exchanged them for oil and salt when they went to market. Chen Wanwan searched her original body's memory, and suddenly her face turned gloomy. Half a month ago, when there were chickens at home, an egg went into the original body's stomach every day. There were pregnant women and children at home, and she didn't understand how the original body could eat eggs with a clear conscience.
Mom.
Zhao Saiden said boldly, "Can I have a small bite of egg, just a small bite?" He was not greedy, he just wanted to taste what eggs tasted like. Of course. Chen Wanwan nodded. Go out and play. I'll call you when it's done. Wu Huinyang was busy cutting up the rabbit. She didn't know why, but she felt that the rabbit had grown bigger. It was very small in the mountains, but now after skinning it, it felt like it weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. She cut the rabbit meat and placed it on the stove, then asked carefully, Mom, how do you cook this rabbit meat? Chen Wanwan's cooking skills are limited to fried rice with egg. Just because she can't make it doesn't mean she can't eat it, and she has quite a wealth of theoretical knowledge. But there was no seasoning in this house, not even oil or salt. The rabbit was very fat and could be used to squeeze out oil. She could only buy a bag of salt in the mall, and then quietly poured a little bit into the jar where the salt was previously placed. Then, she quickly bought some cinnamon, star anise, and bay leaves in the mall, and placed them on the stove. Chen Wanwan stood by and gave instructions. First, squeeze the oil, then put these leaves in and fry them until fragrant. I just picked them up on the mountain. They smell good, and they should be delicious when cooked. Don't ask too many questions, just do as I say. Wu Huinyang didn't dare to ask more questions. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. Zhao Dashan was chopping wood in the yard. When he smelled the aroma of rabbit meat, his saliva started to flow. While no one was paying attention, he quickly wiped it off. When he turned around, he saw Lao Si sticking out his tongue, licking the fragrance in the air like a starving puppy. Smells so good. Zhao Sidon kept swallowing his saliva, but he couldn't swallow it all. He just drank 2 bowls of porridge in the morning, so he shouldn't be hungry. Why was his stomach rumbling nonstop? He walked uncontrollably towards the kitchen and saw bubbles bubbling in the pot. There was radish added to the rabbit meat. The pot was full and soup kept oozing out from the gap in the pot. Chung Wonwon also had a headache. The pot was not big to begin with and it had a hole in it. She would have to buy a new pot from the mall when she had a chance. She covered the pot, cracked an egg on the stove, beat it into a bowl and stirred it, preparing to make a wild mushroom egg soup. There is also a large handful of long beans, which can be fried directly and should taste good. Seeing her like this, Wu Huinyang was already numb. Since yesterday, her mother-in-law has been acting strange. She has to finish all the food in the house in one meal, as if she doesn't intend to continue living. Forget it, just eat what's available at home. I'll feel at ease after eating it, otherwise my mother-in-law will send it to the Chung family again. Wu Huinyang helped skillfully. Chung Wonwon turned her head and saw Zhao Sidon standing at the kitchen door, drooling on his clothes. She lifted the lid of the pot with a smile on her face, and immediately the aroma filled her nose. She picked up a piece of rabbit meat and said with a smile, "See, Dan, open your mouth." Zhao Sidon opened his mouth blankly. Chung Wonwon blew on it and stuffed the rabbit meat into his mouth. Zhao Sidon opened his eyes wide. Oh my God, it was so delicious. He had never eaten anything so delicious. He wanted to swallow his tongue. Chung Wonwon asked him, "Is rabbit meat delicious?" Zhao Sidon was stunned again. Is this rabbit meat? Should he spit it out? As he was thinking, Chung Wonwon stuffed another piece of rabbit meat into his mouth. Go and call your second and third brothers back for dinner. Zhao Sidon swallowed it whole. It was so delicious. He could only say sorry to the rabbit silently in his heart. He ran out quickly to find his second and third brothers to come back for dinner. Wu Huinyang skillfully scooped up a large pot of rabbit meat, and then, under the guidance of her mother-in-law, made a mushroom and egg soup, stir-fried some long beans, and finally poured corn into the pot and simmered it. There were 3 dishes and 6 bowls of corn rice on the small wooden table. Zhao Dashan didn't even want to chop wood anymore. His mouth kept drooling, and his eyes kept looking at the dining table. Wu Huinyang walked out to wipe his sweat and whispered, "Dashan, is it really okay to eat like this? In one meal last night, and today I ate up all the corn and stewed all the rabbit meat. I am full today, but what about tomorrow? What should I eat? Am I really going to starve?" Zhao Dashan chopped the wood vigorously. There must be a reason for my mother's arrangement. Just listen to her. Wu Huinyang didn't think any more about it. She bent down, picked up the chopped firewood, and put it neatly in the kitchen. Chung Wonwon sat on a stool in the main room, fanning herself with a large leaf in her hand. The weather was really too hot. After tossing around in the kitchen for a while, she was sweating all over. She had to take a shower tonight no matter what. Just after sitting for a while, Zhao Sidon came running back. "Mom, Brother Taiju said he saw the second and third brothers go to Qingjia village. Qingjia village is the village where my mother's family lived. It is not far from Dea village, and it takes about an hour to go back and forth. What are these 2 guys doing in Qingjia village?" Chung Wonwon threw away the leaves and stood up. "Dashan, come with me to the Chung family. Last night, the second and third sons wanted to go to Qingjia village to collect debts." After she objected, she thought the 2 guys would keep quiet, but she didn't expect that they actually ran over secretly. Everyone in Qingjia village has the surname Chung, and they are one family for 3 generations. How could they allow 2 guys with the surname Zhao to go there and act wildly? Chung Wanwan and Zhao Dashan didn't even have time to eat and rushed to Qingjia village under the scorching sun at noon. The original body's memory, Qingjia village, was really not far away. The original body would go back to her mother's home every now and then, but Chung Wanwan felt it was so far away. Her legs could not walk anymore, and she had not seen a single tile of the Chung family. Life was really not easy for people in ancient times. They had to rely on their own 2 feet to travel, and they even began to doubt life. When she has money, she will definitely buy a carriage. Thinking of this, Chung Wanwan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She wanted to buy a big quilt, a pot, and a house, and now she wanted to buy a carriage. Her thoughts were beautiful, but the reality was cruel. I don't know how long I walked, but I finally saw a village. Qingjia village has a larger population than Dea village and seems to be richer. The only thing they have in common is that this village also lacks water, and the rice fields are dry. Chung Wanwan walked to the door of Cheng's house, as if she were familiar with the route. Before she even entered, she saw a scene that made her eyes tear up. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu were actually tied to a locust tree in the yard with ropes. They were exposed to the direct sun and had no water. The 2 children's lips were cracked and bleeding, and their faces were extremely pale, as if they would faint in the next second. Ergo, 3 bowls. Zhao Dashan rushed in angrily. When the 2 saw their eldest brother coming, they thought he was here to save them. But when they looked up, they saw Chung Wanwan walking in with a sullen face. The 2 were so scared that their faces turned even paler. A long time ago, there was an incident where my mother was bullied at the Chung family. They came to help her, but in the end, she beat them up instead. In short, no matter how bad the Chung family is, Mother will not allow them to cause trouble for the Chung family. But they were so angry that they came here secretly. It didn't matter if they couldn't get the 20 taels of silver back, but they had to make the Chung family suffer a little loss. But it seems that they have messed up everything. Will my mother be more on the side of the Chung family? Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu leaned weakly against the big locust tree. Their lips were cracked, and it hurt terribly when they moved them slightly. Mother Dashan, you've come just in time. Old Mrs. Chung walked out of the house with an angry look on her face. These 2 jerks from the Zhao family are such jerks. They actually came to our Chung family to steal chickens. The neck of the last big hen in the Chung family was broken by these 2 jerks. This hen lays 1 egg a day, 30 eggs a month, which can be exchanged for dozens of copper coins, and it's gone just like that. Chung Wanwan looked at the 2 tied boys. They didn't dare to look at her, which meant that what old lady Chung said was true. Old Mrs. Chung said confidently, "This chicken is a great contributor to our Chung family. Your nephew can study only because of the eggs it lays. I don't want more, just 2 taels of silver. Give it to me now." Hearing this, Chung Wanwan laughed. The Chung family is really interesting. Yesterday, they beat the original body so hard that he was bleeding all over the head and died from excessive blood loss. Today, they tied up the original body's 2 sons. Now they even have the nerve to make such a huge demand. Even though food is in short supply now, the big hens on the market are not sold at such a high price. 2 taels of silver can buy dozens of chickens. Also, Chung Zhao was able to study thanks to the subsidies provided by her aunt over the years. What does this have to do with this hen? Since we have to settle the accounts, let's settle them one by one. Dashan, go and untie the rope. Chung Wanwan spoke coldly. Mrs. Chung immediately said, "Don't let these 2 jerks go. We must teach them a lesson. See if they dare to come to our Chung family to steal things again in the future." Zhao Dashan stood there, not knowing who to listen to. Chung Wanwan looked at him coldly. "Why? What I said is no longer effective." Zhao Dashan immediately walked towards the big locust tree, untied the rope, and helped his 2 younger brothers sit on the ground. Spoiling a child is like harming him. If you spoil them like this, these 2 jerks will get into trouble sooner or later. Old Mrs. Chung looked like an experienced person. "In my opinion, you should tie them to a tree and starve them for a few days and nights, then they will naturally behave themselves." Chung Wanwan said coldly, "This is my own son. I educate him myself. It is not the place for outsiders to point fingers at me." Hearing this, old lady Chung frowned. Why did she feel that there was something wrong with her second daughter? Mrs. Chung stood at the door of the main hall. Aunt, my mother is your biological mother. How can she be an outsider? You are really hurting my mother by saying this. From the moment my eldest brother smashed my head yesterday, I am no longer a member of the Chung family. Chung Wanwan's mouth was filled with terrifying coldness. It's just a big hen, but you have to pay 2 taels of silver. I have never seen any family cheat their daughter, who married out like this. Old Mrs. Chung frowned and said, this big hen is not worth 2 taels of silver, but it can lay eggs. How come the eggs it lays for 10 years can't be sold for less than 2 taels of silver? Okay, let's say it's worth 2 taels of silver. Chung Wanwan opened her lips. Let's not talk about the old accounts. Just last year, Dashan's father died in the war. The total amount of silver was 20 taels. My eldest brother borrowed it all. After deducting the 2 taels of silver that the big hen had to pay, there were still 18 taels left. When will your Chung family return this money to me? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Chung was furious. You gave us the Chung family these 20 taels of silver. When did you ever say you would pay it back? Chung Wanwan smiled. It is only natural to pay back debts. I don't mind asking the county magistrate for justice, but I don't know if Chung Zhao will agree to let the Chung family go to court to embarrass themselves for just 20 taels of silver. Chung Zhao is a scholar of the Chung family and the best student in Qingjia village. Now he seems to have become a student and has a good chance of passing the examination to become a scholar. The original owner firmly believed that this nephew would definitely pass the exam and become a high-ranking official, so he subsidized his mother's family at all costs, hoping to get some benefit from this nephew. However, he did not get any benefit, but was hit on the head by the Chung family and died. Because Chung Zhao was a scholar, the Chung family was particularly concerned about his reputation. Going to court over 20 taels of silver would make Chung Zhao lose all faith in the town school, and old lady Chung would never allow such a thing to happen. His second aunt, are you crazy? Mrs. Chung was incredulous. If you dare to go to court, we, the Chung Zhao, will no longer recognize you as our second aunt. Chung Wanwan sneered. I don't care whether he admits it or not. I just want to ask one question. When will the 18 taels of silver be returned? You shameless money loser. How dare you come to the Chung family to ask for money? Who gave you the face? Mrs. Chung was instantly furious, picked up a piece of firewood and hit him. I will beat you to death. You shameless jerk. You have grown wings and dared to go against me. Zhao Dashan rushed over angrily and stood in front of Chung Wanwan. Chung Wanwan avoided the firewood and said coldly, since the old lady is determined to tear her face off, let's meet in court. Dashan, Ergu, Saniu, let's go to the town to sue the officials. She turned around and walked out of the yard with a dignified step. Old Mrs. Chung was so angry that she almost fell backwards. Raising a daughter is really a waste of money. He even wants to sue her parents in court. Is there any justice in the world? Mrs. Chung hurriedly stepped out. Chung Zhao was her son and her capital for showing off. She couldn't let his reputation be ruined by the witch Chung Wanwan. She gritted her teeth and said, his second aunt, wait a minute, don't leave. She turned her head and looked at the old lady, whispering, Mother, I think what happened yesterday caused second aunt to have a rift with our family. Now she is angry, and she might really rush to the town to sue the officials. It's just 18 taels of silver, so agree to it first. When second aunt's anger subsides in the future, this matter will naturally be over. Even if she insists on it, are you afraid that we can't come up with this little money after Chung Zhao is admitted to high school? When her son becomes a high-ranking official in the future, he will never let Chung Wanwan get any benefit from it. Mrs. Chung understood the key point and said angrily, when Chung Zhao passes the imperial examination, the Chung family will not give you a penny less of this money. The smile on Chung Wanwan's lips widened. She looked at Chung Erseo, who had been watching the fun on the side, and called out. Second sister Chung watched the excitement for a long time and felt very happy. She didn't have a son who could read, and she had been stepped on by her eldest sister-in-law for many years. Today, the second sister-in-law made her suffer in silence, and she hoped that the matter would get bigger and bigger. Second sister-in-law, When the eldest sister-in-law has money, come to Day Village and tell me. Chung Wanwan said with a smile, just let her know, and half of the 18 taels of silver will be given to the second sister-in-law. Mrs. Chung was incredulous. Is it true or false? Of course it's true. If I don't give it to you, my second sister-in-law can go to the town and find the county magistrate to sue me. Chung Wanwan's face grew even wider. Relying on having a well-educated son, the eldest sister-in-law of Chung acts domineeringly in the Chung family. The second sister-in-law is not an easy person to deal with either. The two of them often conflict with each other openly or secretly. With her words, the conflict between the second sister-in-law and the eldest sister-in-law will become more intensified. The Chung family members are fighting among themselves, so naturally they have no time to cause trouble for her. Wanwan was about to leave after she finished speaking, but she smelled the aroma of chicken soup. She walked towards the inner room. There was an aura emanating from her, which was completely different from the previous Chung Wanwan. The Chung family just stared at her as she rushed in. She came out with a bowl of chicken soup in her hand and stuffed it directly into the hands of her two sons. Drink it. Mrs. Chung was furious. What are you doing? This is the chicken soup for Zhao. I have already paid 2 taels of silver for this chicken, haven't I? Chung Wanwan said innocently, since I have paid the money. This chicken soup belongs to our Zhao family. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu were hungry and thirsty, so they didn't care about the heat and drank most of the chicken soup in one breath. They each bit a chicken leg and swallowed it, and tore off a chicken wing for Zhao Dashan. Zhao Dashan tore off the other half of the hen and quickly hid it in his sleeve. The hen was good for health, so he took it back to Huinyang to nourish her body. Seeing this scene, old Mrs. Chung almost fainted from anger. I wanted to extort 2 taels of silver, but not only did I not get the silver, I also owed 18 taels. The chicken soup I cooked for my eldest grandson also went into the dog's stomach. You money loser, don't ever come back. Old Madam Chung scolded. You separated from the Zhao family and have no further contact with your natal family. If you get bullied in the future, don't expect the Chung family to help you. Chung Wanwan didn't care at all. She was about to leave when she saw a silver hairpin on the old lady's head. She walked over unexpectedly and plucked the silver hairpin off. I remember this was given to me by Dashan Daddy. I thought it was lost, but it turned out to have been stolen by the Chung family. Now it's time to return it to its original owner. The word steal made old Mrs. Chung extremely angry. She couldn't breathe, closed her eyes, and fainted. The sun slowly sets. The sunset glowed all over the sky, and Dea Village was shrouded in golden clouds. The scenery was beautiful. The heat of the day faded away, and the cool evening breeze gently caressed the faces of the mother and her 4 children. When they reached the door of their house, Zhao Saidan and Wu Huanyang came out with anxious looks on their faces. Chung Wanwan said calmly, "Wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Wu Huanyang quickly brought out the food that was hot in the pot, and Zhao Dashan took out a bowl and put the half chicken in his arms into the bowl. On the wooden table, there are 4 dishes and 6 bowls of corn rice. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu were stunned. They had caused trouble outside and thought they would be beaten when they came back, but they didn't expect to see so many delicious food. A dish of rabbit stewed with radish, mushroom and egg soup, and a dish of stir-fried beans, plus the big hen they brought back. There was so much food, more sumptuous than during the Chinese New Year, and the two of them were drooling. Zhao Saidan's stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time, and he couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks. Chung Wanwan said, "Huinyang, go get another bowl." Wu Huinyang immediately went to the kitchen and fetched a bowl. Chung Wanwan shared some rabbit meat and carrots with her. "See, Dan, take this to your grandpa and grandma." Zhao Saidan licked his lips, picked up the bowl, and ran out. It was getting dark, and the Zhao family had already had dinner. They cooked some wild vegetables with buckwheat flour, and each person had a steamed bun with long beans in it. It was enough to make one about 50% full, which was considered the best meal in Dea Village. "Old man, why do I seem to smell the aroma of meat?" Mrs. Zhao sniffed. "Who can afford to eat meat at this time?" Old man Zhao took a puff of his pipe and said, "If we wait another 3 or 5 days, at least half of the people in the village will be out of food. What do you think we should do?" Last year, the locust plague also came. The imperial court will not ignore us. Old Mrs. Zhao said as she mended her clothes. I just went to the town today. The county magistrate said that the imperial court is preparing to perform a ritual to pray for rain. I hope the rain will fall soon. As she was speaking, someone in the yard shouted, Grandma. Old Mrs. Zhao quickly put down her needlework and asked, Why is Sidon here again? Did he get beaten by his mother? The old lady opened the door and walked out, and saw Zhao Sidon holding a bowl in his hand. She couldn't see clearly from a distance, and thought that this boy was begging for food. When she got closer, she found that it was actually a bowl of meat. The aroma of meat just now came from this bowl. Grandma, this is what my mother asked me to bring. I'm going back first. With his mouth full of saliva, Zhao Sidon stuffed the bowl into old lady Zhao's hands and ran away. He wanted to go back to eat rabbit meat. Old Mrs. Zhao was stunned. She always felt that there was something wrong with her ears. How could the eldest son's wife, that spendthrift thing, actually send her a bowl of meat? The aroma of meat spread in the yard, and other members of the Zhao family also came out. Zhao Erwang, the youngest son of Zhao Lauer, said, I heard from Brother Taiju that Sidon caught a rabbit today. This must be rabbit meat. It smells so good. Zhao Er's wife was a little surprised. My eldest sister-in-law actually sent food to my mother? All the food my sister-in-law has is sent to the Chung family. For so many years, she only comes to the Zhao family to ask for things. When has she ever given even a grain of rice? Sidon came today and took away 3 carrots, a handful of beans, and an egg. Zhao San's wife whispered, That's almost enough. But old Mrs. Zhao didn't think it was worth it. That spendthrift woman gave 5 cents during the day, and now she brought over a big bowl of meat soup. When has the eldest brother's wife ever been so generous? The eldest son's wife would only suddenly show goodwill when she needed help from the Zhao family. She wanted to see what the eldest son's wife wanted to do. Old Mrs. Zhao heard her grandchildren swallowing their saliva. With 2 grandsons and 4 granddaughters, 1 bite each was not enough. It would not be appropriate to give the food only to the grandsons and not to the granddaughters. She waved her hands. This is your aunt's gift to me, an old woman, so I won't give it to you. She brought a bowl of rabbit meat back to the inner room, and even the old man was shocked. When did the eldest son's wife become so filial? She's planning something bad. The old lady sneered. Since she offered it to me, I'd rather eat it than not. If I'm not full, I won't have the energy to deal with her. The old lady took a bite and found the rabbit meat fresh and tasty, and the radish soft and delicious. She had lived for 60 years and had never eaten such delicious food. When did the cooking skills of the mountain wife become so good? As soon as Zhao Sidon returned home, Chen Wanwan announced that it was time for dinner. The 4 boys were all big eaters. They lowered their heads and ate rice voraciously, not forgetting to eat the rabbit meat in big mouthfuls. Even Wu Huanyang, the cautious and delicate young wife, opened her belly and ate silently. Chen Wanwan thought there would be leftovers, but unexpectedly, even the remaining soup was drunk up. The family of 6 leaned back in their chairs and burped contentedly. This is the first time I've eaten so much. Zhao Sidon touched his belly. Mom, will I be able to eat a full stomach tomorrow? The other people all raised their heads and looked at the backbone of the family. Chen Wanwan took a sip of water and said, There is indeed no food left at home. The 5 faces fell. The family really had no food. Luckily, they had enough to eat today. It should last for 3 days. But Chen Wanwan placed the silver hairpin on the wooden table. This is a token of love your father gave me more than 10 years ago. At that time, I was blinded by greed and gave it to the Chung family. Now that the Chung family and I have completely broken off, I don't want to keep this silver hairpin anymore. I will pawn it on the street tomorrow to exchange for some food. When they mentioned their father, the 4 boys' eyes suddenly became red. Zhao Dashan was the one who had the most profound impression of his father. He clenched his fists and said, This is something my father gave to my mother. I can't accept it. Chen Wanwan smiled and said, If you don't become a silver hairpin, you won't have money to buy food. I think your father in heaven wouldn't want to see his sons starving, right? The 4 sons were silent. Dad was able to give Mom a silver hairpin, but they didn't have the ability to keep it. Zhao Ergu said slowly, "One day, I will redeem this silver hairpin. Today, my mother broke up with the Chung family for them. One day, he would let his mother wear a golden hairpin and dress in silk and satin." The four children were in a low mood, so Chung Wanwan changed the subject. "Dashin, go ask Uncle Da if the ox cart will go to town tomorrow morning? To walk from Daya village to Taiping town, which is farther than the two Qingjia villages. If she walks there, she will be exhausted." Zhao Dashin nodded and went out. When Zhao Sidon was still in his mother's belly, his father went to the battlefield and never returned. It was not until last year that news came that he had died in battle. He had never seen his biological father, and the sadness he felt over his father's death was not as great as the rabbit on the plate in front of him. He collected all the rabbit bones on the wooden table, wrapped them in leaves, and buried them in the yard. This was the only thing he could do for the rabbits. It was getting dark. The moon had already hung in the sky, and the clear moonlight shone in the yard. Chung Wanwan sat on the chair and said calmly, "Ergu Sanyu, do you two have anything to say?" Zhao Ergu lowered his head. "We shouldn't go to Qingjia village." Having said that, he didn't regret it at all. His mother broke off completely with the Chung family because of him and Sanyu. From now on, no matter what good things there are at home, Mother will no longer send them to the Chung family, and the Chung family will never bully Mother again. Zhao Sanyu also lowered his head. "Mom, I was wrong." "You are indeed wrong," Chung Wanwan said slowly. "You shouldn't be so reckless before you are fully prepared and have a chance of winning. Ergo, you are 16 years old this year. I know you are smart, but it's just a little cleverness. If your elder brother and I didn't go today, you and Sanyu would be tied up in the yard for a whole night without food or water, and you would be half dead. And Sanyu, you only have strength, but never use your brain when doing things." She said unhappily, "No matter how strong you are only 14 years old. Even if 10 of you were tied together, they might not be a match for your uncle. Don't be so reckless in the future." Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu were both a little stunned. Mother didn't blame them for going to the Chung family to cause trouble, but blamed them for going there without being prepared. "Mom, have you really given up on the Chung family?" Chung Wanwan continued, "If you do something wrong, you must be punished. I will punish you now by asking each of you to fetch 2 buckets of water." Zhao Ergu looked up with surprise in his eyes. In the past, his mother punished them by making them kneel for a night or not eat for a day. Carrying water was a job that should be done, so could it be considered a punishment? Zhao Sanyu had already picked up the bucket. "Let's go fetch some water." The two of them went out one after the other. Chung Wanwan got up and went to the kitchen, asking Wu Huanyang to boil some water. Everyone is tired today, and everyone must take a bath. She searched through her original body's memory, but couldn't even remember the last time she took a shower. She only washed her hands and face every day and was sweating profusely. She could smell the stench if she was close to it. She knew that water resources were scarce now, but she still couldn't stand herself and her family being stinky. At night, Daya village gradually became quiet. The farmers who had worked all day were ready to rest. There was no one at the well, where they lined up to fetch water. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu each carried back 2 buckets of water. There was a large wooden basin at home, which had been lying there unused. Chung Wanwan took out the basin, poured some hot water into it, then poured in some cold water, and then grabbed Zhao Sidon and asked, "Wash it yourself, or do you want me to wash it for you?" Zhao Sidon blushed. I'll wash it myself. As far as I can remember, my mother never gave him a bath." "Oh no. I should say that he never took off all his clothes to take a bath at home. Before the drought, he would take off all his clothes and swim in the river to wash himself clean. The child is so dirty that mud comes off when you rub him. It's not enough to just wash him like this." Chung Wanwan searched them all for a long time and finally spent 3 cents to buy a small, inconspicuous bar of soap and took it out. "This is the best soap I just found at your uncle's house. It smells great after taking a bath." The Zhao family had never seen soap, let alone heard of it. Zhao Sidon was reluctant to use even a small piece of soap. Chung Wanwan taught him how to use it. He covered his body with bubbles and rubbed it happily in the yard. Zhao Erga said angrily. Can you wash it quickly? Zhao sighed and blinked innocently. Mom said I must wash myself clean, otherwise I can't go to bed. Zhao Erga hooked his finger. Sanyu, let us help him wash. Second brother, third brother, don't. Eldest brother, come and save me. Zhao sighed and dodged quickly. Haha, don't tickle me. It's so itchy. I'm done washing, I don't want to wash anymore. Hearing the laughter coming from the yard, Chen Wanwan also started laughing. It was getting darker and darker, and the Zhao family members lined up one by one to take a bath. The yard was filled with the smell of soap, and everyone became much paler. That night, Chen Wanwan finally had a good sleep. At daybreak, Dea village woke up. Chen Wanwan woke up. The 3 children next to her were still sleeping like little pigs. She got out of bed quietly. Wu Huinyang was already busy in the yard, washing the dirty clothes that the family had taken off last night. Zhao Dashan picked up a hoe and prepared to go to the field to weed. Dashan, come with me to the town. Chen Wanwan turned around and said, Huinyang, just stay at home and pack up. Don't go to the mountain. When they went up the mountain yesterday, Wu Huinyang almost fell down. She didn't dare to let a pregnant woman take the risk of going up the mountain again. Wu Huinyang hurriedly asked, But mother, where can we find wild vegetables if we don't go up the mountain? In the fields have been almost dug up, so we have to go deep into the mountains. Gooseweed is also very delicious. Chen Wanwan said, You and Sidon go to your fields to dig more gooseweed and bring it back. Let Lauer and Lausen go up the mountain to find some mushrooms, ferns, and other things. Dashan and I will be back before noon. Zhao Da's ox cart was waiting at the entrance of the village, and one could take a ride for only 1 penny. Chen Wanwan paid 2 cents and got on the ox cart with Zhao Dashan. There were other people from the village on the ox cart as well. Both mother and son took a bath last night and looked clean. Although their clothes were still tattered, they still looked a little different from others. Chen Wanwan's complexion was pale, making the scar on her forehead more conspicuous. Usually didn't get along with her, sneered and said, Where are you going, Sister Zhao? Why don't you go to Qingjia village? Everyone in the village knew that Mrs. Zhao would bring all the good stuff to her parents' home, but she was beaten on the head by her parents' family. It was really laughable. Chen Wanwan's lips curved up. Aunt Fugue and your husband really have the same personality. They always like to ask me where I'm going. Does where I go have anything to do with you too? Aunt Fugue's eyebrows immediately stood up. What do you mean by that? Chen Wanwan snorted coldly. Aunt Fugue has the energy to stare at others. Why not put more attention on your man? Just a few words almost made Aunt Fugue explode. She wished she could jump out of the car right now, run back, and ask her man if he was having an affair with Chen Wanwan. But seeing Chen Wanwan's calm expression, it doesn't seem like she's having an affair. That means her man is pestering Chen Wanwan, a widow. Aunt Fugue was so angry that her heart ached, but she didn't want to lose face in front of so many people, so she said coldly, We are all from the same village. I just asked you where you were going casually, and you took my kindness for granted. Chen Wanwan closed her eyes and rested. As the saying goes, there is always trouble around a widow. After I became a widow and separated from my family, many old men in the village came to cause trouble. Fortunately, the original body was a tough guy, and she scolded them all away one by one, leaving only Zhao Fugue, who is still pestering her. He came over every now and then, and the original body was very annoyed. She mentioned this here because she hoped Aunt Fugue would keep a close eye on her husband, otherwise she was afraid that she would lose control and smash Zhao Fugue's head with a brick. The sun jumped out of the horizon. The ox cart stopped on the main street of Ping'an town. Chen Wanwan and Zhao Dashan jumped out of the car and walked towards the pawnshop first. It was still early, but the town was already bustling with people. The roadside was filled with stalls, mostly selling snacks, with a fragrant aroma. When they reached the door of the pawnshop, Chen Wanwan paused for a moment. Dashan, go buy 2 meat buns. She took out a few coins from her waist and handed them over. Zhao Dashan turned around and left. Chen Wanwan stepped into the pawnshop and the clerk immediately came up to greet her. She took out the silver hairpin from her sleeve. The clerk observed its quality and held up a finger. 100 coins. Chen Wanwan's eyebrows jumped. This was something her husband had spent nearly 1 or 2 taels of silver to buy, but it was only worth 100 coins? The silver hairpin is too old, and the style is not good-looking. Also, there are quite a lot of people pawning their jewelry recently, so the price has naturally come down. The waiter had a reason. Annie, I didn't make a random offer. The word auntie made Chum Won cry silently. She took back the silver hairpin. Forget it, I don't want it anymore. 100 coins was really too little. It was not worth it to pawn the token of love between me and my husband for such a small amount of copper coins. She turned and walked out, and the waiter didn't call her back. When the house ran out of food, this lady would definitely come again. When we walked outside, Zhao Dashan came over after buying some buns. He asked hurriedly, Mom, how much did you get? Chum Won put the silver hairpin into her sleeve and said, 200 coins. I used the money I earned from selling mushrooms yesterday to buy some seasonings and soap, and this morning I bought 2 meat buns, so I had exactly 200 coins left. Zhao Dashan smiled. 200 coins can buy a lot of food. He will feel at ease only when there is food at home. Chum Won took out 10 coins and gave them to him. Go to the grocery store and buy some salt and some other seasonings. I'll go to the grain store to check. Zhao Dashan stuffed the meat bun into his mouth, took the copper coins, and went to work. Chum Won went straight to the grain store. There were prices marked on each item of grain. Rice was 12 cents a pound, corn was 5 cents, and flour was 8 cents. She frowned. When she came back to the town to buy food, corn was only 2 cents per pound. It has only been a short time, but the price has increased so much. She walked out of the grain store, went to an empty alley, and opened the virtual mall. The food in the mall was much cheaper than in the grain store. Rice was 2 cents a pound, so she bought 20 pounds. Flour was 4 cents a pound, so she bought 20 pounds. Then she spent 30 cents to buy an iron pot. The backpack behind her suddenly became heavy. She had originally planned to buy some things, but she really couldn't carry it anymore. Chum Won walked out carrying a backpack weighing dozens of kilograms and met Zhao Dashan head-on. Zhao Dashan held a small bag of salt in his hand and said, Mom, the price of salt has gone up. 10 cents can only buy this little bit. Chum Won shook her head. I just bought some, let's go home. In the mall is cheap, you can buy 5 big bags for 10 cents. The two were about to take the ox cart when the street suddenly became chaotic, and the people on the street looked panicked and talked a lot. Rogues broke into Mr. Wang's house last night and stole 1,000 kilograms of rice. The bandits are so bold that they broke into my house and stole food. Have you reported it to the police? We reported it to the police last night, but they didn't catch the thief. Everyone should lock their doors at night to avoid being targeted by thieves. When Chum Won turned around, she saw that the price tag at the grain store had changed, and the price of rice became 15 cents per pound. Zhao Dashan was dumbfounded. Why is it so expensive? Chum Won sighed. Ping'an Town. The already scarce grain naturally became more precious. It costs 15 cents today, and it may cost 20 cents tomorrow. Fortunately, she has a shopping mall, so she doesn't have to worry about soaring prices. But other people of this era have to suffer a lot. Chum Won put aside her complicated emotions and took Zhao Dashan on the ox cart. Zhao Da saw her backpack and asked casually, Why did Sister Zhao buy a pot? This pot looks really good. When did Zhu the blacksmith's craftsmanship become so good? Chum Won said, It wasn't made by Zhu the blacksmith. She refused to say a word about where she bought it. Zhao Da thought to himself, It's such a critical moment. It's good enough to have food to eat, but this spendthrift woman actually spent money to buy a pot. The other people on the ox cart were in a bad mood after their trip to the town and chatted all the way. Corn costs 5 cents a pound. I can't afford it, so I bought some buckwheat flour. We only have 3 days' worth of food left at home, and we all depend on the crops. If it doesn't rain, we will have to eat tree bark every day. Last year, the imperial court issued relief grains during the locust plague. If there is no harvest this year, the imperial court should not ignore it, right? We are experiencing drought here. I heard that it rains every day in Onqing, and all the crops have been drowned. With so many people suffering, is there enough food in the court? The more we talked, the more depressing the atmosphere became. Suddenly, something flew over Chung Wanwan's head. She was so frightened that she didn't dare to move. Dashin, hurry up, help me get it down. She lived for 33 years and was fearless, except for insects and spiders. Zhao Dashin hurried to catch the insect on her head. When he caught it, his face suddenly fell. Uncle Da, take a look, is this a locust? Green and yellow flying insect with very long front wings. What else could it be but a locust? The woman on the ox cart screamed. Didn't the locusts fly away last year? Why are they still here? Don't scare yourself. It's just one locust. Just crush it to death. Aunt Fugue stepped forward and pinched the locust, which instantly burst into juice. She threw the locust onto the cardboard and stomped on it twice. Only then did she feel better. As the saying goes, when locusts pass through a territory, no grass will grow. The locust plague is more terrifying to the villagers here than the drought. During a drought, we can still hope for rain, but if locusts come, all the crops in the fields will be eaten up in less than a day. Was the case last year. Day Village had no harvest and had to rely on relief from the imperial court and autumn planting and spring harvest to survive until now. No one dares to go through it again. When they arrived at the village entrance, Chung Wanwan and Zhao Dashin jumped out of the car. Only Wu Huinyang was at home, mending clothes. Chung Wanwan walked in. Huinyang, go and close the door. The incident with Mr. Wang in the town gave her a warning that she must never show her food, otherwise it would attract other people's covetousness. That's why she bought a pot in the town and put the iron pot upside down on her backpack, so that no one could see what was in her basket. Even Zhao Dashin didn't know what his mother bought specifically. She took out the iron pot first and then took out the other things one by one. 20 kilograms of rice, 20 kilograms of flour, 2 kilograms of pork belly that she bought at the mall, a large bag of coarse salt, and various necessary seasonings, filling up the table. She had no money left and had to go to the mountains to look for mushrooms to earn some copper coins in the afternoon. Chung Wanwan handed the pork belly to Wu Huinyang. We will have braised pork for lunch today. Wu Huinyang paused for a moment. Mom, what is braised pork in red sauce? The people in Day Village eat 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, and they don't cook at noon. But at this moment, the air was filled with the faint aroma of meat. Wang sat in the yard and sniffed hard. It was the scent of pork, definitely pork. At this time of year, there are still people in the village who can afford to eat pork. Wang followed the fragrance out of the yard and saw Zhao Sidon walking towards her from the other side of the field. His small body was carrying a large backpack full of goose food. Sidon, why did you dig so many goose weeds? Zhao Sidon answered honestly. My mother said that goose dishes are delicious. Wang's mouth twitched. Goose food takes a lot of firewood to cook, and it tastes very bitter. Sister Zhao is lying to the children. What does the little brat know? He just eats whatever his mother gives him. God have pity on him. Sidon, wait a minute. Wang went back into the house, took out a steamed bun, stretched it out and then retracted it, then broke it in half and stuffed a small half into Zhao Sidon's hand. Eat it quickly to fill your stomach. Zhao Sidon quickly pushed it back. Auntie, I can't have it. You kid, just take it if it's given to you. Why are you being so polite? Aunt Wang scolded angrily. Your mother took all the good things to the Chung family, making it hard for the 4 of you. A 10-year-old child looks like 6 or 7 years old. Your mother deserves it. She was always thinking about her family, but she was beaten up by her own eldest brother. It's so funny. Sidon, move out of home when you grow up. Don't be like your brother and your eldest sister-in-law who stay at home and work like a workhorse and can't even get a bite to eat. I think she is more vicious than your stepmother. Chung Wanwan was washing her hands in the yard when she heard cursing coming from outside. Was it that stood at her doorstep in broad daylight and scolded her? She wiped her hands and walked out, and saw Aunt Wang holding Zhao Sidon and standing at the next door talking. Sidon wanted to interrupt several times, but was forced back by Aunt Wang. Okay, eat this half-steamed bun quickly, and don't let your mother see it, otherwise you won't be able to eat a single bite. Chung Wanwan was also convinced. Sharing food is obviously a good deed, but Aunt Wang did it in a way that made her angry. However, when she recalled the bad things her original body had done, She could understand why Aunt Wang was so angry with her original body. This was because the two families were neighbors and there were only a few big trees between the 2 yards. Naturally, there were more conflicts when they were close. The original body was also a person who loved to take advantage, and Aunt Wang had suffered a lot at the hands of the original body. Many times, the original body scolded Aunt Wang so badly that he went back and shut himself up. Even so, Aunt Wang still secretly stuffed steamed buns into the original body's son's pockets. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. If he could make peace with Aunt Wang, it would be a good thing, but his original personality was sharp and mean, and the sudden change was really abrupt.
Keep this for yourselves.
Chum Wanwan stepped forward and picked up the backpack on Zhao Saiden's back. We have meat to eat today. Who would want to eat steamed bread? Her words were 3 parts sarcasm, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts boasting. She had actually learned 8 parts of the original person's temperament. Wang smelled the meaty aroma in the air and was full of disbelief. Your family can still afford to eat meat? The Chung family smashed a bloody hole in my head. I took back the meat that I gave to them and ate it myself. Why can't I do that? Chung Wanwan said confidently. Let Saiden go, and go home to eat meat. She was not showing off on purpose, but wanted to use Aunt Wang to tell everyone in the village that she and the Chung family had broken up. Chung Wanwan had given up on her natal family, so her personality changed drastically, and she decided to start living a good life. I don't believe you. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes. If you have money to buy meat, you might as well save it to buy a few more pounds of grain. Mrs. Zhao is right. She is such a spendthrift. She has no food to eat and her children are suffering. She spoke, she swallowed hard. The smell of meat from next door made her drool. After the autumn harvest, she would take a few kilograms of grain to the town to exchange for half a kilogram of pork so that the children at home could have a taste of meat. Zhao Saiden rushed into the yard quickly and saw the braised pork bubbling in the pot at a glance. His saliva flowed uncontrollably. Chung Wanwan whispered, Saiden, from now on, if there is anything delicious at home, don't tell anyone outside, understand? Zhao Saiden nodded desperately. No, I won't tell anyone. If my uncle heard about this, he would definitely come and take away all the meat in the house. Chung Wanwan picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks, blew on it, and put it into his mouth. How is it? Is it tasty? Zhao Saiden swallowed it in one gulp, without tasting anything at all. He licked his lips and said, Mom, I want to eat more. You little greedy cat. Chung Wanwan laughed. Go call your second and third brothers to come back for dinner. Zhao Saiden turned around and ran out. Chung Wanwan asked Wu Huanyang to serve the braised pork and then cook some white rice. She called Zhao Dashan in. I remember you seem to know a little bit about bricklaying. Can you build a small stove over here? Put 2 pots on one stove. Use the broken pot to cook rice and the new pot to cook vegetables. This can save a lot of effort and firewood. Zhao Dashan worked as a bricklayer apprentice in the town last year, so he did know a little bit. He immediately went to the riverbank at the door to pick up a few stones, then went to the backyard to dig up yellow mud, added water to mix it into mud, and began to build an earth stove according to Chung Wanwan's instructions. The rice in the pot was cooked, and the aroma of meat and rice filled the house. At this moment, Zhao Saiden came running back in a panic. Mom, something bad has happened. My second and third brothers are quarreling with someone. Chung Wanwan suddenly felt tired. How come these 2 guys are so capable of getting into trouble? She could say anything. Zhao Dashan threw away the stone in his hand. Let's go and see who dares to bully my brother. Stop. Chung Wanwan called him. Stay home and build the stove. I'll come back to check it. She walked out. When naughty kids fight, it is natural for the parents to step in to resolve the issue. Letting the eldest child go will only exacerbate the conflict. Zhao Saiden led the way and explained the situation. With the 2 boys was Zhang Wulai, Zhang Dagong's biological father. Both father and son were representative figures of the idle people in the village. Obvious that Zhang Wulai was deliberately making trouble for her 2 sons because of the rabbit he failed to get yesterday. So Ergu and Sanyu suffered an unexpected disaster. Chung Wanwan walked to the entrance of the village, where there was a well. It was the only well in the village that was still producing water. People lined up to draw water all day long. At this moment, Zhang Wulai and the two boys from the Zhao family were fighting, and half of the village was here to watch the fun. Zhang Wulai, you've really lived in vain. Why are you picking on two half-grown boys? Zhang Wulai spat. I am protecting the interests of the whole village. These two guys carried more than 10 buckets of water back home late last night, and today they are queuing up to get water again. Do they think the water in the village is blown in by the wind? Their family uses more water, while other families use less. Why should they get all the benefits? There are 3 wells in Day Village. There is a well at the head of the village, a well at the end of the village, and also a well at the headman's house. But now only the well at the entrance of the village is still producing water, and no one knows when this well will dry up. Most people in the village line up to fetch water during the day, but there are also several households that come to fetch water at night. There is no fixed amount of water each family fetches in a day, and no one stipulates that after fetching water at night, they cannot come to fetch water the next day. Everyone saw clearly that Zhang Wulai was clearly looking for trouble with the two boys from the Zhao family. Zhao Ergu gnashed his teeth and said, "The head of the village didn't say anything. Why don't you allow us to fetch water?" Zhang Wulai sneered and kicked over the bucket at Zhao Ergu's feet. Why? Because you used too much water and delayed everyone's trip. The bucket rolled down with a gurgling sound. Zhao Sanyu rushed towards Zhang Wulai like a calf. Zhang Wulai grabbed him by the collar and raised his hand to punch him. Stop! Cheng Wanwan's cold voice sounded. The crowd naturally made way for Cheng Wanwan to walk through. She pulled Zhao Sanyu back and put him behind her. Are you going to openly bully us orphans and widows? Who can bully you? Zhang Wulai sneered. You stole a fat rabbit weighing 3 or 4 pounds from my son. If you dare to steal something from my son, don't blame me for not allowing your family to use water. Cheng Wanwan sneered. Your son of the Zhang family is allowed to steal other people's things, but others are not allowed to take them back? That rabbit was found and caught by my Sidon. In order to steal the rabbit, your Zhang Dagong scratched Sidon's wrist and tore his clothes. I haven't even settled the score with your Zhang family yet, and you dare to kick over my bucket? Zhang Wulai is lazy and has a very bad reputation in the village. After Cheng Wanwan said this, some people followed suit. That's right. A few days ago, Zhang Dagong snatched a bunch of wild vegetables from my grandson. Last year, Zhang Dagong and his gang stole radishes from my field. I caught them several times. This kid is just like his father. He has not learned his lesson. Mrs. Zhao used to only throw tantrums and curse, but today she can speak so fluently. No matter how reckless Sister Zhao is, she is still a mother. What mother wouldn't protect her child? Being pointed at by the villagers, Zhang Wulai became angry and said, Zhao Qingshi, don't think I won't beat you up just because you are a woman. Cheng Wanwan thrust her head forward. Come on. Smash it here. My eldest brother smashed my head the other day, so I asked him to pay me a chicken and a few pounds of meat. I know your Zhang family is poor, so I'll just pay you a few pounds of rice. Hurry up, stop wasting time, smash it quickly, smash it harder, and you'll have to pay a few pounds of rice and it'll be over. She took a few steps forward, and Zhang Wulai retreated uncontrollably. He had a bad reputation in the village, but Mrs. Zhao's reputation wasn't good either, so he dared to openly provoke trouble. As long as the villagers did not take Zhao Deseo's side, he would have the ability to bite off a piece of meat from this woman. Who could have thought that this woman would not play by the rules? First she spoke reasonably, and then suddenly she became angry and offered her head. If he really smashed this woman's head, being poked in the spine and scolded by the villagers would be a small matter. The main thing was to pay for the grain, and his family had no surplus grain. But this woman is used to acting like a spoiled brat. If she were to hang herself at his doorstep, he would be doomed. Zhang Wulai, that's enough. After bullying children, you now bully women. Do you deserve the thing in your crotch? Zhao Fugui shouted in the crowd. Aunt Fugui beside him immediately grabbed his ear and said, What does other people's quarrels have to do with you? Why are you yelling? Zhao Fugui said confidently, Sister Zhao is a widow. What's wrong with saying a few words for a widow? Aunt Fugue was so angry that her husband was really thinking about the widow of the Zhao family. He dared to help Zhao Deseo in broad daylight. Who knows what shady things he did in private? She grabbed her husband's ears and left. After Zhao Fugue spoke up, the others followed suit. Zhang is a scoundrel. Why don't you call the head of the village to judge the matter? The head of the village is the most fair. If Sister Zhao really stole your rabbit, the head of the village would definitely stand on your side. Zhang Wulai spat, then walked away with 2 buckets of water. Chen Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was really afraid that Zhang Wulai, that scumbag, would hit her on the head with a stone. She realized that she was really too weak and had no other abilities except her eloquence. To buy something for self-defense in the mall. She looked at the crowd around her and said, "Thank you all, aunts and sisters-in-law, for helping me." She spoke, her back was straight, her eyes were clear, and her face was surprisingly white in the sun. She didn't look like a village woman at all. Everyone was surprised. Why did it feel like Mrs. Zhao seemed different? Had happened to her before, and Mrs. Zhao would always slap her thigh and sit on the ground crying and wailing. But today she managed to drive Zhang Wulai away without throwing a tantrum. This is not like Mrs. Zhao's style. Chen Wanwan took her 2 sons home. Along the way, Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu dared not breathe, for fear of being severely scolded. When they arrived at the door of the house, they smelled the strong aroma of meat and vegetables as soon as they took a breath, and the 2 boys couldn't stop drooling. Chen Wanwan poured a basin of water over. "Wash your hands and get ready to eat." Zhao Ergu was stunned. "Mom won't punish us?" Chen Wanwan said calmly, "You did nothing wrong. Why should I punish you?" Zhang Wulai is looking for trouble. What does it have to do with the 2 children? The main reason is that they are too poor. They can make such a fuss just for a rabbit and a bucket of water. She took an empty bowl from the kitchen, put some braised pork in it, filled half the bowl, and handed it to Zhao Saiden. "Send it to your grandmother and tell her that it was snatched back from the Chung family." The original owner was not good to the 4 children, and they had to rely on the old lady to secretly provide them with food. Otherwise, the 4 children would have become even thinner. She was able to struggle from an orphan to become a female entrepreneur, so she naturally understands the ways of the world. Since she has decided to live a good life, it is necessary for her to ease the relationship with the Zhao family. In ancient times, clan relationships were very strong. Half of the people in Dave village had the surname Zhao, and they were brothers for several generations. If she had a good relationship with the Zhao family, it would be easier for her to get things done in the village. Zhao Saiden ran towards old Zhao's house holding the bowl. It was noon now, and the Zhao family was still quite neat and tidy. The men were resting, the women were sewing and washing, and the children were cleaning the wild vegetables they had dug in the morning in the yard. "Grandma." Zhao Saiden rushed into the courtyard. "My mother asked me to bring it here." A bowl of braised pork smelled so tempting that all the children in the yard raised their heads and breathed in the meaty aroma in the air. Old Mrs. Zhao was really shocked. The old lady put down the needle and thread in her hands, walked over, and saw that it was indeed a bowl of meat, with red and white colors, and the colors were particularly beautiful. "Mother went to my uncle's house yesterday." Zhao Saiden handed the bowl over. Mother got the silver hairpin off Grandma's head and took it to the town to exchange for a lot of meat. He licked his lips, put down the bowl, and ran back, fearing that he would be late and would not be able to eat the braised pork. Mrs. Zhao held the bowl, her face full of questions. "Saiden, what you mean is that the eldest son's wife had a falling out with the Chung family?" Zhao Er's wife said, "It sounds like that's what she meant. It's a good thing. At least my sister-in-law won't take the good things from home to the Chung family anymore, and the children can have a bite of meat." A silver hairpin can be exchanged for at least 50 copper coins, which can buy 10 kilograms of food, but this spendthrift woman actually bought meat. Old Mrs. Zhao's face was full of regret. She's full of meat today, but what will she eat tomorrow? This little easy woman never plans for the future. It's really worrying. My eldest sister-in-law had no good qualities in the past, but she never showed filial piety to my parents. Zhao San's wife said slowly, "I wonder if my eldest sister-in-law regrets the separation and wants to move back?" Every household is short of food now, and my sister-in-law's family must be out of food too. The Chung family is unwilling to lend food, so they can only think of borrowing food from the Zhao family. Use a little bit of meat to coax the old lady, and then move back to the old house so that she doesn't have to worry about being hungry. Zhao San's wife pursed her lips. There wasn't much food left in the family's cellar. If the 6 people from the big house moved back, they could only eat until they were 50% full now, but in the future they would probably only be able to eat until they were 30% full. We had a written agreement when we separated the family. It's not easy to move back. Old Mrs. Zhao snorted coldly. It's not impossible to move back, but I have to listen to my mother-in-law in everything from now on. Always worried that this shrew would do something weird, but now that I know what she is going to do, there is nothing I can't eat with this meat. The old lady waved to the children in the yard. Come here, all of you. After getting an extra bowl of meat from the yard, the children no longer had any interest in working. 6 pairs of dark eyes stared at the braised pork and swallowed their saliva in unison. The old lady waved her hand, and the 6 children rushed over like the wind. 1 piece of meat per person, no more. The old lady fed a child a piece of braised pork with her hands. The children didn't mind the dirtiness and started biting them. The fragrant and sweet taste spread in their mouths, and all 6 children were reluctant to swallow them. At the bottom of the bowl, the old lady took the bowl into the house and placed it on the stove, waiting for the old man to come back and eat. Zhao Lauer swallowed his saliva and said, "De Wang, is it delicious?" Zhao De Wang held the meat in his mouth and said vaguely, "It's delicious, very delicious, but there is only 1 piece of meat." Zhao Lauer cursed inwardly, thinking that 1 piece of meat was not enough, as he hadn't even had a bite yet. However, as a father, he was too embarrassed to snatch food from his son's mouth. Zhao Wang had already swallowed the meat and kept licking his lips. The 4 girls nearby ate it in small bites, but the piece of meat was so small that no matter how small the bites were, they finished it in a short while. Zhao Erseo turned her attention away and said, "Sister-in-law looks better than before." Mrs. Zhao pulled the corner of her lips. Each of the 6 children gets a piece of meat. On the surface, it seems fair, but the second wife has 4 children and the third wife only has 2 children, so the third wife suffers the most. You can't blame anyone else. You can only blame her for not being able to give birth to a son. She got up and went to wash clothes silently. A family of 6 sat down at the wooden table. On the table was a large bowl of braised pork, a stir-fried wild fern, and 6 large bowls of white rice. Could be heard on the table was the slurping of rice. Soon, all the braised pork was snatched away, and even the soup was poured into a bowl by Sanyu and mixed with white rice, which he ate up cleanly. It's delicious. I've never eaten such delicious meat. So this is braised pork. The 4 boys leaned back in their chairs, touching their stomachs, looking very satisfied. Wu Huinyang knew how braised pork was made. After the lard was boiled out, a handful of brown sugar was thrown in and fried to bring out the sugar aroma. Precious soy sauce was also added, and then a large plate of meat was poured in. The meat was coated with syrup. The meat was delicious to begin with, and with so much oil and sugar, it would be really unfair if it didn't taste good. This dish of wild vegetables is also fried with lard. There is a bowl of green vegetables here. She only realized today that wild vegetables can be so delicious. After dinner, Wu Huinyang got up to clean up the mess, and Chen Wanwan took her 4 sons up the mountain. Having spent all her money in town this morning, she was in urgent need of money from selling wild vegetables and mushrooms. She would feel at ease only if she had some money in hand. The afternoon sun was very hot. The leaves of the rice in the fields were curled up, and many had dried up. We walked all the way up the mountain where there were trees and some shade, and it didn't feel so hot anymore. At this time, many women and children in the village came up the mountain to dig wild vegetables for dinner. The wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain had long been dug up. Most people were digging wild ferns, purslane, and the like halfway up the mountain, while some went deeper into the mountains, hoping to find some mushrooms, fungus, and wild fruits to change their taste. Chung Wanwan naturally went deep into the mountains. Her target was mushrooms, preferably those with brightly colored hair, which no one in the village dared to touch.
Ding!
Natural wild matsutake mushrooms discovered. Chung Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. Matsutake is a good thing and can be sold for several hundred yuan per pound in modern society. She suppressed her anxiety and said calmly, Dashin, go and look for some wild ferns. Urga, see if you can find some mushrooms.
Sanyu, go and chop some wood.
Sidon, go walk around and see if you can find some wild fruits or something. Okay, Mom. The four boys immediately split up and acted separately. Chung Wanwan turned around, pushed aside a bunch of thorns, and walked to an old pine tree. The ground under the tree was covered with broadleaf shrubs. She pushed aside layer by layer of broad leaves and saw 3 or 4 white pine mushrooms growing in the soft soil. She gently dug out the matsutake mushrooms, 5 in total, less than a pound.
Ding!
6 liang of natural wild matsutake mushrooms, worth 390 coins. Are you selling it? Yes. Chung Wanwan's waist bag suddenly felt heavy.
She was a little surprised.
She didn't expect that matsutake mushrooms would cost more than 600 yuan per pound. It would be great if she could find some more. She walked further into the bushes and found a lot of white onion mushrooms and chicken mushrooms. She sold 5 or 6 pounds for a total of 124 coins. Now, she had a total of 514 coins in her hand, which was almost half a tael of silver. Just as she was about to continue searching, she heard a quarrel not far away. She pushed aside the bushes and saw 2 women quarreling over there. One is Aunt Wang from next door, and the other is Aunt Fuguei. The 2 were fighting over a nest of bird eggs. Wang grabbed Aunt Fuguei's hair and said, Our loach found the bird eggs first. Why should they belong to your family? Aunt Fuguei grabbed Aunt Wang's arm and said, This is what my boy climbed up the tree and got down. Of course it belongs to our family. Let go. The 2 adults were fighting each other, and the 2 children were staring at each other. On the ground, Chung Wanwan couldn't help licking her lips. She was not a foodie, but ever since she came to this darn place, she had been thinking about what to eat every day. Bird eggs should taste very good. She would ask Sidon to look for them in the woods later. She had no interest in other people's fights and was about to retreat when something suddenly fell on her head. Chung Wanwan touched her head, and a prickly round ball pricked her hand. She felt that the thorny ball looked familiar, so she used her fingers to pry it open and was immediately shocked to find that it was a chestnut. She looked up and saw a chestnut tree above her head, hidden among the old trees. The chestnuts in this season were covered with green shecks, and from a distance it was impossible to see that the tree was full of chestnuts. Just when I was worrying about what to eat in the evening, this food was delivered to my door. Chung Wanwan hugged the tree trunk and shook it, and a large number of chestnuts fell down. The commotion here attracted the attention of Aunt Wang and Aunt Fuguei outside. Aunt Wang had sharp eyes and could tell what it was at a glance. Picked up 3 bird eggs from the ground. Forget it, half for each of us, and no more fighting over them. As she spoke, she picked up the backpack and dragged her loaches towards Chung Wanwan. Aunt Fuguei wrapped the bird eggs and hurried over. There was not just one chestnut tree here, but at least 3 or 4. The 3 women were each shaking a tree, and the only sound in the woods was the rustling of leaves. It was a rare moment when the group of people were not arguing or talking. Everyone knew that if they were slow, others would come and share the few chestnuts. Chung Wanwan picked up a whole backpack, and Aunt Wang and Aunt Fuguei's backpacks were also full. The 3 of them finally slowed down their movements. At this time, someone else passed by and quickly joined the chestnut-picking team. Chung Wanwan had more than 20 kilograms of chestnuts in her hands, enough to last for many days. She was not greedy and carried the heavy bamboo basket with difficulty to reunite with her 4 sons. Along the way, she searched the woods carefully. If she could find a large wild chestnut forest, then even if there was no harvest this year, the people of Daya village would not starve. But to her disappointment, there were only 4 chestnut trees in this area. Mom, this is the wild fruit I found. Zhao Sidon handed over a handful of green and red fruits, like he was offering a treasure. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergu also had a good harvest, with their baskets filled with wild vegetables and mushrooms. The group went to find Zhao Sanyu. He was chopping wood halfway up the mountain. At his feet there was a tall pile of dry firewood tied together with straw ropes. The mother and her 5 children returned home with a bountiful harvest. It's still early to go back now, and it's not time to make dinner yet. Chum Won asked her sons to peel the chestnuts quickly. She was going to make sugar-roasted chestnuts for them as a snack. These chestnuts are not fully ripe yet and are quite raw, but they are edible. After peeling them, wash them, cut them into cross-shaped slices, and steam them in a large pot. Pour all the lard boiled in the morning into the pot. When the oil is hot, put in a handful of rock sugar and boil it into syrup. Wu Huinyang watched from the side, her heart aching. Half a can of oil could last at least 2 or 3 months, but her mother-in-law used it all up in one meal. Forget it. I haven't had any oily food for most of the past 6 months, but I've managed to get by. After the syrup is fried into brown, pour a large pot of chestnuts into the pot and stir constantly with a spatula. Change the high heat to low heat, and the chestnuts slowly change color. A breeze blew over, and the aroma of chestnuts blew into the yard. Zhao Dashan, who was busy working, took a deep breath. Oh my God, what are they frying in the kitchen? Why does it smell so good? Zhao Sidon had already dropped his work and rushed to the kitchen, swallowing hard. Mom, the chestnuts smell so good. Chum Won handed the spatula to Wu Huinyang, and the two took turns frying chestnuts. The big pot of chestnuts was bright in color, and the flesh at the opening turned yellow, coated with oil and sugar, making people salivate. Come on, Sidon, try one. Chum Won picked up a hot chestnut from the pot and threw it over. Zhao Sidon was so burned that he jumped up and down, but he didn't care about the heat. He reached out to peel off the skin and stuffed the steaming hot chestnut into his mouth. It was very hot, but very fragrant, sweet and soft. It turned out that chestnuts could be so delicious. A large pot of chestnuts was fried and placed on the table in the main room to cool. At this moment, Zhao Erwang stood at the gate of the yard and shouted, "Aunt, Grandma asked me to come over and give you some chestnuts." Chum Won walked out and saw Zhao Erwang holding a big bowl in his hand. The bowl was full of cooked chestnuts, which smelled quite fragrant. Chum Won took the bowl and said, "Thank your grandma for me." Zhao Erwang didn't dare to stay any longer. When he came to play with his brother Erga before, he was severely scolded by his aunt. The person he was most afraid of was his aunt. After finishing the tasks assigned by his grandmother, he turned around and ran away. This child. Chum Won shook her head. She was also planning to give Erwang some sugar-roasted chestnuts to take back. She walked into the house, and a child grabbed a handful of chestnuts and waved, saying, "Go out and play after you finish eating. Come back for dinner in an hour." Zhao Sidon stuffed his mouth with chestnuts and said vaguely, "Is there still food to eat today?" If you can feel full by eating chestnuts, how can you have room for food? Chum Won put the chestnuts on the table away. This is just a snack. Don't eat too much, or you'll get a stomachache. Zhao Sidon's clothes bag was full, and he nodded vigorously in satisfaction. Since his mother asked him to go out and play, then let him go out and play. As soon as I walked under the big locust tree in the village, I saw a large group of children surrounding the loaches next door, and I could hear the sound of them swallowing saliva from a distance. "Loach, give us one to eat. Brother Loach, can you let me lick it?" Wang Nichio stood in the middle, his pockets full of chestnuts. He ate them one by one, enjoying them so much. The children nearby didn't have chestnuts at home, so they drooled and stared at the chestnuts in Wang Nichio's pocket. Today, many families were eating chestnuts. The village head's wife also picked up a lot of chestnuts from the mountain. Zhao Taizhu, the eldest grandson of the village head, was holding a bowl and eating as he walked. The children who were surrounding the loach immediately surrounded the iron pillar. Zhao Taizhu was quite generous. "I don't have much myself. You can each take half." 6 children in total, and he threw out 3. Each of the 6 children took a half, with a satisfied look on their faces. "Brother Taizhu, the chestnuts cooked by your grandma are so delicious." Zhao Taizhu raised his chin and said, "This is what my mother cooked. My mother's cooking is the best." Wang Nichio said unconvincedly, "My mother cooks the best. All of you, get out of the way. Zhao Sidon squeezed in. My mother's cooking is the best. Among these children, there was a clever one named Huzi. He rolled his eyes and said, We just eat Brother Taiju's. After all, what Brother Taiju's mother cooks must be the best. The 5 kids nearby followed suit. Wang Niqiu immediately handed over his chestnuts. Then you should eat what my mother made. Zhao Sidon also moved quickly. There are also chestnuts made by my mother, you can try them. A pile of chestnuts was passed to them. The 6 children's eyes lit up and they all swallowed them whole in one gulp, but they could also tell whose ones tasted the best. 6 pairs of eyes were staring at Zhao Sidon. Huzi swallowed his saliva and said, Sidan, isn't your mother only good at beating people? How can she make such delicious chestnuts? My mother never hits people. Zhao Sidon raised his little chin and said proudly, My mother is the best mother in the world. The air was filled with the scent of chestnuts. Loach swallowed his saliva and followed behind Zhao Sidon. Sidon, give me another one. Zhao Sidon had only 2 left in his hand. He hesitated again and again, picked up a chestnut, took a bite, handed the remaining half, then turned around and ran home, fearing that he would be caught and take the last one away. Anai Chiu took half a chestnut and was reluctant to eat it, so he took it home and gave it to his mother, Aunt Wang. This is the chestnut made by Sidan's mother. Mom, can you make it according to the recipe? Wang smelled a sweet aroma as soon as she took a breath. She picked up the chestnut, took a small bite, and immediately started to curse. What a spendthrift woman. She added oil and sugar to the fried chestnuts. The few copper coins in the house are not enough for her to waste. She only cares about having a good meal now and doesn't even think about what to eat tomorrow. Ugh, it's no wonder that Mrs. Zhao looks down on this daughter-in-law. The scolding reached the ears of Cheng Wanwan, who was sitting next door. She was cutting goose vegetables, planning to make a cold dish later, but when she heard Aunt Wang scolding her, she continued working. The original body was not popular in the village, and there were too many people who said bad things about her behind her back. If she wanted to curse back at them one by one, she would be too busy to handle it. She didn't react, but Zhao Sanyu got angry and rushed out with the axe he was using to chop wood. Aunt Wang, what did you just say? Wang was shocked. What's wrong with you, you idiot? I treat you well, but your mother only cares about her own mouth, and when has she ever taken care of you guys? She really treated the 4 children of the Zhao family well. When the harvest was good in the past few years, she would occasionally stuff some buckwheat buns into their stomachs. In the past 2 years, when the crops were not good, she would also secretly stuff some dried wild vegetable steamed buns into their stomachs. Otherwise, Zhao Sanyu's axe would have hit the firewood at Aunt Wang's feet. He carried the axe and said, My mother treated us very well. She fried the chestnuts specifically for us to eat. Otherwise, how could Sidon have any extra loaches for your family? Sanyu, take some firewood to the kitchen. Cheng Wanwan shouted, and Zhao Sanyu immediately ran in and moved the chopped firewood to the kitchen. Wang stood at the door with a look of suspicion on her face. In the past, these children had a very bad relationship with Mrs. Zhao. She scolded that woman in front of the children, and the children never reacted. But today, that jerk Zhao Sanyu actually wanted to chop her with an axe. Loach said from the side, Sidon has more than a dozen chestnuts in his pocket, more than I have. Aunt Wang slapped him on the back of the head and said, It's good enough that I gave you something to eat, but you think it's not enough. Go back in and chop wood. She glanced at the next yard in disbelief. Cheng Wanwan was squatting on the ground cleaning goose grass, and Dashan's wife was sitting on a chair sewing clothes. Since Dashan's wife came into the family, Zhao Cheng has never done any work. It's really like the sun rising from the west. Wu Huinyang sewed Zhao Sidon's torn clothes skillfully, bit off the thread, and then went into the kitchen to cook dinner. She thought that eating a few chestnuts in the evening would be a meal for one person, but her mother-in-law said that they must eat staple foods so that they would have the strength to work. We had white flour for dinner. Wu Huinyang kneaded and cooked the noodles, while Cheng Wanwan cooked the dishes. One was cold lettuce and the other was cold mushrooms. Villagers usually eat buckwheat noodles. The black noodles are mixed with various grains. When made into noodles, they will scratch the throat. But white flour will not do that. Not only is it beautiful in color, it also tastes soft and fragrant. One sip will fill your mouth with fragrance. Paired with cold dishes, it is delicious and refreshing. Even the soup can be drunk up cleanly. It was the first time that Wu Huinyang realized that the goose dish, which she thought was very bitter and hard, could actually be so refreshing, although it was a bit time-consuming and expensive. After dinner, Cheng Wanwan brought up the washed wild fruits that Zhao Sidon had found during the day. The green and red fruit, I don't know if it is a plum or a wild apple, tastes sour and sweet, crisp and refreshing. The whole family ate until their bellies were full. Zhao Sidon looked very satisfied. It would be great if I could eat this much every day. Zhao Ergu calculated in his mind. This morning, he bought 20 kilograms of rice and 20 kilograms of flour. Based on 3 kilograms per meal and 6 kilograms per day, this would only be enough for 6 or 7 days. Zhao Sanyu asked directly, "What should I do after I finish eating the food I got in exchange for the silver hairpin?" Zhao Dashan said, "The crops in the fields will be harvested in more than 20 days, so we won't be hungry forever." He said this. The room fell silent. It hadn't rained for more than a month, and the big river in Day Village had dried up, not to mention the rice fields. Without water, it was impossible for the crops in the fields to produce ears of rice. Everyone in the village was looking forward to a good harvest, but after that day, the nightmare probably really began. Cheng Wanwan waved her hand and said, "Everything will work out when the time comes. This is not something you should worry about. Just go to bed. The night is quiet." The 3 calves fell asleep as soon as they climbed onto the bed. After sleeping in the same bed with her sons for many days in a row, Cheng Wanwan has become accustomed to it, and she gradually falls asleep. A sharp scream pierced the silent night sky. She sat up suddenly in bed and heard loud crying in her ears. Zhao Dashan stood at the door and said, "Mom, there are thieves in the village." Cheng Wanwan instinctively looked towards the cabinet where the grain was kept. She took out the key and opened the cabinet. The rice and flour were still there, and she felt relieved. All the food in Aunt Wang's house next door was stolen. Zhao Dashan said, "The village head has sent people to chase the thief, but I don't know if he can catch up with him." Cheng Wanwan stood up, put on her shoes, and walked out. Most of the men in the village went to chase the thief, and the women stayed here to comfort Aunt Wang. Wang sat on the ground and wiped her tears. "What sin has our Wang family committed? Why did they steal our food? This thief, who deserves heaven's punishment, let him be struck to death by lightning." Cheng Wanwan and the Wang family lived at the end of the village near the foot of the mountain. When thieves came in, their 2 families were the first to be robbed. The Wang family is a foreign family. The last 2 generations fled famine and settled in Zhaojie village, and their residential land was allocated here on the outskirts. Where Cheng Wanwan lives was previously occupied by a person from another family in Dea village. However, that person only had 2 daughters. After the 2 daughters got married, he became a family with no descendants, and the house became empty after his death. The original family was successfully separated, and the village had arranged for me to live here. Although the house is shabby, it is better than having no house to live at all. Wang slapped her thigh and burst into tears. The crops in the fields are gone, and the food at home has been stolen. How are we going to live in the future? 6 people in the family, let's just die together. 50 or 60 kilograms of food, the food that we saved from our mouths, was stolen just like that. And the 2 large baskets of chestnuts that I picked up yesterday were also stolen. The women watching could not help but smack their lips. They had never thought that the Wang family still had 50 to 60 kilograms of food in stock at this time. If they ate sparingly, the family of 6 could eat for a month or 2. Of the village sighed and said, "There's still more than 20 days before the rice can be harvested. I will lend you some rice each, and we will try to get through this difficult time." The head of Day village is also surnamed Zhao. He is 55 years old this year. He has been the head of the village for more than 20 years and is very prestigious in the village. Zhao Lijing was the first to ask to lend a pound of grain to the Wang family. Others also wanted to lend some, but there were very few people in the village who had surplus grain. Everyone was surviving by starvation, so who could afford to give out extra grain? In the end, the villagers collected a total of 3 kilograms of grain. 3 kilograms of food would only last a family 4 or 5 days, even if they tightened their belts and only had enough to eat every day. Wang cried so hard while holding 3 kilograms of grain that she was out of breath. Finally, she fainted and fell into the arms of the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Old Mrs. Zhao was also in the crowd. She borrowed half a pound of corn and wanted to remind her eldest daughter-in-law to be alert in the middle of the night. But then she thought that her eldest daughter-in-law might have bought meat with all the copper coins she got from the Chung family, and there would be no surplus food at home. She shook her head and went back to the Zhao family, but did not go to bed. Instead, she woke up the whole family to hide the food. Only the eldest branch of the Zhao family was divided out, and the second and third branches all lived together. There were a total of 12 people, including adults and children. Old Mrs. Zhao had lived a hard life and knew the importance of storing food. She saved a little bit every day. Over a long period of time, the family had accumulated about 40 to 50 kilograms of corn, 30 kilograms of buckwheat flour, and more than 30 kilograms of quinoa, cornmeal, and mixed flour. The old lady asked her 2 sons to hide 10 kilograms in each room. Even if a thief sneaked in, the loss would be at most 10 kilograms, and the whole family would not be left starving like the Wang family. No one in Day Village slept well that night. The thieves were not caught, and the Wang family only had 3 kilograms of grain left, which was enough to last until the autumn harvest. The most important thing was that there might not be an autumn harvest this year. Early in the morning, there was a commotion in the Wang family. "Dad, please don't sell me out, please." Eldest daughter of the Wang family knelt on the ground and cried like a tearful baby. Loach hugged his elder sister and broke down crying. "Dad, please sell me. I'm a boy and I can sell for more money." Wang's tears also flowed down her cheeks. "Master, is it really necessary to be like this? There's no food at home. How can we live without selling her?" Wang Yongcheng sighed. "They're a wealthy family. Even if there's a famine, there's always food to eat. Sending barley to them is a blessing. There's nothing to cry about. They gave us half a caddy of silver for the barley. Half a caddy of silver can buy more than 100 kilograms of food. This is a good thing." He said so, but his face was full of sorrow. Unless they couldn't make ends meet. As soon as Chung Wanwan got up, she heard a dispute next door about selling a child. She separated half of the chestnuts she had picked up yesterday and walked to the next door with them. She leaned against a mud wall and said sarcastically, "The village head is really partial to your family. He gave you 3 caddies of grain without saying a word, but my family doesn't have a single grain of rice. There is a grocery store owner in town who didn't have a son, so he offered 2 taels of silver to buy my 4 eggs and smash the pot. I have 4 little boys. All of them are waiting for food. If I sell 4 eggs, I can get 2 taels of silver, which is enough for them to eat until the new year. No matter how bad I am still a mother, and I will not sell my children. At worst, we will starve to death together." She threw the chestnuts in her hand. "I don't have the money to buy barley back. You can exchange this little grain for barley and come to our house to work for a day." She waved her hand. "Demai, what are you still standing there for? Come over here and wash my clothes." Wang Demai knew that Aunt Zhao was not a good person, but now she was willing to do anything to avoid being sold. She got up from the ground, not even bothering to wipe away her tears, and immediately followed Chung Wanwan. Wang was reluctant to sell her daughter, so after her daughter ran away, she deliberately stood at the gate of the yard, fearing that the head of the household would catch up with her. Wang Yongcheng sat on some dry firewood, puffing on his pipe. Wang picked up the cloth bag on the ground. It was heavy with 4 or 5 pounds of chestnuts. Hairy chestnuts are not a rare thing. There are a lot of them on the mountain, but the chestnut trees near the foot of the mountain have been ripped out by the villagers, and it is not every day that you can come across the chestnut trees like yesterday. Thinking of the 40 or 50 kilograms of chestnuts she had just picked up yesterday, her heart seemed to bleed. Sister Zhao, who is so naive, can make a living, so why can't we? Aunt Wang said, gritting her teeth as she grabbed the chestnuts. Even if I have to eat wild vegetables, tree bark, or even soil, I won't agree to sell my child. Wang Yongqing sighed. Then let's wait until the rice in the field is harvested. If there is a harvest from the fields, there is no need to sell the children. But if there is no harvest, there will not be a single grain of food in the warehouse for most of the next 6 months. The only way out is to sell the children. By then, it is impossible that they are the only family selling their child. Cheng Wanwan led Wang Demai to their own yard. Wu Huanyang had already washed and hung up the clothes that needed to be washed. She pulled Demai to sit down and said, "If your father really wants to sell you, he will take you to town no matter what I say." Barley wiped away his tears and remained silent. Cheng Wanwan sighed. Although Aunt Wang loved children, in that era, favoring sons over daughters was a common problem. The Wang family had 3 daughters and 1 son, and the eldest daughter had to bear the most. Demai was the most miserable child in the Wang family. Eat something first, then get to work. Cheng Wanwan stood up and walked to the kitchen, looking at her eldest daughter-in-law and said, "Let's make some noodle paste and cook it with the wild vegetables." Because there were outsiders present, she did not bring white flour, but buckwheat flour. She cooked the black buckwheat flour and wild vegetables into a paste. This is how every household here eats it, but their paste is a little thicker and each person gets a big bowl. Wu Huinyang was cooking breakfast. Zhao Sidon came over. He grabbed Cheng Wanwan's sleeve, blinked his big eyes and asked, "Mom, is there really someone who wants to spend 2 taels of silver to buy me away?" This was not a lie made up by Cheng Wanwan. After Dashan's father died last year, there was indeed a family from the neighboring village who had lost their entire family and wanted to buy a son to take care of them in their old age. They wanted to pay half a tael of silver to let Sidon take care of them in their old age and see them to the end of their lives. The original body was a little tempted, but the family was scolded away by old Madame Zhao and never mentioned the matter again. But if the famine becomes more severe, the original body might really have to sell the 4 eggs. Cheng Wanwan pinched the little guy's face. "So, when you grow up, don't forget your mother just because you have a wife." Zhao Sidon nodded vigorously. "I will be filial to my mother all my life and let her have rice and meat to eat all her life." Cheng Wanwan couldn't help laughing. Soon wafted from the kitchen, and the whole family sat down around the table. Wang Demai was also asked to sit down, with a bowl of wild vegetable porridge in front of him. "Aunt Zhao, this won't work." Wang Demai waved her hands repeatedly. Aunt Zhao had just given their family a bag of grain, and she hadn't done anything yet, so how could she eat a bowl of porridge for free? Their family still had food. She couldn't even eat such thick porridge. The house was filled with fragrance. The 4 boys ate with great relish, and Wu Huanyang drank up the entire bowl of wild vegetable porridge. Wang Demai was stunned. Her mother often said that the family next door lived a miserable life, and also said that Dashan's wife didn't have enough to eat every day. Is this what it looks like to not have enough to eat? Why does she feel that their family is living a more miserable life?
Damai, eat quickly.
Cheng Wanwan said, "There will be work for you to do later." Eating so much food early in the morning doesn't seem to be an easy task. Wang Demai finally succumbed to the food and drank the whole bowl of porridge. Here, Zhao Sidon stuffed 2 sugar-roasted chestnuts into her mouth. Before, Sister Demai always secretly stuffed steamed bread into my mouth to eat. Now I can finally stuff food into your mouth too. In fact, Wang Demai didn't have much to eat, so all the delicious food at home had to be left for her younger brother. But Sidon was too pitiful sometimes. He would stand under the big tree between the 2 houses, staring at her with drooling, and his clothes were wet with drool. She had no choice but to break off a little bit of the steamed bread and stuff it into his mouth. Unexpectedly, her unintentional act was actually remembered by Sidon. After breakfast, the busy day began again. Cheng Wanwan asked Demai to stay and help Wu Huanyang dig wild vegetables on the ridges of the fields. They could go back at noon after digging. Wang Demai was full of questions. That bag of food is enough for her family to eat for 2 or 3 days, and you ask her to dig wild vegetables? Doesn't Sidon also know how to dig wild vegetables? Why are we specifically looking for her? Why did she feel that Aunt Zhao was just trying to help her? Chunwanwan took her 4 sons to the mountain. They earned half a tael of silver yesterday, and they wanted to make more today. Before I even got to the top of the mountain, I ran into an acquaintance at the foot of the mountain. She was the original body's sister-in-law, the third daughter-in-law of the old Zhao family. She took her daughter Chunhua and carried a basket to the mountain to dig wild vegetables. Zhao San's wife, Sun, came up to him with a smile. I haven't seen you for a few days. You look whiter than before. The corners of Chunwanwan's mouth twitched. Although there was no mirror, she could see her hands. Her palms were rough and the backs of her hands were dark, the standard skin color of a peasant woman. When she earned enough money, she would definitely buy some whitening skincare products. She was also 33 in modern times, but people around her said that she looked like she was in her early 20s. But in ancient times, at the age of 33, she had become an old woman who was about to have a grandson. The average life expectancy of ancient people was too short. Some people in their 30s in the village were already called old ladies. Fortunately, she still had her father-in-law and mother-in-law above her, so for the time being she would not be called Old Lady Zhao. Chunwanwan silently wiped away her sad tears and said, "Let's go up the mountain quickly while the sun is not too high." The 4 sons had already walked ahead quickly. She started to catch up with them. Sun also quickened her pace and said casually, "Sister-in-law looks fatter." It's true that eating meat nourishes people. Upon hearing this, Chunwanwan almost got furious. It's okay that she's old and dark, but how can she be fat? Dark, old and fat. This is unbearable. She stopped immediately. Am I really fat? In fact, even if you eat meat every day, you can't tell if you're fat in a day or two. Sun was just deliberately diverting the topic. Sister-in-law has subsidized the Chung family a lot of money over the years. This time she fell out with the Chung family. I wonder if the Chung family has returned the money? Chunwanwan understood immediately that this was a roundabout way of finding out how much money she had. She recalled how her original self got along with her sisters-in-law. Before the families split up, the 3 families lived together. Because her original self was the eldest sister-in-law, her husband had a position in the military camp, and she gave birth to 4 sons. Her status in the Zhao family was second to none. The 2 sisters-in-law did not dare to mess with her, and she always acted arrogantly in front of her sisters-in-law. Later, her husband died in the war. She had a complete falling out with the Zhao family in order to swallow up the pension money, and later she had little contact with her sisters-in-law. My eldest nephew needs to study, and the money has been spent a long time ago. How can there be any money for me? Chunwanwan changed the subject. Mother Chunhua, do you know how much food the old lady still has? Zhao Chunhua immediately said, "Last night, Grandma brought 10 kilograms of buckwheat flour to our room and hid it in." Sun pulled her daughter behind her and asked how much food there was at home. How could she tell her sister-in-law? What if her sister-in-law wanted to move back? The eldest sister-in-law gave birth to 4 sons for the Zhao family. The old lady's heart softened, and she would definitely agree to let the eldest sister-in-law move back to the old house. There is not much food left at home, and the children are dizzy from hunger. Sun didn't dare to talk to Chunwanwan anymore, for fear that her daughter's big mouth would reveal everything about the old house. Chunwanwan was happy to have peace and quiet. The group walked deep into the mountains. Not many people came here a few days ago, but when they came here today, they found that this area had been dug up clean. We have to continue walking deeper into the woods. Chunwanwan wanted to continue looking for matsutake mushrooms and planned to go deeper. Zhao San's wife followed Chunwanwan. She actually wanted to find out how much money Chunwanwan had and why she could afford to eat meat. She asked several times, but Chunwanwan ignored her. Moreover, Chunwanwan went deeper and deeper and didn't know where to go. Sun glanced at the sky. The sun had already come out and it was getting hotter and hotter. The wild grasses and vegetables were all wilting. She had to dig a basket of wild vegetables and bring them back before noon. Otherwise, the old lady would get angry again. There happened to be a large patch of fresh wild vegetables that had not been dug up by anyone in front of her, so she quickly squatted down and got to work. Zhao Chunhua also squatted down, but when she looked up, she saw Chunwanwan walking into the thorn forest in front of her, crouching down, looking for something. She licked her lips. Did her aunt find something good that gave her enough money to buy meat? She rolled her eyes and followed quietly. Chunwanwan continued walking with her 4 sons. If there were mushrooms or wild vegetables on the roadside, she let the 4 boys dig them first while she continued walking alone. Even if she couldn't find any matsutake mushrooms, it would be nice to have some porcini mushrooms. She stepped on the thorns and pushed aside the large leaves, and suddenly an empty valley appeared before her. Between the 2 mountains, and the valley was full of dead lotus leaves. That is to say, a month or 2 ago, this was a lotus pond. In this era, the lotus is a species native to the south and should not have been introduced to this central region that is neither north nor south. It is possible that some birds or animals migrated from the south and brought lotus seeds with them, and then slowly, a large lotus pond was formed here, which is estimated to be at least 3 or 4 acres in size. However, the people of Dea village have lived in the mountains for generations. Even if they saw a lotus, they would not recognize it, let alone know that the mud where the lotus grew was actually full of lotus roots. Lotus root is a good thing. In many dynasties, it was a tribute from the southern vassal states to the imperial court. I wonder what the status of lotus root is in this era. She looked at the dried mud with burning eyes, and images of stir-fried lotus root slices, lotus root balls, sweet and sour lotus root cakes, and spicy and sour lotus root cubes emerged in her mind. She swallowed hard, bent down, found a thick, long stick to support herself, and jumped into the dried lotus pond. The land was dry, and the mud was hard to dig. Chunwanwan spent a lot of effort, and her palms were almost blistered before she finally dug out a lotus root as long as an arm. She broke the lotus root into 2 pieces with force. The wild lotus root had 7 holes and was white and clean inside, with a fresh fragrance. It's a pity that there has been no rain for too long. The lotus roots underground have just grown a little bit, and they didn't grow any bigger due to the lack of nutrients. The lotus roots are a bit thin and not pink enough. The mall probably doesn't like such lotus roots and didn't offer any price at all. Chunwanwan threw the dug lotus roots into the backpack, stood up and looked at the 3 or 4 acres of lotus fields in front of her, seeming to be thinking about something. Behind the thorn bush, Zhao Chunhua showed an expression of disbelief. She turned and ran down the hill. Sun had dug up half a basket of wild vegetables and was about to move to another place when she saw her eldest daughter running over in a panic. "What are you doing? Is there a ghost chasing you?" Zhao Chunhua said breathlessly. "Aunt, she found something good." Sun stood up quickly and asked, "What good stuff?" Zhao Chunhua didn't know what it was, but it was white and clean, and she wanted to take a bite of it. It must be edible. She hurried over with her mother. Chunwanwan dug 2 lotus roots and left. The main reason was that her hands couldn't withstand the pain, and she was afraid that she would get blisters if she dug any more. Right here. Zhao Chunhua jumped down from the lotus pond, pointed at the mud she had just dug up, picked up a small shovel, and continued digging. After a while, she dug up a long, thin object. Sun pried open the lotus root nodes with force, smelled them, and then took a cautious bite. Her eyes lit up. This thing was pink and tasted sweeter than sweet potato. It seemed edible, but she didn't dare to eat it carelessly.
She spit it out after taking a bite.
"Let's go back and ask your grandfather." Sun pulled out 2 large leaves to cover the dug soil. This was something her daughter had found and could only belong to their Zhao family. Sun took Zhao Chunhua and hurried down the mountain. It was the end of the Chun hour, which was lunchtime. Old man Zhao had just returned from the fields and was sitting under a large locust tree to enjoy the cool air and smoke his pipe. Mrs. Zhao was cooking wild vegetable porridge in the kitchen. When she turned around and saw Sun coming back with half a basket of wild vegetables, her face suddenly darkened. 2 people went up the mountain and only dug such a small amount of wild vegetables. "You 2 just know how to be lazy and eat white rice every day." "Grandma, my mother, and I found something edible." Zhao Chunhua quickly took out the lotus root from the basket. Grandma, look, what is this?" Old Mrs. Zhao took a look and saw something covered in mud, which was black. After washing off the mud, the thing revealed its original light yellow color. When she cut it open with a knife, it was surprisingly white and clean inside. She handed the item to Old Man Zhao and asked, "What is this?" Old Man Zhao held a pipe in his mouth and frowned as he picked up the lotus root. He put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it, then took a bite and tasted it. His cloudy eyes lit up. This is a bamboo shoot." The early years, Old Man Zhao traveled all over the country and worked as an apprentice in the south, where there were jade bamboo shoots. Jade shoots are a good thing. Every year after they are dug out, they are sent to the capital as fast as possible. Even the locals can only eat those that are dug rotten. He was fortunate enough to have eaten it several times. The taste of stewed bamboo shoots with big bones and a sip on a snowy day was unforgettable. Jade shoots are different from wild vegetables. They can fill the stomach. When famine occurs in the south, many people rely on them to fill their stomachs, which is similar to sweet potatoes. Old Man Zhao asked with burning eyes, "Chunhua, where did you dig this thing?" Zhao Chunhua danced with joy. "It's in the mountains, deep in the mountains, a large area of them, so many." Old Man Zhao made a prompt decision. "Chunhua, call your father and uncle back, as well as De Wang and Erwang, to fill their stomachs quickly and let the whole family go up the mountain." Old Mrs. Zhao understood that this jade bamboo shoot could save lives. She turned and went into the house and divided the cooked wild vegetable porridge into 12 bowls and brought them out. The young working man in the family got a full bowl, the second and third daughters-in-law each got half a bowl, and the children each got a small half bowl. Even with this little food, they used up 2 kilograms of buckwheat flour and 3 or 4 kilograms of wild vegetables. After the meal, old Mrs. Zhao stayed at home to guard the house, actually guarding the food hidden in the house, while everyone else went up the mountain. These days, when there is no rain, there is actually not much work to do in the fields. So many men from many families go up the mountain to chop firewood or dig wild vegetables. It is not surprising that so many people from the Zhao family go up the mountain together. Keep walking deep into the mountains, and then after passing through a broad-leaved forest and thorn fields, you will see a valley. The dried-up pond was filled with dry broad leaves. "This is a lotus leaf," Old Man Zhao said confidently. "This thing will bloom and grow lotus seeds." Lotus seeds are more precious than jade shoots. Only the dignitaries in the capital can eat them. Zhao Dewang said admiringly, "Grandpa, you know so much. As long as you travel more, you will know more." Old Man Zhao stroked his beard. "There is a saying that goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. This is why Grandpa doesn't let you study." The corner of Zhao Er's mouth twitched. "Dad, are you sure it's not because our family has no money for education?" Zhao Dewang and Zhao Erwang burst into laughter. Old Man Zhao glared at them fiercely, then jumped down from the lotus pond holding onto a big tree beside him. He walked from one side of the lotus pond to the other. It seemed that he was walking, but in fact he was measuring how many acres there were here. After walking around, Old Man Zhao had a rough idea in his mind. The 4.5 acres of pond would definitely not produce much because of insufficient rain. 1 acre could probably produce about 700 to 800 kilograms, which is about 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms. Soft silt in the pond turned into hard mud. Digging bamboo shoots is not an easy task. It takes at least half a year for a family of more than a dozen people to dig. Old Man Zhao stood on the shore for a long time before he slowly said, "De Wang, go and ask the head of the village to come over." "Dad, you don't want the whole village to come and dig up the bamboo shoots, do you?" Zhao San frowned and said, "We were the first to find it, so it belongs to our Zhao family. Why should we tell others? Such a large pond, with thousands of kilograms of grain, is too much for our family of more than a dozen people to eat and dig up." Old Man Zhao disagreed. "Also, if Chunhua can find this place, so can others. Going down the mountain to the west is Hohot Village. If the people of Hohot Village find this pond, Deh Village will be gone." Zhao San looked unconvinced. Sun didn't say anything, but her pursed lips revealed her inner emotions. Old Man Zhao sighed and said, Forget it. Let's just dig first. I'll bring the headman over tomorrow morning." Sun breathed a sigh of relief. She also wanted to hide some to send to her parents' home. Her parents' home was in Hohot Village. If she leaked some information in advance, The people in her parents' home would not go hungry. The 11 members of the Zhao family began to dig bamboo shoots. Here, Cheng Wanwan brought her 4 children down the mountain. It was noon. She handed 2 lotus roots to Wu Huanyang, washed them, cut off a small piece, and walked towards the headman's house with a small piece of lotus root. All along the way, there were dry fields. The strong and middle-aged farmers sat weakly on the edge of the fields, sighing constantly. Cheng Wanwan also sighed, but drought is a natural disaster that cannot be reversed by human power. She could only try to ignore these things and move forward. Mother Dashan, why are you here? The headman's wife was sewing in the yard. When she saw Cheng Wanwan coming, her eyelids twitched. Last year, Zhao Qing came here to ask the head of the village to preside over the division of the family.
It caused a lot of chaos at that time.
Now that he comes here, I don't know what trouble he will cause. Cheng Wanwan walked in with a smile. Aunt, is the village head here? He went to the town. The village head's wife sighed. It hasn't rained for a month or 2, and the county magistrate's hair has turned white with worry. Today he called all the village heads to discuss matters, mainly to ask about the farmland. Your uncle, the village head, has been so worried that he hasn't slept well for half a month. The implication is that the head of the village is very busy and has a lot of worries, so don't bring up your little troubles, Zhao Qing. Then I'll come back later. Cheng Wanwan didn't say what it was about, and just turned and left. The sky gradually darkened. Through the yard, a dish of lotus root balls was served on the table. 2 lotus roots were chopped and mixed with flour, then kneaded into lotus root balls and fried. There were 2 large bowls in total. Zhao Sidon lay on the dining table, drooling uncontrollably. Cheng Wanwan stuffed a meatball into his mouth and said unhappily, "You've been full these past few days. Why are you still drooling every day? The food my mother cooks is so delicious." Zhao Sidon swallowed the meatball in one gulp. It was so crispy, sweet, and he couldn't get enough of it. Cheng Wanwan picked up 15 meatballs and piled them into a full bowl and handed it over. "Give it to your grandma." Zhao Sidon ran out holding the bowl. The old lady was the only one at the Zhao family at the moment. The wild vegetable porridge had been cooked, but no one else had come back. The old lady was a little worried, fearing that something had happened. After all, it is a deep mountain forest. If some ferocious beast jumps out, the whole family will be doomed. As I waited, I smelled an alluring aroma and then saw Zhao Sidon jumping into the yard. "Grandma, my mother sent it over." There was a big bowl full of meatballs, fried until golden and crispy, and you could tell a lot of oil was used. "Why is your mother destroying things again?" Old Mrs. Zhao was very disappointed. "What is this?" Mom said it was fried meatballs. Zhao Sidon smiled. "Grandma, try it, it's delicious. I want to swallow my tongue." Old Mrs. Zhao curled the corners of her lips. With so much oil and sugar added, even a piece of mud would taste good. However, the eldest son's wife sent food over again and again when we were short of food, but never mentioned moving back. What bad idea was she planning? The old lady stopped Zhao Sidon, who was about to leave, and asked, "Has your mother said anything to you these days?" "Yes," Zhao Sidon said, counting on his fingers. "Mom said that we should have enough food to eat, and that if we want to live in a new house, we should have meat to eat every day." The old lady's eyelids were twitching. It turned out that she wanted to move back home. Actually want to eat meat every day. What kind of sweet dream are you having? They lived together before. There was chaos every day. If the eldest son's wife doesn't change her bad habits, she will never allow the eldest son to move back. Zhao Sidon ran back quickly to have dinner. Wu Huanyang was telling Cheng Wanwan about Wang Demai next door. He is very hardworking. He helped to dig a lot of wild vegetables, chopped all the firewood at home, and carried 2 buckets of water for the family. Cheng Wanwan didn't know what to say. Ancient history. Whenever there was a famine, people would sell children, and some would even eat their own children. She didn't want such a cruel and inhumane thing to happen to her. Cheng Wanwan lowered her head and quickly finished her dinner, then took the lotus balls to the headman's house again. It was already dark at this time. Night is when wild beasts come out, and villagers generally do not go up the mountain at night. As soon as the sun sets, Old Man Zhao brings his children and grandchildren down. Fortunately, there are not many people wandering outside in the village, and the group of people returned to old Zhao's yard safely. A group of people were so tired that they collapsed on their chairs, with thick calluses on the palms of their hands. Old Mrs. Zhao quickly gave the children a snack and steamed an extra steamed bun for each of them. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the group finally came back to life. Old man Zhao took a puff of his pipe, stood up and said, "I'll go find the head of the village." Old Mrs. Zhao scolded angrily, "You are so tired. Can't you go tomorrow?" Son's eyes twinkled. "Yes, Dad. Let's take a rest for a night and go to the headman tomorrow morning." Old man Zhao shook his head. "I can't feel at ease. I have to make it clear." He put on his straw sandals, pushed open the gate, and walked towards the headman's house under the sparse starlight. As soon as I reached the door, I heard a familiar voice coming from the yard. "This morning I went up the mountain and saw a dry pond. I dug with a shovel and found this thing. It was clean and white. I don't know what it is, but it looks edible, so I took some home and cooked it." Chum Wanwan said methodically, "Chop it up, coat it with buckwheat flour, and fry it in a pan. I don't know how delicious it is. You can also eat it by stewing it directly in the pot. It tastes similar to sweet potatoes, so I wonder if this thing can also fill your stomach like sweet potatoes?" The village had looked suspicious and asked, "Mother Dashin, where did this thing come from?" "There are a lot of them on the mountain, about 4 or 5 acres. Chang Wanwan said, "They are all in the thick soil. I estimate that there are more than 1,000 kilograms of them." The headman's wife's eyes lit up. More than 1,000 kilograms, so every household can have nearly 100 kilograms. Although it's not as filling as corn, at least we won't go hungry for half a month. The village had tasted a lotus root ball, which was filled with a lot of oil and was more fragrant and delicious than meat. If there really were thousands of kilograms of this thing, what would Daya Village have to worry about? He looked a little doubtful. "We have this thing in Daya Village. Why has no one seen it before?" "This is a bamboo shoot." Old man Zhao stepped forward and walked in. The village head and Old man Zhao were cousins. Old man Zhao was a few years older. He said with a firm look, "I saw them decades ago. There are a lot of bamboo shoots in the south which can fill your stomach. But I heard that they were specially sent as tribute to the capital. I don't know why we have them in Daya Village as well." Chimwanwan was extremely surprised. She didn't expect that Old man Zhao had actually seen this thing. It turns out that in this era, lotus root was called yusin, which sounds like a beautiful name. Lotus root is rich in starch and can indeed replace staple foods for a short period of time, but it is not as filling as staple foods. The head of the village looked impatient. He said quickly, "I'll go change into a pair of straw sandals and go up the mountain to take a look." The village head's wife disagreed. "It's already so late. There are wolves on the mountain. Can't we go tomorrow morning?" "I can't wait until tomorrow morning. This is a matter of having enough food to eat." The village had hurried to change his shoes, and his wife had no choice but to light torches and go up the mountain holding the torches. The wolves did not dare to approach. Old man Zhao looked at Chimwanwan and said approvingly, "Mother Dashin, I misjudged you before." When he discovered a large area of bamboo shoots, he knew they were edible, but he still came to tell the village head as soon as possible. It turned out that Dashinyang was not as selfish and greedy as he imagined. He used to think that the third daughter-in-law was a good woman, but when faced with the huge temptation of food, her character was revealed. Chum Wanwan coughed and said, "There are only 6 people in our family, including a little one and a pregnant woman. We can't dig up all these bamboo shoots. The most important thing is that she has a mall trading system, and a handful of wild vegetables can be exchanged for several kilograms of rice. Her family will not starve even in a famine, but other people cannot." She never thought of herself as selfless, but at least she would not compete with a group of hopeless people for life-saving food. Of the village came out holding a torch, followed by his 3 sons. Old man Zhao went back and called his second and third sons. It was not that dangerous for a group of 7 men to go up the mountain at night. The night is dark. The chirping of insects and birds is endless. She first arrived here, Chimwanwan couldn't fall asleep at all. But she has gotten used to it in the past few days. She falls asleep peacefully and wakes up naturally at dawn. Early in the morning, The head of the village gathered all the people in the village, except the elderly, children, and pregnant women, and asked them to gather under the big locust tree in the middle of the village. Many people who are well informed already know what is going on. I heard that food was found deep in the mountains. It seems to be similar to sweet potatoes called bamboo shoots, and it can fill your stomach. I go up the mountain 3 times a day. How come I didn't notice this treasure on the mountain? The village head stood on the high ground and coughed. Everyone present automatically quieted down. Matters related to food were the top priority. It's not raining, and there's not much work to do on the ground. Everyone should put down their work on the ground and follow me up the mountain. The village head said loudly, "Take everything in your home that can hold food, and all the laborers who can work, go together. We must dig up the food in the shortest possible time." Someone asked, "How do we divide the food we dug out?" "We'll get as much as we dig," the village head said solemnly. "But we in Dea village are one family. There are some elderly, weak women and children in the village who don't have the labor force, and we can't just watch them starve to death. Everyone who participates in digging bamboo shoots, each family will give out 10 kilograms, and we'll collect about 200 kilograms to share." When everyone heard this, they felt a little excited. The head of the village was the most fair. He proposed that each family pay 10 kilograms, which meant that each family could dig at least 100 kilograms. These days, 100 kilograms of food can save lives. If a family tightens their belts and eats sparingly, they can last for a month. The whole village followed the headman up the mountain. As they walked up the stairs, the women and ants chatted with each other, and some rumors spread. I heard that the jade bamboo shoots were discovered by the Zhao family. As soon as the old man Zhao found it, he immediately told the head of the village. But there is a troublemaker in their family, Zhao Yotsai's wife. Yesterday, she secretly sent a maid to Hohot village to tell her family about the bamboo shoots on the mountain. When the village head and old man Zhao went up the mountain together, more than a dozen people from the Sun family were digging for bamboo shoots. That's the mountaintop of our Dea village. Why should we let people from Hohot village dig it away? How did you deal with it in the end? Is the jade shoot coming back? Our village head was kind-hearted. Seeing that the grandchildren of the Sun family were starving to the point of being skin and bones, he let them take more than 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots back home. It was because Sun leaked the news that the village had suddenly summoned all the villagers to go up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots. If they were a little late, they would have been dug up by the people of Hohot village. The people in Hohot village are so abominable. They used to set traps on the mountain, but now they dare to steal our food. The crowd was talking at once, which made Sun very angry. The jade bamboo shoots on the mountain were discovered by her daughter, so what's wrong with asking her parents to dig some? If it weren't for her daughter Chunhua who followed, how could her sister-in-law, with her personality, tell the head of the village? How could these people be qualified to go up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots? A bunch of shameless, ungrateful people who took advantage of their Zhao family and turned around to scold her. Sun opened her mouth to refute, but they were from the same village and saw each other every day. If their relationship became too bad, she would be blamed by the old lady. Girl Dong Hua hard. The little girl was only 8 years old. She was pinched so hard that her eyes were filled with tears. Dong Hua saw something delicious and couldn't help but go to her uncle's house to show off. Who could have thought it would turn out like this? Sun explained to everyone, then lowered her head and scolded, "If you dare to open your mouth and talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Dong Hua was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe. It was clearly her mother who asked her to go to Hohot village to report the news, so why was she scolding her for talking nonsense? But her mother's expression was so scary that she didn't even dare to cry. Grandma said that when she was still in her mother's belly, her mother thought she was a son, but she turned out to be a girl, and her mother didn't like her very much. She covered her arm, which was pinched and hurt, and followed the crowd silently. The villagers were a little unhappy. If they said a few more words, Dong Hua would probably be hung up and beaten. Chum Wanwan in the crowd shook her head. It is understandable that she sided with her mother's family, but it is also understandable that she angered everyone. If it were her, she might not be able to handle it properly. But she would never let her child take the blame. In the final analysis, it was because we were too poor, and it was also a year of famine. Everyone wanted to have enough food, and everyone had selfish motives. After walking for half an hour, we finally arrived at our destination. The 3 or 4 mu dry pond may not look big, but underneath the soil are layers upon layers of bamboo shoots. You can dig out a lot of them with just a shovel. But the soil here is so dry and hard that it takes a cup of tea to dig out a bamboo shoot. If you want to take it out of the mud intact, it will take even longer. Cheng Wanwan and her 4 sons went down and found a place with shade. She reminded them, dig as much as you can. Don't be too aggressive. Be careful not to scratch your hands. Zhao Sanyu patted his chest and said, don't worry, Mom. I have a thick skin. He picked up the shovel and started working enthusiastically. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergo were not inferior to him and moved quickly. Zhao Sidon squatted on the ground and peeled off the mud on the outside of the jade bamboo shoots. After peeling it clean, he put it into the backpack. Cheng Wanwan was an adult, so she had no nerve to be lazy. She resigned herself to her fate, squatted down, and helped them work. After a while, she felt a burning pain in the palm of her hand, and in just a short while, 3 large blisters appeared on her palm. Zhao Dashan said, Mom, go and have a rest. We will do the digging. Cheng Wanwan frowned. The 4 of you, open your palms for me to see. The guys were thick-skinned and tough, so they were not hurt at all. Cheng Wanwan has become autistic. The original body was too lazy and had not worked for a long time, so his skin and flesh were more delicate than that of a teenage girl. She stood up and walked to the side to rest. This was the original body's usual operation, and the villagers didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Having many sons is a good thing. Once the 4 sons grow up, each of them will be an excellent labor force. Mrs. Zhao deserves to enjoy a leisurely life. Other sons may forget their mothers after getting married, but Mrs. Zhao is a ruthless person. Look at what happened to Dashan's wife after she came into the family. In the future, the wives of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sons will have to set rules and be filial to their mother-in-law. In the village had red eyes due to envy. Especially Sun, who had no son and was most jealous of those who had many sons in the village. She glanced at the 2 girls beside her, and the more she looked, the more upset she became, and her face instantly became gloomy. The 2 sisters Chunhua and Donghua were so scared that they dared not speak and just worked silently. Blisters formed on the palms of their hands, and the blisters were broken and bleeding, but the 2 sisters did not dare to say a word. Cheng Wanwan sat in the shade and rested for a while, then prepared to continue working. She stood up and was about to help when a voice sounded in her mind.
Ding.
Found natural wild 100-year-old ginseng. Deep in the jungle. Cheng Wanwan did not go to the lotus pond. She turned and walked towards the dense forest. The mall gave her directions and took her to an old tree. Under the layers of broad leaves, there grew a wild ginseng. She took out a small shovel and dug out a white ginseng as big as a radish from the soft soil. It was 100-year-old ginseng with many roots. It felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in her hand.
Ding.
Natural wild 100-year-old ginseng, worth 120,000 coins. Do you want to sell it? Yes. Cheng Wanwan's heart was pounding. 120,000 coins are equivalent to 120 taels of silver. In this era, there were only a handful of people with assets exceeding 100 taels of silver, and she unexpectedly became a wealthy woman by accident. She exchanged the copper coins for silver notes with a face value of 100 taels and 15 taels of silver in the mall, and exchanged the rest for copper coins. Even so, her waist bag was bulging and she felt a little uncomfortable walking. Cheng Wanwan calmed down, bought a rabbit in the mall, and then walked over to the crowd with the rabbit in her hand. She said with a smile, I'm lucky. I caught a rabbit. You guys are busy. I'll take the rabbit back first. People digging bamboo shoots were drooling with envy. Mrs. Zhao was so lucky that she could catch a rabbit just by sitting on the roadside. Was not far away, had quietly moved over. He bumped into Sidon and said, Please bring out a piece of rabbit meat for me to taste later. Before Zhao Sidon could say anything, Zhao Sanyu snorted. Why didn't you share the fat meat with us when you had it before? That's right. Zhao Sidon nodded vigorously. Brother Erwang, you're stingy, and I am stingy too. Zhao Erwang glared angrily. This happened several years ago. How come you still remember it? I'm no longer stingy, see. He took out a chestnut from his pocket and said, Here, I'll give you one. When we eat the rabbit meat later, remember to give me one too. Zhao Sidon was very disgusted. It's not as delicious as my mother's, I don't want it. Zhao Erwang was almost crying with anger. You just don't want to give me rabbit meat, Zhao Sidon. You are too stingy, I will never play with you again. After saying this, tears started streaming down his face. When Zhao Er heard him crying, he slapped him on the back of his head. Cry, cry, cry. That's all you do. If you have the ability, go catch a rabbit yourself. Zhao Erwang stopped crying immediately. Then I will go catch the rabbit now.
Stop.
Old man Zhao scolded angrily. Wait until you've finished digging the bamboo shoots before you go. Don't look for excuses to be lazy. At noon, the village sent several women up the mountain to deliver steamed cornbread. Each household delivered steamed cornbread, wild vegetable porridge, and multigrain cakes. Cheng Wanwan was among them. She didn't want to stand out, so she asked Wu Huanyang to make buckwheat buns and send them to each of the 4 boys, one for each. A large group of people sat on the field and filled their stomachs to about 40% full. They planned to rest for a quarter of an hour before continuing to work. At this moment, Zhao Dewang, who was running around in the field, let out a scream. Dad, come and save me, I'm sinking. Zhao Er walked over, cursing. When will you be quiet, kid? I'm so tired, but I still have to take care of you. You're almost getting married. Why can't you be more sensible? Zhao Dewang said confidently. Brother Ergo hasn't even married yet. How can it be my turn? Cheng Wanwan didn't take this seriously at first, but when she turned around, she saw that Zhao Ergo's face was unusually red. This kid is smart and sly, and he rarely has this kind of expression. Could it be that he has someone in his heart? She couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. The second child was only 16 years old. When she was 16, she was in high school and struggled with studying and exams every day. Well, the eldest child was only 18 and would become a father in a few months. People in ancient times fell in love early, got married early, had children early, and also died early. Ahem. Zhao Erga coughed and changed the subject. The mud here is dry and hard. How did Da Wang sink? I'll go and take a look. He stood up and ran away, fearing that Cheng Wanwan would ask more questions. Cheng Wanwan didn't want to. He stood up and ran away, fearing that Cheng Wanwan would ask more questions. Cheng Wanwan didn't want to make him feel uncomfortable, so she turned to ask her eldest son. Dashan, do you know what's going on with the second son? Zhao Dashan looked confused, scratched the back of his head and shook his head. I don't know. Zhao Sania thought about it but couldn't figure it out. Zhao Sidon blinked his eyes. Mom, I know. My second brother asked me if I wanted my second sister-in-law before and said he would take me to see her. Cheng Wanwan. But Ergu is also very responsible. If he likes someone, he wants to marry him or her. She was probably in her 20s at that time and had a crush on a boy in the next class, but she didn't dare to confess. Later, until she was 33, she never met the only person she had a crush on in her youth again. Thinking about it now, she actually feels a little regretful. The break, everyone continued to work. Zhao Ergu took Cheng Wanwan to the muddy field nearby and whispered, Just now when De Wang fell into the water, I found that the soil here is very soft. I dug it up and saw that there were also jade shoots in the mud. Moreover, the jade shoots here are larger and thicker than those over there. Let's dig here. Cheng Wanwan squatted down and reached out her hand, and she felt that the soil had a high water content. It hasn't rained for more than a month, and the ponds and rivers are all dry. The soil exposed to the sun has basically dried up and become hard and lumpy. This place is like an oasis in the desert, with a lot of weeds growing on the edges. But this place is deep in the forest, so it is not uncommon to see weeds growing here, and not many people care about it. Cheng Wanwan studied geography in high school and had some basic understanding of this aspect. She initially inferred that there should be a water source underground here. If a water source is found, even if there is no rain, the drought can be alleviated and the fields will not suffer a harvest failure. However, the vegetation covers an area of about 200 square meters, and it is impossible to determine where the core water source is, so it is impossible to dig and drain for irrigation. Let her think carefully about what method to use to determine the exact location of the groundwater. After noon, the villagers gradually discovered soft silt, which made digging jade shoots much easier. Moreover, the jade shoots in the moist soil grew thicker. The original estimate was 2,000 kilograms, but in the end at least 3,000 kilograms were dug out, and every household had a supply of grain. 4 or 5 acres of land. The villagers did not feel tired at all. They helped each other to transport the bamboo shoots back. When the morning glow appeared in the sky, the people of Dae village fell asleep exhausted. Chum Wonwon estimated that her 4 sons had dug up more than 100 kilograms of jade shoots. Fortunately, there was a cellar at home. If they wrapped the jade shoots in mud and placed them in the cellar, the sun gradually rose in the morning. Wu Huinyang was cooking in the kitchen, rabbit meat stewed with bamboo shoots and served with white flour and wild vegetable pancakes. The hearty breakfast was placed on the wooden table. The 4 calves smelled the fragrance. They didn't even bother to catch up on their sleep and sat down at the dining table with sleepy eyes open. Just as Zhao Sanyu was about to start eating, Chun Wonwon clapped her hands and said, "Wait a minute, serve a bowl to your grandparents first." Zhao Sidon blinked his eyes and said, "Mom, you are so good to Grandpa and Grandma. Because your grandparents are your father's parents, they are elders." Chun Wonwon took the opportunity to teach, "Your father died on the battlefield and sacrificed his life for the country. Of course, I have to take care of his parents on your father's behalf." Zhao Sidon nodded vigorously. "I will also be filial to my mother in the future." The sunlight in the early morning of midsummer is also very strong. The people in Dae village were exhausted after a whole day and night, and many of them were catching up on their sleep. The village was exceptionally quiet in the early morning, and the dry earth stood with its mouth open, longing for heavy rain. Old Mrs. Zhao was cooking wild vegetable porridge in the yard. She also baked 12 buckwheat pancakes against the pan. She put dried radishes and beans in the pancakes, which were very fragrant when taken a bite. Having such a meal in the morning gave her energy to work all day. "Grandma." The crisp and soft sound of Zhao Si's eggs rang out at the gate of the yard. Old Mrs. Zhao looked up and saw the little guy coming in with a steaming bowl and stuffing it directly into her hands. "My mother asked me to deliver it." He was about to run after he finished speaking. The old lady knew it was rabbit meat at a glance. Yesterday, the villagers were saying that the eldest son's wife was lucky. Everyone was busy working, but she was the only one taking a rest, and she actually managed to pick up a big fat rabbit. "Look at this rabbit meat. It's full of oil. How many good things did it eat to become so fat?" A big bowl of rabbit soup with some jade shoots and it smelled so delicious that I wanted to drink it all in one breath. But the old lady was never one to eat alone. She poured a bowl of rabbit soup into the pot of wild vegetable porridge and then called Zhao Sidon, who was about to run away, stand still for a moment. When she walked in, she saw Sun standing up. The old lady said casually, "Third daughter-in-law, bring out 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots." Sun took a look at Zhao Sidon, who was standing outside waiting, and immediately understood that the 10 kilograms of jade bamboo shoots must be sent to the first wife. Everyone was busy yesterday, and only the sister-in-law was sitting aside to rest. She thought that the sister-in-law looked down on the jade bamboo shoots in the muddy ground, but she didn't expect that she was waiting here. She was thinking of asking the old house for food, right? Sun went to get the jade shoots indignantly. The old lady took the bamboo shoots and handed them to Zhao Sidon. She wanted to give him a few more instructions, but Zhao Sidon picked up the bamboo basket, turned around, and quickly ran away. "This child." The old lady laughed and shook her head. From this perspective, Sidon seems to be more lively and clever than before and looks much cleaner too. Sun finished sweeping the floor in the house, but she couldn't suppress her anger. Finally, she couldn't help but mutter, "If you want to eat bamboo shoots, you should have dug them yesterday." 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots could be dug out in a short time. Why did you ask for them from the old house? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhao frowned. This third daughter-in-law is getting more and more outrageous. She didn't even bother to settle the account of the Sun family secretly going up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots the night before, and she actually dared to accuse her mother-in-law of favoring the eldest wife. Just as the old lady was about to speak, Zhao Wang's voice came from the side. Grandma, why is today's wild vegetable porridge so fragrant? Zhao Chunhua's eyes widened. Look, there seems to be meat in the pot. Mrs. Zhao smiled and said, Your aunt just asked Sidon to bring it over. Annie is so kind. Zhao Dewang drooled. This must be the big fat rabbit from yesterday. Your aunt-in-law sent a bowl of rabbit meat, and I asked Sidon to take back 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots. When the old lady said this, she glanced at Sun, who was standing next to her. Dewang, do you think 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots is too much? Zhao Dewang shook his head desperately. If anyone gives me a bite of meat, I will give him 20 kilograms of bamboo shoots. Sun knew that the old lady asked her this question on purpose, and she felt so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. A large bowl of steaming rabbit soup was served. A family of 6 sat down at the wooden table. Drinking a bowl of rabbit soup in the morning in summer can replenish your energy and relieve heat. The rabbit meat is stewed for several hours, and it is tender and boneless. The meat is fat and tender, and the fresh and fragrant aroma fills the lips and teeth. The bamboo shoots are stewed until they are soft and glutinous. After taking a bite, you will want to swallow your tongue. Pick up the wild vegetable pancake, soak it in the rabbit meat soup, and then take a bite.
It is simply a great enjoyment in life.
After finishing breakfast, the 6 people leaned back in their chairs and sighed. This life was so comfortable that they wanted to lie down like this forever. Mother Dashan, are you there? Aunt Wang's voice was heard at the gate of the yard, and Chen Wanwan stood up to greet her. Wang was carrying a bamboo basket with 2 long bamboo shoots in it. She stuffed the basket into Chen Wanwan's hands and said, You gave us 3 or 4 pounds of chestnuts the other day. I'm giving this back to you. Chen Wanwan pushed the basket back and said, The barley did a day's work for our family, and it's already worth the chestnuts. Might ate 2 meals at your house, so it's nothing to do a day's work. Aunt Wang looked a little uncomfortable. I put the things in the yard. Take them if you want. She threw the 2 bamboo shoots on the ground and walked away with the bamboo basket. Chen Wanwan had no choice but to pick up the jade bamboo shoots. Although Aunt Wang had a stern face from beginning to end, she had to admit that Aunt Wang was someone she could make close friends with. She walked into the house and looked at the 4 children who were getting ready to go out and said, Aren't you tired after working all day yesterday?
Take a break.
Zhao Dashan carried a hoe and said, Mom, I'm not tired. I'll go down to the fields and pull out some weeds. The rice is almost dead. There's no point in pulling out the weeds. Chen Wanwan took the hoe off his shoulder and said, Listen to me. Take a nap first, and we'll talk about it this afternoon if there's anything else. These 4 children are all in their growth period. They are tired after a day and did not sleep well at night, which affects their development. As soon as she spoke, the 4 boys dared not resist anymore and climbed onto the bed to rest. Wu Huinyang sat under a big tree in the yard, mending clothes for the 6 people in her family in the bright sunlight. The clothes were getting more and more worn, and they had to be mended almost every day. With patches on top of patches, it was no longer possible to tell what the clothes looked like originally. Chen Wanwan sat in the main room, her chin supported by her hand, thinking about the groundwater. She tried hard to recall the geographical knowledge she had learned and find the exact location of the groundwater, which seemed to require professional instruments for surveying. She opened them all and searched for surveying equipment. Darn, after confirming with her eyes, she knew it was something she couldn't afford. There was no such thing in ancient times, so how did ancient people find water sources? Chen Wanwan searched for a long time, but there were no similar books in the mall. Finally, I saw a book which turned out to be a historical document on groundwater extraction, and it was priced at 30 copper coins. She bought the book without hesitation. She took the book, went to a deserted place in the backyard, and began to read seriously. As the saying goes, Books contain beautiful women and golden houses. Chim Wanwan read the book for more than an hour and finally found a relatively simple way to perform the operation. But what the book says may not be correct. She has to try it and practice to know. She stood up, hid the book under the eaves, and walked to the front yard. Zhao Dashan had already gotten up and was chopping wood. After chopping a piece of wood, he would glance at Wu Huanyang, who was sitting under the tree, and Wu Huanyang's watery eyes would also look at him quietly. The two of them would look at each other, then quickly look away, and sweet pink bubbles would float in the air. Chim Wanwan covered her eyes. Older single women refused to eat dog food. Mother. When Wu Huanyang saw her standing beside her, her face turned red with embarrassment. Chim Wanwan coughed and said, "Well, Dashan, come here and help me identify this plant." She picked up a branch and drew a grass on the ground, mainly drawing the shape of the grass leaves. Zhao Dashan recognized it immediately. This is chi mugwort. There are a lot of them behind the house. Zhao Dashan took Chim Wanwan to the back of the house. This place is full of weeds, but due to long-term exposure to the sun, these vigorous weeds have almost all dried up. Chi Ai is no exception. Its leaves have dried up and its roots have turned yellow. Chim Wanwan bent down and smelled it. It had a strong fragrance. It was indeed what is commonly known as mugwort in modern times. This was what she was looking for. She said, "Cut all the mugwort in this patch and throw it into the yard." Zhao Dashan scratched the back of his head. "Mom, Chi Ai can't burn. It produces a lot of smoke when it burns. I'll go cut some other hay." "Who said I was going to use it to burn firewood?" Chim Wanwan said with a smile. "I just like it because it produces a lot of smoke. If it doesn't produce much smoke, I don't want it. Hurry up and cut it and put it in the yard. I have a great use for it." Zhao Dashan harvested quickly with a knife. There was not much left after cutting a large area of Chi Ai, and they were piled in the yard. Chim Wanwan took out a backpack and put the Chi Ai in it, pressing it down and filling it up exactly. Zhao Erga stood up and asked curiously, "Mom, what are you doing?" "Come with me to the mountain after lunch." Chim Wanwan put the backpack at the door. "You'll know when you get there." For lunch, we had white rice, stir-fried bamboo shoots, and wild mushrooms. It was simple and refreshing, and all 6 of us were very full. After dinner, the mother and her 5 children went up the mountain. Yesterday, all the villagers spent time in the mountains, and today only a few people went up the mountain. Walking deep into the forest, Zhao Sidon saw no one. When he reached the dry pond, he heard someone talking. "Mom, there seems to be someone digging bamboo shoots." Chim Wanwan's eyes narrowed. The people from Dea village were busy all day and all night yesterday, so it is impossible for them to go up the mountain again at this time, so they must be people from Ho Hot village. What are the people from Osmanthus village doing here? She gestured to the children to stay where they were, and she pushed aside the bushes and walked over quietly. Dozens of strong men stood in the lotus pond that had been dug, their faces grim. "Duck them. Dea village is a bunch of jerks who won't leave anyone alive. This hill is between Dea village and Ho Hot village. This thing should be half of each village. The head of Dea village is too shrewd. He won't give us half of it. If the open approach doesn't work, then we'll do it covertly. Anyway, there are a lot of thieves stealing food recently. We can disguise ourselves as thieves and steal all the food from Dea village." Chim Wanwan's eyes suddenly turned cold. She stepped back lightly and said coldly, "Let's go back today. The people in Ho Hot village are going to cause trouble, so it's not a good time to look for water." The mother and her 2 children hurried down the mountain with serious faces. When they reached the middle of the mountain, Zhao Sidon exclaimed, "Mom, look, there is a bird's nest over there." He finished speaking, Zhao Sania dropped what he was holding, spat into each hand, and climbed up the tree. After a while, he had emptied the bird's nest, finding a total of 7 eggs. Zhao Sidon licked his lips and said, "Today we have bird eggs to eat." Chim Wanwan took the bird eggs and put them into the backpack. In fact, there were a lot of eggs in the mall, and she could buy 2 for 1 penny, but she just had no reasonable excuse to take them out. "Maybe you can pretend to find a wild hen and then rely on the eggs laid by the wild hen?" She silently looked at both sides of the road. It was very deep and suitable for operation. It might be difficult to catch one chicken, so it would be better to release two.
Chung Won did what she said.
She spent 100 coins to buy 2 chickens in the mall and placed them directly in the grass.
Clack.
The sound of chickens crowing was heard in the forest. Zhao Erge's eyes turned green. It's a chicken. There is a chicken nearby. The other 3 guys immediately held their breath and concentrated, for pairs of dark eyes searching the jungle. Zhao Sidon pointed toward the jungle and made a gesture, and the 4 kids rushed over in unison. The roosters crowed louder. 2 chickens. Zhao Sidon's face flushed with excitement. We caught 2 chickens. Zhao Dashan scratched the back of his head. Why do these 2 pheasants look like they are raised at home? Why are they in the deep mountains and forests? Zhao Erge sipped his saliva and said, We can eat chicken tonight. Zhao Sanyu was eager to try. These 2 chickens are so fat, I'll break their necks to prevent them from escaping halfway. Chimwanwan. She released the 2 chickens not for these guys to eat the chickens, but for the eggs. She said these 2 pheasants are like hens. A hen can lay 1 egg a day, and 2 hens can lay 2 eggs a day. Raise these 2 hens, and you will have eggs to eat every day. The 4 boys' eyes began to light up. Having eggs to eat every day was something I could never have imagined before. Zhao Sidon swallowed his saliva and said, Mom, can these 2 chickens really lay eggs? Chung Won was thinking about buying an egg and throwing it under the chickens' butts, pretending that the 2 chickens had laid the egg themselves. At this moment, the 2 chickens suddenly sat on the ground. The 4 boys also squatted down and stared at the 2 chickens intently. Zhao Sidon asked in confusion, What are they doing? Zhao Dashan hissed, It seems like she's laying eggs. Zhao Sania's eyes widened. It's born. It's born. It's really born. Zhao Ergu was also full of disbelief. 2 babies. Chung Won was humiliated. These 4 guys are really making a fuss out of nothing. If people who didn't know heard it, they would think that a baby was born. The 2 chickens wanted to run away after laying eggs, but Zhao Sania brought them back, tied straw ropes around their feet, and stuffed them into a backpack. The mother and her 5 children returned to Daya village in a good mood. Chung Won asked her 4 sons to take the backpacks back, and she walked towards the village head's house. When she reached the center of the village, she saw the head of the village standing on a dry and cracked ridge of a field, looking at the situation in the field. Many people were surrounding him, asking him questions. Li Zheng, what did the county magistrate say? There is no food in the fields. Will the county magistrate send relief grain from the imperial court to our Daya village? I heard that the price of corn in town has risen to 12 cents per pound. Is it true or false? The head of the village had a headache. He didn't know how to answer these questions. If he told a lie, it was not his style. If he told the truth, he was afraid of causing panic among the villagers. At this time, Chung Won came over and said solemnly, Village head, I just went up the mountain and saw more than 30 people from Hohat village wandering around the hilltop of our Daya village. The village head frowned. Why are so many people here? The leader is a fat man. From what he said, he wants to gather a group of people to steal food from our Daya village. Chung Won did not hide anything and told everything she heard. This was not just the matter of the head of the village, but the matter of everyone in the entire Daya village. When the surrounding villagers heard her words, they were all shocked. The people in Hohat village are too shameless. More than 20 years ago, the 2 villages had a fight, and our Daya village won. Do they still dare to come? Didn't Sister Zhao say that the people from Hohat village wanted to steal food? We can't defeat them openly, so we'll just do it secretly. Then let's go teach them a lesson. Everyone, be quiet. The head of the village raised his hand and pressed down, and the angry villagers finally shut up. Daya village and Hohat village live next to each other. After a dispute over land boundaries more than 20 years ago, the 2 villages have coexisted peacefully for more than 20 years. If Daya village takes the initiative and reports it to the county magistrate, everyone in our village will suffer. The village head said slowly, but we in Daya village will never allow anyone to steal our food. I can't call. What should I do? We can't let Hohat village steal our food and then fight back, right? The people in Osmanthus village are not good people. Some people in the crowd were angry, and some looked unhappy. The two villages are close to each other, and many people have married here from Hohot village, or their daughters have married here from Hohot village. Naturally, they do not want conflicts between the two villages. Are you going to quarrel with Hohot village just because of what Sister Zhao said? There are some ruffians in Hohot village, but not everyone is unreasonable. If we attack them rashly, we in Dea village will be in the wrong. What if Sister Zhao heard it wrong? Chum Wanwan said, why not set up a patrol team and send one person from each household to take turns on duty? Once we find any unusual movement in Hohot village, it won't be too late to strike back. The head of the village thought this was a good idea, but before he nodded, someone objected. The most lazy and greedy man in the village stood on the ridge with his hands behind his back and sneered, there are so many things to do in the fields. Who has the time to take turns on duty? You, a woman, just said one word and found a bad job for everyone. If the head of the village, who is so upright, agrees to this idea, I will doubt whether this widow, Sister Zhao, has hooked up with the head of the village. In one word, he threw dirty water on two people. The head of the village was already over 50 years old. When he heard this, he was so angry that his beard stood up and he wished he could kick Zhang the scoundrel into the rice field. Chum Wanwan sneered, if the village head agrees with my idea, it means he is in cahoots with me. If everyone else in the village agrees, doesn't that mean everyone is in cahoots with me? Zhang Wulai said arrogantly. Except for the head of the village, there is no way anyone else would agree. This is a great idea. Why don't you agree? Old man Zhao came out. Our eldest daughter-in-law proposed this idea for the benefit of the whole village. To avoid being lazy, Zhang the rogue made malicious assumptions. We in the Zhao family will take note of this. Chum Wanwan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that at this time, the Zhao family would believe her unconditionally. Old man Zhao gave her a firm look and continued, decades ago, everyone in Dea village had the surname Zhao. They were all one family for several generations, and they were united and rarely had conflicts. But over the past decade or so, there have been more and more people with other surnames, and the disputes among villagers have gradually increased. This time, the establishment of a patrol team will be considered as the Zhao family's business, and people with other surnames don't have to participate. Of course, the patrol team established by the Zhao family will only protect the Zhao family's food. The village head nodded. Later, the Zhao family will go to the Zhao family ancestral temple for a meeting. Village head, this won't do. An old lady who looked to be in her 70s or 80s stepped forward. Zhang Wulai didn't agree. That's his own problem. The rest of us didn't disagree. Although my family name is Zhu, we have lived in the village for 50 or 60 years and have long been a part of Dea village. How can we back down at this time? Although my grandson is young, he is smart. Let him join the patrol team. The old woman pushed out a boy named Zhu Huzi, who was indeed a smart guy. The Zhu family was also miserable. They fled to Dea village for refuge many years ago. Not long after, the pillar of the family, old Zhu, died suddenly. Their 3 sons and 2 daughters also all died of illness. In the end, they were left with this little grandson, who was raised by old Lady Zhu. The Zhu family, old and young, gave 40 to 50 kilograms of bamboo shoots that each person in the village handed over yesterday. In addition, Huzi dug some himself, which added up to more than 80 kilograms. This amount of food could feed a couple for a month or 2. How could Mrs. Zhu agree to let the people from Hohot village take away this food? So she was the first to express her opinion. Wang, who had experienced the pain of having her food stolen, was the second to speak up. Mother Dashan's idea is indeed a good one. We will let Father Loach go. And in our family, the child's father is tall and strong, so the people from Hohot village would definitely not dare to come and steal our food. We have a large family, so we can arrange for 2 people to be on duty. People from other families expressed their opinions one by one, and Zhang Wulai was so angry that his face turned blue. These trash all flatter the Zhao family, and they deserve to be ostracized in Dea village. He couldn't argue anymore, so he just threw his sleeves and left. The head of the village asked everyone to be quiet and called Taiju to register the names of the people. Taiju is probably the most literate person in the village. He did not learn to read specially, but worked for the owner of a restaurant in the town for a year and learned some things through osmosis. He spread out a piece of straw paper, holding a brush in his hand, and wrote his name on the paper. Wang Yongcheng signed up. Zhao Dashan signed up. Cheng Wanwan signed up. She saw the words Taiju wrote on the paper, and the corners of her mouth twitched. This character is uglier than a dog's crawl. It has a left stroke and a right vertical stroke, like a person drawing a house stroke by stroke. The word Dashan is written in a crooked manner. The key point is that the villagers still praise. The calligraphy of Taiju is really good. It is unique in Dea village. The head of the village is going to have a scholar. Speaking of scholars, the Chung family village next door is still the best. The eldest grandson of the Chung family has passed the examination and became a Tongsheng. What is a Tongsheng? I don't know, but it's amazing anyway. Many people nearby glanced at Cheng Wanwan. Cheng Wanwan's surname is Chung, but she had a falling out with the Chung family, so they didn't ask too many questions. Taiju still didn't know how to write many words, so he just drew a circle for the ones he didn't know how to write. After everyone in the village signed up, the straw paper was covered with circles of all sizes. Cheng Wanwan turned her head away. Fortunately, she was not a teacher, otherwise she would definitely step forward to correct her. She turned around to leave and saw a child standing not far away. It was Zhang Dagong, who had snatched the rabbit from Sidon last time, and the son of Zhang Wulai. He was standing there alone, his expression hidden in the shadows, and no emotion could be seen. He stood there for a while, then turned and left. Cheng Wanwan returned home, went straight to her room, and opened the trading mall. She didn't know when the people from Ho Hot village would come over, so she had to buy something to protect herself. She looked around and chose a dagger. This knife is well designed and can be folded and hidden in the sleeve, making it the best weapon for self-defense. She swung the knife across the corner of the table and actually managed to cut off the corner. No wonder it cost 500 coins. It was really worth it.
Mom.
Zhao Sanyu pushed the door open and was about to say something, but when he saw the dagger in her hand, he forgot everything he was going to say. His eyes lit up. Where did you get this knife? It looks so sharp. Cheng Wanwan did not hide after being seen and said calmly, I picked it up in the alley last time I went to town. It is indeed very sharp. Zhao Sanyu couldn't control his love for the knife. He stared at the knife with his eyes and rubbed his hands constantly. Cheng Wanwan held her forehead with her hand. I'll give it to you. Thank you, mother. Zhao Sanyu went out with a dagger in his hand. Cheng Wanwan finally bought herself an electric shock ring that could knock out an adult with a single discharge. She asked for 1 or 2 taels of silver. She bought it with determination, tied it with a rope and hung it around her neck to use it for self-defense. The dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. 2 eggs were beaten and mixed with white flour to make egg pancakes. 7 bird eggs were boiled, shecked, and placed on a plate. There was also a stir-fried vegetable and a fried lotus root ball, and a large bowl of white rice in front of each person. Although they had been full for several days, the 4 boys still couldn't help drooling. Cheng Wanwan placed a bird egg at the bottom of each person's bowl, and finally placed the extra one in front of Wu Huinyang. Wu Huinyang was somewhat flattered. Mom, 1 is enough for me. This one is for you. 1 egg per person, very fair. Cheng Wanwan glanced at her belly. After I'm done with these few days, I'll ask Dr. Zheng to come and take a look at you. She had never been pregnant and didn't know what to pay attention to during pregnancy, but in modern society, pregnant women have to undergo a prenatal checkup every month, so it would definitely be a good idea to ask Dr. Zheng to take a look. Wu Huinyang's eyes felt a little hot. After marrying into the Zhao family, if it weren't for Dashan, who felt sorry for her and always secretly saved food for her, she would have died long ago. In the past, the mountains were her light. Now, she feels that her mother-in-law is also glowing. There were 7 bird eggs in the house, but she could eat 2 of them. She never thought that her mother-in-law would treat her so well.
Mom,
Wu Huinyang wanted to say something, but her throat was blocked and she couldn't say the words. Cheng Wanwan patted the back of her hand and said, You're going to be a mother. Don't cry. Otherwise the baby will cry every day after it is born, and it will annoy people to death. Wu Huinyang immediately held back her tears. The family was about to have dinner. A timid voice suddenly sounded in the yard. Brother Ergo, are you there? It was a girl's voice. Zhao, Ergo didn't even bother to eat. He threw down his chopsticks and walked out of the yard. Cheng Wanwan looked over curiously and saw a young girl in lotus-colored patched clothes standing outside the courtyard wall. She looked very graceful, but she was very thin, and it was obvious that she was going through a famine. Burned in her eyes. Sidon, stop eating. Look, is that girl your second sister-in-law? With his mouth full of food, Zhao Sidon nodded vigorously. Yes, it's Sister Shuiqin. I met her once. It turns out that she is the future second sister-in-law. Zhao Sania's eyes widened. My second sister-in-law is so beautiful. The girl had straight eyebrows and big eyes, and was really pretty. She looked even more outstanding in clean clothes. The orange sunset fell on the girl. The glow of the sunset was reflected in her pupils, and she looked up at Zhao Ergu, who was standing in front of her. Zhao Ergu didn't dare to look into the girl's eyes at all, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's great to be young, love can't be hidden, and it's heartwarming just by looking at it. Then, she couldn't laugh anymore. Looking at the lustful look on Lao Er's face, you can tell that he is determined to marry her. The girl took the initiative to find Lao Er, so she must be interested in him. In other words, their family is going to have a wedding soon. Holding a wedding means spending money. She was not short of money. She had 120 taels of silver from selling ginseng, enough to last her for a long time, but she lacked a legitimate reason to spend it. Making sure the money flows smoothly is a major issue she will soon face. Cheng Wanwan asked casually, Dashan, how much money did you spend on your wedding? Zhao Dashan's face suddenly turned red, and he stammered, No, I don't know. Wu Huinyang was even more shy, and her head was almost buried in her rice bowl. Zhao Sidon answered for her, Mom, I know. Grandma said that my sister-in-law didn't spend a penny when she came home. He said this. The memories of his original body emerged before Cheng Wanwan's eyes. When Dashan went to the town to exchange salt, he fell in love with Wu Huinyang, who was selling eggs in the town, at first sight. After a few interactions, they became a couple. The Wu family was not the kind of people who would exchange their daughter for a dowry. Seeing that the Zhao family was in good condition and had a father-in-law who had joined the army, they agreed to marry their daughter to them without hesitation. Even the half-dollar betrothal gift from the Zhao family was given to Wu Huinyang as a dowry. Of course, the money eventually went into the pocket of the original owner and was sent to the Chung family. Unexpectedly, as soon as Wu Huinyang got married, Dashan's father died. Then the original owner insisted on dividing the family property, and Wu Huinyang began a nightmare life. Wu Huinyang lived such a miserable life in her husband's family that she never went back to her parents' home to complain, for fear that her parents would rush over and chop Dashan to death. As he was speaking, Zhao Ergo walked in from the door. He grabbed his hair and opened his lips for a long time before saying, Mother, Shuiqin heard that every household in Day village has dug bamboo shoots, so she came to borrow some food. Cheng Wanwan asked, How much do you want to borrow? Zhao Erga stretched out 2 fingers, then folded one back. 10 jin. 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots is not a lot. Ergo likes that girl, so it's not too much for him to give her 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots to help her. Cheng Wanwan asked Zhao Erga to go to the cellar to get the bamboo shoots, and then looked at Wu Huinyang. You've been married for a year, and you have never been back to your parents' home. Tomorrow you should take 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots back to your parents' home to see what is going on with your parents. The eldest daughter-in-law has married, and the Wu family is a formal in-law, so giving 10 kilograms of food is not out of the ordinary. Heard Cheng Wanwan's words, her eyes almost fell out. Over the past year, my mother-in-law has stolen countless things from the Chung family, and she has openly and secretly scolded her for using her family's things to subsidize the Wu family. I swear to God, after she got married, she never took a grain of rice from the Wu family. She was particularly careful not to mention the Wu family in front of her mother-in-law. Unexpectedly, her mother-in-law actually brought it up on her own initiative and asked her to bring 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots over. This huge surprise made her eyes widen. But at the gate of the courtyard, Sun Shuiqin's eyes were full of disappointment. She asked to borrow 20 kilograms of grain, but Zhao Ergu only gave her 10 kilograms. How could she explain to her father when she returned? Shuiqin, my family really can't afford more. Zhao Ergu spoke with some difficulty. These bamboo shoots were dug out by the four brothers together. Each of them dug out about 30 to 40 kilograms. If he lends out 20 kilograms at once, then what is the difference between him and his mother who used to deliver things to the Chung family? I know, it's not easy for anyone these days. Sun Shuiqin's eyes were filled with mist. Then, Brother Ergu, I'm going back first. Zhao Ergu didn't dare to look her in the eye. Then I'll give you a ride. Sun Shuiqin walked in front and he walked behind, and there was always a distance between them. Before their relationship was confirmed, he didn't want to ruin Shuiqin's reputation. Cheng Wanwan sat in a room, feeling a little worried. There are only 2 rooms in the house. Where will the couple sleep after the second son's wife comes in? In those days, it would cost about 2 taels of silver to build 4 or 5 adobe houses. She had money, but she couldn't explain where it came from. After examining the girl's character, you can give her some betrothal gifts and arrange a marriage for the 2 children, then marry her after the new year or the beginning of spring. Cheng Wanwan made the decision silently in her heart. The moonlight is clear. Cheng Wanwan actually had a dream. She dreamed of the person she had a crush on in her previous life. That person was as tall as jade, with gentle eyes. He actually knelt on one knee in front of her and proposed to her. In her dream, her heart was beating wildly and uncontrollably. Before she could take the ring, she was kicked by some naughty kid and suddenly woke up. It was just a big dream, and I felt lost after waking up. In this era, she had lost the qualifications to talk about love. She had never held a man's hand, but she had to arrange marriages for her sons. Cheng Wanwan climbed up from the bed crying. Just dawn outside, and Zhao Dashan had already fetched a bucket of water and put it in the yard. In the past, I would not fetch water in the morning because my family did not have the habit of rinsing their mouths and washing their faces in the morning. In the past few days, Cheng Wanwan has issued a strict order that everyone must rinse their mouths and wash their faces every morning, otherwise they cannot sit at the table. Wu Huinyang boiled some water, sat in the yard to wash clothes, and then hung them out to dry. Cheng Wanwan used the key to open the cabinet where the grain was stored. She ate 3 to 5 kilograms of grain every day and then took back 2 or 3 kilograms for food. It seemed that there was still a lot left. Take more than 2 pounds of corn and put it in the pot to cook porridge, then take out some lotus root and mix it with flour to make lotus root cakes. Usually meat is put in the middle, but unfortunately there is no meat at home, so I pretend to take out 2 eggs from the chicken coop, fry the eggs and put them in the lotus root cakes, and finally fry them in oil. She was not very good at doing it, she just talked about it, and Wu Huinyang was responsible for the implementation. The 3 boys who were still sleeping in bed smelled the aroma of frying, licked their lips, walked out of the house with their eyes closed, walked to the stove accurately, and drooled. Go wash your face first. Cheng Wanwan opened the hands of the boys. Zhao Ergu scooped up a handful of cool well water and splashed it on his face, and his sleepiness immediately disappeared. He raised his head. He saw a person standing at the gate of the yard. He thought he was dreaming, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again. Zhao Sidon was the first to speak and shouted, "It's Sister Shuiqin." Cheng Wanwan also saw the people standing at the door. These young people who were in love were so clingy. She had just seen them yesterday and they came again early in the morning. She is a lonely person and really doesn't want to eat dog food. Auntie. Sun Shuiqin was a little embarrassed and tried to pretend to be generous and greeted. I came to say a few words to Brother Ergu. Cheng Wanwan waved her hand. You guys chat, leave me alone. She lowered her head to work, but kept her ears perked up to listen to the noise over there. This is not gossip, it's caring about her own son's love life. Brother Ergu, when I first entered the village, I saw several people walking around at the entrance of the village. When they saw me, they asked me a lot of questions. What were they doing? Sun Shuiqin's voice is gentle and pleasant. Zhao Ergu is usually a smart man, but now his brain is a mess. Chum Wanwan was gossiping, but when she heard Sun Shuiqin ask this, she suddenly became much more sober. Sun Shuiqin's surname is Sun, and all the people in Dea village with the surname Sun are married into the village from Hohot village. Could this person be sent by Hohot village to gather information? She coughed and said, "See Dan, ask your sister Shuiqin to come in and have breakfast together." Sun Shuiqin waved her hands quickly. No, no, no. How can I stay to eat? Actually, Annie, I am. She was speaking, she got stuck. Zhao Erga said hurriedly, "Shuiqin, just tell me what you have to say. My mother is very easy to talk to." Chum Wanwan twitched the corner of her mouth. It's only been a few days, and this kid has forgotten how ferocious she was before? Her eyes swept over Sun Shuiqin. In her previous life, she had worked hard to become a female entrepreneur, so she had already cultivated the ability to read people's expressions. Yesterday, I was far away and didn't see her carefully, but today, when I was closer, I could clearly feel that Sun Shuiqin was not as innocent as she looked. Her misty and watery eyes seemed to be acted, and no true emotion could be seen. On the contrary, the second one seemed to be completely trapped. Chum Wanwan smiled gently. "Miss Sun, if you have any problem, just tell me. As long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse." Sun Shuiqin's eyes were full of tears. "Aunt, can you lend us another 20 kilograms of food?" Hearing this, Zhao Erga suddenly became nervous and looked at Chum Wanwan reflexively. He was afraid that Shuiqin would be unhappy before she even entered the house. Chum Wanwan's smile was still gentle. She continued, "It's not that I don't want to lend, but I just lent out 10 kilograms yesterday, and today I'm lending out 20 kilograms. I'm afraid the other sons will have some opinions if I don't treat them equally." Zhao Sanyu shook his head like a rattle. "Mom, I don't have any idea, just lend it to me." Just as Zhao Sidon was about to agree, Chum Wanwan gave him a cold look. These guys are really good at sabotaging her. She looked up at Lao Er and said, "Ergo, you know how much food we have at home. Do you think we should borrow it?" Zhao Ergu was about to shake his head when he saw that Sun Shuiqin looked like she was about to cry, with tears welling up in her eyes. His heart seemed to be broken. He stared at the girl in front of him, feeling a little helpless. Chum Wanwan sighed helplessly. "If I don't lend it, I always feel guilty about breaking up a couple." She said calmly, "Miss Sun, we can't afford 20 kilograms, so we can only spare 10 kilograms at most." Sun Shuiqin cried with joy. "Thank you, Andy. Thank you so much." Chum Wanwan asked Zhao Erga to go in and get food. Zhao Erga's face was filled with mixed emotions, and he turned and went into the house. "Miss Sun, I can see that you are a good girl," Chum Wanwan said earnestly. "Our Ergu is not sensible and cannot understand you, so don't bother with him." Sun Shuiqin opened her lips and whispered, "Of course I won't bother with Brother Ergu." Upon hearing this, Chum Wanwan's expression turned a little colder. She just casually belittled her son, but she didn't expect that Miss Sun would agree with her. In other words, Miss Sun was also blaming Ergu in her heart for not agreeing to lend the grain at the first time. After all, she was young and couldn't even hide her thoughts. He lent out another 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots, but received insincere thanks from Miss Sunday. Chum Wanwan felt sorry for the second brother. Zhao Erga didn't think it was worthless at all. He took out 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots and said with a red face, "Shuiqin, I'll take you back." Chum Wanwan said calmly, "There are people patrolling the village. If someone sees you two alone together, it will ruin Miss Sun's reputation. Huinyang, go and see her off." Wu Huinyang put down the work in her hands and stood up to see him off. Zhao Ergu watched the slender figure disappear on the road. Then he said, "Mom, thank you." Chum Wanwan asked, "Do you really want to marry this girl?" Zhao Erga blushed and hummed softly. Chum Wanwan sighed. This kid was completely immersed in it and couldn't see the other side of Sun Shuiqin at all, so he could only rely on her as his mother. But I still need to find out what the situation is like at Sun Shuiqin's home first. The sky gradually brightened. Chum Wanwan went out and saw the village patrol team passing by. A total of 200 people participated in the patrol team, divided into 50 teams. 5 groups took turns patrolling every day, and each person would have a turn every 10 days. They only needed to be on duty 3 times a month, each time for 2.5 hours, which was not as time-consuming as imagined. To the village. Villagers can enter and leave freely, but people from outside the village are asked a lot of questions before being allowed in. When Chum Wanwan walked under the big locust tree, she was surrounded by a group of women. Mrs. Zhao, your idea is really good. Have you heard that those jerks from Hohot village sneaked in last night? My husband happened to be on duty. He shouted, and the 10 people on duty immediately rushed over and arrested the man. Hohot village only sent 7 people, and they dared to come and steal food. It's ridiculous. What happened to those 7 people? We didn't let them succeed, and we didn't catch them red-handed, so we had to let them go. Next time, don't shout so early. Catch the thieves and the stolen goods. Let them catch them after they succeed and send them directly to the government. I'm afraid there won't be a next time. I heard that Hohot village is calling a meeting and is forcing the villagers not to come to Dea village to cause trouble. They say it's embarrassing. Chum Wanwan smiled and said, I just gave an idea. It was mainly because of everyone's concerted efforts that the food supply for the whole village was preserved. She smiled, and there seemed to be some light in her eyes. Everyone looked at her, somewhat stunned. How come Mrs. Zhao looked so much whiter and her temperament was different from before? Used to just throw tantrums now looks somewhat gentle. Chum Wanwan felt inexplicably scared when so many eyes were staring at her. She coughed and said, I'll go to Lao Zhao's house to have a look. She walked towards old Zhao's yard. The group of women started talking again. Didn't Sister Zhao have a falling out with old Madame Zhao? She hasn't been to old Zhao's house for a year. We are all family. Even if we are connected by blood, how can we really never see each other again? That's true. Chum Wanwan stood at the gate of the yard and called out, Mom, are you there? When old Mrs. Zhao heard the voice, she stepped over the threshold and came out, and was stunned for a moment. Although I have become much closer to the eldest wife recently, the eldest son's wife has never come here in person since she moved out. This happened suddenly, and the old lady felt a little panicked. After delivering food for so many days in a row, are you going to ask for it to be moved back? No matter how many reasons and excuses this little easy woman has, no matter how much she cries, she must not be soft-hearted. Mrs. Zhao said calmly, Mrs. Dashan, why are you here? Son also came out of the house. Sister-in-law, come in and sit down. Chum Wanwan walked in and sat down on a low stool opposite the two of them. She thought for a moment before speaking. I came here today mainly to inquire about someone. Son lowered his head and rolled his eyes. It's obvious that my sister-in-law wants to move back home, so she should just say it directly. Why is she beating around the bush? Mrs. Zhao was very calm. Go ahead. A girl named Sun, nicknamed Shuiqin. Chum Wanwan said, she seems to be from Hohot village. I wonder if mother has heard of this girl? Old Mrs. Zhao never leaves the house, and her only stop is Dea village, so naturally she had never heard of it. Sun said, I know this girl. Her father and my father are cousins. When I got married, she was only 3 or 4 years old. Now she has grown into a beautiful young lady. My sister-in-law asked her what she did. Aren't you looking for a wife for Ergu? Chum Wanwan said with a smile, find out about this girl's character. If she's good, you can come and propose a marriage. Old Mrs. Zhao was very pleased. She was worried about Ergu's lifelong affairs before, but before she even opened her mouth to remind him, this woman started to make plans for Ergu. As long as the eldest son's wife can finalize Ergu's marriage, there's nothing wrong with letting the first son's family move back. The old lady didn't realize that she had already happily agreed in her heart before the other party even asked to move back. Sun was about to laugh. Her cousin was a scoundrel who was good at eating, drinking, easy woman, and gambling. He made Shuiqin's mother angry to death. The whole family depended on Shuiqin. If my sister-in-law marries Shuiqin, it would be like marrying a reckless father-in-law, and she would have a lot of work to do in the future. Sun said casually, Shuiqin is a good girl. I won't talk about how pretty she is. The main thing is that she is hardworking and can do farm work. She is better than many men. If my sister-in-law marries such a daughter-in-law, she will enjoy great happiness in the future. As soon as Chung Wanwan saw Sun's expression, she knew that she was speaking against her conscience. I definitely won't be able to find out anything specific, but the Sun family is definitely not simple. She stood up and said, "Then I'll go back and think about when to propose marriage. I'm leaving now." Mrs. Zhao was stunned. "Don't you want to sit for a while? We haven't even gotten to the point yet, and you're leaving already?" Could it be that he wanted her, as the elder, to take the initiative to suggest that the eldest daughter move back home? Chung Wanwan nodded. "I have something else to do at home, so I'll go back first." She stood up and walked out of the yard, and soon disappeared at the gate of the yard. She thought that she should go to Hohat village to inquire in person. She shouldn't just listen to one side of the story or trust her own feelings. What if the girl is just an introverted person? But this matter is not important now. The key point is the water source problem. In the afternoon, Chung Wanwan carried mugwort and took her 4 sons up the mountain. With the patrol team from Day village there were no more people from Hohat village on the mountain, and there was no one at the lotus pond, making it very convenient for Chung Wanwan to act. The soil dug out from the dry pond had become dry and cracked after just one day of exposure to the sun. Chung Wanwan walked to a place where the soil was slightly moist and asked her 4 sons to take out the mugwort, pile it on the ground, and light it with a tinder. The smoke from mugwort is thick, and the smoke will look for a way out downwards. When there is water underground, the smoke will evaporate and rise along with the water. Where the smoke rises, there must be a water source. Zhao Erge was very curious. "Mom, after the Qi AI is burned, what do we do next?" Chung Wanwan looked in the direction of the smoke and said, "Follow them." Burned, producing a lot of smoke, which drifted down toward the valley. A group of 5 people followed the smoke through a dense forest and reached the edge of the valley. There was actually a gap here, which was a sunken area between 2 mountain peaks. The vegetation here was particularly lush, and there were many mosquitoes flying around. The smoke suddenly began to rise here. "Mom, there is water here." Zhao Sania's eyes almost popped out. "There is water flowing out of the cracks in the rocks here. In this dry season, there is running water in the mountains." Zhao Dashan collected a few drops of water and tasted it. "It's sweet, it's mountain spring water." Chung Wanwan smiled. It seemed that this method was correct, and they actually found the source of the groundwater. The fact that water can seep out of the rock walls from underground is enough to show that groundwater is very abundant. Drought problem is half solved.
Tick-tock.
The spring water seeps out from the stone wall, drips onto the ground, and returns to the groundwater again. The 4 boys stood around and watched, their eyes filled with surprise. Zhao Erge was full of disbelief. "Mom, how come you are so smart? How did Qi AI find water? How did you know?" Chung Wanwan certainly wouldn't say that she knew this from reading a book. She said calmly, "When I was Sidon a sage, I lived with my grandmother. Once, my grandmother asked a doctor to fumigate with mugwort. I remember the doctor said that mugwort can remove dampness, and isn't dampness related to water? I thought of this, so I gave it a try. I didn't expect to find a water source by accident." Zhao Sidon's eyes lit up. "Mom, you are so awesome." Zhao Dashan was very excited. "I don't have to worry about having no water to drink anymore. The mountain spring water is so sweet." Zhao Sanyu patted his chest and said, "From now on, the job of carrying water will be left to me. I will carry 4 trips a day. It takes half an hour to go up the mountain and 1 hour to go back and forth. If you go 4 times a day, that means you're gone for most of the day. Are you so idle all day?" Chung Wanwan said unhappily. "Discovering a water source isn't that great. It would be really great if we could find a way to deliver the water here to our doorsteps." The 4 boys fell into deep thought. They could think of nothing else but to fetch water. Zhao Sidon thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. He looked around with his dark eyes wide open. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Second brother, look. Isn't that Sister Shueqin over there?" Chung Wanwan looked over and saw that son Shueqin was indeed there. The girl had come to Day village early in the morning, so why hadn't she gone back yet? Moreover, there was a boy next to her, and the boy seemed to be from Dea village as well.
His name was Zhao Shaojian.
At this moment, Zhao Shaogan's face was flushed. Why did he look so similar to Ergu? Zhao Ergu's face was full of joy, and he was about to rush over. What are you doing? Chum Wanwan grabbed him. Don't you see Miss Sun and Zhao Shaojian together? You will disturb them if you go over there. Whether or not to disturb her was secondary. She mainly wanted to see what the relationship between Sun Shuiqin and this boy was. Zhao Erge didn't go over, but Sun Shuiqin and Zhao Shaojian came over here. The five of them, mother and children, were at the lowest point of the two mountains. Because of the abundant water resources, lush vegetation, and dense forests, their figures were blocked. Brother Shaojian, please don't send me off. Sun Shuiqin's voice was very gentle. Go down this path and you'll reach Hohot village in a short while. I can go back by myself. Zhao Shaojian smiled innocently and handed over the bag of food in his hand. Come back to me if you don't have enough food. Thank you, Brother Shaojian. Sun Shuiqin had a shy smile on her face. Her eyes were as sharp as scissors, and she looked particularly charming. Zhao Ergu was completely dazed. Cheng Wanwan was really about to be defeated by him. Even a fool can see that Sun Shuiqin is raising fish in Dea village. She didn't know how many fish she had, but her silly Ergu was definitely a fish in the pond. He had clearly witnessed the ambiguous scene between Sun Shuiqin and Zhao Shaojian with his own eyes, and her silly son was still being obsessed with him. It's really hard for her to be a mother. Sister Shuiqin borrowed food from my second brother. Why did she ask Brother Shaojian to borrow food again? Zhao Sidon was very puzzled. Sister Shuiqin's smile is so beautiful. I thought she only smiled like that to my second brother. Chum Wanwan secretly gave a thumbs up to her youngest son. If the second son still couldn't understand, then there would be no hope for him. Zhao Erge finally came to his senses from Sun Shuiqin's smile. His eyes fell on Zhao Shaogan's face, and then he looked at what Sun Shuiqin was holding in her hands, 2 bamboo shoots, which he had handed to her personally in the morning, and a basket of wild vegetables, not sure whether they were dug by herself or given by others, and a bag of grain, about 5 or 6 pounds, which Zhao Shaojian had just handed to her. Shuiqin is very gentle and kind, and can be friends with anyone. Zhao Ergu racked his brains to think of a reason. Her family is really struggling, so Zhao Shaojian will help her. Really? Cheng Wanwan cruelly pierced his beautiful dream. As friends, will we hold hands? At this moment, Zhao Shaojian boldly held Sun Shuiqin's fingers. Sun Shuiqin's face was full of shyness, but she did not struggle. Zhao Ergu widened his eyes. Last night, Sun Shuiqin took the initiative to hook his little finger, and he thought. He instantly became angry and was about to rush over. Stop. Chum Wanwan said coldly, the Zhao family didn't come to propose marriage, and you two are not engaged. You have no relationship with her. What are you going to do if you rush out now? Are you going to scold Zhao Shaojian for having an affair, or scold Sun Shuiqin for having an affair? Zhao Erge's clenched fists dropped weakly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Shuiqin is not that kind of person. She is not. Cheng Wanwan sighed helplessly. The boy still didn't give up, but she was not willing to give up either, so she lent him 20 kilograms of jade bamboo shoots, which was almost the same as giving them away for free. This was dug up by her 4 sons with great effort. Zhao Sidon reported the situation at any time. Brother Shaojian is gone. Left in the forest. She was carrying a lot of things in her hands and walked quickly towards Hohot village. Watercress. Zhao Erge stood behind her and suddenly spoke. Sun Shuiqin turned around and saw that it was Zhao Ergu. She instinctively went to look for Zhao Shaojian. Seeing that Zhao Shaojian had already disappeared on the mountain path, she breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gently. Brother Ergu, why are you here? In the past, when Zhao Erge saw her smile like this, his mind would be confused. At this moment, he just said quietly, Where did you get this bag of food? Sun Shuiqin's expression remained unchanged, and she was still gentle. I have an uncle who works in Dea village. He asked me to help bring some back. Zhao Erge's heart sank little by little. Found many excuses for her in his heart, and he even thought that as long as she could convince him, he could still be the same as before. But unexpectedly, she actually lied. He tried his best to suppress his anger and spoke word by word. Why did I just see that it was Zhao Shaozhen who gave you the food? The smile on Sun Shuiqin's face finally faded. Is that so? Maybe you saw it wrong. Zhao Ergu clenched his fists. It's broad daylight. How could I be wrong? Zhao Shaozhen and I are from the same village. I can recognize him even if he only shows the back of his head. Sun Shuiqin burst into tears instantly, her eyes sparkling with tears. Zhao Shaozhen has been pestering me. He insisted on sending me food. I didn't want it, but my family really ran out of food, and I couldn't refuse. When Zhao Erga saw her crying, he was at a loss. I was so angry just now, but now I just want to wipe her tears. Chen Wanwan sighed for the umpteenth time. This girl was too skilled in Taoism, and silly Ergu was no match for her. It seemed that she was the only one who had to step forward. She coughed and walked over. Miss Sun, if you have any grievances, just tell your auntie, and I will help you. Sun Shuiqin was completely frozen. She didn't expect that there were other people here besides Zhao Ergu. Deep in the jungle, Chen Wanwan came out, followed by her other 3 sons. She walked straight up to Sun Shuiqin and said, I just heard you say that it was Zhao Shaozhen who was harassing you. He looks honest and simple, but I never thought he would do such a thing. Since he insisted on giving you the food, I will pay it back for you, and throw it in his face. She reached out to take the food, but Sun Shuiqin was reluctant to let go. She clutched the grain bag tightly and said with trembling lips, Aunt, Miss Sun, our Erga likes you, and you like Erga too, so why not get married as soon as possible? Chen Wanwan continued, You are beautiful, and there must be more than one man pestering you. After you get engaged, whoever dares to pester you again is going against our Zhao family, and I will tear his face off. Hearing this, Zhao Erga's face suddenly turned red. From the first time he met Sun Shuiqin, he had thought about what the wedding would be like and even named their children. His greatest wish was to marry Sun Shuiqin. Sun Shuiqin lowered her head, her fingers twisted together nervously. After a while, she said, Where should I live after I get married? She had been to Day Village many times and knew the situation of the Zhao family very well. There were only 3 rooms. Unless Zhao Erga's eldest brother and sister-in-law moved out of that room, she and Ergu could live alone. Otherwise, they would have to share a room with her mother-in-law, which was simply a nightmare. Are you still worried about having no place to live? Chen Wanwan laughed. I've thought about it. Let Ergu build a thatched shed next to the house. It can be as big as you want. When your baby is born, there will be a place to live. Sun Shuiqin's eyes widened. Thatched shed. Her family was so poor that they lived in a mud house. She didn't ask for a blue-tiled house, but at least it couldn't be worse than the one she lived in before she got married. Zhao Erga was very moved. Mom, you are so good to me. Shuiqin and I will definitely be filial to you in the future. He thought his mother would let him and his wife sleep in the main room or on the floor. He had never thought about having his own thatched hut. Forget about being filial to me. I can still move. Chen Wanwan smiled more gently. After Shuiqin comes home, you don't have to set rules in front of me. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, and it's not convenient for her to work. From now on, the laundry, cooking, and housekeeping at home will be handed over to Erga's wife. Sun Shuiqin's face became increasingly stiff. She tightly grasped the bag of grain in her hand, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. Aunt, things are not what you think. There is nothing wrong between me and Brother Ergu. I have always regarded Brother Ergu as my own brother and never thought of marrying into the Zhao family. Chen Wanwan curled the corners of her lips. She didn't expect that in ancient times she could hear such gossip between brothers and sisters. She glanced at silly Ergu and saw that the boy's eyes were wide open with disbelief on his face. Things had come to this point, but the boy still had illusions. She asked, Miss Sun, have you really never thought about marrying into the Zhao family? Sun Shuiqin nodded quickly, tears in her eyes as she said, This is just a misunderstanding. I really thought of Brother Ergu as my older brother. Ergu has 4 cousins, so he doesn't need a sister like you. Cheng Wanwan's face gradually turned cold. If you don't want to marry into the Zhao family, don't come to borrow food. If someone sees you, it will affect Urga's reputation. Also, the bamboo shoots in your hand are from me to Urga's future wife. They have nothing to do with you. Return them. Before Sun Shuiqin could understand what was happening, the jade bamboo shoot in her hand was snatched away by Cheng Wanwan. She bit her lower lip in embarrassment. No wonder people in Daya village said that Zhao Urga's mother was a difficult woman. It turned out to be true. The things she gave away could actually be taken back. Fortunately, she did not agree to marry him. Otherwise, how miserable she would be in the future. Forget about the 10 kilograms I lent you before. It's not that our family doesn't need these 10 kilograms of food, but mainly. Cheng Wanwan's voice became colder. I don't want you to come to the Zhao family again, and I don't want you to come to our Ergo again. Go back to your Hohot village as soon as possible. Sun Shuiqin was almost in tears. She didn't dare to stay any longer, for fear that Cheng Wanwan would say something that would embarrass her even more. She picked up the bag of grain and quickly walked towards Hohot village. Her figure soon disappeared into the dense forest. Cheng Wanwan turned to look at her sons beside her. She thought these 4 boys would be surprised at her fighting ability, but she didn't expect them to be so calm. Well, if the original body encountered such a thing, he would have rushed over and scratched Hua Sun Shuiqin's face. She was too gentle just now. Her eyes fell on Zhao Ergu, who looked distraught. The young man's heartbreak came so suddenly that the boy must be heartbroken. She calmly changed the subject. Ergu, you are the smartest child in our family. How to bring the water down the mountain. Think about this carefully. Zhao Sidon was not convinced. He thought he was also very smart. He must come up with a good idea faster than his second brother. The 5 of them, mother and her 2 children, were digging wild vegetables and looking for mushrooms while thinking about how to drain the water. Mom, I got it. Zhao Sidon said excitedly. There are a lot of bamboos on the mountain. The middle of the bamboo is hollow. If we break through the bamboo joints and connect all the bamboos, can we bring the water from the mountain to our doorstep? Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but exclaim. Sidon, you are really smart, but the diameter of the bamboo is small, and the amount of water brought down the mountain is not enough. It can only cope with daily life. Is there a better way to bring water from the mountain to the rice fields? In this way, even if it doesn't rain, there will be no harvest this year. She actually already had a rough idea in her mind. Mom, can you dig a ditch? Zhao Erga said slowly. Dig a ditch from the valley on the mountain, and the water will automatically flow down from the mountain. As much water as there is will flow down. Cheng Wanwan laughed. Erga, you and I are thinking the same thing. Now there is another question. How long is the total distance from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain? How many people are needed to dig the ditch? How long will it take? You need to think about these carefully. Zhao Erga stood up and walked 4 or 5 steps, about 10 feet. He estimated it's so long, one person can definitely dig it out in 1 hour. From the foot of the mountain to here, it will take about 2,000 or 3,000 people to dig in 1 hour. Cheng Wanwan continued to guide. There are about 400 to 500 strong men in the village. If all of them come together, how long will it take? Zhao Erga scratched the back of his head. Mom, I can't figure out. Cheng Wanwan held her forehead with her hand and said, this is an arithmetic problem that any 7 or 8-year-old child in modern society can solve, but few people in ancient times could do it. The first thing to do after life settled down was to teach these kids to read and do arithmetic. The sun began to set. Cheng Wanwan returned home with her 4 sons. She had a good harvest today. Just by looking around, she found 3 or 4 pounds of porcini mushrooms. Her wealth has been fluctuating around 120 taels. In addition, since the big problem of water source had been solved, she was in a very good mood. But after coming down the mountain, she received some bad news that made her unable to laugh at all. Mrs. Zhao from the village starved herself to death. Wu Huinyang said with a pale face, Mrs. Zhao's family still had some food. At worst, they could eat tree bark and grass roots. How could a living person really starve to death? In order to save food for her eldest grandson, Mrs. Zhao didn't eat a single grain of rice for 3 days. When she died, her stomach was flat. Zhao Dashan shook his head. A few days ago, I went to the fields and saw Mrs. Zhao. She said that Day village had angered the gods and that there would be constant disasters this year. Even if they didn't starve to death, they would die from other reasons. Mrs. Zhao is old and probably didn't want to live any longer. Cheng Wanwan was silent for a while. Even if you don't want to live anymore, you probably just want to die with a full stomach. The elderly starve themselves to death just to leave food for their descendants. This was the first time in this era that Cheng Wanwan truly felt the pain brought by hunger, casting a shadow over the entire Dea village. Old Mrs. Zhao came over before it got dark and called Zhao Dashan out. When you were this old, Mrs. Zhao held you in her arms. Go over and burn a stick of incense later. Zhao Dashan responded silently. Mrs. Zhao saw Cheng Wanwan picking vegetables in the yard, so she walked over and whispered, "Didn't you ask about the girl from the Sun family in Hohot village last time?" I asked around in the village, and several women said that the girl from the Sun family is about to get engaged to Zhao Yogui's eldest son, Zhao Shaozhen. What's going on? Cheng Wanwan said dryly. I misunderstood this matter. We need to wait and see about Erga's marriage. Mrs. Zhao nodded. I'll ask the matchmaker to find out later. As she was speaking, she saw Zhao Sidon come out with a basket of chopped wild vegetables and sit in the yard. 2 chickens rushed out from the corner and started eating the wild vegetables. The old lady was surprised and asked, "Didn't your chickens have been slaughtered a long time ago?" Zhao Sidon said with a smile, "Grandma, you may not know this, but these are the 2 pheasants we caught in the mountains last time. They are pheasants that lay eggs, and they lay 2 eggs a day." Old Mrs. Zhao stared at the 2 big hens and became suspicious. In her entire life, this was the first time she had seen a pheasant that looked exactly like a domestic chicken. But if someone lost 2 such fat hens, I'm afraid the whole village would have known about it long ago. That is, this might really be a wild chicken. Grandma, can pheasant eggs hatch chicks? Zhao Sidon blinked his eyes. Now we only have 2 chickens at home. The big chicken will give birth to chicks. In a few months, we will have many chickens at home. I can eat many eggs every day. Mrs. Zhao smiled helplessly and said, "You can only have chicks if there are roosters." Cheng Wanwan paused. Yes, why didn't she think of raising more chickens? Next time she went up the mountain, she would secretly buy a rooster from the mall, and then she could hatch chicks. A fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. Cheng Wanwan stood up and said, "Mom, please eat here. There is enough food." Mrs. Zhao turned around and walked out. It seems like I came here just for a bite to eat. I have a lot of things to do at home. I'm leaving now. The old lady disappeared quickly at the gate of the courtyard. Cheng Wanwan was speechless. Was this old lady afraid that she would make excessive demands at the dinner table? The dinner was particularly sumptuous, with a mushroom egg soup, a wild vegetable omelet, and a bowl of hand-rolled noodles for each person. Everyone looked very satisfied. After finishing the meal, before it was completely dark, Cheng Wanwan stood up and said, "Ergu, come with me to the village head's house." Zhao Ergu knew what was going to be discussed, so he immediately stood up and followed. This is the most relaxing time of the day. Women sit and chat at the door. Men smoke and talk about everything. Children laugh and play in the village, and the evening breeze blows, as if all worries do not exist. However, as soon as you reach the village entrance and see the coffin in Zhao Erpo's house, all your worries come back. If there is no rain for one day, this kind of thing could happen again. Cheng Wanwan walked into the courtyard of the village head's house. Several skinny children were sitting in the yard picking wild vegetables. The village head's wife was sewing clothes. When she saw Cheng Wanwan coming, she was a little surprised. Why is Dashan Yang here? Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, I'm here to talk to the village head uncle about something. Is the village head uncle here? Inside. The village head's wife scratched her hair with a needle. Your uncle didn't sleep all night last night. He will go to the field to check the sky later. We observe celestial phenomena to predict the weather. There was not a cloud in the sky just now, and there is absolutely no chance of rain tomorrow. Cheng Wanwan stepped over the threshold and walked in. The headman was sitting at the table with a book in his hand. It was a book about astronomical phenomena. This was the first time she had seen a book in the half-month since she came to this era, and she was actually moved. However, this feeling of being touched did not last long. The village head frowned and shouted, "Taiju, come here. How do you pronounce this word?" Zhao Taiju came closer and said confidently, "This is the character Gao," pronounced Gao. The village head frowned even more. "When the clouds get higher, it will rain." What does getting higher mean? Chum Wanwan didn't understand what was said. She leaned over to take a look and immediately blushed. This was the word thick. The clouds were getting thicker and it might rain. One word distorted the meaning of the entire sentence. The village head said with a smile, "Mother Dashan, the few words I know from reading books were all learned from Taiju. This child is smart and will have a great future." Zhao Ergu looked envious. "Taiju is so smart." Zhao Taiju raised his chin proudly. "I can also write." He picked up the pen and wrote 3 words on the paper. "This is my name, the name my grandfather gave me." Name was clearly Zhao Taiju, but he wrote it as Zhao Shizhu. Chum Wanwan tried her best to resist the urge to correct him, turned her head and said, "Uncle Village Chief, I have something very important to tell you." The head of the village put down the book in his hand, and his face became serious. The last time Dashan's mother came, she told him about the jade shoots. This time, he felt that it was more important than the jade shoots. "I found water in the mountains." Chum Wanwan recounted the story in detail. The water in the valley between the 2 mountains has never been exploited. It must be very abundant. If we can bring the water down from the mountains and introduce it into the rice fields, we won't have to worry about not having enough food to store this year. The village head stood up suddenly. "Mother Dashan, don't say that. I will believe it. The Zhao family has lived here for hundreds of years and has never found water on the mountain, so it is normal for the village head not to believe it." Chum Wanwan was about to continue speaking when someone rushed in from the doorway. "Village head. It's bad. It's terrible. The last well in the village is out of water. There are 3 wells in Dea village. 2 wells dried up half a month ago, leaving only this 1 well to sustain the lives of the entire village. Now that the last well has dried up, loud wails could be heard outside the house. If there is no harvest in the fields, we can still survive by eating tree bark and grass roots. But if there is no water, there is no help from heaven or earth." The village had listened to the crying outside the house and sighed. "Mother Dashan, all the hope of the village now lies on you. I really hope that every word you say is true." "Uncle Lijing, I never joke about this kind of thing." Chum Wanwan said seriously, "But I also have a request." The head of the village straightened his body. If Dashan Yang didn't have any requests, he would be a little nervous, fearing that all this was fake. If she gave him hope and then let him down, he would not be able to bear this kind of pain. Since Lady Dashan has made such a request, it means that there is most likely true that there is water on the mountain. Last year, I separated from the Zhao family and was given 13 acres of land, but only 5 acres were good land. The other 8 acres were low-quality land that couldn't grow good crops. Chum Wanwan had just finished speaking when the village head understood what she meant and immediately said, "Mother Dashan, as long as what you said about the water source is true, I will give you the most fertile land in the village. However, the price of good farmland is also expensive. The market price is 2 taels of silver per mu. The most fertile land in the village belongs to the head of the village." How could Chum Wanwan steal other people's things? She said, "I want the wasteland at the foot of the mountain. When the water from the mountain flows down, it will pass through this land. The wasteland will surely become fertile farmland in the future. Many experienced farmers in the village should know this. I'm afraid they will come to the village head uncle to buy the land soon. Can I ask the village head uncle to keep this land for me for about half a year, and then buy it when I have money? If I can't come up with the money within half a year, the village head uncle can sell it." This request is not a request at all. During the locust plague last year, the family assets of most people in the village were emptied by the high price of grain. The same situation is happening again this year. No one can afford to buy land with extra money. The village head immediately agreed. "I'll give you the price of wasteland, 8 cents per mu." "How many mu do you want?" Chum Wanwan had a headache. She didn't really understand the unit of mu. She could estimate 3 or 4 mu by eye, but it was hard to convert more than that. She smiled and said, I'll go back and discuss this with my sons. She left with Zhao Ergu, the village head's eldest son. Zhao Anjiang walked in. Dad, why did I just hear you talking about water? When did water appear on the mountain? The village head repeated Cheng Wanwan's words. How is that possible? Zhao Anjiang said in disbelief. Sister-in-law Zhao has never done anything serious, and you actually believe her? The headman's second son, Zhao Anha, also said, I think Sister Zhao is just trying to cheat for those few acres of land. That's more than 10 acres of wasteland. What good will it do if she cheats me out of it? The village head scolded angrily. Last time, it was Dashan Yang who told me about the jade shoots. You guys were enjoying eating the jade shoots, so why are you so unwilling to trust me? Besides, as long as we go up the mountain tomorrow, we will know whether Dashan Yang lied or not. What's the point of her lying to me for a whole night? The wife of the village had agreed. Dashan Yang looks different. When Erguzi came in just now, I didn't recognize her at first. She looks cleaner and seems to have gained some weight. On the way back, I happened to see the wasteland. This piece of land is at the foot of the mountain and is covered with dry weeds. Wasteland is the most difficult to cultivate, so the villagers naturally look down on it. Mom, this is about 30 mu. Zhao Erga muttered as he counted the money. 1 mu is 8 coins of silver, 2 mu is 16 coins of silver, 3 mu is 2 taels, and 4 coins of silver. Cheng Wanwan's ears were almost calloused. She held her forehead and said, It will be easier if you do what I say. 8 cents of silver for 1 mu of land. 10 mu of land, that's 80 cents of silver. 30 mu of land, that's 3 80s. 80 plus 80 plus 80. What is the total? Zhao Ergu was overwhelmed. He stretched out his fingers to count, but they were not enough, so he squatted down and drew something on the ground. He could not write, so he drew 8 horizontal lines on the ground, then drew 8 more, and then drew 8 more. Finally, he counted them carefully and said happily, Mom, the total is 240 coins. Chengwanwan, the amount gets bigger in the future. There won't be enough land under our feet. She really wanted to teach this boy how to do fast calculations, but she kept reminding herself in her heart that she couldn't read, not even a single word. She had no choice but to ask, how much silver is that 240 coins in total? This question stumped Zhao Ergu. He wrote and drew for a long time, but still couldn't come up with an answer. Cheng Wanwan was almost dying of anxiety and said calmly, 10 coins equal 1 tael of silver, and there are 24 10 coins in 240 coins, right? How many taels are there in total? It's 24 taels of silver. Zhao Ergu's eyes lit up. Mom, you are so awesome. Cheng Wanwan didn't want to see him looking so silly, so she said, 24 taels of silver. That's not a small amount. Zhao Ergu also fell silent. His family only had a few dozen coins at most and could not even afford an acre of land, yet he dared to dream of more than 30 acres. He said, in fact, our family has enough land. My eldest brother Saniu and I can farm together, and it's just enough to cope with it. I didn't buy this land for farming. Cheng Wanwan said, I'll tell you my plan when I have enough money to buy land. Let's go home. The mother and son walked across the ridge of the field to the main road. At this time, many people in the village gathered under the big locust tree. There's no water in the well. What did the headman say? What can the village head say? He can't create a well. Today is over. What will we do if we have no water to drink tomorrow? The nearest one is Qingjia village. It takes an hour to go back and forth. I don't know if the people in Qingjia village are willing to lend us water. A little further away is Hohot village. There are 5 wells in Hohot village. It is said that only 1 well has no water. We can go there to take a look. The villagers gave each other advice. Although there is a place to fetch water, it is too far away. It takes almost 2 hours to go back and forth, and only 2 buckets of water are obtained, which is not enough for daily use. When Cheng Wanwan returned home, there was not a drop of water in the bucket. Fortunately, there was half a pot of boiled water on the table, so she would not be without water all night. Wu Huinyang said anxiously, I just used up all the water while cooking. I'll go to other people's homes and borrow some water for Mom to wash. During this period, her mother-in-law was particularly fond of cleanliness. She would take a bath every day and required them to wash clean every day as well. She was a little afraid that her mother-in-law would get angry. Chum Won just waved her hand. It's okay if you don't wash for a day. You're pregnant, so go to bed early. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the family gradually fell asleep. Before going to bed, Chum Won spent a few cents to buy 2 eggs in the mall and secretly placed them in the chicken coop. Then she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, at dawn, Zhao Saiden's excited voice rang out in the yard. Da Huang and Er Huang laid 4 eggs in total. It's amazing. Da Huang is a slightly bigger hen, and Er Huang is a slightly thinner hen. These are the names Zhao Saiden came up with after thinking hard for an entire night. This name was within Cheng Wanwan's expectations. The names of the 4 boys were very random, so how could the name of the hen be so fancy? There is no water in Day Village. Daybreak, someone had already gone to Qingjia Village and returned with 2 buckets of water. The people in Qingjia Village are such jerks. They charge a pound of corn or cornmeal to buy a bucket of water. They're trying to drive people to death. Qingjia Village is at least better than Hohot Village. The people of Hohot Village have announced that 3 caddies of corn can be exchanged for 1 bucket of water. You can still move without food for a day, but in such a hot day, if you don't drink water for a day, you will die. The head of the village is here. Let's see what he says. Came over with a serious face. He stood on the high ground, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone, be quiet for a moment." Everyone looked at the head of the village with hope. He was the backbone of their day village, and they believed that the head of the village would be able to come up with a set of rules. 1 pound of corn and a basket of wild vegetables is a family's daily ration. If we send it to Qingjia Village, the people of Qingjia Village will live, but the people of Day Village will starve to death one after another, like Zhao Erpo. The head of the village said coldly, "Those who starve to death first can still earn a coffin, and those who starve to death later will be directly wrapped in straw mats and buried." The headman's words frightened many people. Everyone knows that famine can cause death, but the death of Zhao Erpo yesterday made them feel for the first time that there were people around them who were actually starving to death because of lack of food. Now there is no water. In addition to people dying of starvation, more people will die of thirst. Day Village, where our ancestors have lived for generations, will soon be filled with starving people. An old man in the audience started crying. The people of Day Village have never done anything bad. Why does God want to punish us like this? We are committing a sin. Be quiet. The village head raised his voice. God is not so heartless. He will always give us a way to survive.
Had already figured it out last night.
The trees, wild vegetables, and mushrooms on the mountain can survive, and some pheasants and rabbits are also alive and well, which means there must be a water source on the mountain. What Dashin Yang said is well-founded. Now Day Village can only hold to this hope. You won't die if you don't drink water for a day, except that you'll feel uncomfortable. Just do what you need to do. The head of the village said slowly, "I'll give you an explanation before the sun sets." The fact that there is water on the mountain has not been confirmed, so we cannot reveal too much for the time being. Without waiting for anyone to ask more questions, the village head walked away with his hands behind his back. Having served as the village head for 20 or 30 years, he had great prestige in the village. After he said this, the villagers gradually came out of their panic. Chum Wanwan and her 4 sons met Li at the foot of the mountain. The head of the village was followed by his 2 sons, Zhao Anjiang and Zhao Anhe, as well as his eldest grandson, Zhao Taizhu, who had the most promising future in the village. Zhao Taizhu is a little older than Zhao Saiden and a little younger than Zhao Sanyu. The 3 guys hang out together. Zhao Sanyu scratched the back of his head and said, "Taizhu, can you teach me how to write my name?" Zhao Sanyu is too simple. Taizhu squatted on the ground and wrote 3 words. Although each stroke was straight, it didn't look very good. Zhao Saiden looked at him with admiration. "Brother Taizhu, you are so awesome. Can you write my name?"
Why not?
Zhao Taizhu squatted on the ground and wrote the 2 words Zhao Si, but Dan couldn't remember how to write it. It seemed that there was a word worm, and he couldn't remember whether the worm was on the top or the bottom. He originally wanted to draw a circle as an egg, but when he saw Zhao Saiden's admiring eyes, he was a little afraid to do so, mainly because he was afraid of ruining his image. He looked up at the sky and saw a few white clouds floating in the sky. He immediately changed the subject and said, "Grandpa, the clouds in the sky are so high. Is it going to rain?" A moment, everyone looked up. Indeed, some scattered white clouds floating in the sky, appearing very high up, but Cheng Wanwan did not think that this was a sign of rain. The village head said solemnly, "Based on my many years of farming experience, it should be sunny again today, and it will definitely not rain. But the book says that when the clouds get higher, it will rain." Zhao Taizhu said seriously, "The book can't be wrong, so it must be Grandpa who is wrong." But it seems Grandpa is not wrong either. What went wrong? Cheng Wanwan. Silly child, no one is wrong. It's just you who recognized the wrong word. Of Day Village have been farmers for generations. Occasionally, a few promising ones go to the town to do business, but there has never been a scholar. The reason why some people in Qingjia village were able to study was because there was an old scholar there who opened a thatched cottage school and enrolled many students, including some promising ones. There is not even a school in Day village, so even if there are good talents, they cannot be discovered. If you want your child to learn to read and acquire knowledge, you have to send him to the school in town. It is said that the monthly tuition is 1 or 2 taels of silver. No wonder the Chung family exploited your money as much as possible. It is really expensive to support a scholar at home. More than half an hour later, the group arrived at the valley between the two mountains. As soon as you walk over, cool water vapor is blown over by the wind, making you feel refreshed. Zhao Anjiang took a big step forward, and when he saw the water seeping out from the stone wall, he was so excited that he couldn't say anything. There is really water. There has always been water here. Why has no one ever discovered it? Oh my God, Dea village is saved. Village trembled all over, because there was no shortage of water in the past. No one wanted to come here to look for water. If it weren't for Dashin Yang, I'm afraid at least half of the people in Dea village would have died this year. Zhao Anha walked forward with a shovel and started digging without saying a word. After he dug a small hole, a stream of clear spring gushed out from the ground, and the group drank it heartily. Zhao Anjiang was very ashamed. "Sister-in-law Zhao, I thought you were deliberately deceiving my father. I'm here to admit my mistake. We are all family, it's too formal to say that." Cheng Wanwan didn't care about being misunderstood. She changed the subject and said, "If we can divert the water down the mountain, the rice will be saved." The village had counted on his fingers. According to the normal season, it should be the filling and maturity period now. However, due to the long drought, most of the rice in the village is still in the heading and flowering stage, which requires a large amount of fertilizer and water. It is better to divert water down the mountain as soon as possible. But the water source is too far away from the foot of the mountain, and it takes more than an hour to go back and forth. Even if people are treated like livestock, it is impossible to irrigate all the rice fields within 10 days. This is a bit tricky. The village head took 2 puffs of his pipe and said slowly, "Mother Dashin, do you have any ideas?" Some reason, he always felt that Dashin Yang would have a good idea, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. Cheng Wanwan smiled and looked at Lao Er. "Ergu, let the village head give you some advice on the method you came up with yesterday." Zhao Ergu immediately became excited. There are thousands of acres of rice fields in our Dea village. It is definitely not possible to carry water on shoulders or hands. I was thinking, can we dig a ditch from the mountain to the foot of the mountain to bring water to the fields? He finished speaking. Zhao Anha immediately shook his head. Guzi, do you know how many miles it is from the foot of the mountain to here? It's more than 10 or 20 miles, longer than the river embankment for flood control. The wind blows over. The spring water brought coolness, but the group still felt hot in their hearts. Once Zhao Anha denied it, Zhao Erga didn't know whether he should continue speaking. Cheng Wanwan said calmly, "Besides digging ditches, can you come up with any better ideas?" Everyone was silent. They couldn't think of anything. Guzi, keep talking. The head took a puff of his pipe. "What if it works?" Zhao Erga didn't sleep all night last night. Of course not because of his broken heart, but because he was thinking about how to better dig canals to divert water. This is the most important thing in the whole village and has long surpassed his personal feelings. A dozen miles sounds like a long way, and it would take more than half an hour to walk. But in fact, as long as you divide the dozen miles into countless small sections and each person is responsible for a section, it is not a difficult task. He stood up, took 3 or 4 steps, and continued. This is about 10 feet, and one person can finish digging in 1 hour. However, if it doesn't rain, the soil is very hard, and there are stones in the soil. So if one person digs 10 feet, it will take 2 hours. Zhao Erge talked freely. I went down to measure it yesterday, and the total is about 3,000 feet. One person needs 2 hours to dig 1 foot, so 3,000 feet will require 3,000 people to dig 2 hours. He used the calculation method that Cheng Wanwan taught him yesterday, and he calculated very quickly. Of the village often had to calculate these numbers in his head when handling farm affairs, and he gave the answer instantly. Able-bodied laborers in Dea village, people between the ages of 16 and 45. When so many people work together, it takes about 15 or 16 hours. Intensively all day long. If you divide the time into 2.5 days, it would be about 2.5 days. Just 2.5 days, water from the mountains was diverted to the rice fields. This was an absurd thing that the village head had never dared to imagine before. Ergo, you're so smart. The village head couldn't believe it. I used to think Taizhu was the smartest kid in Dea village. Starting today, you are one too. Zhao Sidon pouted. Then I.s. not smart. The village head laughed out loud. If you can recognize 10 words, you will be the 3rd smartest child in Dea village. Zhao Sidon immediately grabbed Zhao Tieju's hand and said, Brother Taizhu, teach me 10 Chinese characters, and I'll treat you to some sugar-roasted chestnuts. Zhao Tieju's mouth immediately started to water. 1 word for 1 chestnut. Zhao Sidon nodded immediately. With a plan in mind, the village head felt relieved. He stood on a high rock, looking at the winding path down the mountain, and said, Mother Mountain, which path do you think is better for digging the ditch? Normally, when encountering such a situation, the village head would discuss it with the village's old farmers, but today, he wanted to hear Cheng Wanwan's opinion. She could teach Zhao Ergu to be so smart. Moreover, Dashan Yang is a member of the Chung family, and the Chung family has a student who is said to be the youngest student in the surrounding villages. Cheng Wanwan thought for a while and said, The water source is at the bottom of the valley. We can dig a ditch from the bottom of the valley to the east, and then go all the way down. The sun is not shining directly here, so the soil is not that hard. Of the village nodded frequently, and he and Cheng Wanwan roughly determined the route of the ditch and made some marks along the way. After finishing the work, it was noon. The group prepared to go down the mountain. Halfway through the journey, Cheng Wanwan thought of what Zhao Sidon said yesterday. It would be great if she could hatch chicks. Those 2 big hens didn't look like pheasants, and they could easily arouse other people's suspicion and bring about unnecessary trouble. But if you pick up a big rooster on the mountain in front of the village head, you will be clear of wrongdoings. Cheng Wanwan did what she said and immediately bought a large rooster specially used for breeding in the mall. It had bright feathers and a colorful comb, and it cost her 80 cents. She fell a few steps behind and let the big cock out.
Clack.
The big rooster flapped its wings and flew straight towards Zhao Ergu. Zhao Ergu was thinking about digging ditches. Although this matter had been decided, there were still many details that needed to be improved. He kept thinking. Suddenly something pounced towards him. He was startled and quickly hid to the side. What a big chicken! Zhao Tieju's eyes lit up. Before anyone could react, he suddenly pounced over and grabbed the rooster's wings. Ha ha ha, Grandpa, Dad, second uncle, I caught a pheasant. We'll have pheasant meat to eat tonight. Aha! This child is almost laughing silly. Zhao Ergu was very annoyed. He actually dodged a chicken that flew towards him. Such a fat rooster, weighing at least 4 pounds, can't lay eggs anyway, so just twist off its head and take it home to make soup or roast it. Thinking of this, Zhao Ergu's saliva began to flow, and he became even more annoyed. Cheng Wanwan. I miscalculated. I didn't expect Zhao Taizhu to react so quickly. He really is the smartest kid in Dea village. She moved a few steps to the side and spent another 80 cents to buy a big rooster. This time, the big rooster flew towards Zhao Dashan. Zhao Dashan was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Zhao Ergo was angry. Zhao Sanyu was like a mountain, and Zhao Saida was afraid that the chicken would fly away, so the four guys pounced at the same time.
Clack, clack.
The big rooster was pressed at the bottom and kept screaming. Chimwawan quickly pulled the children apart. If the chicken was crushed to death, she would have to buy another big rooster. Fortunately, this big rooster was very tenacious and flapped its wings to escape. Zhao Dashan rolled up a straw rope, tied up the rooster, and threw it into the backpack. These two chickens look exactly the same. The head of the village was surprised. These days, wild chickens are stronger and more beautiful than domestic chickens. I'm afraid there are still some grains that have not been discovered in this mountain. I'll look for them when I have time. Chum Wanwan complained in her heart. Village head, you're really overthinking it. These two big roosters are chickens fed with modern artificial feed. How can they not look good? The two families went down the mountain, and one of them caught a big rooster, which attracted the attention of the villagers. There are many good things on the mountain. Li Zheng suppressed his excitement. Please inform each other. The whole village will come to a meeting in a quarter of an hour. I have good news to tell everyone. The whole village was excited. There is no water today, which should be good news about water. Did the village head agree to some conditions for Hohot Village? Did the people of Hohot Village agree to let us fetch water? The people in Hohot Village are the most difficult to deal with. I'm afraid they're going to take away half of our village's food. There is no food in our village. All our hopes are in the fields. If it doesn't rain, we won't be able to harvest a single grain of rice. Forget about the fields. There's not even any drinking water. The villagers slowly gathered in the open space beside the big locust tree. There are a total of 197 households in Dea Village. There are 4 generations living together without splitting up, and there are also families of 4 or 5 people after splitting up. Young and old all came, more than 1,000 people, filling the open space. The sun is stronger in the afternoon. The woman stood in the shade of the big locust tree holding her child, while the others were in the open space, surrounding the head of the village. Of the village broke through the crowd and walked to a big rock. When he raised his hand, the scene became quiet. The weather was really too hot, and there was no water to drink. Everyone hoped to finish their conversation quickly and go fetch some water. This morning, Deshaniang took me up the mountain and found a water source on the mountain. Of the village did not intend to keep anyone in suspense. He went straight to the point and directly stated everyone's hopes. All the villagers became excited, but they suppressed their excitement and waited for the headman to continue speaking. Not long ago, Dashanyang found bamboo shoots on the mountain, and last night she found water on the mountain, and she told me right away. The village head said seriously, I know the villagers have some complaints about Dashanyang, but from now on, Dashanyang is the great benefactor of our entire village. Chum Wanwan, who was standing in the crowd, was stunned. She didn't expect that before getting down to business, Li Zheng would actually clear her name in front of the whole village. The original body had a very bad reputation in the village. The relationship with her husband's family was strained, and she was not on good terms with her neighbors. Everyone wanted to spit on her. After she came, these relationships improved, but people who didn't interact much with her would still say a few unpleasant things behind her back when they saw her appear. As a modern person, she doesn't really care about what others say behind her back. Just let them say it. It doesn't cost her anything. Mrs. Dashan could have not told me this, but she still said it. She really considers everyone in Dea Village as one family. The head of the village looked at the people below. If you still think that Mrs. Dashan is not worthy of a thank you, then you can withdraw from the meeting of Dea Village now. The village head's attitude was very strong, and no one present dared to say anything. They could only express their gratitude.
Mrs. Zhao, thank you so much for this time.
Mother Dashan, I misunderstood you before. Aunt Zhao, I'm not very careful with my words, so please don't take it personally. Regardless of whether everyone is sincere or not, at least they have done their best to put on a good show. Chum Wanwan smiled and said, Actually, I didn't do anything.
You don't have to be so polite.
She's not actually that selfless. As for the bamboo shoots, their family of 6 could not dig up all of them, so instead of letting them rot in the fields, they decided to sell them to the village head. It is even more impossible for her to rely on herself to get the water source. To bring the water down from the mountain, the efforts of the whole village must be relied upon. There is a water source on the mountain. Once we dig, a lot of water will come out. It is mountain spring water. We can drink it directly. It is very sweet. The head of the village smiled. Our village has water to drink. We don't need to use grain to exchange water in Qingjia village and Hohot village. Dea village is blessed by God. God will not watch us suffer. There's really water. Great. We have water to drink. The villagers danced with excitement. It's not enough for people to have water to drink. We need to give rice water to drink as well. The head of the village suddenly raised his voice, and the crowd, who had been excited just now, were all stunned. Let the rice have water to drink?
Why is this so hard to understand?
Zhao Ergu, come up and tell everyone. The head of the village gave up his position. After Zhao Ergu came down the mountain, he went home to change his clothes. Although they had many patches on them, they were at least cleaner. He walked onto the stage, feeling a little nervous. It was his first time speaking in front of so many people. There is a lot of water on the mountain, so it won't be a problem to irrigate the rice. As long as we can bring water into the rice fields, we will have a bumper harvest this year. Zhao Ergu calmed down as soon as he spoke, and said in an orderly manner, I've calculated that the distance from the top of the mountain to the bottom is about 3,000 feet. If 400 to 500 laborers from the whole village work together to dig a ditch from the mountain in 2.5 days. Erguzi, what nonsense are you talking about? Digging a trench down the mountain is ridiculous. Everyone in the village is digging ditches. Who will do the work in the fields? This is a joke. No one in the village believed it. They had reclaimed wasteland and dug the land before. It would take the whole family many days to dig 1 acre of land. It would be even more difficult to dig a ditch down the mountain. Erguzi said lightly that it would only take 2.5 days, but he was lying. A lot of mocking and noisy voices from below. Zhao Ergu had never faced such a situation before and stood there at a loss as to what to do. He was only 16 years old, which would be a high school student in modern times. If he could handle such a situation properly, Chen Wanwan would praise him for his courage. She took a step forward, walked onto the stage, and stood beside Zhao Ergu. As soon as she went up, the place below gradually became quiet. The crowd was not afraid of her, but more surprised. In their impression, Mrs. Zhao was just a rough village woman. Now she looked much younger, mainly because she was cleaner, her clothes were not so shabby, and her skin seemed to have become whiter. Chen Wanwan used to be a boss and often gave speeches. Everyone in the audience looked at her, but she was not at all stage frightened. She said calmly, Dad Taizhu, can I trouble you with something? Zhao Anjiang nodded immediately. Sister-in-law Zhao, just give me your orders. Bring a shovel over here in front of everyone, dig a trench right here. Chen Wanwan said calmly, everyone can calculate how long it takes Tiezhu's father to dig a trench. Zhao Anjiang was in his early 30s, a man in his prime, full of strength. He dug a hole on the ground with a shovel. He continued digging with his head down, and in less than a quarter of an hour, he had dug a 10-foot-long ditch. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is digging a ditch so easy? The soil on the mountain is hard and mixed with sand and gravel. A quarter of an hour is definitely not enough. Let's calculate 2 hours. Chen Wanwan took a step back. Ergo, this idea was yours. You should come and explain it to everyone. She walked off the stage and gave up the main venue. Zhao Ergo had already calculated it countless times at night, and he did the math with everyone without stuttering. With Zhao Anjiang's demonstration in front and Zhao Ergo's well-reasoned words in the back, most people in the village had been convinced. At this time, the village head walked up and said, this is a big event for everyone in Day Village. Therefore, all the able-bodied laborers over the age of 16 in the village must participate in digging ditches. Everyone go back and prepare, bring farm tools, and set out to the mountain together in half an hour. There are still a small number of people who are skeptical. Li Zheng, What if there is not so much water on the mountain? Village head, if the water stops flowing halfway, my fields are far away, and the water can't flow over. What should I do? I won't do anything anyway. Zhang Wulai snorted coldly. Sister-in-law Zhao is a woman, but people actually believe her nonsense. She is just messing with us. Why should she be the one who takes it for granted? Among the crowd, very few people agreed with this view. For example, Aunt Fugui, her husband has been thinking about the widow Zhao Cheng, and she has been unhappy with Chen Wanwan for a long time. And son, she has always been ranked second among the 3 daughters-in-law of the Zhao family. Of course, if she can give birth to a son, she will definitely be ranked first. Now the eldest sister-in-law has the support of the head of the village, which means that she will be ranked last among the 3 daughters-in-law.
How can she be happy about this?
Shut up. The village had looked at Zhang Wulai coldly. You don't have to contribute, but when the water from the mountain is diverted, your rice won't be able to drink a sip. Anyone else who has any objections can withdraw now. I don't care if outsiders want to withdraw, but if anyone withdraws from the Zhao family, I will expel them from the clan temple. The head of the village seldom got angry, but after his harsh words, no one dared to say anything. Except for Zhang Wulai, everyone went back to get their farm tools obediently. There are about 400 young laborers in Dea village. A large group of people carried shovels, hoes, and other tools up the mountain, 3 meters away from the water source. The route had been planned long ago. First, 50 people were assigned to cut down trees and level the ground. Big trees were cut down, and big rocks were moved away, so that the planned path was cleared cleanly. The remaining 300 people were divided into 2 groups to take turns digging ditches, with each 2 people responsible for 1 zhang, and slowly moved to the foot of the mountain. Every hour so that the people digging the ditch would not get exhausted. The women in the village would carry buckets up the mountain to fetch water. They would bring back 2 buckets at a time, which would be enough for a day if they were frugal. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergu were also among the working people. When the women passed by Zhao Ergu, they couldn't help but stop and chat with him.
I watched Ergu grow up.
He was sloppy and had a runny nose when he was young, but now he is so smart. He will definitely have a great future. Zhao Ergu. Please don't mention the past when he was a sloppy kid, okay? Doesn't he have any dignity? Erguzi, you are 15 or 16 this year. Have you found a wife yet? Do you want me to be a matchmaker for you? Zhao Ergu. No need. Erguzi, my mother's family has a niece who is 15 years old this year. She is so pretty. I will bring her here tomorrow for you to see. Your niece from your mother's side is no good. She is too lazy. My daughter is hardworking. Erguzi, you also know my daughter. Her name is Suehua. I asked her to come over right now. Zhao Ergu was surprised by the woman's enthusiasm. He just said a few words in front of the whole village, so why was he so popular? He said dryly, my family is poor, and after I married my wife, she had to sleep on the floor. I was afraid that she would be wronged, so I won't consider this matter for now. Thank you all for thinking of me. He said that. The ants who had been carried away by the thought finally remembered that no matter how smart and promising Erguzi was, it would not work because his biological mother was Zhao Qingshi. Although Zhao Qingshi looked different from before, everyone in the village knew her reputation for mistreating her daughter-in-law. It was better not to marry their nieces and daughters to her and let them suffer. Several ants were carrying buckets up the mountain to fetch water. Just after they took a few steps, they suddenly saw a few people acting suspiciously in the woods ahead. Those people over there seemed to be from Osmanthus village. Why are the people from Hohot village here again? What do they want to do? Are they trying to steal the water from Dea village? Whoever runs faster, go back and inform the head of the village. At the foot of the mountain, the village head and Chum Wanwan were talking under the big locust tree in the middle of the village. A winding road was drawn on the sand on the ground, which was a schematic diagram of the ditch, and there were marks all over the map. Chum Wanwan took a branch and drew a line at the top. Make a hole here. When there is enough water in the rice field, fill it with stones to block the ditch. When needed, move this big stone away. The village had nodded repeatedly. I just don't know how many years this ditch can be used after it is dug. Chum Wanwan tried hard to recall what she had seen and heard in her previous life, and spoke slowly. The soil will become soft after being soaked in water. Over time, the ditch will be filled with mud, and the ditch will naturally be unusable. Can we put stones in the ditch so that the soil on the side will not be washed away and bury the ditch? The village head's eyes lit up. Mother Dashin, your idea is good.
I will go up the mountain right now. Don't worry about it.
Chum Wonwon said hurriedly. The most important issue now is to divert the water. We can arrange people to fill the ditch with stones during the winter when there is no farming work. That's right. The village head sat down again and asked curiously Mother Dashin, how do you know so much? Chum Wonwon coughed dryly. When I was a child, I lived with my grandmother. My grandfather was an old farmer. Once when it rained heavily, my grandfather dug a ditch to divert the water. I followed his example. The original body's biological mother, Old Lady Chung, married to Qingjia village from another town, and she married to Dea village from Qingjia village. No one knew how many years had passed since her grandparents had passed away. After so many twists and turns, no matter what happened, she could blame it on her grandparents without worrying about being exposed. As the two were talking, Zhao Shaozhen came running over, panting and saying, Uncle Village Chief, it's bad, the people from Hohot village are here again. The village head frowned, then sneered. This hilltop belongs to Dea village, so the water on the hill naturally belongs to us. Also, this hill is closer to Dea village, so we need 400 or 500 people to start the work. The village head of Hohot village has done a lot of disgusting things over the years, so the villagers will not willingly go up the hill to dig ditches. Having said that, the village head still decided to go up the mountain. When Chum Wonwon returned home, Wu Huangyang had made a lot of wild vegetable buckwheat pancakes and placed them on the table, with half an egg secretly sandwiched in the middle of the pancake. She took 2 cakes and went up the mountain. After walking 2/3 of the way, she saw her 2 sons digging holes with farm tools. They were sweating profusely, but did not even have time to wipe the sweat off their foreheads. They did not notice her coming. Chum Wonwon didn't disturb them. She sat by the side and waited for a while. Then it was time for the shift to change, and Zhao Dashin and Zhao Ergu were replaced to rest. Mom, why are you here? Zhao Dashin wiped his sweat. The sun is out now, why is it still so hot? Zhao Ergu glanced at the sky. I don't know whether I should continue working tonight or go back to rest. He finished speaking. Several men in their 40s beside him shouted, Keep digging, of course. The head of the village said 2.5 days, so we'll work overnight, and we'll reach the foot of the mountain by tomorrow night at the latest. The rice in the field can't wait, so hurry up and do and be lazy. The head of the village came over with his hands behind his back. We can't work all day and all night. We must not tire ourselves out. But there is no sun at night, so it is more comfortable and cool to work. So we can work all night tonight, and everyone can have a good rest tomorrow morning, and come back to continue in the afternoon. The crowd worked enthusiastically, and soon moved several feet down. Chum Wonwon took her 2 sons to sit on a big rock nearby, took out 2 cakes from a basket and handed them over. Eat your fill first, then work. The wild vegetable buckwheat pancakes don't taste very good, but with an egg in the middle, they are a delicacy. Zhao Dashin and Zhao Ergu squinted their eyes while eating them, looking like they were enjoying it very much. The people working nearby were envious when they saw this. They worked here for most of the day, but their mother and mother at home didn't even bring them a sip of water. It is said that sister-in-law Zhao often abuses her son. Look, does this look like abuse? It makes them want to be sister-in-law Zhao's son. The sun sets behind the mountain. The sky was twinkling with stars, and the cold moonlight was shining on the forest. The head of the village asked the women to light torches and go up the mountain to illuminate the way for the people digging the ditch. The torches were connected into a line, like a fire dragon entwined on the east mountain. Chum Wonwon stood in the crowd holding a torch, and the voice in her head kept ringing.
Ding!
Natural wild Gastrodia elata discovered. She saw something in the ditch, which seemed to be Gastrodia elata, but the light was bad and she couldn't see it clearly. Even if she could see it clearly, it was not a good time to go into the ditch and dig it out.
Ding!
Found natural shepherd's purse roots. Grows in the dug ditches. Shepherd's purse costs a few cents per pound. The shepherd's purse roots are a little more expensive, costing more than 20 cents per pound. Chum Won stood at the side, very calmly. She still had 119 taels and 560 coins in her hand, which was a huge sum of money. There was no need to save too much of such shady property. The most important issue now was how to make good use of the money. She wanted to buy land and build a house before winter came.
Ding.
Found natural wild agarwood seeds. Chum Won frowned. She had never heard of what agarwood seeds were. She looked at the empty panel, which showed a green plant with dark purple rhizomes, heart-shaped leaves, and many lantern-like fruits on the top. She had seen this thing before. In modern times, it is called agar-agar seeds, and it is the raw material for making ice jelly. She liked traveling at that time and had been to Xinjiang. Ice jelly is a specialty of Xinjiang. A scenic spot she visited specializes in artificially growing this thing and invites tourists to make a bowl of ice jelly by themselves. She even vaguely remembers the steps. An idea immediately popped up in Chum Won's mind. Just when I was thinking about how to make money, this lucrative business came to my door. There are so many lanterns here. Zhao Saiden's playful voice came. Let's compete to see who can pick the most lanterns. A group of half-grown children began to pick lanterns frantically. After picking them, they threw them on the ground and stepped on them. Chum Won felt so distressed. She walked over with a torch in hand and said to the children, "Whoever can help me pick a pound of lanterns will be rewarded with an egg." Upon hearing this, Zhao Saiden got anxious. "Mom, I'll do it, leave all the eggs for me." Chum Won laughed. "As long as you can pick 1 pound, you will also be rewarded with eggs." Wang asked curiously, "Mother Dashin, what do you want these lanterns for? Chickens won't even eat them." I vaguely remember that when I was very young, my grandmother used lantern grass to make some delicious snacks. Chum Won lied without blushing. "There's so many lanterns on the mountain anyway. I can get some back and try it out. What if it works?" Wang didn't believe a word of it, but she couldn't miss out on the chance to exchange lantern grass for eggs. She waved her hand and called the children wandering around the mountain over. "De Mai, Xiao Mai, and Niu Qiu, help Aunt Zhao pick lanterns. The more the better." Several women nearby heard it and quickly called their children over. They all heard that Sister Zhao went up the mountain a few days ago and picked up 2 big hens and a big rooster. Those 2 wild hens were very good at laying eggs, laying 4 eggs a day, so there was no need to worry that Sister Zhao would not be able to produce eggs. The children who were originally playing around in the mountains by picking wild vegetables all ran to pick agar seeds. "Aunt Zhao, is there enough for 1 pound here? Aunt Zhao, my elder sister, and I have collected a basket of eggs. How many eggs can we get in exchange?" I picked a basket too. My mother said there were 2 kilograms. "Can I get 2 eggs? Chum Won looked in front of her and saw 3 or 4 backpacks, 7 or 8 baskets, and dozens of pockets, all filled with agar-agar seeds, weighing at least 20 kilograms. The initiative of these children is amazing. It seems that in the future, such things can be outsourced directly to the children in the village. She called Zhao Saniu and asked the boy to help transport the agarwood seeds back. He carried a backpack behind him, another backpack in front of him, and 4 baskets in each hand. The rest were carried by Zhao Saiden. The 2 brothers went down the mountain with a great harvest. Chum Won smiled and said to the group of children in front of her, "Our hens can only lay 4 eggs a day, so only 4 people can come to collect eggs a day. Let the younger children collect them first, okay?" Wang Demai was very sensible. "I'll be the last one." Wang Xiaomai also nodded. "I'll be the last one too." Zhu Huzi licked his lips and said, "Then I will stay until the last day." Chum Won thought she would have to spend some time talking, but she didn't expect these sensible children to be so proactive in giving in. She smiled and said, "I'll come to you next time I need lanterns." 1 egg for 1 pound of agar-agar seeds is really a good deal. If ice jelly could really be sold for money in this era, she wouldn't mind raising the price to 2 eggs for these children. The night darkened little by little. Some children couldn't bear it anymore and followed their older brothers and sisters down the mountain. The women were still holding torches on the mountain. Chum Won stayed by Zhao Dashin and Zhao Erga's side all the time, giving them some water to drink from time to time. Although they were not her own children, she still felt a little distressed. The village head worked along with them. After all, he was old, and his eyes were red from working so hard. He stood on a big rock and shouted to encourage them. "We'll stop digging if we dig another 3 feet. Work harder, everyone." Everything went smoothly. We were about to finish work, an accident happened. Wang Yongqing dug with a shovel. He hit a hard object. This was a situation he had encountered before. There were many rocks on the mountain, so it was normal to dig up hard objects. He just needed to move to the side and lift the rock out. It was not a big deal. Wang Yongqing changed his position and continued digging, but still hit hard objects. It seemed that the stone was a bit big. He took several steps but still failed. The stone was bigger than he had imagined. The whole process was affected by the obstruction here. A group of men gathered around and tried to dig with shovels, but they only dug 5 meters away. Wuzhong is about 16 meters long and 16 meters wide. It is equivalent to a huge rock that cannot be moved by human power. Chen Wanwan's expression was somewhat solemn. When encountering large rocks during trench digging in modern times, machines are used to drill through them. However, in this era, there were no machines and it was impossible to move the rocks relying solely on manpower. Taking a detour is not an option either because there is a stone wall on the east side and an ancient forest on the west side. Each tree is very thick and requires at least 3 people to hug it. Cutting down these trees is not an easy task at all. People who are extremely tired think they see the light, but they find that the difficulties have just begun. A trace of resentment spread among the crowd and then mixed into voices of condemnation. "I've said it before, Sister Zhao is a woman who doesn't understand anything. I don't know why you insist on listening to her. How old is Guzi? Can his words count? Why did he cause the whole village to dig ditches? With such a huge rock stuck here, no one can do anything about it. Village head, come up with some ideas. What other ideas do you have? Just go back and take a shower and go to bed. The crops in the fields will be all right. It's not like our village is the only one suffering from drought. Let's all starve to death together." Extremely tired, extremely angry. At the same time, everyone felt powerless. After working so hard for so long and holding such high hopes in my heart, everything was shattered in an instant. "Why are you all so depressed?" The village chief said with a straight face, "You are all the pillars of your families. If you fall down, who can your families rely on? Who can our village rely on? If you encounter a problem, then find a way to solve it. We can't solve the big rocks, but can we solve the trees over there? Let's all come together to chop down trees tomorrow. It will take 3 to 5 days. I don't believe that we can't clear the road over there." Everyone looked towards the ancient forest over there. At night, and the torches illuminated the shadows of the trees. The already tall trees appeared even taller, reaching into the dark sky. Everyone fell silent. It was not because they were discouraged, but the task was too difficult to accomplish. Of course, they could cut down the trees, but it would definitely not be possible to do it in 3 to 5 days. It would take at least half a month. After half a month, the rice would probably all dry up. Would there be any point in digging ditches? Chen Wanwan stood beside the big rock. At this moment, an illusion suddenly emerged in her mind. Dayu's flood control story. It was clearly a drought, so why did she think of water control? She recalled the Chinese class where the teacher told them the story of Dayu's flood control and how he dug ditches to divert water, which was exactly the same as what they were doing now. Dayu seemed to be in trouble as well, and it seemed to be related to stones. Chen Wanwan tried hard to recall. She paced back and forth, her feet on the stones, and she saw the torches held high. Some women threw their torches casually on the roadside and came over to talk to the head of the village. There happened to be a stone next to the torch, which was burned red by the fire. Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Uncle Lijing, I know what to do." Everyone looked over at once, some questioning, some mocking, but everyone was extremely tired, and no one spoke. The village head seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. "Mother Dashan, please tell me quickly." "Loach father, Taiju father, bring all the torches here and burn them on the big rock until they are red." Chum Wanwan spoke in an orderly manner. Send 4 more people up there to fetch a few buckets of water. The men were too tired to move, so the women took the initiative to take on the responsibility of fetching water. 5 or 6 women went up the mountain together, and after half an hour, they came down carrying 10 buckets of water. At this time, the big rock was burned red, and people standing beside it would be sweating. Chum Wanwan tested the water temperature with her hand. The spring water in the middle of the night was refreshingly cool and perfect. She began, "Everyone pour water on the stone at the same time, and then quickly step back as far as you can." Crash! 10 buckets of water were poured simultaneously on the hot stones. Crackling! The huge stone suddenly made a breaking sound, and 4 or 5 cracks appeared in the middle of the unshakable stone. There was shock on everyone's face. The exhausted men instantly gained strength and turned to collect firewood. "Let's do it again. Burn the stones, pour water, and repeat this process 4 times." The big rock exploded into small stones due to repeated thermal expansion and contraction, and the ditch was thus opened. At this time, it was already the end of the Cho hour, and it would be dawn in 2 more hours. "Everyone go back and rest," the head of the village said excitedly. "Gather here again after noon tomorrow." That night, the exhausted men fell into a deep sleep and did not wake up until the sun rose high. Chum Wanwan and Wu Huanyang were picking agar seeds in the yard. They peeled open the lanterns, took out the seeds inside, and put them in a basket. Wu Huanyang was very curious. "Mom, can this thing really be used as a snack?" Chum Wanwan took a look at the basket. 2 kilograms of lanterns can produce half a kilogram of agar seeds, so a total of about 5 kilograms can be produced. She paused and said, "Soak these peeled seeds in boiled and cooled water for a while." Wu Huinyang immediately got up to boil water, and after it cooled down, she soaked a small bowl of agar seeds. "This thing needs to be soaked for a longer time, so it will be easier to make later." Chum Wanwan put the agar seeds away, got up and prepared to make lunch for the kids at home. After lunch, she had to go up the mountain to continue digging ditches. While he was busy, he heard Zhao Sidon scream from behind, "Stinky Dahong, why are you bullying Er Huang?" Zhao Sidon rushed over and picked up the big rooster that was riding on Er Huang. The big rooster cackled angrily. "Chum Wanwan, great, you've destroyed the egg's chance of turning into a chick." She put down her work, rescued the big rooster Dahong, and said earnestly, "Sidon, don't you want a chick?" Zhao Sidon blinked and nodded. Grandma said that a rooster would be enough, but Dahong always bullies Dahuang and Er Huang. "Mom, let's kill Dahong and cook him into soup." His drool flowed uncontrollably. The big rooster flapped its wings and flew away quickly. Chum Wanwan was convinced. She bought the rooster to hatch chicks. If it was just for a bite to eat, why would she spend 80 cents? No, she spent 160 cents. She said in a gentle voice, "Dahong is not bullying the hens, but making friends with the 2 hens. For example, your second and third brothers often bully you, but you are not beaten to death. Instead, you have a good relationship with them. Isn't that the truth?" Zhao Sidon tilted his head and compromised. "It seems so." "Then I don't care?" Chum Wanwan nodded. "Don't worry about this matter, kid. Just wait until the chicks are hatched." She looked up and saw 4 children standing at the gate. 4 little ones about 7 or 8 years old were walking back and forth, and some of them were afraid to come in. Aunt Xiao had a bad reputation and even abused her own son. These children were afraid of being beaten if they came in to ask for eggs. Chum Wanwan said, "Sidon, go to the chicken coop and feel around for eggs." This was Zhao Sidon's favorite job. He immediately ran to touch the chicken coop and shouted in surprise, "Mom, there are 4 more eggs today." Chum Wanwan handed 4 eggs to the 4 little kids in front of her. "Hold them carefully. Don't drop them or they will break." The 4 little kids laughed happily. "Thank you, Aunt Zhao." Chum Wanwan's mood also became cheerful. Children are the simplest creatures in the world, and it is stress-free to get along with them. Wu Huinyang was kneading the dough and rolling it out to prepare for making dumplings. Last night, and today the whole family is eating shepherd's purse dumplings. The only pity is that there is no pork. If a little pork was put in the shepherd's purse, it would be really delicious. Chum Wanwan's desire to make money is getting stronger and stronger. She has to make the ice jelly as soon as possible. This is something that can be done in a clear and honest way. She can buy whatever she wants with the money she earns, and no one can say anything. In the afternoon, the village head led a large group of people up the mountain. In addition to the labor force, the women in the village also spontaneously went up the mountain to help. There were not so many tools for digging ditches, so they surveyed in advance where there were big rocks and then used the method used last night to blast and move the rocks away. Even the children were enthusiastic. Some collected firewood, some carried water, and they worked much faster. Chum Wanwan saw Zhang Dagong among a group of children. He was the one who wanted to snatch Saiden's rabbit, and he was also the son of Zhang Wulai. Zhang Wulai was the only middle-aged laborer in the village who was lazy and did not participate in digging the ditch. Unexpectedly, his son would take the initiative to help. A day and a night, and half a day later, the workers reached the foot of the mountain from the top. A half-meter wide ditch runs from the mountains to the fields, extending vertically and horizontally to the rice fields of every household of the village led his people up the mountain. The starting point of the ditch was still a palm's distance from the water source. The most critical hoe was naturally given to the head of the village of Deh village. There was a solemn and dignified sense of ceremony. Of the village raised his hoe and dug hard in full view of everyone. The soil here is very soft, and the gap was opened without much effort. A torrent gushed out from underground and flowed rapidly down the mountain along the ditch. The children cheered and followed the current down the mountain. No one could outrun the water, and in a short while, the water flowed to the foot of the mountain. Countless farmers are looking forward to it. Emitted dazzling ripples under the scorching sun. Like a silver dragon, like hope gushing out and rolling in. Was clearly only half a meter wide, was inexplicably magnified, looking like the sea rolling and huge waves surging. The old man in the village's eyes turned red and tears fell tremblingly. There is really water. The water is coming. The rice is saved. No one will starve to death. The water flowed into the rice fields beside the ditch, and the cracked yellow earth opened its mouth and swallowed all the water. The dry fields absorbed the water frantically. The water flowed into the rice fields and instantly sank into the dry cracks, and then a steady stream of water flowed in. The shriveled ears of rice seemed to be injected with hope, swaying under the scorching sun and in the summer breeze. Standing on the ridges of the fields cried for joy. While everyone was not paying attention, Zhang Wulai dug a hole in the ridge of his own field, and water instantly flowed into his rice field. Some people saw the scene, but at such an exciting moment, no one wanted to be the first to step forward and argue with Zhang Wulai, the rogue. Besides, Zhang Dagong from the Zhang family also contributed. Although not as much as the young laborers from other families, the child also tried his best. We are from the same village, and everyone doesn't want to make things too ugly. Just as everyone was rejoicing, a discordant voice rang out.
Duck.
There's water flowing down. When the villagers looked back, they saw several people from Hohot village mixed into the crowd at some point, and one man even spat into the ditch. This time, he really angered everyone. Old Lady Zhu was in her 60s or 70s and usually walked with a tremor. She jumped up and slapped the man on the back of his head, angrily saying, "You dare to spit again?" The man was furious. "You old woman, you dare to hit me. I will beat you to death." Before he could finish his words, he felt countless cold gazes piercing him. The man looked up and saw countless people surrounding him. These people were all middle-aged laborers who dug ditches. They were muscular and had strong bodies. Dozens of them piled together looked like a majestic mountain. The man swallowed his unfinished words, turned around, and ran away. The people from Hohot village also quickly followed him and disappeared at the entrance of the village in a short while. Village had walked down with his hands behind his back and said in a serious tone, "We must be on guard against those jerks in Hohot village. They are definitely capable of poisoning people." Chum Wanwan said, "I think the patrols must continue to protect the water in the mountains, the rice in the fields, and the food for every household. Previously, some people thought that setting up a patrol team was just looking for trouble, but today, people from Hohat village openly broke into Dea village and spit into the ditch. This made many people very angry, and the idea of setting up a patrol team again was agreed by everyone. At this time, almost all the villagers were there, including the able-bodied laborers, so it was not difficult to select the people for daily patrols. And the water in the rice fields gradually increased. A shallow layer of water reflected the green and yellow rice ears, the blue sky and the scorching sun, as well as the people standing on the ridges of the fields. The water was like a breeze that blew away the haze that had been in the hearts of thousands of people in Dea village for 2 months, and the atmosphere suddenly became very good. Old Lady Zhu held Cheng Wanwan's hand and said, "Mother Dashan, it's all thanks to you. Without you, an old lady like me would have starved to death this year." The wife of the village had wiped her red eyes and said, "Mother Dashan, I misunderstood you before. Now I know that you are a good person. Tell everyone about the jade shoots. You didn't hide the water when you found it. You are such a good person. Why do you have to be a widow?" Wang then spoke up, "Mother Dashan, my brother's wife died. He is 34 this year and is a good farmer. If you have time tomorrow, standing in the crowd, had a complicated expression. The eldest brother died only last year, and this year someone is trying to find a wife for him. Although his wife is not very good, she is still a member of the Zhao family. If she really remarries, she will have nothing to do with the Zhao family. Your mother-in-law is a reasonable person. She will definitely not stop you from remarrying, and your 4 sons will definitely not dare to say anything." An enthusiastic woman patted her chest. "Without sister-in-law Zhao, there would be no jade bamboo shoots and ditches in our Dea village. Leave the task of finding a husband for sister-in-law Zhao to me. Cheng Wanwan. Thank her, okay, but please don't use her, okay?" She had a fake smile on her face. "I'm fine on my own. Well, now there's water for irrigation, so we can tidy up the land in front of and behind the house and plant some vegetables. Does anyone have any vegetable seeds that you can lend us?" Wang continued, "I have some cabbage seeds at home. I'll give you some later." The village head's wife said, "Do you like celery? If you like, come to our house and get some." The topic was successfully changed, and Cheng Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. She also successfully borrowed cabbage seeds, celery seeds, water spinach seeds, winter melon seeds, leek seeds, bean seeds, all of which are vegetables suitable for sowing in high temperatures in summer. Due to the drought and water shortage this year, not many people in the village grow vegetables. Now that Cheng Wanwan mentioned it, everyone plans to go back and sow the seeds quickly so that they can eat fresh ones in autumn and winter. She smiled and thanked everyone, but she was thinking in her heart that there seemed to be no peppers, tomatoes, cauliflower, onions, potatoes. It was a pity that there were so many missing delicacies on the table. She was thinking. A shadow suddenly loomed over her. She looked up and saw Zhao Fugue from the village approaching her at some point, looking at her with a flattering face. "Sister Zhao, I have all kinds of seeds at home. Do you want to go to my house and take whatever you like?" he said, leaning forward. The ridges of the fields here were crowded with people everywhere, and he squeezed through without attracting anyone's attention. Wanwan took a step back cautiously, but missed a step and almost fell into the rice field that was just filled with water. Zhao Fugue was close. "Come and help her quickly." "Mom, be careful." Zhao Dashan rushed over, stepped into the rice field, and caught Cheng Wanwan. Was about to come over to help, missed his chance, and instead had his ear twisted by a hand. Aunt Fugue twisted her man's ear, stared at Cheng Wanwan with her eyebrows raised, and cursed. "You fox, you dare to serve at my man in front of me. Dashan's father has only been dead for a year, and you can't keep it to yourself. How can there be such a shameless person like you?" Cheng Wanwan stood up calmly and sneered. "Since Sister Fugue mentioned Dashan, I have to ask you a few questions. Is Zhao Fugue as handsome as Dashan? Is Zhao Fugue as capable as Dashan? Tell me, what is it about Zhao Fugue that makes him comparable to Dashan? Is he worth hooking up with?" These words made Zhao Fugue's face turn pale. When he was young, he was considered a handsome man, but was always outshined by Zhao Eugene. Now that Zhao Eugene has been dead for more than a year, there are still people comparing him with the dead Zhao Eugene. The villagers had just benefited from Chengwanwan, so naturally they spoke up for her everywhere. Dad Dashin was really handsome. When he married Mom Dashin, I don't know how many hearts were broken in the village. Eugene is an honest young man. When he was in the village, he often helped some lonely elderly people with their work. No one in our village could compare to Eugene. How could such a good person die just like that? Chengwanwan pursed her lips. The original body's memory, there are many scenes of quarreling with Zhao Eugene. Most of them were when Zhao Eugene went out to help other families with work and the original body was unhappy, and then the two quarreled. Zhao Eugene was a simple and honest man who did not expect anything in return, while the original body was a selfish woman. Fortunately, Zhao Eugene joined the army and rarely came back for several years. Otherwise, the two of them would probably have been unable to live together long ago. The crowd with a cold gaze, and spoke each word with great force. Dad Dashin was very good to me. Although he is gone, he has always lived in my heart in another way. I can't forget Dad Dashin, so I will not remarry. I will leave my words here today. I will stay with Dad Dashin for the rest of my life. In her previous life, if she was single at the age of 33, some people would look at her strangely or talk about her behind her back, saying that she was an old woman and no one wanted her. But now her son is so old he can be single if he wants, and he can even have a good reason. This is probably the biggest convenience after becoming a woman. Old Mrs. Zhao's face was full of disbelief. Although it is a rare thing for a widow to remarry these days, it does happen. In the village, there was a woman in her 20s or 30s who remarried after her husband died. She gave birth to a son the second year after marriage and lived a pretty good life. She thought that as long as the eldest son's wife could stay with him for 3 years and then remarry after 3 years, the Zhao family could add some dowry. Who could have thought that the eldest son's wife would publicly declare that she would remain a widow for the rest of her life? Could the eldest brother's wife say such words? Mother Dashin, you are still young. Don't be foolish. When the 4 boys get married and have their own families, you'll be an outsider. It is still your own man who knows how to treat you. But then again, there is no man in the village who can compare to Eugene, so it's normal for Dashinyang to have this idea. If there's none in Day Village, then go look for one in town. There's always someone who matches. The corners of Chengwanwan's mouth twitched. Having a bad reputation does have its advantages. At least people won't rush to act as a matchmaker. She said with a firm face, I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I have never thought of remarrying, not in this lifetime. Zhao Dashin waved his fist and said, if anyone dares to be a matchmaker for my mother again, be careful that the 4 of us brothers will come to beat them up. Zhao Erga stood in front of Chengwanwan and said, my mother will never remarry. Remember this. Don't offend my mother in the future. That sounds nice. Aunt Fuguei said with disdain. Everyone knows that you and Zhao Eugene quarreled every day. You were never considerate when he was alive, and why are you pretending to be affectionate after he died? I don't care whether you remarry or not. If you dare to hook up with my man again, I'll tear your face off. Fuguei, you have a decent appearance, but you don't do anything human? Old Lady Zhao walked out of the crowd. When Zhao Fuguei was a teenager, he liked to flirt with the girls in the village. We in the Zhao family don't like such shameless people. If you have the time to bother with Dashin, you might as well keep an eye on your man and don't let him out to disgust others. The onlookers began to list all the bad things Zhao Fuguei had done in the past. Zhao Fuguei's face was greener than the water in the ditch. He turned around and squeezed out of the crowd. Aunt Fuguei quickly followed, cursing, you jerk, you want to talk to that widow when so many people were watching. You humiliated me in front of the whole village. What do you think of me? I've been working like a captive for your family, and you... Shut up. Zhao Fuguei's face was scary. You stinky woman have made me lose face. Don't get in my way. He pushed Aunt Fuguei away and walked away. Aunt Fuguei was so angry that she stood on the edge of the field and cursed. After cursing for half an hour, she finally felt a little better. Zhao Fuguei left the ridge and went directly into a dilapidated thatched shed. A woman's arm pulled him in. Not long after, heavy breathing sounds came from the house. The crowd on the ridge of the field gradually dispersed. The men, who had worked for more than 2 days, went back to rest, while the women carried water to irrigate the front and back of the house, preparing to plant something in the vegetable garden. Cheng Wanwan walked towards old lady Zhao and said with a smile, "Mom, I would like to ask you for help." Old Mrs. Zhao's vigilance immediately rose to her throat. Here it comes, the eldest daughter-in-law is finally going to get down to business. Considering that the eldest daughter-in-law has been relatively well-behaved recently, and considering the deceased eldest son, if the eldest daughter-in-law asks to move back to the old house, then she will reluctantly agree. Cheng Wanwan had no idea that the old lady had so much on her mind, so she said carefully, "Mom, I plan to start a small business." Old Mrs. Zhao's eyes suddenly widened. To do business, you need capital. The eldest brother's wife wants to borrow money. Last year, there was a locust plague, and this year there was a drought. All the money in the family was exchanged for food. In order to deal with headaches, fevers, and illnesses, only 500 coins were left. These 500 coins are the money for the whole family's medical treatment and life-saving money, and they must not be lent. But when she looked into Cheng Wanwan's clear eyes, Mrs. Zhao sighed in compromise and said, "Forget it, just lend me 100 coins. Otherwise, this woman will keep pestering me. Mom, my business is related to food. This is my first time making it, and I don't know if it will suit your taste. I would like to ask you to try the taste." Mrs. Zhao was incredulous. "You said you wanted to help me, so you just wanted me to try the flavor for you?" "I don't want Mom to taste it alone. I want Dashin's second uncle, third uncle, second aunt, and third aunt to try it too. If you have any opinions, just let me know." Cheng Wanwan said with a smile, "It will be delivered in about 2 hours." She finished speaking, she turned around and went home. She had to finish the work before it got dark. At 3:15 in the morning, the sun sets. Cheng Wanwan and everyone in the family started to get busy. Zhao Saidan's job was simple. He went to the mountains to dig wild vegetables, then came back to chop them up and feed the chickens. Zhao Saniu and Zhao Ergu were responsible for loosening the soil, pouring water on the dry and hard vegetable fields in front of and behind the house, and then digging it up and turning it over, so that they could start sowing tomorrow. Zhao Dashin made iced jelly under the guidance of Cheng Wanwan. Put a small half bowl of agar-agar seeds in a cloth bag, put it in a basin of water, and rub it hard. Keep rubbing and beating it to wash out all the substances on the surface of the agar-agar seeds, until the clear water gradually becomes thick. Half a pound of agar-agar seeds became a large bowl of thick, shapeless ice jelly. The spring water on the mountain is cold enough, so you can place the unformed ice powder in the spring water to cool it down and wait for it to solidify. Waiting, Cheng Wanwan asked her sons to go up the mountain to look for hawthorn berries. This season was the time when hawthorns were ripe. The chopped hawthorn pulp was put into the ice jelly. The sour and sweet taste made people want to eat it again after taking one bite. Cheng Wanwan and Wu Huanyang were boiling sugar water in the pot. This sugar is brown sugar bought from the mall. There is also red sugar in this era, but it is coarse sugar, and the taste is not very good. She plans to make 2 flavors first, hawthorn jelly and sweet jelly with sugar, but she doesn't know which one will be more popular. Wu Huinyang watched her mother-in-law pour a large box of brown sugar into the pot, and she felt extremely distressed. These days, meat is expensive and sugar is even more expensive. This much sugar would cost at least 50 or 60 cents. Could she really earn back those copper coins by selling the lantern grass that no one wanted on the mountain? Wu Huinyang didn't believe that lantern grass could make anything delicious, but she had one advantage. She never questioned her mother-in-law and always did whatever her mother-in-law said. The syrup was ready. Zhao Saidan rushed into the room with a handful of hawthorn berries. "Saidan is really amazing." Cheng Wanwan praised him generously. "When the ice jelly comes out, the first bowl will be given to our Saidan as a reward." Zhao Saidan licked his lips and stared at the ice jelly chilled in the spring water. Cheng Wanwan wiped her hands, took a pair of chopsticks, and walked to the basin. She poked it with the chopsticks, but the ice jelly was still in a shapeless state. It has been almost an hour. Logically, it should have started to solidify. Could it be that she forgot some step? She sat on the side, thinking hard, recalling bit by bit the details of the time when she made ice jelly in Xinyang. She remembered that she had indeed forgotten one step. When she was washing the agar-agar seeds, the staff put some powder in the container. This powder should be the key to solidification. Zhao Sidon squatted beside the basin, blinking his big eyes. Mom, can I eat now? Zhao Ergus secretly stretched out his finger and licked it. His eyes lit up. It's icy, cool, and delicious. Really? Zhao Sidon couldn't help it and quickly took a spoon to put some in his mouth. He smacked his tongue, his eyes shining. Mom, what is this called? It's so cool to eat when the weather is hot. I like it very much. I'm sure I can sell it for money. Chung Wanwan looked at a large pot of failed products and said helplessly, these can be eaten, but they can't be sold for money. Let's make them again. Wu Huinyang asked anxiously, Mom, did I do something wrong? From beginning to end, her mother-in-law told her what to do, and she was in charge of the details, for she was afraid that any mistake at any step would ruin her mother-in-law's business. Chung Wanwan shook her head. It has nothing to do with you. I forgot what to add in the middle. You guys each eat a bowl first, and then prepare dinner. I will think quietly by myself. She walked to the back of the house, felt the wind, and concentrated on her memories again. But in her previous life, she was just traveling and didn't notice what that bag of powder was. No matter how hard she tried to recall, she couldn't remember it. Chung Wanwan was feeling depressed when she suddenly slapped herself on the forehead. What a fool. She has a trading mall, and there are books in the mall, which is equivalent to an encyclopedia. Can't she just spend money to buy a book about making ice jelly? She opened the mall to search and found a recipe for ice jelly. She bought a recipe for 8 cents. She opened the recipe and saw the raw materials. To make ice jelly, she needed to add lime powder to make it solidify. Lime powder should have appeared in this era, but it probably wasn't available in Daya Village. She could buy it from the mall, but this skill would definitely be passed on to Wu Huanyang in the future. Where would Wu Huanyang get the lime powder then? She continued reading the recipe, which was cheap but so crude that it didn't even mention a substitute for lime powder. Chung Wanwan held her forehead in frustration. She thought about the properties of lime powder and suddenly had an idea. If she replaced the lime powder with starch, would it work? Do what you say. Bought some corn flour, white flour, sweet potato flour, and other foods that were very common in Daya Village and the mall, and then walked to the front yard. The 4 boys each held a bowl of ice jelly and drank it in small sips. They smacked their lips after each sip, which looked a little funny. This whole basin is made up of failed products. If you drink your fill, you won't be able to drink the finished product when it comes out. Chung Wanwan laughed and shook her head. Come and help while it is still early. She divided the rubbed agar seeds into several small bowls, added corn flour, white flour, and sweet potato flour to each bowl, and then placed them in well water. While waiting, Chung Wanwan and Wu Huanyang prepared dinner together. The dishes on the table were still wild vegetables and mushrooms, nothing fresh. What the family lacked most was meat, and there was no reason to eat meat with a clear conscience. Rice served with wild vegetables and mushrooms is considered the best meal in Daya Village. After dinner, it gradually got dark. Chung Wanwan went to check the 3 test samples. The ice jelly with sweet potato starch solidified the fastest and already had a jelly-like texture. It would probably be ready in another cup of tea. She got up to prepare the ingredients, took out all the bowls in the house, put chopped hawthorn pulp in half, and put black sticky brown sugar water in the other half, and finally cut the solidified ice powder into small cubes, put 6 pieces in one bowl, and then placed them steadily in the bamboo basket. There were only 8 bowls in the house, and the basket could only hold 8 bowls of ice jelly, so she carried the basket and walked out of the house. There are still people in the rice fields at the door. The rice fields, which had been dry for almost 2 months, suddenly had water. Some experienced farmers were reluctant to leave the ridges of the fields and walked back and forth in their rice fields again and again, fearing that this was just a dream. Chung Wanwan walked over. Many people took the initiative to greet her, which was something that would never have happened before. She carried the basket and walked to Lao Zhao's house, where the whole family was enjoying the cool air in the yard. Mother Dashan, you are here. Old Mrs. Zhao looked at the basket in her hand. Did you really make food? Chung Wanwan nodded. Didn't I ask the children to help pick lanterns a few days ago? They are made with that stuff. This is my first time making it, so I don't know how it tastes. If you think it's good, I'll take it to town tomorrow to see if anyone wants to buy it. She took the bowls out of the basket and placed a total of 8 bowls on the table. There were 12 people in old Zhao's family, and she was just about to ask the children to go to her house to eat. The ones with flour and corn flour would not be sold in the town, but the taste was the same, so the children could have as much as they wanted. Before she could finish her words, Sun said quickly, "Chunhua, Donghua, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get the bowls. If you go too late, there will be none left." Sun curled her lips, thinking that her sister-in-law was too stingy. There were 12 people here, and she only brought 8 bowls. That meant 4 people wouldn't have anything to eat. What if the old lady didn't allow the girls to eat? Then the 2 maids in the third room wouldn't have anything to eat. No matter how you look at it, the third room would be at a loss. Chunhua took it all in. She didn't say anything and let Chunhua and Donghua take 2 bowls each and leave. The 4 people in the third room each had a bowl of ice jelly in their hands. She picked up 2 bowls, handed one to the old lady and one to the old man. There were only 2 bowls left, and Zhao's second daughter-in-law said, "De Wang and Er Wang, you 2 can share 1 bowl, and Xia Hua and Xiu Hua can each have 1 bowl." Cheng Wanwan smiled. In just a few minutes, she could tell who was easy to get along with and who was more cunning. She said, "De Wang, you run fast. Take a few more bowls to my aunt's house and get some ice jelly. I'll have as much as you want." Zhao Erwang quickly raised his hand. I'll go too. The 2 boys ran away quickly. Old man Zhao stared at the slippery substance in the bowl, a little hesitant. "Mother Dashin, you said this is ice jelly?" Mrs. Zhao was a little scared. "I have lived for 60 years and have never seen this thing. Why doesn't it look like something edible?" Zhao Er said carelessly, "Sister-in-law will definitely not bring anything that is inedible. You will know after you take a bite." He picked up the bowl, drank half of it in one breath, and was stunned. "No wonder it's called ice jelly. It makes me feel cold all over." "Sister-in-law, is this really made from lantern grass? How is it made?" Zhao Sin also quickly took a sip and swallowed it whole. "Why does it taste like hawthorn? This thing is too sour. I never touched it before. It tastes quite good in this ice jelly." The youngest Donghua drank it all in one breath and wiped her mouth. "Aunt, it's delicious, very sweet. I haven't had enough. Is there any more?" Old Mrs. Zhao glared at him coldly. "You just open your mouth and eat it. Who taught you the rules? This is what your aunt sells for money. It should cost at least 1 penny per bowl. If you want more, pay for it." Chen Wenwen thought this old lady was really cute, and she had helped her solve a big problem invisibly. She smiled and said, "I plan to sell this ice jelly for 2 cents a bowl. Mother, do you think it's feasible?" Sun took a deep breath. This thing was sold for 2 cents a bowl. Wasn't it crazy? Wouldn't it be nice to buy a meat bun with 2 cents? Now the price of meat buns has increased, probably 4 cents. 2 cents could buy a steamed bun. Why buy this snack that was not filling? But she will not kindly remind her and let her sister-in-law be turned away and not earn a penny, just to see how the old lady can still be partial to her. She smiled and said, "I think 2 cents is too cheap. This thing is unique in Day Village and Ping'an Town. 3 cents is not too much." Chen Wanwan had originally priced the product at 3 cents, but because of the natural disaster, many people had little savings at home, and 3 cents was a bit expensive, so she was worried that no one would be interested. 2 cents a bowl, not too cheap but acceptable, she could make some money. She observed that the ice jelly with brown sugar water seemed to be more popular, but those who liked sour taste could also accept the one with hawthorn, so both flavors were fine. After everyone had finished eating, she said, "Let's try to sell it for 2 cents. We have to go to town tomorrow morning, so I'll go back to work." She returned with the basket. Zhao De Wang and Zhao Erwang had already eaten 2 bowls of ice jelly. They touched their stomachs and sighed, feeling so comfortable. It was very hot this summer, and no matter how hard they fanned themselves, the heat could not be driven away. But at this moment, they felt cool from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Chen Wanwan couldn't help laughing. "You 2 should carry this big basin of ice jelly back home and let everyone in Lao Zhao's family have enough. This bowl of food is made from coagulated white flour starch. It takes a long time to coagulate and is not smooth enough, so it doesn't look very good. In order to avoid waste, just let your family consume it. Zhao Dawang and Zhao Erwang jumped up, picked up the basins and walked out, fearing that their aunt-in-law would go back on her word. The two of them returned with a large bowl of ice jelly. Old Mrs. Zhao was shocked. "You two little jerks, why don't you move back to your aunt's house? This is your aunt's livelihood. Return it to me now." Zhao Dawang said quickly. "It was our aunt who asked us to bring it back, saying that we could eat as much as we wanted today, and there would be no more in the future." The old lady could say anything. Dong Hua rushed over and her saliva almost flowed into the basin. "That's enough, have another bowl each." The old lady said helplessly. "Put the rest in the fridge and eat it tomorrow. You have no self-control every day." The old lady came into the house and said to old man Zhao, "The eldest son's wife is becoming more and more open and generous. She is really different from before." Old man Zhao smoked his pipe and said, "She used to be obsessed with the promotion of the eldest nephew of the Chung family. Now that she has fallen out with the Chung family, she has to be sensible. I don't know if this ice jelly can be sold at a good price." Old Mrs. Zhao shook her head. "We are all honest farmers. We have never done business before, so we can't teach her anything. Let her figure it out slowly." Chung Wanwan has been counting. Half a pound of agar-agar seeds can make a large bowl of ice jelly, which weighs about 20 pounds. If 20 pounds of ice jelly is cut into small pieces, it can fill at least 80 bowls. A bowl of ice jelly costs 2 cents, which means that with the more than 4 pounds of agarwood seeds left here, she can earn a total of about 1,200 cents, which is equivalent to 1 tael and 2 cents of silver. After deducting the meager cost, she can make a net profit of at least 1 tael of silver. You have to know that in that era, the annual income of a farmer's family was only 2 taels of silver, and that was under the condition of good weather and good harvests. If she successfully sold all of this ice jelly, she would earn almost as much as others earn in half a year, which is equivalent to a huge sum of money. But the prerequisite is that the ice jelly can be sold. Chung Wanwan asked Wu Huanyang and Zhao Dashan to take out another half-pound of agar-agar seeds to make ice jelly. Together with the finished product that had just been tried and not eaten, a total of about 130 bowls could be produced. They would use these to test the market reaction tomorrow. That night, Chung Wanwan and the children were busy until very late. In the neighboring Hohot village, people also kept torches lit and stayed awake all night. This afternoon, many people from Hohot village sneaked to Day village and saw with their own eyes a ditch flowing down from the mountain and into the dried-up rice fields. Many people were jealous. After careful consideration, the head of the village decided to follow the example of Day village and call on all the villagers to dig ditches. This decision was passed unanimously by everyone in Hohot village. However, there was a big dispute when deciding on the people to dig the trench. Village head: "My family's fields are closest to Dadong Mountain. Logically speaking, shouldn't my family have one less labor?" Village head: "Everyone knows that the men in my family are very strong. One man can be as strong as 2 men in other families. Let's just have him." "Shut up." Li Zheng's beard stood up straight. Dadong Mountain is the top of Day village, and it's even farther away from our Hohot village. They have more than 400 laborers, and we need at least 600 to dig the ditch within 3 days. Why don't you want to work hard and just think about being lazy? But our fields are close together, so we don't need to put in much effort. My family lives far away, but we are from the same village. We can't be so picky. If we are far away, we need to have more people. If there are no adults, the children will fill in. Anyway, our family cannot suffer any loss. You're asking for a fight. The people in Hohot village were in chaos, and they couldn't come up with any rules after an entire night. Of a rooster woke up the Day village. At dawn, Chung Wanwan sat up from the bed. When she stood up, the other 3 boys lying on the same bed opened their eyes at the same time. Zhao Sidon said in a daze, "Mom, I want to go to town too." Zhao Sanyu also said, "Mom, I'm strong. Let me go with you." Of these 4 children, Except for the eldest, who went to the town a few times to sell firewood in exchange for salt or something. The other 3 boys had never been to the town and all looked as if they had never seen the world. Chung Wanwan made up her mind and said, "We have only prepared 130 bowls of ice jelly today, so 2 people will be enough. But we may need to buy some things and bring them back, so we need someone to help us get them. Dashin, Sanyu, come with me." Zhao Erga's eyes widened. "Mom, shouldn't I go with my elder brother? According to the order, it should be him, right?" Zhao Sanyu angrily. Zhao Sanyu smiled and said, "Because I'm strong, hee." Chung Wanwan smiled and nodded. "Sanyu is a bit stronger. Let him carry the food back." In fact, Sanyu is a sincere and honest child, not as cunning as the second child. She took some things from the space as buying things, and the eldest and 3rd child would probably not find out. Zhao Sanyu had no idea that he was chosen because of his IQ. He happily got up and went to wash his face. Zhao Da's ox cart stopped at the entrance of the village. The cart was empty, without a single person. Come to think of it, every household was short of food these days. Wouldn't it be nice to use a penny to buy some food? Why would you use it to ride on an ox cart? It only took an hour to walk there. If you started walking before dawn, you could reach the town before the sun came out. You could save 2 pennies for the round trip, which was enough to buy a big steamed bun. The mother and her 2 children got on the car, which carried 2 loads and 4 buckets. 1 bucket was filled with ice powder, 2 buckets were filled with water for washing dishes, and the last bucket was used to store dishes. The bowls at home were all broken and not suitable for serving to customers. So the first thing I did when I arrived in town was to buy bowls and spoons. I bought 10 sets at first. If it wasn't enough, it was a good thing, as it showed that the market potential was great. While driving the ox cart, Zhao Da asked casually, "What is Dashin Yang doing?" Chung Wanwan said, "I'll try making some food and take it to town to see if I can sell it." She wants to make money in an honest way, build a house in an honest way, and live comfortably in this era in an honest way. She never thought of hiding her business from the villagers. Of course, she wouldn't be so stupid as to reveal how much money she made. Zhao Da did not ask in detail. People in the village often brought things to the town to sell. Eggs and firewood were the most common items. Some skillful women could embroider handkerchiefs, and some people made mung bean cakes or something like that. In short, they were all small businesses to make a living, and each family had its own way of making a living. The ox cart drove steadily towards Pingan town. Not long after they walked away, something suddenly flew down from a tree on the side of the road and landed on Chung Wanwan's arm. The last time I rode on an ox cart, there was this thing. It was a locust. Zhao Sanyu grabbed the locust and crushed it to death. His hands were stained with the juice from the locust's body, and he rubbed it on his trouser legs. Chung Wanwan was in a dilemma. They were about to sell food, but this kid was still so unhygienic. If any customer saw him, they would not be able to sell a single bowl of ice jelly. She quickly used a gourd to get some clean water. "Sanyu, wash your hands." Zhao Sanyu's face turned red. "Mom, I won't do it again next time." "What the heck?" A locust hit his face, and he slapped it away, his face covered in dirt. Chung Wanwan's eyebrows and heart were twitching. Zhao Sanyu quickly admitted his mistake. "Mom, I was wrong." He quickly got some water to wash his hands and face, fearing that he would be kicked off the bus. Chung Wanwan looked up at the sky. There were quite a few locusts flying overhead. Not too many, but not too few either.
Zalda frowned.
This thing happened once last year. If it happens again this year, Daya village, no, the entire Pingan town will be finished.
Unkida, no.
Zhao Dashin shook his head vigorously. The village head said that locusts will not come back once they fly away. These few remaining ones may be those that did not have time to fly away last year. They are not difficult to deal with. Zhao Da said nothing and drove in silence. Chung Wanwan didn't say anything. She counted the locusts flying in the sky. A casual count showed that there were nearly 100 of them. If locusts really come, all the rice that has finally grown into ears and grains will be lost to these locusts. She vaguely remembered that when she was watching the news in her previous life, there was a hot search about a locust-sweeping duck army. Hundreds of chickens and ducks entered the rice fields and ate all the locusts flying all over the sky. There are only 3 chickens at home, which is totally not enough. Even if we can start hatching chicks immediately, there won't be enough time. It would be great if there were chicks to sell in town. Along the way, Chumwanwan was thinking about all sorts of things, and the ox cart soon arrived at Ping'an town. The sun had just risen above the horizon, and it was morning market time. The streets were bustling with people, and there were various stalls on the roadside. Selling buns, 4 cents for a big meat bun. Selling candied haws, sweet and delicious candied haws. Selling eggs, they're cheap. The streets were filled with shouting, and the stalls were fully occupied. Day Village is too far from Ping'an town. I couldn't even get a stall when I got up so early. Chumwanwan found an empty space at the end of the street, put down the 4 buckets of belongings, and said, Sanyu, you stay here and guard the things. Dashan, go to the restaurant over there and borrow 2 tables. It's 2 cents per table. Don't borrow more than 2 cents. I'll go to the grocery store to buy tableware. The mother and her 2 children split up into 3 groups, and each was busy with their own work. Chumwanwan walked into the only grocery store in town. The store had a complete range of goods, including some antique porcelain bowls that looked very good. She asked, Boss, how much is one? The shopkeeper took a look at the patched clothes she was wearing and said calmly, 35 cents. Chumwanwan, this is too expensive. Buying 10 bowls and spoons would cost half a tael of silver, which invisibly increases the cost. She settled for the next best thing. Is there anything cheaper? The shopkeeper said impatiently, the cheapest ones are in this row, 1 penny each. Take your pick. Chumwanwan looked down and saw that all the tableware placed underneath were defective. Some were broken or had ugly patterns. They were only slightly better than the broken bowls in their home. She shook her head and walked out of the store. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes behind her. He was wearing such shabby clothes, yet he still despised a bowl worth a penny. How could he be so confident? Chumwanwan is confident. She walked around the alley and opened them all. On the empty panel were all kinds of tableware, which looked very beautiful. She chose a set of medium-sized white porcelain bowls with pink plum blossoms on the surface. Each bowl cost 2 cents, a total of 20 cents. With 10 spoons, the total cost was only 30 cents. She walked to the stall holding 10 bowls and saw Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu carrying 2 tables and putting them down. Chumwanwan was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the tongue-tied Zhao Dashan could actually borrow a table and chair successfully. This was a good sign. The sun gradually rose higher. Chumwanwan's ice jelly stall is now open. A table was placed in the front for guests to sit and eat. Another table. A small piece of ice jelly was placed in each bowl, then topped with black-brown sugar and 2 pieces of hawthorn pulp. First started her business. She went to the market and solicited clients by herself, so it was not difficult for her to attract customers. She shouted loudly, with a smile on her face. Ice jelly for sale. Refreshing and cool ice jelly. Free tasting. Quantity is limited. First come, first served. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu followed suit and started shouting. Thanks to the efforts of the mother and her 2 sons, someone finally stopped in front of the stall. She was a woman in her 30s or 40s. She stared at the thing at the bottom of the bowl and said hesitantly, I've never seen this thing before. It looks weird. Chumwanwan kept a business smile. Heko, sister-in-law, this is ice jelly, which is best eaten when the weather is hot. It is so refreshing after taking a bite. The woman looked skeptical. You don't have ice cubes here. How can you feel cool when you eat it? Chumwanwan smiled and said, You can try it for free. If you don't believe me, just try it. It's free, right? Zhao Dashan picked up the sample with great tact, handed it to the woman, and also gave her a spoon. In the porcelain bowl reflecting the pink plum blossoms is light yellow, transparent, icy jelly and brown sugar that exudes a sweet aroma. It's worth eating this. The woman brought the spoon to her lips, and almost as soon as the ice powder entered her mouth, she felt the coolness. The coolness spread from the lips and tongue to the throat, and then rolled into the abdomen. The sweat from walking in the town all morning seemed to disappear in an instant. She licked the red sugar water on her lips and asked, "What did you just say this thing was called?" "This is called ice jelly, 2 cents for a big bowl." Chum Wanwan swiftly took out an empty bowl. "If you want, I'll give you a bowl. Since you're the first customer, I'll give you 2 more yuan. The woman was a little hesitant at first. 2 cents could buy a big steamed bun, which was enough for a full meal. It was not worth buying this thing. But when Chum Wanwan said she would give her 2 more pieces, she became tempted. This thing would cool down when eaten, and it wouldn't be too hot on the way back. It would be great if she could take it back to her child. The woman asked, "Can I take the bowl with me and bring it back to you tomorrow morning?" Chum Wanwan smiled bitterly. "We only have 10 bowls. I'm afraid it's not enough." In ancient times, productivity was limited, there were no disposable tableware, and takeout was not possible, so we had to watch the loss of our first customer. Zhao Dashan looked disappointed. "This lady seems to like it. Why doesn't she buy it?" Zhao Sanyu scratched the back of his head. "Do you think it's too expensive? Otherwise, mother, can you lower the price to 1 penny per bowl?" Chum Wanwan shook her head. "This is not about money. In ancient times, these women placed the men and children in their families at the top of their hearts. When they saw something delicious, they were more willing to bring it back for their children and men." Something flashed through her mind, but she couldn't catch it. She said, "Dashan Sanyu, you two continue to call the people who are trying the free food. I'll sit aside and think about it." Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu were afraid that so much ice jelly would hit their hands, so they shouted at the top of their lungs. Sure enough, several more women came over. Many of them wanted to try the jelly, but the only ones willing to pay for it were a woman with a child and a sturdy middle-aged man. After working hard for a whole morning, he sold 2 bowls of iced jelly and earned 4 cents, which was just enough to cover the rent for the table. After the morning market, the crowds on the street gradually dispersed. Zhao Dashan returned the table, and Zhao Sanyu squatted on the ground to wash the dishes, occasionally secretly glancing at Chum Wanwan, who was standing on the street in deep thought. "Mom, it's okay." Zhao Sanyu comforted her clumsily. "I can go carry heavy bags and earn 20 cents a day to buy meat for you." Zhao Dashan came back and echoed, "I just heard from the restaurant owner that Mr. Wang in town is recruiting workers to build a granary. The salary is 22 cents a day, and 1 meal is provided. If Sanyu and I go to work, we can earn 50 cents a day, and then mother won't have to work so hard." Chum Wanwan's eyes suddenly lit up. She finally realized where the problem lay. She had positioned the consumer group incorrectly, so naturally the products couldn't be sold. In modern times, the market for these desserts is girls, but in ancient times women had a low status and girls were not qualified to buy snacks. Her consumer group should be men with working ability, or a favored boy in a family. Especially in those years of disaster, when food prices soared, it was impossible for the family to waste money. Chum Wanwan smiled and said, "Dashan Sanyu, pack up your things and let's go to Wang Yuanwai's house and try our luck." The market for more than an hour, she also heard many people talking about it. After the grain of Mr. Wang's family was stolen last time, the Wang family decided to rebuild the granary. The construction started 3 or 5 days ago. In order to speed up the progress, they have been recruiting people recently. There should be many strong men there. The mother and her 2 sons took their belongings to Mr. Wang's house. Behind the house was demolished and rebuilt. 30 or 40 strong men were building the wall under the scorching sun. There was a tank of water outside the yard, so people could drink it when they were thirsty. However, the water in the tank had been exposed to the scorching sun for a long time, so drinking it would only quench their thirst but not their fever. The group of men in their 20s and 30s were sweating profusely, and their sweat dripped onto the ground and was instantly dried by the sun. Chum Wanwan set up her stall 20 meters away in the yard. There was no table to borrow, so she moved bricks to pile them up, then took off Zhao Sanyu's outer coat and spread it on the bricks, using it as a small table. Ice jelly for sale, refreshing and cool ice jelly. Free tasting, quantity is limited, first come first served. A group of men were working when they suddenly heard someone shouting nearby. Looking over, they saw a woman with 2 boys selling things. When the men heard the words free tasting, several young men in their early 20s who were nearby came over. Chum Wanwan smiled and said, "This is the best ice jelly to eat in the hot summer." There are 10 free samples. If you come too late, they will be gone. There are 10 bowls, each with a piece of ice jelly, a shiny jelly-like substance that makes people salivate at the sight. Several men picked up the bowls and drank from them. They couldn't taste anything, but the cool feeling went from their lips and tongues to the tip of their hearts. Chim Won said at the right time, "A bowl costs 2 cents. Do you guys want some?" In the front took out a few copper coins from his waistband, picked out 2 and threw them over. "Hurry up and fill a bowl for me." "Okay." Chim Won put the copper coin away. Zhao Dashin had already served a bowl. She took it and asked with a smile, "Do you like sweet or sour?" The man wanted sweet, so Chim Won added a large spoonful of brown sugar to his bowl, put a spoon on it, and handed him a bowl of ice jelly. The man drank half a bowl of it impatiently, exhaled a breath of fresh air, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This thing cools down the summer heat, and I feel alive after eating it. Auntie, you have to come again tomorrow." After the first bowl was sold, the second, third, and fourth bowls soon followed. There were a total of 36 people on the construction site, and 30 of them bought ice jelly. The remaining 6 people probably came from really poor families and just held back and didn't come over. Chim Won took a look in the bucket and saw at least 70 or 80 bowls of ice jelly. They definitely couldn't be sold here, so they had to move to another place. She wondered where to go next. Zhao Dashin and Zhao Sanyu sat on the side counting money excitedly. Zhao Dashin was stunned. "It's 64 coins in total. Oh my god, how can you make so much in one day?" Zhao Sanyu also looked incredulous. Carrying a large bag only makes 20 cents a day, but selling ice jelly can make 64 cents. "Our family is going to be rich." Chim Won. "Can these 2 guys stop looking so ignorant?" said angrily. The brown sugar added to the jelly cost 40 cents, and these porcelain bowls and spoons cost 30 cents. "We haven't even made back the cost. Why are you so happy?" Zhao Dashin and Zhao Sanyu's faces immediately fell. The 2 of them counted on their fingers to figure out how much they needed to make money, but they couldn't figure it out. Chim Won packed up her things and said, "Let's eat something first, and then go to the next place." Zhao Dashin and Zhao Sanyu picked up 2 loads of things and followed her to the street. The morning market was over. There were still many food stalls on the street. Chim Won sat down at a noodle stall. Zhao Sanyu immediately grabbed her and said, "Mom, I just need to eat the buns. A vegetarian bun costs 2 cents, but a bowl of noodles here costs 10 cents. They have to sell 5 bowls of ice jelly to make their money back." Zhao Dashin shook his head violently. "Mom, let's go back and eat. Huinyang must have prepared a lot of delicious food. Just eat if I tell you to." Chim Won looked at her 2 silly sons with some worry. "How can you have the energy to work if you don't eat enough? You still have to sell ice jelly later, and you can go back after you sell all the ice jelly." Zhao Dashin and Zhao Sanyu had no choice but to sit down. The boss quickly brought over 3 bowls of noodles. As the aroma wafted over, Zhao Sanyu's saliva instantly flowed out and dripped onto the table. He quickly wiped it clean with his sleeve when no one was looking. Chim Won picked up the chopsticks. "Eat quickly." Zhao Dashin and Zhao Sanyu buried their heads in eating the noodles. They gobbled them up in no time, even finishing up the noodle soup. Chim Won couldn't bear to watch the scene, so she turned around and talked to the noodle stall owner. "Sister-in-law, did you know that there is a school in Ping'an Town? The largest school in Ping'an Town is Dikang School, which was founded by an old scholar. However, the old scholar is old and has forgotten a lot." The boss lowered his voice. "Now many people send their children to the neighboring Hika town to study. Hika town was founded by a scholar, and studying there is promising." Chim Won vaguely remembered that Ching Zhao, the most promising child of the Chung family, seemed to be studying in a school in Hika town called Nanfu Academy. She had a plan in mind and asked, "How long does it take to get to Hika town from here?" "It's not far. We'll be there in half an hour on foot." Chim Won thanked the boss, paid 30 cents for noodles, and then took her 2 sons to Hika town. It was noon now, and there were no ox carts at the entrance of the town, so the mother and her 2 sons had to walk there. It was not until the end of noon that they finally saw the city wall of Hika town. With just one look, Chungwanwan felt that Hika Town was more economically developed than Ping'an Town. There were people coming and going everywhere. Not far away, there was a big river on the edge of the city. There were sporadic boats on the sinking river. The dock was probably even more lively. Ping'an Town after the morning market, but Hika Town was still crowded with people. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sania looked left and right. Their eyes were not enough. It was their first time in Hika Town, and everything was new to them. Chungwanwan took her son across the street. She habitually glanced at the grain store. The food in Hika Town was not cheap either. The price of corn had risen to 10 cents, and white rice and flour were not put on sale at all. It was probably because they knew that ordinary people could not afford them. When she turned her head, she saw a woman kneeling on the ground in front of the grain store, and next to her was a skinny girl with a pale face, about 4 or 5 years old. The woman's tears kept falling. "We are out of food at home. If things continue like this, all the children will starve to death. I have no choice but to give this girl away. 300 copper coins will take her away. Please be kind." The little girl, who was about 4 or 5 years old, cried very pitifully, looking at the onlookers with her big eyes, her eyes full of panic. Chungwanwan's mood was extremely complicated. If she were in this situation, she would rather starve to death than sell the child she had carried for 10 months. 300 coins to buy a maid back home is not expensive at all, but this maid is not the only one in the world who is forced to sell herself in exchange for food. The disaster continues to worsen. More and more people will sell their children, and most of those sold will probably be girls. Chungwanwan withdrew her gaze and continued walking forward with her 2 sons with heavy steps. At the end of the street, you will reach the famous Nanfu Academy in Hika Town. This academy was jointly founded by the government and a scholar. The teachers invited were at least scholars. After the outstanding children from nearby towns reached a certain level of education, they would gather here to study. In other words, those who study here either have a talent for studying or come from a family with plenty of money. The school, but most of them sell pens, ink, paper, and inkstones, as well as books and paintings. The place is filled with the scent of books. As soon as Chungwanwan opened her stall, the boss kindly reminded her, "Nanfu Academy has a cafeteria, and the students here basically don't go out to buy these foods. Auntie, you should go to another place." "Thanks for the reminder," Chungwanwan said with a smile. "Since we are here, let's give it a try." Zhao Sanyu had borrowed a table, and the mother and her 2 sons laid out the ice jelly for tasting in a row. Just as they finished, a bell rang in the academy. When the bell rang, the vendors at the door immediately stood up straight, looking energetic and ready to welcome customers. Soon, students came out of the academy in groups of 3 or 5. They were wearing the same white and blue college uniforms and looked like a group of handsome young men, quite pleasing to the eye. Chungwanwan and her 2 sons started shouting, "Ice jelly for sale, refreshing and cool ice jelly. Free tasting, quantity is limited, first come first served." Several stall owners nearby were stunned. This is a college, a sacred place for reading and writing. Why is this woman yelling regardless of the occasion? Those who sell pens, ink, paper, and inkstones are very particular about elegance. If anyone shouts out such vulgar things, the students won't even look at them. The vendors silently lit a candle for Chungwanwan. Today was the first time they met this aunt and probably also the last time. However, to everyone's surprise, 3 or 5 students actually came over and stopped directly in front of Chungwanwan's stall. There are about 200 students in Nanfu Academy, the oldest of whom is only in his early 20s, and they are all handsome young men. These handsome young men naturally had money, which they used to buy pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. An inkstone cost about 500 coins, and the worst brush cost at least 100 coins. Among these stalls, ice jelly seemed particularly cheap. Free tasting, sweet and sour flavors to choose from. Chungwanwan said with a smile, "It's cheap, 3 cents a bowl." Who was serving ice jelly trembled a little. Didn't they sell it for 2 cents before? Why did the price go up after they moved to another place? Not many people would buy it for 2 cents to begin with, and after the price increase, he was afraid that he would lose all the money. When Zhao Sanyu was frowning, He heard a rustling sound and a pile of copper coins were thrown on the table. A handsome young man waved his hand and said, "Thank you for not abandoning me. I am willing to become a gentleman's friend with you. I am short of money and cannot afford to treat you to a drink. I can only use this useless iced jelly instead. Please don't despise it." "Brother, what are you talking about? I dare not ask you to spend money." A group of scholars flattered and yielded to each other. Chum Wonwon was counting the money on the side. She said loudly, "It's 30 copper coins in total, 3 cows, and 10 bowls of iced jelly." Zhao Sanyu was instantly excited and quickly served out 10 bowls. 10 handsome young men held the white porcelain plum blossom bowls and stood in front of the stall to drink. Chum Wonwon doesn't know whether there was iced jelly in this dynasty, but it is definitely unique to Hika Town. This refreshing taste is just as good as the iced drinks in Huzhou. I felt my clothes were sticky from sweat, but after taking a bite of the iced jelly, the heat instantly dissipated. A bowl of iced jelly can relieve the heat of summer, and 2 spoons of brown sugar can make you forget your worries. This is a great limerick. The scholars' impromptu poem spread throughout the Nanfu Academy, and soon many students came to hear the news. Chum Wonwon was responsible for collecting money and taking orders. Zhao Sanyu was responsible for serving the iced jelly. Zhao Dashan was responsible for adding brown sugar, or chopped hawthorn to the iced jelly, and washing the dishes in a timely manner. It was the first time for the 3 mother and sons to work together, but they had a very good understanding of each other. In less than half an hour, 70 or 80 bowls of iced jelly were sold out. The vendors selling pens, ink, paper, and inkstones nearby were all stunned. They have been setting up a stall here for many years, and they would be lucky if they could sell one in a day. But this aunt sold out everything in half an hour. Are they too reserved? Or is this darn iced jelly really that cooling? Several vendors leaned over and found that the wooden barrel was empty. Chum Wonwon smiled and said to the students who came later, "Today's tickets are sold out. Everyone please come early tomorrow." The mother and her 2 sons packed up their belongings, returned the wooden table, and then walked out to the street with their load on their shoulders, ready to buy some more things to take back. Zhao Dashan couldn't help but ask, "Mom, why do you charge 3 cents a bowl here?" Zhao Sanyu guessed, "Maybe it's because those scholars look quite rich?" Chum Wonwon shook her head. "If you charge a high price because you are rich, isn't that just a deliberate scam? How is it different from some unscrupulous merchants? The reason why I raise the price by 1 cent is because this is Hika Town, and we carry the iced jelly here on foot, which increases the labor cost. If we transport the iced jelly to the provincial capital to sell, we have to sell it for 5 cents a bowl, because it takes longer to travel." Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu nodded, not quite understanding what was said. Walking into an alley, Chum Wonwon poured out all the money, a total of 277 coins. All the income for the day was here. "Dashan, take 20 coins and buy peanuts. They are the ingredients for making iced jelly. Buy as many as you can." She paused and gave him another 30 coins. "We don't have any brown sugar at home. Buy some more." Chum Wonwon counted out 30 copper coins and gave them to Zhao Sanyu. "Go to the butcher shop and see how much you can buy with 30 coins. Before Zhao Sanyu even saw the meat, his saliva started to flow. "After you finish shopping, you can go for a stroll in Hika Town. We will meet here in half an hour." Chum Wonwon and her 2 sons acted separately. She still had nearly 200 coins in her hand, which was enough for her to buy many things. She walked out of the alley and went straight into the cloth shop. There were only 2 sets of clothes for each of the 6 people in the family. The clothes were patched with patches and had been torn beyond recognition. She had been wearing these torn clothes for half a month and could no longer bear it. Especially since there was no underwear in ancient times, she had to get herself a set of underwear. When you walk into the cloth shop, you'll see cloth placed on both sides of the door. It is made of linen and is also the cheapest type of cloth. When food prices soared, the price of cloth was unusually stable and you could buy 1 foot for 2 cents. She silently calculated in her mind that an adult man would need about 6 or 7 feet of cloth to make a set of clothes, and a woman would need about 5 feet. She bought 10 feet of gray cloth, 10 feet of green cloth, 10 feet of navy blue cloth, 10 feet of black cloth, and 10 feet each of khaki and light pink cloth, spending a total of 120 coins. After leaving the cloth shop, she spent 20 cents to buy 4 pairs of cotton women's underwear in the mall. She and Wu Huinyang each bought 2 pairs, and they treated it as if they had bought them in the cloth shop. She walked around the town and finally saw someone selling chicks. Dozens of chickens were sitting in cages, looking like they wouldn't live long. In another cage were ducklings, which were a tender yellow in color and seemed to be in slightly better spirits. "Annie, would you like to buy some chicks?" 6 cents each, the man selling chickens said with saliva flying. "All of our chicks are very strong, and they are all hens that can lay eggs. When they grow up, they will become roosters. Bring them back for your money. If they die, I can give you 10 times the money." Before the man could finish his words, a chicken in the cage fell down with a thud. Chumwanwan. The weather is too hot, and the chicks' lives are too fragile. Fortunately, there is no shortage of water in Day Village now, so we can buy ducklings and raise them at home. Each duckling was 6 cents. Chumwanwan selected 20 ducks that were in good spirits and put them into the basket. The ducklings quacked, and her mood became inexplicably happy. She had almost spent all the 200 copper coins she had just used up after buying the cloth and the duck. Chumwanwan returned to the alley early and purchased staple food at the mall. About from selling the silver hairpins had long been eaten up. If she hadn't added some from time to time, the whole family would have starved to death. Wu Huinyang asked her several times how the family could still come up with food, but she always evaded the question. "Fortunately, I made some money today. Otherwise, I really don't know how to continue deceiving her naive eldest daughter-in-law." The most common corn, 20 kilograms of rice, 20 kilograms of white flour, and 10 kilograms of each of black flour, buckwheat flour, corn flour, etc. She also bought some snacks, some soap for bathing, a wooden comb, and a pair of rustic cloth shoes. Chumwanwan's shameful money was squandered. There was still more than 118 taels left. When Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu came back, they saw food and cloth on the ground, and even 20 quacking ducklings. Hika Town is half an hour away from Ping'an Town. Ping'an Town is more than an hour away from Day Village. The mother and her 2 children did not get on the ox cart. After walking for almost 2 hours, they finally saw the familiar mountains. At this time, the sun had already set and dusk enveloped Day Village. The orange sunset was reflected in the rice fields, peaceful and beautiful. "Mother Dashan, why are you back so late?" "Sister Zhao, I heard you went to the town to sell food today. How's your business?" The big locust tree saw the mother and her 2 children coming and came over to ask them questions. Chumwanwan motioned for her 2 sons to carry their things back first. She smiled and said, "I made some food. Luckily, I managed to sell it and made a few copper coins. I bought a little more than half a pound of meat for the children to try." After the price of grain in town went up, the price of meat also skyrocketed. "The last time I went back to ask, it was 25 cents a pound, which is extremely expensive. Even Dashaniang can afford meat at 25 cents a pound. It seems she really makes a lot of money. Tell us how much money you made." Women are naturally gossipy, and they all open their eyes wide to seek answers. "The price of meat is 35 today." Chumwanwan sighed. "I spent 30 cents to get just a little bit. There are 6 people in my family, so each of them can have a bite to taste. I'll use the remaining copper coins to buy ducks. There's water here, so I can raise some ducks and sell their eggs. It's much better than working hard to make food." Was good at accounting calculated in her mind that pork was 30 cents, and 20 ducks were at least 100 cents. In other words, Dashan actually earned more than 100 cents after working hard for a whole day. Countless women were extremely jealous. "Mother Dashan, what kind of food are you cooking?" Chumwanwan continued to sigh. "I asked the children to help pick lantern grass a few days ago. It looked cheap, but I realized how troublesome it was to make it. The main thing was to add sugar. Everyone knows how expensive sugar is. It costs 40 to 50 cents per pound. I had to buy a big bag of sugar and boil it in water every day. I also had to add peanuts. It tastes crispy." The women present had complicated expressions on their faces. A bowl of tasteless water could make people drool after adding brown sugar. No matter what food you eat, As long as you add brown sugar, the taste will not be too bad. But brown sugar is too expensive. They really don't dare to take the risk of making snacks with brown sugar and selling them in town. What if they can't sell them? Today I bought half a pound of brown sugar on credit from the grocery store, and tomorrow I have to continue selling food to settle the bill. Chum Wonwon said, I will continue to buy lanterns from the lantern grass on the mountain, 2 cents per pound, and I hope the sisters-in-law can help me. Wang slapped her thigh and said, That's great. I'll go up the mountain with some barley before it gets completely dark. Another woman said, I'll ask my son to pick some too. If they're 7 or 8 kilograms, Dashin Yang won't reject them, right? Chum Wonwon smiled and said, Of course, this thing consumes a lot of energy, so I'll take as many as I can. Originally, chatting suddenly dispersed, fearing that if they went up the mountain too late, the lantern grass would be plucked out by others. Chum Wonwon walked back home slowly. Herself, she also gives those gossipy women in the village something to do, so they won't be jealous of her. She walked into the yard and saw Wu Huanyang preparing to braise pork using the same method as before. She was quick and skillful and soon had the meat stewed on the stove.
Zhao Dashen was busy washing agar-agar sets.
Chum Wonwon asked him to go to the main room to work. No matter what era, the core technology could not be revealed. From now on, all the operations related to ice jelly would have to be done in the inner room. Zhao Ergu was tilling the vegetable garden at home. He had been busy at home all day, and the land in front of and behind the house was almost finished. He divided the land into small plots and planted different vegetables in each plot, then watered the plot and applied organic fertilizer. Zhao Sanyu was chopping wood in the open space in the yard, which was something he had to do every day. Zhao Sidon was teasing the new duckling and feeding it wild vegetable roots. Mom, I love ducklings so much. His eyes lit up. Ducklings love water.
Let's dig a pond for them.
Chum Wonwon marked out a piece of land in the yard. The ducks are still small, so let's keep them here for now. We'll make a big pond later. She wanted to buy the land at the foot of the mountain just to dig a pond. Raising ducks was secondary. She planned to grow lotus roots exclusively, which are the jade shoots of this era. Jade shoots are a southern variety. The ones grown in Day Village are not as crisp and delicious, and their color is also light yellow. However, she has improved varieties in the mall, and the quality of the lotus roots and lotus seeds grown here is not too bad, but not too outstanding, otherwise it would be a big loss if they were chosen as tribute. This thing has always been a tribute. It is not difficult for local people in the south to eat it, but in other regions, only the superiors in the palace and some royal relatives are qualified to have a taste of it. If she grew them and sold them exclusively to the powerful people of the time, it would be a lucrative business. In her previous life, she had been to Westlake, a place that specialized in growing ornamental lotus. It was a large lotus pond covering an area of about 60,000 to 70,000 acres. It was such a beautiful sight when the lotus flowers were in full bloom. If she had a lotus pond of her own, she could live in the village all her life, enjoying the flowers, drinking tea, and listening to the sound of rain, which would be a great pleasure in life. But now, she can't even afford 30 acres of land. The task is heavy and the road ahead is long. The task is heavy and the road ahead is long. The last bit of sunlight faded. The braised pork was finally out of the pot. There was less than a pound of meat, and it filled half a bowl. It smelled sweet and delicious, and I wanted to swallow my tongue when I ate it. The braised pork was eaten up in an instant. Each person was given a spoonful of the soup and mixed with white rice. It was simply the most delicious thing in the world. After eating and drinking, Chum Wonwon took out a bag of snacks from her backpack. Sidon, this is for you. Take it and eat it. Zhao Sidon was so happy. Mom, you are so good to me. You are my favorite person. He carefully opened the wrapping paper and smelled the crispy aroma. Before he took a bite, he heard the sound of gurgling saliva beside him. He was afraid that his 3 brothers would be hunted by hungry wolves, so he quickly hid the snacks in his sleeves. Chum Wonwon laughed a little and continued to take out the food from the backpack. Everyone has a bag. Huinyang also has one. Everyone eats their own, and you are not allowed to steal other people's. Zhao Dashin scratched the back of his head. Mom, I'm already this old. I don't want to eat snacks. Chen Wanwan took the snack from his hand and stuffed it into Wu Huanyang's hand. If your husband doesn't want to eat it, you can eat it all. No leftovers are allowed. Wu Huanyang had never eaten this kind of snack bought in town since she was a child. Her hands trembled slightly as she took the snack and said solemnly with a sob, "Thank you, mother." She must be filial to her mother-in-law and take care of her until the end of her life. Chen Wanwan continued to empty the backpack. None of the people in the family had ever taken a copper coin and had no idea of its purchasing power, so she felt no pressure to fish in troubled waters. It seemed as if there were endless things in the backpack. Take all the food and lock it up so no one sees it. As for the cloth, each person can make a new set of clothes. The remaining scraps can be used to make some clothes to wear inside. Don't think she doesn't know. Except for the eldest daughter-in-law, the other 4 boys in the family don't wear underwear. They only wear outer trousers. If the trousers are torn, their buttocks will be exposed, which is simply unsightly. You 4 boys, choose your own colors. Chen Wanwan picked up pink and khaki fabrics. She preferred pink, but after all, she was too old to pretend to be young. I want khaki. Pink, Huanyang, make one for yourself. You'll look fresh and youthful. Wu Huanyang's eyes suddenly widened. Pink clothes are for little girls of 5 or 6 years old. How can a woman like her wear them? But she didn't dare to refute her mother-in-law's words. The family was distributing the cloth. A voice was heard at the gate of the courtyard. There were 5 or 6 children at the gate of the yard. Each child was holding a basket with picked lanterns in it. You little guys are really quick, Chen Wanwan said with a smile, but I can't pay you until tomorrow night. Is that okay? Wang Demai was the first to nod. Sure, Andy can give it to you anytime. Chen Wanwan laughed dryly. Here are 2 caddies, so I owe you 4 cents, and also the 2 eggs from the day before yesterday. She was digging the ditch the day before yesterday. She promised to give the children more than 20 eggs in total. But she has only given out 8 so far, and it will take more than 3 days to pay them back. Now she owes the children more than 10 cents. She must settle the account tomorrow night. Otherwise, she will feel guilty. Children came one after another, one bringing 1 pound, another bringing 2 pounds. Soon, more than 20 pounds of agarwood seeds were piled in the yard, and she owed a huge sum of more than 40 cents. Originally, the villagers were jealous of Dashinyang for making a lot of money by cooking, but now they saw that she couldn't even pay the cost, and they realized that doing business is not easy. First, and then you can pay off the debt after you make money. If you can't sell the goods, not only will you lose money, but you will also be in debt. This high risk is simply unaffordable for small farmers. Some women in the village had some bad thoughts, but now they have disappeared. Chen Wanwan and her sons were busy at home. The consumption capacity of Nanfu Academy was okay. 70 or 80 bowls were not enough, so she could bring about 200 bowls tomorrow to try. There was a distribution wharf in Hika town with many coolies, but she didn't know whether the men working as coolies were willing to spend 3 cents to buy ice jelly. Anyway, she would try it first. Zhao Ergu is responsible for peeling out the agarwood seeds. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu are responsible for scrubbing the agar-agar seeds. Wu Huanyang was responsible for boiling the brown sugar, while Zhao Saidan stared at the fire in the stove. Chen Wanwan was chopping hawthorns into pieces, peeling peanuts, removing the red skins from the peanuts, and pounding them into crumbs. And are you there? Chuanhua's voice was heard at the door, and Chen Wanwan wiped her hands and walked out. The 2 sisters Chunhua and Donghua were standing at the door holding baskets. There was also a large backpack at their feet, which contained at least 5 kilograms of agarwood seeds. Chunhua asked, Aunt, we accidentally picked a little too much. Will you take some? Chen Wanwan naturally collected some. Although 1 pound of agar seeds can produce at least 20 to 30 pounds of ice jelly, the agar seeds will not go bad after being peeled, so the more the better. She smiled and said, It's 5.5 pounds in total. My aunt owes you 11 cents. Come and get it tomorrow night. Chuanhua's face was full of joy. She earned 11 cents by herself. She would go back and tell her mother, and her mother would definitely be very happy. She took Donghua's hand and prepared to leave. Donghua sniffed. Aunt, your house smells so good. What is Saidan eating? She stared straight at Zhao Sidon, who was sitting at the door. After Zhao Sidon finished his work, he sat on the doorstep to eat some snacks. There were 6 pieces in a bag of snacks. He was reluctant to eat them, so he licked them one bite at a time and swallowed them slowly. He ate 3 pieces in this slow manner. He planned to save them for tomorrow. When he looked up, he saw Donghua looking straight at him. He quickly hid the snack in his sleeve. "Aunt, I'm so hungry." Donghua's saliva flowed out. Looking at her like this, who could not understand what she was thinking. Chen Wanwan naturally wouldn't argue with a child who was only 7 or 8 years old. She said, "Sidon, give your sister Donghua a piece." Zhao Sidon stared. "I only have 3 pieces left, not enough for me to eat." Chen Wanwan had a headache. When their children refused to share snacks with other children, she felt a little regretful. Why didn't she read the parenting tips posted on public accounts before? As a single person, she really didn't know how to educate her children. Although Donghua's behavior of reaching out for food was not desirable, Sidon being too stingy was also not okay. She walked to Sidon and said in a low voice, "Give Donghua a piece, and I'll buy you another bag tomorrow." Zhao Sidon's eyes lit up, and he compromised immediately. He took out some snacks, carefully took out a piece, and handed it to Zhao Donghua. Donghua swallowed the snack in one gulp, smacked her lips, and her eyes were still staring at the snack that Zhao Sidon had hidden in his sleeves. Zhao Sidon looked at Chen Wanwan, and the meaning of his eyes was very clear. If he gave him another piece, would his mother buy him another pack? Chen Wanwan. It turns out that using snacks to tempt children to learn to share is a completely wrong educational approach. She said, "Chunhua, it's getting late now, take your sister home quickly." Chunhua obediently took Donghua's hand and led her out of the yard. As soon as they reached the path, Donghua pouted. "Auntie is too stingy. She didn't even give me a piece of dessert." Chunhua frowned. "Didn't Auntie ask Sidon to give you one piece? Auntie will be angry if you say that. It's just a tiny bit, the size of a fingernail. I can't taste anything." Donghua licked her lips. "I also saw a lot of cloth on the table in my aunt's living room. Sister, my aunt must have made a lot of money. Brother Sidon will have endless snacks to eat every day." Chunhua also saw the fabrics, all kinds of new colors. She hadn't made new clothes in several years. The 2 sisters hurried towards old Zhao's house. The adults in the Zhao family were enjoying the cool air in the yard, doing their work and chatting. "I heard that my sister-in-law made a lot of money," Sun said with an ambiguous tone. "She bought 1/2 pound of meat and dozens of ducklings. How dare she spend money like this if she didn't make any money?" Mrs. Zhao paused and said, "Buying ducks is a good thing. Raising ducks can produce eggs that can be exchanged for copper coins. The eldest son's wife is really going to live a good life." Sun's face fell. The old lady was so biased and cruel that she could even give such forced praise. She curled her lips and said, "It was the first time that my sister-in-law made money from her business to buy meat. It's fine if she didn't buy snacks for the children, but why didn't she send some meat for my parents to try? This is simply a blatant provocation." Mrs. Zhao raised her face coldly. "Third daughter-in-law, if you are bored, go to the back of the house and cut some bamboo. It just so happens that one of our backpacks is broken." Before she could finish her sentence, Chunhua led Donghua in from the door. Sun's anger, which she had nowhere to vent, was immediately directed at the 2 maids. "You darn girls, where did you run off to in the middle of the night? It's so dark in the mountains. If you were taken away by a wolf, you would be a nuisance." "Enough of that," old lady Zhao scolded. "There are patrols on the mountain now. How could a living child be taken away by a wolf?" "Chunhua, Donghua, the 2 of you come to Grandma and tell her what she's been doing?" Chunhua said softly, "Auntie is collecting lanterns, so Donghua and I are going up the mountain to pick lanterns." Donghua said quickly, "My elder sister and I picked more than 5 kilograms, and my aunt said it was 11 copper coins in total." The anger on Sun's face disappeared immediately, and she asked hurriedly, "Where are the copper coins?" Sun's face was full of disappointment. The eldest sister-in-law actually took away the lanterns that her 2 daughters had picked with great effort without paying a penny. "If I don't make any money tomorrow, wouldn't these 11 cents be wasted?" Thinking of this, Sun suddenly paused. If she were running this business, she would definitely not be willing to spend money to hire someone to help pick lantern grass. The money her sister-in-law earned was more than she imagined. Aunt bought some delicious snacks for Sidon. Donghua licked her lips and said, and also bought a lot of cloth, so Sidon will have new clothes to wear soon. I bought meat, ducks, snacks, and cloth and made at least 100 coins. A few months ago, her husband went to the town to carry heavy bags and only earned 20 copper coins a day. An idea came to Sun's mind, and she said slowly, "It's inconvenient for Dashan's wife to be pregnant, and the boys are not very careful. It should be too busy for the eldest sister-in-law to cook alone. I will go to help the eldest sister-in-law tomorrow." Soon as she opened her mouth, old lady Zhao knew what she was up to and scolded her angrily. "Why are you so short-sighted? If you have time to think about the copper coins in other people's hands, you might as well do your own work well. I see that you are really free. Go and pull out the weeds in the field tomorrow." Sun's face turned green. The land of the Zhao family was not separated, and the land of the three families was mixed together. There were more than 20 acres of rice fields alone. If she weeded all of them, wouldn't that be the end of her life? At daybreak, Mrs. Sun was woken up by the old lady to pull weeds. She walked out of the house and stood on the ridge of the field to see Zhao Da's ox cart arriving at the village entrance. Then Chum Wanwan took the 4 boys from the family out and got on the ox cart. Sun stood on the edge of the field, made up her mind, and walked towards the end of the village. Wu Huanyang was the only one in the yard. Today, all 4 boys in the family followed Chum Wanwan to Hika town to sell ice jelly, while Wu Huanyang sat in the main room cutting cloth. She cut a piece of cloth, she twisted her body uncomfortably, and her face blushed. Late last night, her mother-in-law suddenly called her out, stuffed 2 palm-sized pants into her hands, and told her to wear them next to her body, saying that they could prevent gynecological diseases. She didn't know what gynecological diseases were, but she knew she had to listen to her mother-in-law, so she put it on. Indeed more comfortable after putting it on, but I am not used to it. I can't help twisting and turning and constantly adjusting my sitting position.
Clack. Ga-ga-ga.
In the yard suddenly screamed. Wu Huanyang quickly put down the work in her hands, stood up and walked out, and saw Sun pushing the gate of the courtyard. She went out and opened the gate. "Why is third aunt here?" Sun walked in, looked around, first silently counted how many ducklings there were, then went straight to the main room and saw a piece of navy blue cloth on the table. She smiled with a fake smile. "Is Dashan's wife sewing clothes?" Wu Huanyang said generously. "The clothes Dashan is wearing were all left over from when my father-in-law was alive. He hasn't had a new one in a few years. My mother-in-law was so considerate and asked me to make a new one for Dashan. These are the lanterns that Chunhua and Donghua sent yesterday." Sun saw a basket of lanterns in the corner of the main hall and casually walked over to take one out. "You said this is strange. Lanterns look inconspicuous. How can they be used to make delicious and beautiful ice jelly? Dashan wife, can you teach third aunt?" Wu Huanyang's vigilance immediately rose to her throat, but she remained calm and looked weak. "Aunt San, I don't know anything about this matter. My mother-in-law didn't let me get involved." Sun continued, "Should we put the lanterns in the pot and cook them, or dry them in the sun and grind them into powder? You should know, right?" Wu Huanyang continued to shake her head and refused to say a word. Sun had no choice but to use her trump card. "If you can tell me the recipe for the ice jelly, I will give you half of the money I make. After you get the money, it will be your own private money and will have nothing to do with your mother-in-law." Wu Huanyang still didn't speak. "How can you be so stupid?" Sun lost her temper and cursed. "You are such a dull person that you can't do anything with just one blow. That's why you are always controlled by your mother-in-law. The whole village knows that your mother-in-law abuses you every day, but you are so stupid that you wash clothes, light fires, and work like a maid even when you are pregnant. Your mother-in-law can make money now, and she will be the queen mother in heaven in the future. Just wait to be tortured." Wu Huanyang looked around, walked over, picked up the broom, and started sweeping Sun's feet. "Aunt San, please move aside. I want to sweep the floor. Please move aside." She took the broom and swept Sun out. Then he closed the gate tightly. Sun was so angry that she was fuming. Wife Yukai, what are you doing here? Aunt Wang from next door came back from the fields. There are 2 young men from Hohot village coming to the village entrance. They seem to be from your mother's family. The patrol team saw that they were strong and didn't dare to let them in. You should go and take a look. The patrol team of Dea village gradually formed rules. If a person from another village comes alone, he can be released after being questioned. If there are 2 or more people who are looking for someone, they need to wait outside the village, and someone will notify them. When Sun reached the entrance of the village, she saw her 2 nephews from her mother's side. Aunt, Grandma asked us to borrow some food. The eldest nephew of the Sun family went straight to the point. All the food in the fields of Hohot village has dried up. Grandma said that our whole family has to rely on you this year. Sun's scalp tingled. There were nearly 20 people in the Sun family, and they all depended on her. Who could she rely on? She said angrily. The crops in Dea village haven't dried up yet, but they are still growing in the fields. Where can I borrow food from you? Wait until the rice in the fields is harvested. Comes, lending 10 kilograms out will be considered an act of kindness and loyalty to my parents' home. The sun gradually rose. Chumwanwan and her 4 sons finally arrived at Hika town. She once again told Zhao Da, Uncle Da, we will meet at the city gate at the end of noon. You must not leave alone. Without a bullock cart, she had to walk home, which was a terrible thing. If she had to walk back and forth like this every day, she would rather not do business.
Zhao Da naturally agreed.
He could earn 10 cents for each trip of the mother and her 5 children. Last night, Cheng Wanwan and Wu Huanyang used 2 kilograms of agar-agar seeds to make 3 buckets of ice jelly, which can be used to make more than 350 bowls. Nanfu Academy alone could not handle such a large volume, so she decided to take her sons to the dock to try it first. Hika town is not big, but it is bustling with people. When a ship stops, many strong men go up to move the goods. Some of them carry the goods away, while others return to the wharf to wait for work after moving the goods. The crowd is constantly moving. Cheng Wanwan found some discarded boards on the dock, set up a makeshift low table, and started shouting. There were no buildings or trees by the river, and the sun was shining brightly. The strong men were willing to work with their shirts off. Suddenly, they heard someone selling ice jelly and offering free samples, so they immediately gathered around. Free tasting limited to 10. First come, first served. 10 bowls of ice jelly were placed in a line on the table. The pink porcelain flowers and light yellow ice jelly were crystal clear in the sunlight. Had long been unable to bear the heat, picked up the bowl and drank it down, and was immediately shocked. What the heck is this? It tastes like ice, but sweeter than ice. The man wiped his mouth and said, Give me a bowl. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, This is ice jelly, 3 cents a bowl. When he heard that it would cost 3 cents, the man hesitated, but then he remembered that in some post stations a bowl of boiled water cost 1 cent, and this thing should have brown sugar in it, and it was ice cold, so it tasted really good, so 3 cents was not too expensive. The man took out 3 sweaty copper coins from his waist bag and threw them on the table. Hurry up and serve me a bowl. This darn weather is so hot that it's killing me. Cheng Wanwan took the copper coins without any disdain and shouted, Sanyu, bring me a bowl of ice jelly. Zhao Sanyu cleaned the tasting bowl quickly, then scooped out a bowl of cool ice jelly and handed it to the man. The man didn't even use a spoon, he just took the bowl and gulped it down, saying happily, This thing is better than eating ice cubes to cool down. If it's cheaper, I really want to have another bowl. The man looked as if he was still unsatisfied, which attracted the attention of other men. Soon the stall was surrounded by people. Cheng Wanwan took the money, told Zhao Sanyu to serve the jelly, and then said to the eldest and second brother, Just follow the procedure just now. Have you 2 remembered it? Zhao Dashan nodded. Mom, I know everything. Zhao Erga picked up a bucket of ice powder and said impatiently, Mom, we'll go first. The 2 brothers rushed to the west pier over there, fearing that they would be late and delay their business. Zhao sighed and obediently helped add brown sugar or hawthorn to the ice jelly, but he was a little flustered. Zhao Sanyu kept scooping up the ice jelly until his hands felt like they were not his own, until a boat stopped on the river. Now the drought has lasted for a long time. The river channel has sunk, and the number of ships coming to Hika town has gradually decreased. As soon as a ship stops, all the men rush over like flying. There's only a thin layer of ice jelly left in the bucket, but in just half an hour, more than 100 bowls were sold, earning more than 300 coins. Put away the things. Let's go find Dash and Ergu. Chum Wonwon dismantled the temporary table and planned to take it to the entrance of Nanfu Academy later and set it up for continued use. Zhao Sanyu asked in confusion. There were a lot of people who wanted to buy ice jelly just now. They should come over after they finish moving the goods. Why are they leaving so early? Chum Wonwon said as she collected the things. This is called hunger marketing. When a thing is always in supply, they don't think it's a big deal, but when it may be out of stock at any time, the next time we come, these people will rush over as quickly as possible, and we can finish the work in the shortest time possible. Zhao Sanyu seemed to understand, but didn't quite understand, and went to clean up the dishes silently. Zhao Sidon blinked and said, Mom, just now someone bought 7 bowls of ice jelly at once. How did you know so quickly that it would cost 21 cents? He was still counting on his fingers, but his fingers were not enough, so he was silently asking his toes for help. His mother had already quietly put the 21 cents into her pocket. Chum Wonwon found that this boy was very observant. He could notice such details even when he was busy. She smiled and said, This is arithmetic. My mother's grandmother used to run a small business and learned how to do arithmetic quickly from others. I also learned a little bit. Do you want to learn it? Zhao Sidon nodded vigorously. I want to learn. Chum Wonwon looked at Zhao Sanyu, who was working hard, and said, You should learn from me too. Zhao Sanyu. He doesn't want to learn arithmetic at all. It sounds overwhelming. The mother and her 2 children walked to the West Pier, which was smaller than the East Pier, but also had a lot of people. A boat left, a group of men surrounded the stall, and Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergu were so busy that they had no time to rest. Zhao Sanyu said quickly, I'll go help my elder and second brothers. Chum Wonwon stopped him. Let's see how they do business first. Zhao Ergu was responsible for receiving customers and collecting money, while Zhao Dashan was responsible for serving ice jelly and cleaning up the tableware. The 2 of them worked together quite well. A strong man came over with a group of brothers. Give me 9 bowls of ice jelly. Zhao Ergu was stuck. Previously, each person ordered at most 3 bowls, and 3 bowls was 9 coins. He knew it by heart. Now, how should he calculate the price for 9 bowls of ice jelly? The customers were waiting to pay, and Zhao Dashan was waiting for the ice jelly to be served. Several pairs of eyes were staring at him. He was so anxious that he opened his mouth and said, A total of 23 coins, big brother. Give me 9 bowls of ice jelly. Okay. Zhao Dashan has already started working. A man at the back laughed out loud. Young man, how did you calculate this? 9 bowls of ice jelly cost 27 cents. How come you underestimated 4 cents? Ordered 9 bowls of ice jelly snorted. He said 23, then 23 cents. I'll put it here. He threw down 23 copper coins. Zhao Ergu's face was full of regret. He actually made a mistake in the calculation and lost 4 cents. How could he be so stupid? He stared blankly at the copper coins on the table. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should take the 4 coins back. It didn't matter if he took it back or not. At worst, he wouldn't sell it. Just as he was struggling between his conscience and his desires, a clear voice rang in his ears. Chum Wonwon came over with a warm smile. My kid has never been to school and can't do arithmetic. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you all. He made a mistake in his calculations, so he should be responsible for it. No matter what, I can't ask you to pay any more money. Dashan, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and serve 9 bowls of ice jelly. Zhao Dashan immediately got busy, and Zhao Ergu went to help with a shameful look on his face. This lady is an open-minded person. With this kind of temperament, are you still worried about not being able to do business? The various compliments from the audience attracted a group of people to buy the ice jelly, and a bucket of ice jelly was quickly sold out. Zhao Ergu was worried. Mom, I shortchanged you by 4 cents. You're punishing me by not eating. You are my own son. How can I let you go hungry? Chum Wanwan laughed. If you leave the account to Dashin or Sanyu, I think you can save 40 cents. You have done a good job. Don't blame yourself. Think about what to eat later, meat buns, noodles, or wontons. Zhao Ergu was so guilty that he didn't even care about eating. He asked, Mom, you really don't blame me? If you have learned arithmetic and still calculated like this, you will definitely be punished, but you have never been exposed to it, so it is normal to make mistakes. Chum Wanwan comforted, Don't worry, Mother will teach you. Don't think about it. Pack up and go to Nanfu Academy. After selling it, we will go to eat. We made a lot of money today. You can eat whatever you want. The atmosphere finally became lively. Zhao Dashin carried the last bucket of ice jelly, Zhao Ergu carried a wooden board, Zhao Sanyu carried a bucket and tableware, and Zhao Saiden held a bag of snacks. This was the reward that Chum Wanwan promised him yesterday. The mother and her 5 children soon arrived at Nanfu Academy. It was the time when students finished their morning studies and went out for some fresh air. A bowl of ice jelly can relieve the heat of summer, and 2 spoons of brown sugar can make you forget your worries. This doggerel was widely circulated in Nanfu Academy. Within just one day and one night, ice jelly became a food that all students knew. As soon as Chung Wanwan's stall opened, students came in groups of 3 or 5. There were 20 sets of tableware in total, and with 5 people working together, a bucket of ice jelly was sold out in less than a quarter of an hour. An empty bucket was filled with all the copper coins earned today. The 4 boys of the Zhao family had never seen so many copper coins before, and their eyes widened. Chung Wanwan coughed and said, Let's pack up first, and then find a place where no one is, and we'll count how much money we've made. The 4 boys nodded quickly, washed the dishes quickly, put them into the bucket, packed up the wooden boards and put them on the side of the road, and the group of 5 quickly walked towards the nearest alley. Zhao Saiden just turned around and stopped in his tracks. He looked back and saw that the person who had just walked out of Nanfu Academy looked like his cousin. In the past, when my mother scolded them, she often said that they were not as good as my cousin Ching Zhao. Whenever there was any delicious food at home, my mother would send it to the Chung family, which was actually for my cousin Ching Zhao. My mother sent the money for cousin Ching Zhao's studies and the pension for my father's death in the war to the Chung family.
Today.
If my mother sees my cousin, she will definitely put all the coins into my cousin Ching Zhao's arms immediately. This is the money they earned with great difficulty, and Ching Zhao will not let it go for free. Zhao Saiden glanced at Chum Wanwan, and seeing that his mother did not see his cousin, he quickly left the gate of the academy. Cheng Zhao, who had just walked out of the academy, frowned and looked at the 5 people who were getting farther and farther away in the distance. Why did they look like his second aunt and 4 cousins? The second aunt doing with her cousins in Hiko Town? Cheng Zhao was thinking. Several classmates came towards him with sneers on their faces. Brother Cheng, what are you doing? Cheng Zhao held a few manuscripts in his hands. He said humbly, Let's go to D Hall. Are there any brothers who would like to go with us? You re-copying books in D Hall, but we don't have the luxury of doing that. A student said with a sigh, I heard that copying a book only costs 100 coins. How long does it take you to copy a book? Cheng Zhao said calmly, If the schoolwork is busy, it will take half a month to copy 1 book. Ha 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 ha, that means I can only earn 100 coins in half a month. 100 coins can't even buy an inkstone, only the worst brush. Brother Cheng's family is so poor, why don't you go back to farming? These people openly sneered, but Cheng Zhao's expression remained unchanged. He turned and left the academy gate, holding the 3 copied books and heading towards D Hall. Chum Wanwan and her 4 sons sat on the ground in an empty alley. The 4 boys had never learned arithmetic, so they got stuck when they counted to 10 and kept scratching their heads. Chum Wanwan had to count them herself, and when she finished, there were a total of 723 copper coins. 3 buckets of ice jelly used nearly 3 pounds of ice jelly seeds and almost 12 pounds of lanterns. The wages paid out were 24 cents. The brown sugar and peanuts cost a total of 80 cents. Excluding these, how much did we earn today? She looked at the 4 boys in front of her with a smile and offered tempting conditions. Whoever gives the correct answer first will receive a meat bun at noon today. A few long minutes passed. Finally, someone raised his hand, and Zhao Sidon said excitedly, "Mom, I know. It's 629. Chum Won shook her head. "It's still a little short. Please calculate it carefully again." Zhao Sidon counted on his fingers and thought hard. Zhao Erga's eyes lit up. "I figured it out. It's 619. Ergo is great. I'll give you a big meat bun as a reward at noon today." Chum Won said with a smile, "The four of you are not good at arithmetic. Starting from tonight, spend an incense stick of time every day to learn how to do arithmetic well." Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sidon seemed slightly excited. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu looked miserable. Just with such a small thing, the personalities of the four boys were fully revealed. Chum Won put all the copper coins into her waist bag, stood up and said, "Come on, Mom will take you to eat." The mother and her two children sat down in a wonton shop. The proprietress brought 5 bowls of wontons and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law bought 5 bowls at once, which makes her a big customer of our shop. I gave her some pickles for you to try." There were some pickles in a small plate, and they tasted pretty good. Chum Won took the opportunity to educate her. "This lady boss knows how to do business. She gave us pickles this time. Next time we want to eat wontons, we will definitely come to her house. The same goes for us. When we sell iced jelly, we must give customers a feeling that they have made a profit. Just like today, Erga shortchanged the customer by a few cents. This is not a big deal. If you insist that the customer make up the difference, the customer will feel that he has lost a lot. If you want to do long-term business, you can't care about a few cents. Gains and losses are the way to do business in the long run." Zhao Erga nodded thoughtfully. After eating the wontons, the 4 boys were only half full. Chum Won went to buy a few meat buns, 1 for each of them and 1 extra for Zhao Ergu. Apart from staple foods, there are no other vegetables at home. There is no shortage of wild vegetables and mushrooms in the mountains, but the most lacking thing is meat. Chum Won took a group of boys straight to the butcher shop. It was afternoon, and there was not much fresh meat left in the butcher shop. There was only 1 piece of pork belly, some pig offal, pig bones, and pig blood left. Chum Won bought all these things. 2 pounds of pork cost 60 cents, pork bones were relatively cheap, at 10 cents per pound, and the pig blood was given to him for free by the butcher. Chum Won was shopping. Zhao Ergu was silently calculating beside her. The wontons cost 61, the meat buns 35 won, and the pork 61. He muttered to himself, slowly added up the money, and was suddenly shocked. It seemed like I had earned a lot of money, but I had actually spent half of it just to buy a few things. My mother earned yesterday? Why was she able to buy dozens of kilograms of rice and flour, so much cloth, 20 ducks, and 5 packs of snacks? When Chum Won turned around, she heard Zhao Ergo counting money, and her heart skipped a beat. Among these 4 guys, the most shrewd one is the second one. If he settles the accounts clearly, she will not be able to take advantage of the situation in the future. She said, "Everything in town has gone up in price. No matter how much money we make, it's not enough to spend. We still have rice and corn at home, so we won't buy any for now. Dashan, here's 20 cents. Go buy some food for Huin Yang, and let her try some." Zhao Dashan went to do it immediately. The money was just enough to buy a bowl of wontons and a bun. At home, so Chum Won did not go out to buy more and returned home with her 4 sons. From Hika town on a swaying ox cart. We finally arrived at the village entrance when the sun was about to set. At this hour, everyone in the village was busy working in the fields. The mother and her 5 children were not surrounded by people and went straight home. The yard was tidy and tidy. 20 little ducks were quacking, and they looked very energetic. Smoke from cooking rises. The soup started to be stewed in the kitchen. The large bones bought were stewed with bamboo shoots. This is a nutritious dietary soup. Stir-fry pig blood with wild vegetables and add more oil, and it tastes very good. Cut the pork belly into small square pieces and stew it in a pot to make sweet and greasy braised pork. There was white rice stewing in the pot, and the fragrance of the rice mixed with the aroma of meat filled the yard. Zhao Sidon was chopping wild vegetables to feed the ducklings. When he smelled the fragrance, he couldn't help it, and his saliva started to flow. Chum Won glared at him and said, "We can't have dinner until your eldest brother, second brother, and third brother come back. Zhao Dashan went to the fields to weed and apply fertilizers. No matter how much money he earned during the day, the first thing he did when he came back was to go to the fields. For farmers, land is the most fundamental thing. Zhao Ergu went to the mountain to fetch water. The village had arranged for people to dig a reservoir halfway up the mountain. The people from Daya village could fetch water very close by, and it took about a quarter of an hour to go back and forth. After Zhao Ergu came back with 4 buckets of water, he went up the mountain to help Zhao Sanyu chop firewood. They piled the firewood in the yard and would chop it again after dinner. Chen Wanwan walked to the gate of the yard, ready to call Zhao Dashan back for dinner. As soon as she walked out, Aunt Wang from next door whispered to her, "Dashan's mother, after you left, Dashan's wife went to the field to weed alone and fell on the ridge. Fortunately, my Dama saw her and helped her up, otherwise she would have been in trouble." Chen Wanwan was stunned for a moment. She came back from town. Huinyang looked no different than usual, so she directed Huinyang to cook and was busy all the time. "Thank you, Loach lady." Chen Wanwan turned around and went into the house. She saw Wu Huinyang sitting on a stool to rest. When she saw her come in, Wu Huinyang immediately stood up and hurriedly checked the meat in the pot. Her eyes narrowed. Her eldest daughter-in-law was just forcing herself. She walked over and helped Wu Huinyang sit down. "How do you feel?" Wu Huinyang hurriedly shook her head. "Mom, I'm fine. Nothing happened." "Sidan, go and ask Dr. Zheng to come over," Chen Wanwan ordered, and forcibly pulled Wu Huinyang to lie on the bed. "If this happens again, don't force yourself to do it." Wu Huinyang's voice choked up. "Mom, I'm so useless. I don't have much ability. I can't help with the family's money-making matters. I also fell down and made you worry." "Who said you can't help?" Chen Wanwan said, "Didn't you help prepare the ice jelly every night? Didn't you cook every meal at home? You cleaned the yard and did the laundry? We went to the town to sell ice jelly during the day, and you dug up so many wild vegetables. If you fell down, there would be no one to do these jobs, and the house would be in chaos. Huinyang, don't look down on yourself in the future." Wu Huinyang's eyes were red. She was really scared today. She originally wanted to go to the field to pull weeds so that she could relax a little after returning from Dashan. However, the ridge of the field was wet, and she didn't step firmly and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Demai passed by, otherwise she didn't know how long she would have to lie in the paddy field. As soon as she came back, she found that she was bleeding down there. She was so scared that she lay in bed for 2 hours before she recovered. After she felt better, she hurried to the mountain to dig wild vegetables to feed the chickens and ducks, and then started to cut cloth to make clothes. In short, she was busy all day long, and she was so busy that she forgot about the bleeding down there. It was not until her mother-in-law asked her about it that she felt a dull pain in her lower abdomen. She suddenly began to get scared. What if she couldn't keep the baby? Soon, Dr. Zheng arrived. Dr. Zheng is the barefoot doctor of Daya village. However, the harvest has been bad this year, and every household is poor. If anyone has a headache or a fever, everyone has to rely on themselves to get through it. Dr. Zheng has not seen any patients for a long time. When they heard that Wu Huinyang was in trouble, some idle women in the village came over. Dr. Zheng attracted 7 or 8 women who were watching, and they were all waiting in the yard to see what was going on. Village families don't have any strict rules about love. Dr. Zheng placed his finger directly on Wu Huinyang's pulse. After a long while, he said, "The pulse is a little unstable, but it's not serious. I'll prescribe some abortion-preserving medicine." However, abortion-preserving medicine is not cheap. If Dashan Yang is sure she wants it, let Sidon go back with me to get the medicine. Chen Wanwan nodded. "Of course I want it. Dr. Zheng, just name the price." Dr. Zheng said slowly, "The consultation fee is 3 cents, and a packet of pregnancy-preserving medicine is 5 cents. Dashan's wife needs to take the medicine for at least 3 days, 3 times a day, so a total of 9 packets of pregnancy-preserving medicine cost 48 cents. Wu Huinyang's face turned pale. "Mom, I feel much better now. I don't need pregnancy-maintaining medicine."
You have no say.
Chen Wanwan pushed her back and turned to go to the next room to get copper coins. All the copper coins earned today were locked in the cabinet. She counted out 48 cents, walked out, and handed them to Dr. Zheng. Standing at the door saw dozens of copper coins clattering into Dr. Zheng's pocket, who said that Dashan Yang abused her daughter-in-law. If anyone says that in the future, I will spit on their face. Mrs. Dashan must have made a lot of money. Smell the aroma of meat in the kitchen. She can still eat meat in this day and age, which shows she made a lot of money. I just took a peek and saw that it was big bones stewed with bamboo shoots. Big bones are not expensive, and you can buy a big one for 10 cents. The broken pot in the kitchen and the other meat and rice were covered with a lid. Others were too embarrassed to lift the lid to see what was inside, and they all thought that the meaty smell in the yard came from the pig bones. We can afford 10 cents. We have bamboo shoots at home. We can make a pot of soup later. Oh, I remember now. Yesterday, my maid brought 2 kilograms of lantern grass over. Dashan's mother still owes us 4 cents. Dashan's wife hired a doctor. Dashan's mother won't have no money to pay us, right? Come to think of it, Dashan Yang hasn't given us the eggs from a few days ago. Cheng Wanwan sent Dr. Zheng out, and Zhao Sidon followed her to get the pregnancy-preserving medicine. Wu Huinyang was fine, and she felt relieved. A smile appeared on her face. Sisters-in-law, please wait for a moment. I will settle the bill for everyone now. She said this. Many people came to the village. The lanterns were brought by the children, and those who came to settle the accounts were the adults in the family. Cheng Wanwan asked Zhao Ergu to move a table into the yard. There were 40 or 50 copper coins in one bowl and 7 or 8 eggs in another bowl. She smiled and said, "Come one by one, don't rush. Loach lady, for cents and 2 eggs, take them. Mother Taiju, 2 cents for an egg." Cheng Wanwan had a very good memory and remembered everything exactly like these people, so she quickly settled all the accounts. In the village were worried that Cheng Wanwan would default on her debt, so they came to collect it in person. Now that she had settled the bill, the women couldn't help but ask with some concern, "Sister Zhao, do you still want this lantern?" Cheng Wanwan still smiled and said, "Of course I will buy it. It's still the same price as before, 2 cents per pound." In the village were very satisfied with the price. There were a lot of lanterns on the mountain. As long as they picked some, they would make money. It was all free money. On the other hand, Mrs. Zhao worked hard all day and earned a few coins with great difficulty, but after seeing a doctor and settling her bills, she had nothing left. A discordant voice came from the crowd. "Sister-in-law, isn't it too little to give only 2 cents per pound?" Sun walked out from the crowd. She had hoped that other aunts and sisters-in-law in the village would raise objections, but no one said a word, so she had to be the bad guy. She calculated that her sister-in-law had bought a lot of things after coming back these 2 days. She roughly estimated that she could earn at least 200 coins a day, which a village household could not earn in a month. A day, but only give them 2 coins per pound. Isn't that too stingy? Sun said confidently. Dong Hua is still so young. When she heard that my aunt needed lantern grass, she immediately went up the mountain to look for it. She only got 4 cents after searching for a whole day. Can you give her a little more price? When Sun said this, the other women in the yard immediately looked at each other. Although they have not thought about raising prices, it would be a good thing if they could do so. Who would complain about having too much money? Cheng Wanwan curled her lips and smiled. She stood up and said, "Dong Hua is indeed a little small, and Xiaomai and Huzi are also too small. It is really not worth going up the mountain for a few cents. I didn't think it through. From now on, I will leave the lantern picking to our Ergu, Saniu, and a Wang and Erwang. I won't bother you anymore." Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the women present widened. 2 cents per pound, and a half-grown child could find 2 pounds in half a day on the mountain. They also planned to help pick some to exchange for money. How could such a good job disappear? "Mrs. Zhao, I think 2 cents is a fair price. Let our children continue to help pick lanterns. Mother Dashan, Ergu, and Saniu have to go to town every day to sell things. They don't have time to go up the mountain. We can't let the 2 children go up the mountain in the middle of the night. The rich wife may think 2 cents is too little, but we don't think so." "That's right. In law is Miss Sunday. Her husband is the third child in the Zhao family, and his name is Zhao Yukai. She has no son, so the villagers either call her Zhao San's wife or Yukai daughter-in-law. Sun's face turned red and white. When did I complain that 2 cents was too little? Chen Wanwan smiled and said, Donghua is too young. If something really happens to her in the mountains, I can't take responsibility. I won't accept lanterns from Donghua in the future. Sun was so angry that she could only say shamelessly, It's okay if Chunhua sent it, right? Chen Wanwan nodded indifferently. In the village said a few more words, and then dispersed. Old Mrs. Zhao sat at the door and tied hay. The dried grass was rolled into a ball and used to start a fire, as it was easiest to burn. Sitting at the door and chatting with passers-by, you can unknowingly learn all the latest news and gossip from one end of the village to the other. As soon as Sun came back, she was scolded by old Lady Zhao. You are such a good girl, Sunday. She is your dear sister-in-law. Not only did you not help her lower the price, but you even wanted to raise the price. You are such a short-sighted little easy woman. How could the third brother marry a wife like you? Sun felt extremely aggrieved. She is my sister-in-law. I won't give her a penny of the money I earn. She lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing her like this, old Mrs. Zhao became even angrier and scolded her harshly before she vented her anger. Just then, Zhao Sidon came in holding a bowl. Grandma, this is what my mother sent over. He placed a bowl of bone and bamboo shoot soup on a stool in the yard, turned around and ran away. He had to go back to eat the braised pork. Old Mrs. Zhao's face darkened again. She just earned a few copper coins and she started to squander them. No matter how cheap the pork bones are, they still cost copper coins to buy. How can she afford to waste her money like this? No, I have to go over and tell her not to just spend money on food. There are 3 boys at home waiting to get married. She has to save up the copper coins slowly. The old lady put the pork bone and bamboo shoot soup into the pot to warm it up, waiting for the old man to come back and eat it. Then she quickly walked out the door. Sun took a quick glance and saw that the old lady had indeed gone out. Then, before the others came back, she secretly took out a small piece of pork bone with meat from the pot and stuffed it into Donghua's mouth, admonishing her, Hurry up and eat it in hiding. Don't let anyone see you. Donghua swallowed the meat in one gulp. She was reluctant to throw away the bones, so she found a deserted place and slowly ducked the marrow and oil from the pig bones. Zhao Sidon was also ducking the pork bone. He held the pork bone in one hand and used chopsticks with the other hand to pick up the braised pork, bit by bit, with his mouth full of oil. When he was about to pick up more braised pork, Chen Wanwan pressed his chopsticks and said, Leave the rest to your sister-in-law. Wu Huanyang probably drank the pregnancy-preserving medicine, and her appetite was affected by the bitter medicine. She sat at the table with no appetite and only ate 1 piece of braised pork. Chen Wanwan said, Your health is too poor. You almost lost the baby. You have to eat more. You have to force yourself to eat even if you don't want to. Wu Huanyang felt that she was being too pretentious. White rice, pork bone soup, braised pork, such delicious food, but she couldn't even finish it. Zhao Dashan heated up the wontons he brought back and served them to her. Huanyang, have something light to fill your stomach first. Wu Huanyang quickly declined. Wontons are such a delicious thing. Give them to me. I don't want to eat them. Zhao Sidon blinked his eyes and said, We have eaten in town, sister-in-law. Please eat quickly. Only when you are full can your little brother grow fat. Zhao Ergo slapped him on the back of the head. Stupid, he's not my brother. He's my nephew. Mom, look, my second brother is bullying me. Zhao Sidon covered the back of his head and complained. Chen Wanwan shook her head. Even if there is food, it won't stop you from eating. Hurry up and eat. The family was having a good time when old Mrs. Zhao walked in. The old lady had good eyesight and saw the food on the table at a glance. The old lady took a quick step and walked in quickly. Now, she could see more clearly. It was indeed white rice and pork. Each person had a big bowl of white rice, a big bowl of pork bone soup, a bowl of shiny pork, and a bowl of pig blood. The old lady was not looking at the food, but counting the money. The price of a pound of rice in the town has probably risen to 30 cents. The 3 pounds in front of her are at least 90 cents, Pork bones are 10 cents. Pork is 50 or 60 cents. Add up to several hundred cents gone. Old Mrs. Zhao almost had a heart attack and fainted. You spendthrift woman. Are you the wife of some official? You only have 3 or 4 pounds of rice for a meal. Even the Wang family in this town doesn't waste money like this. Mrs. Zhao was so angry that she yelled, "You have 3 boys waiting to get married, but you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is after making a little money. You eat white rice today and starve tomorrow, right?" Cheng Wanwan. Who would have known that the old lady would suddenly come in while they were having dinner? Rice was only something they ate occasionally. In modern times, eating white rice is very normal. But in this era, there is a poem that says it well. Those who are dressed in silk and satin are not silkworm breeders. In other words, those who grow white rice cannot afford to eat white rice. The reality is so cruel. She really wouldn't be able to afford the white rice that costs 30 copper coins per pound. The boys in the family had no idea about the purchasing power of a copper coin, but the old lady who was in charge of the Zhao family's finances knew it very well. She could probably calculate how many grains of corn 1 penny could buy. Chen Wanwan quickly explained, "I bought these a long time ago, and I kept them hidden away because I couldn't bear to eat them." "Mom, have you eaten them? Let's sit down and eat together. There's still some rice in the pot." Old Mrs. Zhao got angry when she saw the white rice and pork and couldn't eat it all. She said unhappily, "I know you've made some money, but that's not how you spend it. The harvest is bad, and there are too many things to spend money on later. Ergu is old enough to get married in half a year at most, and there's no place to live at home. You have to save money to build a mud house for Ergu. I heard from matchmaker Wang that the bride price has recently increased to half a tael of silver." Zhao Erga said, "Grandma, it's too early for me to get married." Old Mrs. Zhao didn't think it was too early at all. Some 16-year-old boys in the village had even given birth to sons. Her eyes fell on Wu Huanyang's pale face and she said sternly, "You are pregnant, so just stay at home and don't go out everywhere. It costs 40 or 50 coins to see a doctor, and money doesn't come from the wind." Wu Huanyang lowered her head guiltily. "I will listen to Grandma." Cheng Wanwan thought to herself that she must not let Wu Huanyang do so much work in the future. At most, and she must take this opportunity to expand the market. She needs her sons to go to the town to help. Most importantly, she wants to broaden her sons' horizons and tap into their business or other abilities. She can't always be the one rushing in the front. At noon, they can come back in the afternoon. Some things in the fields can be left for when they come back. There is still time to chop wood and fetch water in the evening. Wu Huanyang can take care of lunch by herself. The only thing that needs to be arranged is the flock of chickens and ducks at home. If Sidon was at home, the food for the chickens and ducks could be handed over to Sidon, but she planned to send Sidon to school next. She would go and ask tomorrow to find out what the situation is. Of course, it also depends on whether Sidon is willing. If he is not willing, that's fine. He can stay at home and raise chickens and ducks. If you really need to do something in the fields, why don't you ask Xiahua to come and help? Why do you have to mess around in the fields by yourself? Old Mrs. Zhao kept muttering. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "Mom, can I trouble you for something?" Old Mrs. Zhao stared with vigilance. "What do you want to do?" She has already suggested asking Xiahua to come and help. So what else does the eldest daughter-in-law want to trouble? She wouldn't want to ask the old house to prepare lunch for Dashan's daughter-in-law, right? A lunch is not too much, but not too little either. Forget it. Considering that Dashan's wife is carrying the blood of the Zhao family in her belly, it's okay to let her have a meal. We agreed in advance that the lunch in the old house will not have white rice or fatty pork, just multigrain cakes and steamed cornbread.
You can eat it if you like.
Cheng Wanwan.
What is this talking about?
When did she ever tell Huinyang to go to the old house for dinner? She said helplessly, "I want my mother to arrange someone in the old house to come to our house to take care of the food for the chickens and ducks. Just dig some wild vegetables and take care of the lunch. When Sidon comes back, he can prepare the dinner himself. Whoever is responsible for this will be paid 2 cents. We are all family. Why are you talking about money?" said old Mrs. Zhao unhappily. As soon as she finished speaking, she thought of something else. The money was left in the hands of the eldest son's wife and turned into rice and pork. She was a spendthrift woman. She had to save money to help her 3 older grandsons get married. Thinking of this, the old lady continued, "Then I'll give you 2 cents. I'll go back and ask who is willing to do this job." Wu Huinyang opened her lips and wanted to say something, but Chen Wanwan glared at her. "Since you are pregnant, just accept the arrangement obediently." In ancient times, women's lives were fragile as paper. If something really happened, it would be useless to regret it. I didn't have the conditions before, but now that I have earned some money, I should take good care of the pregnancy. Chen Wanwan looked at the messy dishes on the table and said calmly, "From today on, everyone except your sister-in-law will take turns washing the dishes."
Mom, there's really no need for that.
Wu Huinyang was uneasy. "Washing the dishes is easy, just leave it to me." She hurried to clear the plates and chopsticks. "Put it down." Chen Wanwan held her hand. "Let's start with Dashin first, one by one. Also, you have to wash your own clothes in the future. You can't leave everything to your sister-in-law.
Remember that?
In this family, Chen Wanwan's words are like an imperial decree, so the 4 boys naturally have no objections. Zhao Dashin helped Wu Huinyang sit down and started to clean up the dishes quickly. Cleaning the house, the 4 boys sat down around the table in the main room, and Wu Huinyang was also asked to sit down. Chen Wanwan coughed and said, "Today I will teach you addition and subtraction within 10. Zhao Sanyu had a bitter face. "Mom, I'm not smart. Can I not learn? I'm strong, so I can just do the physical work. Can I leave the brain work to my second brother?"
No.
Chen Wanwan refused. "Even if I can't learn it, I have to work hard to learn as much as I can." She looked at Zhao Saiden. "How many words did you learn from Taiju?" Zhao Saiden was very proud. 10 chestnuts exchanged for 10 characters. I have learned them all. I can write the names of all my family members. Chen Wanwan nodded. "After you finish learning arithmetic, you can learn a character from Saiden. Let's learn Zhao first." Zhao Sanyu was almost crying and wanted to run away, but he didn't dare. At this time, it was getting dark. There were no candles in the house, so Zhao Dashin lit a torch to provide lighting. The faces of the 6 people in the house were illuminated by the firelight in the dark. 1 plus 1 equals what? What is 8 minus 6? What 8 minus 6 equals 3? Sanyu, how did you calculate that? If you can't count, just count on your fingers. Chen Wanwan was originally in high spirits, but gradually, her voice became filled with anger. She finished the arithmetic class with a headache and asked Zhao Saiden to teach her how to read. Saiden dipped his finger in water and wrote a word on the table. He said seriously, "This word is pronounced Zhao, which means Zhao in our Zhao family." Chen Wanwan took a look. Almost went berserk. Saiden learn? Why did he only learn half of the characters? He wrote so as Zhao? He is totally misleading. She covered her face and said, "Forget it, it's too late today. Learning to read hurts my eyes. Let's make iced jelly together." Zhao Sanyu's face was full of excitement. "Okay, Mom, I'll go boil some water first. As long as he doesn't study, you can let him do anything." Zhao Dashin actually didn't like learning these things, but he was just trying to cooperate. He stood up and said, "Then I'll peel out the iced jelly seeds first." Zhao Ergu was still immersed in arithmetic. "Mom, I can count numbers within 10 using my fingers, but how can I calculate faster for numbers above 10? He always had to calculate in his mind for a very long time, and half of his calculations were wrong. Chen Wanwan was very pleased. "Mom will teach me later. Just learn a little bit every day, and you'll be able to do it slowly." Zhao Saiden grabbed his hair and said, "Oh, why do I feel that this character, Zhao, looks different from what Brother Taiju taught me? No, I'll go ask Brother Taiju tomorrow." Chen Wanwan felt relieved again. Knowing that she had made a mistake was a kind of progress. She stood up and said, "Okay, it's getting late. Hurry up and peel the iced jelly seeds. We need to make 3 buckets of iced jelly tonight." Wu Huinyang was about to get busy. Chen Wanwan pushed her back. "Go back to your room and rest. Don't come out without my permission." Wu Huinyang felt mixed emotions. She returned to her room with red eyes, but did not dare to sleep. She kept listening to the noise outside. She could not sleep, So she simply sat up, and with the help of the dim light from the fire outside, she took out the cloth, cut it, and started making clothes. Farmers made clothes at night, without candles, and cut and sewed purely by feel. The family of 6 was busy here, and the people in Lao Zhao's family were not asleep either.
There are no clouds in the sky.
The moonlight was bright, shining on the land. Old Mrs. Zhao was sitting in the yard wrapping hay. She looked up and said, "Your aunt-in-law has 3 chickens and 20 ducks. They can be fed with half a basket of wild vegetables and weeds at noon. Who has time to help with this job?" Chunhua is the eldest granddaughter of the old Zhao family. This kind of work has always been done by her. She was about to agree when she was pulled back by Sunday sun sneered in her heart. Her sister-in-law earned so much money, but didn't share it with them. She even wanted them to help dig wild vegetables for the chickens and ducks. What kind of sweet dream was this? The old lady is really selfish. Her eldest sister-in-law and her whole family have moved out, but she still wants the people in the old house to help with the work.
Why?
Is it because her eldest sister-in-law gave birth to 4 sons? Thinking of this, Sun felt extremely sad. She unable to give birth to a son. She can't even get pregnant. "Grandma, let me go help my aunt." Xia Hua took the initiative to speak. "Is it enough to just feed the chickens and ducks? Is there anything else to do?" Mrs. Zhao thought for a moment and said, "Help to clean up the yard and clean up the chicken and duck droppings. Your aunt said that people who help will be paid 2 cents a day. I'll take 1 cent, and you can keep the extra cent for yourself." Xia Hua couldn't believe it. "I can earn 1 penny for half a basket of wild vegetables and weeds?" To pick the lanterns, one had to go up the mountain and look for them slowly. The wild vegetables and weeds that the chickens and ducks ate were everywhere on the ridges of the fields. This penny was like a gift to her for free. Sun widened her eyes in disbelief. Even though the old lady deducted a penny, there was still a penny left. If she saved it day by day, she could buy a piece of beautiful floral cloth. She said with a bashful face, "Xiahua is only 11 years old and not very strong, so let our Chunhua do this job. Aunt, it's just half a basket of wild vegetables. Our Xiahua can still carry it. Even if she can't, it's not a big deal to walk twice." Mrs. Wen smiled. "Xiahua, you have been paid for this job, but you must do it well. If your aunt is not satisfied, she might let your sister Chunhua do it instead." Xiahua immediately said, "Mom, I definitely won't be lazy. The matter is settled." Sun's mouth was filled with blood, and she raised her hand to pinch Chunhua. "I told you to be quiet. If you had spoken earlier, would it have mattered to others?" Chunhua shed tears of grievance. She was going to go, but her mother didn't let her say anything. Can she be blamed? The night in Daya village was a bit hot. Insects chirped and birds chirped all night long. The breeze in the early morning woke up the whole village. Chunwan got up early. She had some back pain after being busy for many days, but it was not a serious problem. The mother and her 5 children took the ice jelly, got on an ox cart, and headed straight for Hika town. In the morning, the mother and her 2 children split into 2 groups to set up stalls. As the reputation of the ice jelly had spread, sales were particularly smooth today. In less than half an hour, the 2 buckets of ice jelly were sold out. The mother and her 2 children then headed to Nanfu Academy. It was still early, so the mother and her 5 children found a step to sit down. Chen Wanwan turned to the 4 children and asked, "Do you want to enter Nanfu Academy?" Zhao Dashan scratched the back of his head. Shouldn't the academy allow outsiders to sell things in it? Chen Wanwan. She took a deep breath and asked again, do you want to study at Nanfu Academy? Zhao Sanya shook his head like a rattle. No. I'm stupid and can't read. I don't want to study. Zhao Urga said, I asked the uncle next to me. The tuition fee for Nanfu Academy is 2 taels of silver a month. You also need to buy pens, ink, paper, and inkstone. The cheapest set costs at least 1 tael of silver. We can't afford it. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, as long as you want to study, there will always be a way. The question is, do you want to study? Zhao Saiden's eyes showed longing. Mom, I want to study, but it's too expensive. If I study, will my family not be able to afford meat in the future? Then mother will work hard to make money. Chum Wanwan touched his head. I'll send you to school first, and when you've learned it, come back and teach your big brother, the second brother, and the third brother, okay? Sidon is still young and is the most suitable child for studying. She has wanted to send her child to study for a long time, but never had the chance. Now I have some money in hand. In a few days, when the tuition is enough, I can send the 4 eggs over. The uncle next to him kindly reminded him, Nanfu Academy only accepts students who are educated as children. Your sons probably don't know how to read yet, so you can only send them to elementary school. Chum Wanwan covered her face. Okay, it's true that Nanfu Academy does not accept students who have not yet been enlightened, but there is no private school in the village. The nearest school is in Chungjia village. She would never send her child there. So she could only send her child to the private school in Ping'an town. She would have to ask what the situation is then. At noon, the bell of Nanfu Academy rang, and Chum Wanwan had to put the matter behind her for the time being. She walked to the stall and started doing business. Students came in groups of 3 or 5. The iced jelly sold very quickly, and more than half of it was sold out in a short while. The students stood in front of the stall eating iced jelly, occasionally discussing what they had seen in class. Chum Wanwan also pricked up her ears and listened. She was unfamiliar with this era and needed to absorb more information. If there is no rain, the farmland within 1,000 miles of Hika town will probably have no harvest. I wonder what measures the court will take. The teacher will probably use this topic in the exam this month, so we can think about it in advance. I heard that a village in the neighboring town of Ping'an discovered a water source and dug a canal from the mountain to divert water, saving thousands of acres of rice fields. Is there such a strange thing? Chum Wanwan didn't expect that this matter would spread to the neighboring Hika town. Even the students who were usually indifferent to what was happening outside knew about it. It seemed that the drought was indeed serious, and the affected area was very wide. Otherwise, no one would mention these irrelevant things in class. Mom, I saw Cousin Chung. Zhao Sanyu stared. The one in the middle over there, right? It was too late for Zhao Sidon to stop him, because Chum Wanwan had already looked over and saw Ching Zhao, wearing the white and blue uniform of the academy and holding 2 books in his hands, walking out of the academy gate. He was not prepared to come over, but he felt someone was looking at him, so he looked over and met Chum Wanwan's eyes. Ching Zhao laughed immediately. He knew that he was not mistaken that day. It was indeed Second Aunt. But why was Second Aunt selling iced jelly at the gate of the academy? It turns out that the iced jelly that everyone in the academy has been praising these days is actually sold by Second Aunt. Ching Zhao liked his Second Aunt very much. Most of his tuition was paid by his Second Aunt, and she treated him better than his cousins. The Second Aunt made a special trip to sell food outside his school, probably to collect tuition for him. He walked over. Ching Zhao walked towards the iced jelly stall. Zhao Sidon was full of vigilance. He stood calmly in front of the wooden barrel containing the copper coins. He was determined to defend the copper coins belonging to the Zhao family to the death. But if his mother insisted on giving it to him, it seemed like there was nothing he could do. The little guy's mood instantly dropped. Chum Wanwan kept a businesslike smile on her face. 2 bowls of iced jelly cost 6 cents. Eat slowly, don't rush. She finished serving the customer in front of her. Her eyes fell on Ching Zhao behind her. This is the eldest nephew from the original body's maternal side. When the original body was still alive, she loved this nephew the most. Because Ching Zhao was good at studying, he passed the examination and became a Tongsheng more than 2 years ago. Tongsheng is not as respected as Xiucai, but it is not easy to obtain this status. One must pass the county examination, then take the prefectural examination, and obtain the qualification to take the academy examination for Xiucai before being called a Tongsheng. Oh, Brother Cheng, you actually have extra money to eat ice jelly. A student nearby sneered. You only earned 100 coins by copying a book for half a month. Can you afford a bowl of ice jelly for 3 coins? Chum Wanwan was a little surprised. Ching Zhao was the popular figure in Qingjia village, but she didn't expect that he would be ostracized in the academy. She thought Ching Zhao would be embarrassed, but unexpectedly, the boy just said quietly, "This is my dear Second Aunt. I don't need money for ice jelly." Zhao Dashan washed the dishes silently and prepared to serve the ice jelly over. Zhao Ergu had a sullen face. This cousin was so annoying. He always had a sense of justification for asking for everything. Zhao Sanyu clenched his fists. His cousin really deserved a beating, and he really wanted to punch him. Zhao Sidon lowered his head and said nothing. What was a bowl of ice jelly worth? He was afraid that his mother would give all the money she earned today to the Chung family. The corners of Chung Wanwan's mouth twitched. I thought she was my second aunt, and I thought she would give her all the good things. Her family is short of money everywhere, and her children have no money to go to school. Why should she raise the children of the Chung family and pay tuition? The previous bad debt has been settled, and she will never let the Chung family take advantage of her in the slightest again. Chung Wanwan said awkwardly, Zhao, it's not easy for second aunt to run a small business. If you don't support second aunt, how can you let second aunt give you ice jelly for free? Chung Zhao looked stunned. In the past, no matter what he wanted, second aunt would put it in front of him with both hands. He had never thought about eating ice jelly, but since it was made by second aunt, it should be okay for him to eat a bowl. Unexpectedly, second aunt actually refused. He gave the 20 taels of silver at the beginning, but now he is not even willing to give 3 cents. Also, whenever second aunt saw him in the past, she would always smile gently and lovingly, but today her smile was filled with a sense of alienation. He seemed to have heard that second aunt had a falling out with the family, so would second aunt no longer love him from now on? The students from the nearby academy started to complain. Brother Chung, you are a scholar. A gentleman would not do something that is not in line with etiquette. A gentleman seeks truth, not food. Your behavior is unworthy of the word gentleman. Chung Zhao's face showed embarrassment. When his classmates laughed at him for being poor because the Chung family was poor to begin with. But being accused of being unworthy of being a scholar and a gentleman is more painful than a slap in the face. He took out 3 coins from his waist bag and put them on the table. Second aunt, is this okay? Chung Wanwan smiled and said, Of course, Dashan. Why don't you serve your cousin a bowl of ice jelly? Chung Zhao is also 18 years old this year, 2 months older than Zhao Dashan. Although they are the same age, they are from completely different worlds. Chung Zhao is a scholar and will be able to take the college entrance examination next year. I heard that he has a great chance of becoming a scholar. Even if he ends up being a scholar for the rest of his life, it will be enough for him to break out of the circle of Qingjia village and move towards a wider world. Zhao Dashan is married and is about to become a father. He may spend the rest of his life in Dea village, facing the earth and working hard. Facing Qingzhao, Zhao Dashan had an indescribable sense of inferiority. He carefully handed the ice jelly to Qingzhao. Qingzhao held the bowl and hesitated to say something, but Chung Wanwan ignored him and started to serve the next customer. After all the remaining ice jelly was sold out, Qingzhao had not left yet. He stood by the stall and said, Second aunt, my father did go too far and shouldn't have hit you. I apologize to you on behalf of my father, but your last name is Chung, and we are all family members. We shouldn't be so estranged. Upon hearing this, Chung Wanwan was so angry that she laughed. She placed the bowl heavily on the table and spoke word by word. What do you mean by estrangement? What I mean is that you can eat as much ice jelly as you want from my family, and all the money I earn will be used to support your studies, right? Chung Zhao stuttered, Second aunt, that's not what I meant. So, what do you mean? Chung Wanwan fired at full force. You want me to continue to be a member of the Chung family and let you continue to duck my blood, right? Chung Zhao, you know how much I have loved you over the years. But 10 days ago, your father smashed my head. Look, there is a scar on my forehead now. If it was a little more serious, I would have died. I was injured so badly, but my good nephew, the most sensible nephew, didn't even come to see me. Chung Zhao had never seen his second aunt like this before. He was completely shocked. After a long while, he explained, I have been studying in the academy. I only found out about this a few days ago. Okay, you don't have to explain to me. Chung Wanwan lowered her head and packed her things. I have severed my relationship with the Chung family. When you see me in the future, just pretend you don't know me. There is no need to call me second aunt. We in the Zhao family can't afford to marry a scholar as promising as you.
Cheng Zhao said, second aunt I.
Don't call my mother second aunt. Zhao sighed and glared. We won't have a cousin who can study in the future. Zhao Sanyu stood in front of the stall and said, My mother said that we don't have a nephew like you anymore. Please leave now and don't affect our business. Zhao Ergu said coldly, If you continue to talk, you may soon become a laughingstock of Nanfu Academy. When Cheng Zhao turned around, he saw many classmates looking at this side curiously and slowly gathering around him. He had to take a step back. It doesn't matter if second aunt doesn't recognize me. It's enough for me to recognize second aunt. I will go to the academy first and come to apologize another day. He turned and walked into the academy. Many people surrounded him and pointed at him, but he looked calm, as if nothing had happened. Chen Wanwan didn't show much emotion on her face. She was about to take the children to eat something when a man in his early 30s stood in front of her and asked, The ice jelly that everyone in Hika Town has been talking about these days is made by this sister-in-law? Chen Wanwan looked at the person in front of her. He was not wearing homespun cloth. He had a jade pendant and a sachet hanging around his waist. He looked like a businessman. She smiled and said, Today's ice jelly is sold out. Come early tomorrow. I'm not here to buy ice jelly. The man said with a smile, I wonder if you are willing to sell me the recipe for this ice jelly? Chen Wanwan thought that someone would come to buy the house after hearing the news, but she didn't expect them to come so soon. She had only started selling ice jelly for a few days and had not made much money. If she sold the recipe, she would cut off her source of income, and she had other plans. She smiled politely and said, This is a recipe passed down from our ancestors. Our ancestors asked us to pass it down from generation to generation. I'm sorry, I can't sell it. The shopkeeper lowered his voice and said, I can offer this much. He held up 5 fingers. Chen Wanwan thought that this probably meant 5 taels of silver. According to her current business progress, she can earn more than half a tael of silver a day, which means 5 taels of silver in 10 days. This hot weather will probably last for more than a month, and she may be able to earn 20 taels by selling ice jelly. She refused without hesitation. Sorry, the recipe really cannot be sold. The shopkeeper's face darkened a little. If this sister-in-law regrets selling it in a few days, the price won't be so high. Chen Wanwan smiled and said, If that day ever comes, the shopkeeper can try to lower the price. Seeing that she refused to listen, the shopkeeper turned around and left. Zhao Erga frowned. Mom, why do I feel like this shopkeeper is going to do something bad? Zhao Sanyu waved his fist. If he dares to cause trouble, I will punch him to death. Chen Wanwan narrowed her eyes. They came from the neighboring Ping'an town to run a small business, and were indeed unable to compete with the owner of a local restaurant. If the shopkeeper invites a few people to cause trouble, such as falsely accusing the ice jelly of being unclean and causing poisoning and death, even if she can clarify the matter, it may not be able to stop the rumors, and it will be a bit difficult to expand the ice jelly business in the future. Current sales volume is 3 buckets of ice jelly a day, which can produce about 300 bowls after deducting the loss. It requires 2 kilograms of agar seeds, and 4 kilograms of lanterns can produce 1 kilogram of agar seeds, which means that the amount of lanterns used is less than 10 kilograms. The children in the village brought more than 20 kilograms of lanterns every day. We must expand the market and increase sales, otherwise this business will be gone once summer is over. Chen Wanwan's gaze fell on the 4 big characters, Nanfu Academy. The large characters written in a flamboyant style looked solemn and dignified. She walked towards the gate of Nanfu Academy. The 4 sons hurriedly followed, carrying their things. Nanfu Academy, and there is an old man in his 50s guarding the door. Chen Wanwan scooped out the remaining unformed crushed ice powder in the wooden barrel, piled it into a bowl, and handed it over, smiling. Uncle, would you like to try it? The old man guarding the gate looked at her warily. What are you going to do? Sir, I want you to help me make some connections. I want to talk to the canteen manager of Nanfu Academy. Chen Wanwan lowered her voice. As long as you can help call the canteen manager out, I will give you 2 cents as a reward for your hard work. The old man guarding the gate took the ice jelly, drank half a bowl of it in one breath, and closed his eyes comfortably. No wonder all the students in the academy praise it. It turns out that this ice jelly can really relieve summer heat. After drinking it in one gulp, the whole body feels refreshed. No wonder a bowl costs 3 cents. The gatekeeper finished his ice jelly and then stood up to call for help. It was noon, and the students of the academy were having lunch. It was the busiest time in the cafeteria. Chung Wanwan and her 4 sons waited for almost a cup of tea before a man in his late 20s was brought out by the doorman. The manager of the cafeteria is named Chun Hee. He is round and fat with a greasy face, and you can tell at first glance that he works in the kitchen. As soon as he saw Chung Wanwan, his face darkened. I was wondering why there were so few people coming to the cafeteria at noon these past 2 days. It turns out you were the one causing all this trouble. Chung Wanwan was doing business in her previous life. She had no idea how many cold faces she had encountered. The cold faces and bad words were nothing. The most frightening thing was that others didn't even give her a chance to meet her. She picked up a bowl of crushed ice jelly with a smile. Shopkeeper Chun, don't underestimate this bowl of ice jelly. It's not very filling. Students who buy ice jelly from me still go to the cafeteria to eat. In such a hot day, students can't stand staying in the room to read and write. This thing is used to cool down. Shopkeeper Chun, try it. Consider this bowl a treat for my sister-in-law. She looked so smiling that he couldn't keep a straight face. Besides, he really wanted to taste what the ice jelly tasted like. Why did those students come here as soon as the class was over? He took the bowl, took a small bite, and was stunned. Originally, he was very angry, thinking that Chung Wanwan had stolen his business, but now his anger had dissipated. I can't blame my sister-in-law. I can only blame myself for not being able to make such delicious snacks. He was a grown man, and he had just eaten a big bowl of corn and a multigrain pancake. Even though he was full, he could actually drink a big bowl of crushed ice jelly in one breath. Chung Wanwan still had a smile on her face. Manager Chen, do you think this can be sold in the cafeteria? Shopkeeper Chen's heart moved. He understood a little what the sister-in-law wanted him to do, but he was not sure. He asked tentatively, Sister-in-law, what do you mean? I supply the goods, and Shopkeeper Chen sells the goods. How about that? Chung Wanwan continued, I have been selling at the entrance of Nanfu Academy for 2 or 3 days, and I have also calculated that there are about 300 students in Nanfu Academy, plus teachers and some servants, which adds up to nearly 400 people. Not everyone can afford to eat 3 cents of ice jelly, so let's assume that half of the people can afford it. In other words, Nanfu Academy can sell at least 200 bowls of ice jelly a day, which means a profit of 600 cents. Shopkeeper Chun is a businessman, so he can naturally figure out the math. He has been working at Nanfu Academy for 7 or 8 years, and while things seem to be going well on the surface, his monthly income is actually not that high. He can make 5 or 6 taels of silver a month, but he has to pay wages to employees and give kickbacks to the academy's principal, so he only has 3 taels of silver left in his hands at the end of the month. By this calculation, the copper coins he earned in a day were only 100 coins. Although this sister-in-law in front of me is dressed in rags, she can earn hundreds of coins a day at the gate of Nanfu Academy. Realizing this, Chun Hee, who had been a little arrogant just now, inexplicably lowered his posture and said in a very good tone, I will buy the goods for my sister-in-law. How much is it? Chung Wanwan sighed. It's not easy to make this ice jelly. It consumes a lot of raw materials. I can only make half a cent for every bowl I sell. This business is very tiring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of cooperating with Shopkeeper Chen. How about this? Shopkeeper Chen buys the goods from me at a purchase price of 2 cents per bowl, and Shopkeeper Chen needs to be responsible for the auxiliary ingredients such as brown sugar, hawthorn, and peanuts. How do you think? He had already made his calculations in his mind. The purchase price was 2 cents, and the selling price was 3 cents. If he sold 200 bowls a day, he would earn 200 cents. As for the peanuts, brown sugar, etc., he could control the amount used. The syrup made from 1 pound of brown sugar could probably be used to pour over 500 bowls of ice jelly. Besides, peanuts were not a necessity. After deducting some necessary costs, he could earn at least 160 cents a day just from selling ice jelly. After a while of crackling, Chun Hee swallowed his saliva. He suppressed his excitement and said in a calm voice, "When will the supply start?" Chum Wonwon smiled and said, "My son will come to deliver the goods tomorrow morning. How about handing over the money and the goods?" Chun He nodded vigorously, and a business cooperation was finally negotiated. The deal was done, and Chum Wonwon was in a very good mood. But when he turned around, he saw his 4 sons with bitter faces, looking very unhappy. Zhao Dashan hesitated for a while and then said, "Mom, we can just sell it ourselves. It doesn't matter if it's a bit hard. I can set up a stall by myself." Zhao Ergu also said, "It's like giving money to that shopkeeper Chen for free." Chum Wonwon smiled. These silly sons would rather suffer themselves than give money to others for free. But sometimes, business cooperation can expand the market and make things easier for yourself. She asked, "We can harvest at least 20 kilograms of lanterns a day. Can anyone tell me how many kilograms of seeds there are after peeling them?" The 4 sons bowed their heads in unison and counted on their fingers. Zhao Ergu was in a slightly better situation. He quickly calculated the result. "Mom, it's about 6 kilograms. Then let me ask another question." Chum Wonwon continued, "How many kilograms of ice jelly seeds were used in these 3 buckets of ice jelly?" "I know," Zhao Dashan said quickly, "a little over 2 kilograms. If we turn all the 6 pounds of ice jelly seeds into ice jelly, that would be 9 buckets. Can we sell all of them with just the 5 of us?" Chum Wonwon looked at the 4 children in front of her. "Sometimes, we need to rely on the help of others. This is not called giving money to others for free. This is called win-win cooperation. If he can make money, we can also make more money. Do you understand?" Zhao Sidon blinked his eyes. "I think I understand." Zhao Ergu counted on his fingers, over and over again, and after a long while he finally said, "If all 9 buckets of ice jelly are sold at the price of 2 cents per bowl, we can make more than 1 or 2 taels a day." He couldn't figure out exactly how much it was in 1 or 2 taels. Chum Wonwon smiled and said, "If we sell ice jelly this way, we won't need the whole family to go out and set up a stall in town in the future." She walked out into the street with her sons. During the past 2 days in Hika town, she had already figured out the situation here. There were 7 or 8 restaurants, big and small, and the largest one was Zuixinlu. As soon as she walked to the door of Zuixinlu, she saw the shopkeeper who wanted to buy her prescription before. When the shopkeeper walked away, his face was very gloomy. If she hadn't been worried that the shopkeeper would cause trouble, she would not have thought of the path of cooperation. Chum Wonwon adhered to the demeanor of a businessman and smiled at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper of Zuixinlu was named Yang. He sneered. It was less than an hour, and the sister-in-law regretted her decision. There was no way he would give her 5 taels of silver. He would only give her 3 taels at most. When shopkeeper Yang was thinking about how to lower the price, he saw Chum Wonwon pause, turn around and walk towards the second largest restaurant opposite Zuixinlu, Jixiang Restaurant. He stood up suddenly. Could it be that this sister-in-law wants to sell the recipe to the owner of Jixiang Restaurant? Jixiang Restaurant has always been surpassed by Zuixinlu. If they get the recipe for ice jelly, they will be able to tie with Zuixinlu for first place in the future. Shopkeeper Yang immediately rushed out to call for help, but he was still a step too late. Chum Wonwon had already walked into the Jixiang Restaurant with her 4 sons. It was past lunchtime and not many people were in the restaurant. The shopkeeper and the waiter were standing by and chatting. When they saw an aunt in patched clothes leading her 4 sons, also in patched clothes, walking over, the waiter showed a trace of disgust on his face. Shopkeeper Zhou said nonchalantly, "Go ask this lady if she wants some tea." He was used to the fact that there were often beggars coming to the door of the restaurant asking for tea and leftovers. The waiter walked over to ask, and Chum Wonwon took a look at the menu. The price of noodles was about the same as at the stalls outside, all 10 cents a bowl. 2 months ago, a bowl of noodles cost about 6 cents. Due to the bad harvest, grain prices have increased, and everything related to food has increased, but wages have not increased. Take the porters at the dock, for example. They could earn 30 to 50 cents a day 2 months ago. But in this severe drought, there is not much work to do in the fields, and all the men in the village have come out to carry goods. Their wages have also been lowered, and they only make 20 cents a day, which is enough for 2 bowls of noodles. Of course, these porters are reluctant to eat the expensive noodles. Chung Wanwan ordered 5 bowls of vegetarian noodle soup. The waiter was a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone wearing such shabby clothes would be willing to spend 50 cents on noodles. The waiter notified the kitchen to make noodles. At this time, another table of guests came to the lobby. They were dressed in silk and satin. The shopkeeper personally went forward to greet them and led them to the private room on the second floor. After they came out of the private room, the shopkeeper stood at the door of the back kitchen and ordered 8 treasure duck, assorted chicken, 5 treasure sashimi, braised lion's head, and a pot of wine. Every time the shopkeeper announced the name of a dish, Chung Wanwan swallowed her saliva. She casually calculated that this table of food would cost at least 3 taels of silver. She was still too poor and didn't dare to order such expensive dishes. She had to work hard to make money so that she could eat whatever she wanted one day. The 4 guys around were also swallowing their saliva. They lowered their heads and ate vegetarian noodles crazily. In fact, the noodles were delicious, and the noodle soup was also very tasty. They were still not satisfied with the noodles and dared to fantasize about eating lion heads. But what exactly is a lion head? Do we chop off the lion's head and make a dish? The 4 boys racked their brains but couldn't imagine what kind of dish this was. The 5 of them, mother and her children, finished their lunch quickly. Chung Wanwan counted out 50 copper coins and walked to the counter to pay. The shopkeeper was busy calculating the bills. When he saw her coming, he stopped what he was doing, counted the copper coins, and said with a smile, "Goodbye." Chung Wanwan didn't leave. She smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Zhou, have you ever heard of ice jelly?" Shopkeeper Zhou's fingers paused. Of course he had heard of ice jelly. It became popular in Hika Town 3 or 5 days ago. Some customers even asked him for a bowl of ice jelly when they came in. He had been busy all the time and had not found the time to take a look at what ice jelly was. Chung Wanwan took out a bowl of crushed ice jelly from the wooden barrel. It didn't look good because it was broken into pieces and had no shape, but the taste was not much changed. She pushed the bowl of ice jelly over and said, "Manager Zhou, you can give it a try. If you think it works, then we can discuss cooperating in selling ice jelly. If not, then I'll have to go find Manager Yang from Zuixinlu across the street." Upon hearing this, shopkeeper Zhou's eyes suddenly widened. Zuixinlu is a huge mountain that stands before him. His goal in this life is to surpass Zuixinlu and become the #1 restaurant in Hika Town. But Jixiang Restaurant is their family's ancestral property, and Zuixinlu is a chain store that opened from Huzhou. He always felt that he would never be able to achieve his goal in his lifetime. It would be fine if we couldn't achieve it, but how could we be left further behind by Zuixinlu? Shopkeeper Zhou took a sip of the ice jelly and became more determined. He said, "I'll give you the ice jelly recipe and 8 taels of silver. How about that?" Chung Wanwan, why are these restaurant owners always thinking about buying houses? Seeing that she looked hesitant, Manager Zhou raised the price. "How about 10 taels of silver? If 10 taels is not enough, then 12 taels. This is the highest price I can offer." Manager Zhou, why don't we change our thinking? Shopkeeper Zhou stood there in shock. After listening to what Chung Wanwan said, he actually found it very reasonable. 2 cents, and he can sell it for about 5 cents in the restaurant. That is to say, he does not need to spend a huge amount of money to buy the ice jelly recipe, nor does he need to find a special cook to make the ice jelly. He only needs to prepare brown sugar, peanuts, hawthorns, and other ingredients every day, and then he can sell the ice jelly directly in the restaurant. The daily customer flow of Jixiang Restaurant is about 30 tables, which adds up to about 100 people. If he can sell 100 bowls of ice jelly a day, his net profit can be more than 200 coins, which is several taels of silver a month. This is a business that is sure to make money. Regardless of how much money is made, the most important thing is that Jixiang Restaurant has all the new things on the market so that it can retain customers. Chung Wanwan knew that shopkeeper Zhou was tempted, so she continued, "But let me make one thing clear in advance. This ice jelly is not only for your Jixiang Restaurant. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I will supply it for 2 cents a bowl." Shopkeeper Zhou was a little anxious. Sister-in-law Zhao, just make the conditions.
I.
The amount of ice jelly I make is huge, and the Jixiang restaurant can't eat it all. Cheng Wanwan told the truth. I have reached a cooperation agreement with Chen, the shopkeeper of Nanfu Academy. Based on the agar seeds they have collected so far, their family can make at least 900 bowls of ice jelly a day. The market in Hika town is limited, so she has to go to Ping'an town and the neighboring Fenghuang town to try her luck. Shopkeeper Zhou sighed. There were only so many people visiting the Jixiang restaurant every day. It was indeed a small restaurant. How could he have the right to ask them to supply only to him? He didn't mention it again, and agreed on the delivery time with Cheng Wanwan. Coming out of the Jixiang restaurant, Cheng Wanwan immediately saw Manager Yang standing at the door of the Zuixinlu. Manager Yang was so arrogant when he came to see her in the morning, but now he was walking around like an ant on a hot pan. Cheng Wanwan stopped and looked at the four sons around him. Do you remember what I just talked about with Manager Zhou? Zhao Dashan looked confused. He didn't remember anything. He only knew that he had to deliver the goods tomorrow. Zhao Erga said, Mom, can you let me try to talk to the owner of Zuixinlu? Cheng Wanwan silently gave Ergu a thumbs up in her heart. He really was the smartest son of the Zhao family. Before she even opened her mouth, this boy knew what she meant. She smiled and said, Ergu, if you can make this deal, I'll give you 2 cents to spend as you like. 2 cents was not a lot of money. Zhao Ergu had never held so much money in his hand in his life. He took a deep breath and walked towards Zuixinlu with the ice jelly bucket. Cheng Wanwan was waiting outside with her 3 other children. She looked at the street. There were 40 or 50 shops of all sizes. If they could open a shop of their own here, their family would not have to travel so hard from the village to the town every day and then rush back from the town. She saw some signs swaying in the wind and reached out to pull Zhao Seiden over to her. Seiden, take a look. Is that the word Zhao? Zhao's grocery store. The character Zhao is written in a dancing style. Zhao Seiden immediately said excitedly, Yes, that's what Brother Taiju wrote. I wrote it wrong yesterday. Oh, Mother, how did you know? Last time, when Taiju registered the names of the people digging the ditch, he wrote Dashan's name like this. Cheng Wanwan said, Seiden, look at these signs. Are there any words you recognize? Zhao Seiden now had something to do. He looked left and right and said in a hopping manner, This word means Da, which means big in the mountains. There is a San character over there. Third brother, look, there is an Tho character over there. That's your name. It seems to be a place where cows are sold. Cheng Wanwan looked at the eldest and the third brother. I remember the words that Seiden just said. Do you remember them? Zhao Dashan. Zhao Sanyu. Seiden only said it once. How could they possibly remember it? At most, they would just remember the character in their names. Cheng Wanwan felt that the eldest and third sons really had no talent for learning. The second child likes arithmetic and seems to like doing business, so he can develop in this direction in the future. The fourth child is interested in learning to read, so she can enroll in a private school. After all, their Zhao family has to have a scholar, so it will not be a surprise if she can learn to read in the future. While Cheng Wanwan was thinking, Zhao Ergu walked out of Zuixinlu with a happy face. Zhao Seiden ran up quickly and asked, Second brother, did the negotiation succeed? Cheng Wanwan felt that the result was already very obvious. It is impossible for Zuixinlu to refuse the dim sum that Jixiang restaurant has. No matter how they negotiate, the deal will be done. Zhao Erga nodded. It's already been negotiated. Manager Yang of Zuixinlu hopes that we can supply 200 bowls a day. He also has a restaurant in the neighboring Fenghuang town. We deliver it here, and he will arrange for someone to deliver it to Zuixinlu in Fenghuang town. Cheng Wanwan took out 2 coins from her sleeve and handed them over. Mom, you keep your word. This is a reward for you. Zhao Erga solemnly put 2 cents into his pocket and said, We can produce 900 bowls a day. We just negotiated 500 bowls. Let me negotiate the remaining 400 bowls. Cheng Wanwan's face was full of relief. She said gently, The market in Hika town is about this size. Next, let's go to Ping'an town to take a look. By the way, she also went to ask about the situation of the private school in Ping'an town. She wanted to settle this matter today. Zhao Da's ox cart was waiting in the shadow at the gate of the city wall. Zhao Da was lying on the cart, sleeping with a straw hat on his head and snoring loudly.
Onkel Da, schau sidan hatet mich vusli.
Zhao Da jumped up from the car and angrily yelled, Sidon, you little jerk, try to scare me again? Zhao Sidon took out a bowl of crushed ice powder from the wooden barrel with a smile. Uncle Da, eat quickly. After you finish eating, we will go to Ping'an Town. Zhao Da has been able to eat ice jelly these past 2 days. Although it doesn't look very good, it's enough for him. He can drink 2 bowls in one breath, and his whole body feels cool after drinking it. The mother and her 5 children got on the ox cart. Chum Wanwan said to Zhao Da, Uncle Tata, I want to talk to you about something. Zhao Da drove the ox cart and said, What's going on? Starting tomorrow, I'll have Ergo and San Nio come to town to deliver goods. Chum Wanwan said with a smile, We have to leave at 1 a.m. every day, first to Hika Town and then to Ping'an Town, and we'll be back by noon. How much copper coins do we get for a trip like this? Zhao Da said, 2 people, 4 cents for a round trip. Chum Wanwan covered her face, thinking that Zhao Da really doesn't know how to do business. In the past 2 days, the 5 people in their family, plus 4 wooden barrels and some miscellaneous things, filled the ox cart to the brim, and he never asked for more money. Originally, it cost 1 cent to go to Ping'an Town, but later it was changed to go to Hika Town, which also cost 1 cent. How can you last long in business if you do business like this? Chum Wanwan paused and said, Uncle Tata, you may not have understood. What I meant is that between the hours of Mao and Wu, this ox cart can only be used by people from our family. If others want to go to town, they can only take another ox cart in the village. Zhao Da is an honest man and a member of the same clan as the Zhao family. He can be trusted, but she cannot trust other people. She didn't want too many people to know about their family business. Zhao Da was not a fool. He understood what was said. His ox cart did not have passengers every day. He would carry 1 person to town, or 5 people. At most, it could carry 10 people. A round trip would earn him 20 cents, which was his peak income. Send 2 dogs and 3 cows to Hika Town and then to Ping'an Town. With 2 people in the car and a cart full of ice jelly, we can rush back at noon and do farm work in the fields for a few hours. Zhao Da said, just 10 cents. This matter has been settled. We staggered all the way to Ping'an Town. It was already noon, the sun was very strong, and there were not many pedestrians on the street. Chum Wanwan and her 4 sons split into 2 groups. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu went to the restaurant in Ping'an Town to discuss cooperation, and she took Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sidon to Deking School. She asked at the gate of Deking School and found out that this school only accepted students. Although the principal was just an old scholar, it was relatively cheaper than Nanfu Academy. The tuition was 1 or 2 taels of silver a month, and one could use grain to pay off debts. This school had only 2 classes with about 50 or 60 students. Chum Wanwan had no choice but to ask if there were other private schools in Ping'an Town. The smallest private school is probably the clan school of Mr. Wang's family. The Wang family is not large, so they accept students from outside. However, they require students to be familiar with the 3-character classic and the 100 family surnames. The man selling pens, inkstones, and paper glanced at the 2 boys behind Chum Wanwan. If a child of this age doesn't know a single word, I'm afraid no school will accept him. A 3 or 5-year-old kid not to know how to read. If a 10-year-old child cannot read, it means he has no talent for studying. Basically, no school will be willing to teach him, even if you pay him. Chum Wanwan sighed. It's not that Sidon doesn't have the talent for studying, it's just that he's been delayed. It seems that Sidon must study these basic enlightenment books at home before he can go to the private school in the town. Or she could be sent to the enlightenment school in Qingjia village, but she never wanted to deal with the vampires in the Chung family again in her life, so this path was blocked. Mom, I'll ask Brother Taiju to teach me. Zhao Sidon was very optimistic. Brother Taiju said reading and writing are not difficult at all. I can learn it quickly. The corners of Chung Wanwan's mouth twitched. With Zhao Tieju's half-baked cultural level, he shouldn't go astray the more he studies. This matter needs to be carefully considered. She was not making progress. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu were having smooth sailing and were able to negotiate with 2 restaurants in succession. However, Ping'an Town is not as prosperous as Hika Town. The 2 largest restaurants only took reservations for a total of 100 bowls and sold a total of 600 bowls. Hika Town, 1 bowl costs 2 coins and a total of 500 bowls cost 1,000 coins, which is 1 tael of silver. Ping'an Town, 1 bowl costs 1 cent and there are 100 bowls in total, so the fee is 100 cents, which can barely cover the cost. By this calculation, I can make a net profit of 1 or 2 taels a day. Several people in the family have contributed, so she can't just let them work without paying them. She has to calculate how much to pay each person. If she paid too little, it would make her look stingy. But if she paid too much, it would be bad. After the 4 boys saved some money, they would definitely go to the town to buy things. Then they would know that the food in the house was not from a legitimate source. Chum Wanwan was counting accounts all the way. The ox cart stopped at the entrance of Day Village. Zhao was going up the mountain to transport the dry firewood back home. The 4 of them, mother and son, got off the cart in advance and walked home carrying wooden barrels. A family at the entrance of the village was repairing their roof. Chum Wanwan knew that there was a hole in the roof of her house. If it hadn't been dry and rainy recently, she might have experienced the bitterness of its raining heavily outside and lightly at home. She said, "When I have money, the first thing I will do is build a house." Zhao Dashan nodded immediately. "Starting tomorrow, I will collect a little adobe every day. When I have enough, I can build a house." Zhao Erga followed up and said, "I made adobe bricks with my elder brother." Later he went back and figured it out. The reason Shuiqin didn't want to be with him was because she had no place to live at home. Sanyu is going to get married soon. If the person he likes is unwilling to marry him because there is no place to live at home, how sad Sanyu will be. He couldn't let his 2 younger brothers end up in the same situation as him. Chum Wanwan knew what adobe was. It was a square mold into which mud mixed with water was put. At the same time, rice straw or wheat straw was chopped into finger lengths and mixed in. After the mud and straw were fully mixed and solidified, the adobe was poured out and dried to become earth bricks. When the time came to build a house, it would be built with these adobe bricks. Most of the houses in Day Village are like this. The headman's house is slightly better, with stone bricks on the ground, but the foundation of the house is also adobe. Adobe houses are cheap to build. As long as there are many people in the family, you can take time to save some adobe bricks on weekdays and build the house before winter. Chum Wanwan didn't really want to live in a mud house, but she didn't have the conditions to build a blue-tiled house at this time, and it would easily make other people in the village jealous. The head of the village didn't live in a blue-tiled house. How could she, a widow with 4 sons, get the money to build a big house? The mother and her 5 children had taken a few steps. They suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves behind them. Chum Wanwan turned around and saw a horse-drawn carriage galloping towards her. The driver let out a whoosh, and the carriage stopped by the roadside. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Zhao Lijing from Day Village jumped down from the carriage in high spirits. The driver bowed and turned the carriage around to go back. This was the first time that Chum Wanwan saw an ancient horse-drawn carriage. It was also the first time for many people in Day Village to see a horse-drawn carriage. People working in the fields by the roadside dropped their work and came over, surrounding the head of the village and asking questions. Stroked his beard and said in a serious tone, "The carriage belongs to the county magistrate of Ping'an Town. The driver is a servant of the county magistrate. He came here specially to take me back." "Oh, the village head is incredible. The county magistrate actually sent someone to personally escort you back. The head of our Day village is really capable, and the county magistrate has taken a different look at him." The village was flattered and smiled. "I am favored by the county magistrate because our Day village has worked together." Somehow the news of digging a ditch to divert water from the mountain a few days ago reached the county magistrate's ears. He asked me to come over today to ask about this matter. In the past, it was difficult for me to meet the county magistrate, but now I am lucky enough to sit with him and drink tea. The other people in the village were extremely envious and kept asking, "How old is the county magistrate? Is he fat or thin?" Is he easy to talk to? It was also the first time that the village head was received by the county magistrate. He had a strong desire to show off, so he naturally answered the questions one by one. After these people finished their compliments, Chen Wanwan finally spoke. Uncle Lijing, why did the county magistrate specifically ask about digging ditches? Is there any arrangement? The village head's desire to show off immediately faded. He did not expect that Dashan's mother could actually guess the deep meaning of the county magistrate's summons to him. He nodded and said, there are 36 villages under Ping'an town, and every village is suffering from drought. The county magistrate wants to promote the digging of ditches and asked me if it is feasible. The villagers surrounding them laughed. Just because there is water on Mount Dadong doesn't mean there is water on other mountains. There's nothing we can do about the Hohot village closest to us, and there's even less we can do about the villages further away. The county magistrate is desperate and is trying all sorts of methods. The head of the village didn't say anything, but stared at Chen Wanwan. His intuition told him that Dashan's mother would have a different opinion. Chen Wanwan looked at her 4 sons and said, take your things back and clean them up. I'll be back soon. The head of the village, and Chen Wanwan walked to the big locust tree in the middle of the village. The other villagers didn't dare to follow. Ever since the canal digging incident, they no longer dared to look at Mrs. Zhao with the same eyes as before. How could they dare to look down on someone whom even the village had looked up to? The sun is setting. The air was very hot. There was shade under the big locust tree, but no wind. I started sweating after walking for a while. Chen Wanwan looked at the head of the village and said, there is a severe drought now. Except for Dea village, other villages will have no harvest. Then Dea village will become the target of public criticism. The village had asked, what is the target of public criticism? Chen Wanwan, is now the time to ask questions without shame? The target of public criticism is the object of everyone's jealousy. She continued, the county magistrate is promoting the digging of ditches, which is a good thing. There is still half a month before the harvest. The sooner water is brought into the fields, the sooner the crops can be revived, and we can harvest some food. However, not every village can find a water source, and finding a water source is not an easy task. I just want to ask Dashanyang, how did you find the water in the mountains? The village head was eager to learn. The county magistrate said that he hopes Dea village can send some people to help. First, to help find the water source, second, to help plan the route for digging the canal, and third, we also need help digging the canal. Chen Wanwan changed the subject. There has been no unusual activity in the village these days. The patrol team seems to have relaxed a bit. The head of the village didn't know why she suddenly brought this up, but he still agreed. After the fields were flooded, the rice started to grow, and there were more weeds and bugs. Not only did we have to weed and kill the bugs, we also had to apply fertilizer. Only with more fertilizer could the rice grow full. With so much work in the fields, people really didn't pay that much attention to patrolling. Chen Wanwan said in a heavy tone, because patrolling does not bring any obvious benefits. Once the villagers feel there is no danger, they will naturally be unwilling to work. Uncle Lijing, we must be on guard against others. I think the patrol team should not be slack for a single day. We should set up a special patrol team and pay them wages. People in ancient times had a weak sense of law, and she hoped to live in a village with a relatively higher sense of security. The village head sighed. The village doesn't have enough money to support a patrol team. The village's income comes from the sale of wasteland. Decades ago, some refugees reclaimed the wasteland, and the village still had some income. But in recent years, there have been no outsiders in Dea village, and every household has land. Who would buy wasteland for reclamation? The income from decades ago was used to dig public wells and support some families that had lost their families and has long been spent. Chen Wanwan smiled and said, this time digging the ditch is an opportunity. Dea village has solved the urgent problem for the county magistrate. Should the county magistrate give some funds? How much money can be applied for depends entirely on the ability of the village head. This money can be used as the initial capital for maintaining the patrol team. The head of the village almost dropped his jaw in shock. What's wrong with Dashanyang's brain? She could actually come up with an idea to get money from the county magistrate in a legitimate way. He was also planning to take Guzi and his two good-for-nothing sons to see the county magistrate tomorrow and go to the village below with the county magistrate to find water. He was indeed prepared to help the county magistrate solve the big problem free of charge. But now he thought it through. Rising to help was called currying favor, and if he went again when the county magistrate needed him, it would be like providing timely help. And what Da Shinyang said is right. Dea village is getting better and better, which may arouse envy. We cannot relax on the patrol team's work. After the county magistrate allocated funds, the patrol team was officially established, and every household in Dea village no longer had to worry about their food being stolen. Chum Wonwon started her business. She hired a technical team. These people would decide what projects to do and write a plan. If she thought it was feasible, she would ask the finance department for funding. If she thought one of the projects was successful, the company would make a lot of money. This was an advance investment. Now, Dea Village has a successful case, and the county magistrate's investment will be 100% rewarded. As long as the head of the village makes a slight suggestion, the county magistrate will most likely not refuse. After chatting with the village head, Chung Wanwan went home. Reached the door of her house, she saw green sprouts coming out of the fields in the yard. The vegetables were growing really well. Once the vegetables in front of and behind the house have grown, we won't have to eat wild vegetables every day on the table anymore. The vegetable garden. 2 hens were walking around with their 20 ducklings looking for food, and a big rooster was standing on a pile of firewood and crowing. Zhao Dashan went to the fields. Standing at the door, he could see his eldest son busy in the fields. Zhao Ergu was watering the vegetable garden at home. The weather was hot, and the vegetable garden needed water all the time so that the vegetables could sprout, grow leaves, and grow. Zhao Saniu went to the mountain to chop wood. Zhao Sidon went to the fields to dig wild vegetables and brought them back to feed the chickens and ducks. As the sun sets, smoke from the village rises into the sky. Yellow ears of rice sway in the wind, and the scenery is as beautiful as an oil painting. At this moment, Chung Wanwan was in a very good mood. In the previous life, I worked hard alone to start a company. This is a kind of life. In this life, working hard with your family to gradually live a good life is also a kind of life. She walked into the house and saw Wu Huanyang sitting at the table cutting vegetables. When she saw her mother-in-law come in, Wu Huanyang stood up as if by reflex. Chung Wanwan pushed her back. "You go and cut the clothes, I'll cook tonight." Wu Huanyang said quickly, "Mom, I feel much better today. It will be fine for me to stand for a while." "Okay, don't be so stubborn. If something happens again, my family won't have the money to hire a doctor for you. When you get better, there will be plenty of opportunities to cook for you." Chung Wanwan said this and went to the kitchen next door. At noon, Wu Huinyang eats alone and eats whatever she wants, which is relatively simple. But in the evening, she has to cook for 6 people, which is not something that can be finished in a short time. As far as she can remember, she has been eating in the orphanage cafeteria. After she went to school, she ate in the school cafeteria. Later, when she started working, she ordered takeout every day and rarely cooked for herself. Her cooking skills are only at the level of making fried rice with egg. However, in her spare time, she would watch some short videos about cooking. She has rich theoretical knowledge about what to put first, and what to put next, and what to pay attention to. After living in ancient times for half a month, she knew how to make a fire in an earthen stove. She used dry grass to start the fire, then put firewood in, and the fire slowly burned. First, she steamed the corn in a broken pot, then put oil in another pot and poured the chopped bamboo shoots into it and stir-fried them. The moment she poured the oil in, the oil splashed onto her hands. Chung Wanwan didn't care about the pain on the back of her hands at all and quickly stir-fried the vegetables in the pot, fearing that they would be burnt. Half an hour later, dinner was finally ready. A stir-fried bamboo shoots, a wild vegetable omelet, and 6 bowls of corn rice. The bamboo shoots were burnt and the wild vegetable omelet had too much salt. Chung Wanwan drank a large bowl of water after taking 1 bite. However, the 4 boys and the daughter-in-law in front of him did not show any strange expressions on their faces. They ate up 2 bowls of dishes that were not very tasty. After finishing the meal, Wu Huinyang spoke cautiously. Mom, let me cook from now on. I'll take a higher stool and sit in front of the stove, and let Sidan help watch the fire in the stove. It's no problem. It's not because the food is bad. Nowadays, no one will complain about anything edible. The main reason is that my mother put at least 2 spoons of salt in this bowl of wild vegetable omelet. Such a precious thing cannot be wasted. Chum Wanwan shook her head. After you finish taking the pregnancy-maintaining medicine in 2 days, I will leave the cooking to you. You can't let someone who is still taking medicine cook, and she can't do anything to torture her daughter-in-law. But the eldest daughter-in-law did nothing and seemed to be feeling guilty, which was not conducive to the fetus. After the family finished their meal, it was Zhao Erga's turn to wash the dishes, and the rest of the people hurried to prepare ice jelly while it was still light. 600 bowls of ice jelly is about 6 buckets, which requires about 3 pounds of agar-agar seeds, which is quite a lot of work. The day, some children would bring lanterns, and Wu Huinyang would be responsible for receiving and paying for them at home. 18 kilograms of lanterns were collected during the day alone. In addition to cutting and making clothes, Wu Huinyang sat and peeled agarwood seeds. It did not require any technical skills, but it did require patience and was time-consuming. Sitting still made her back sore. Wu Huinyang peeled more than 2 kilograms of agarwood seeds during the day. Chum Wanwan boiled a large pot of hot water, put it outside to cool in the wind, and then soaked the agar-agar seeds in the cooled water. While soaking, she continued to boil water. Making iced jelly requires a lot of cooked water, so 1 pound of agar-agar seeds can produce more than 100 bowls of ice jelly. Zhao Sanyu was chopping wood in the yard. Most of the wood he had just chopped was used to boil water. He took an axe and went up the mountain to chop wood again. Zhao Ergu carried a bucket and followed them up the mountain to fetch water. A lot of water was needed. After the agarwood seeds were soaked, Zhao Dashan sat in front of a large wooden basin and kept rubbing them with his hands, washing out a layer of acidic condensable substances on the surface of the agarwood seeds and dissolving them into the water. Chum Wanwan boiled the water. The next task was to filter it. There would be agar-agar fragments in the kneaded ice jelly, which affected the appearance and taste and had to be filtered out. All the wooden barrels and basins in the house were occupied, so she called Zhao Sidan, who was cleaning duck chute outside, in and said, "Go borrow 4 wooden barrels and 2 wooden basins from your grandma, and also take 2 cents to give to your sister Xia Hua. At home during the day today, and the money must be settled on the same day." Zhao Sidan ran quickly to the old house of the Zhao family with 2 cents in his pocket. The sun had not yet completely set, and there was light outside and a bit of evening coolness. Everyone in the old Zhao family was sitting in the yard, chopping wood, washing, sewing, repairing farm tools, picking wild vegetables, and chatting about family matters. It was quite lively. "Sidan, why are you here?" Old Mrs. Zhao was the first to see him. "Why are you in such a hurry? Your forehead is sweating. Come and have a drink of water." Zhao Sidan took out 2 coins from his sleeve and said, "My mother said to pay Sister Xia Hua her wages." There were 2 cents. Old Mrs. Zhao took one and gave the remaining one to Xia Hua. Xia Hua took the money and turned around to give it to her mother, when put it in her own pocket and said with a smile, "Xia Hua, I saved this penny for you as a dowry. Tomorrow you must dig more wild vegetables and weeds for your aunt to feed the chickens and ducks." Xia Hua nodded. "Mom, I know." Seeing this scene, Sun felt a little jealous. Although it was only 1 penny, it was still money, and it was money that originally belonged to their 3rd room. She said with a sour tone, "Sister-in-law is really generous. I guess she really makes a lot of money. Unlike us, we can't earn a penny even if we work in the fields every day." Old Mrs. Zhao got angry when she heard what her daughter-in-law said. She had warned her so many times, both openly and secretly, but this 3rd daughter-in-law still didn't make any progress. The old lady was too lazy to pay attention to Sun and turned around and asked, "Sidan, is there anything else?" Zhao Sidan nodded. "My mother asked me to borrow 4 wooden barrels and 2 wooden basins." In the past, Mrs. Zhao would never have lent out these belongings, mainly because she was afraid that they would be wasted by the eldest son's wife. But during this period, The eldest son's wife would deliver food to the old house every now and then, and her behavior was many times more open than before, so lending some things out was nothing. Old Mrs. Zhao said, "De Wang and Wang, help Sidon get the wooden bucket and basin over." Son's eyebrows jumped, and she immediately said, "Mom, the child's father needs to fetch water later in the evening. How can he fetch water if the wooden barrel is borrowed?" Before Mrs. Zhao could say anything, Zhao Yukai said, "Didn't you just bring back 4 buckets of water? The water in the jar is full. What? Is it not enough for you?" Sun gritted her teeth in anger. Although Zhao Sidon didn't say it explicitly, she could guess what her sister-in-law wanted to do with the wooden barrel. She must be using it to make ice jelly. Since she was borrowing their things to do a profitable business, she should at least pay some rent. As a result, she had just started talking when her man interrupted her. Sun pinched Zhao Yotsai's arm hard, then walked into the house. "You silly woman, I don't know what you were thinking about all day long." Zhao Yukai scolded angrily, "If you have the time, make me a pair of straw sandals. I have no shoes to wear every day." Sun sat in the room, feeling so angry that her heart ached. Her husband is such a jerk. He embarrassed her in front of so many people. Isn't it just because she didn't give birth to a son? If she had a son to support her, who would dare to give her a hard time, the old woman or her husband? Zhao Yukai continued chopping wood outside. Old man Zhao took a puff of his pipe and said, "Old third, go to the mountain and chop down a fir tree." Fir trees are relatively thin and can be cut down and dragged back by one person. One tree can be made into 3 or 4 wooden barrels. In his early years, Old man Zhao learned carpentry, but he was not careful and his workmanship was rough, so he was not good at this business. He was persuaded to quit by his master after learning for half a year. But he did learn some skills after all, and making simple tasks such as wooden barrels and wooden basins was not difficult for him. Zhao Yukai didn't even ask what the purpose of chopping trees was. He just went out with the axe. When they were almost at the foot of the mountain, they ran into another widow in the village, Zhang. Zhang had been a widow in her early 20s and was not yet 30. Her clothes were not patched, and she was holding a bamboo basket. When she saw Zhao Yukai, she greeted him, "Where are you going, third brother Zhao?" Zhao Yukai took the axe and said casually, "Let's go to the mountain and chop down a tree." Zhang saw the muscles on his arms and took 2 steps forward involuntarily. "Brother Zhao-san, I chopped some firewood and piled it up on the mountain. You know I am a woman, and I don't have the strength to drag the firewood down the mountain. Brother Zhao-san, can you help me?" She spoke. She moved closer to Zhao Yukai, her arm lightly brushing against Zhao Yotsai's body. Zhao Yukai took a step back. "It's almost dark. I don't have the time to waste on you. Let's talk about it tomorrow." He walked quickly up the hill carrying his axe. Zhang was so angry that she stamped her feet. What a stinky man who didn't understand romance. She had shown it so obviously, but he actually walked away. Matter how she stomped her feet, it was useless. Zhao Yotsai's figure had already disappeared into the forest. She continued walking with the bamboo basket and soon stopped in front of Chung Wanwan's house. She stood at the gate of the yard, approached quietly, and stood on tiptoe to look into the house. She didn't know what was cooking in the kitchen, and the door to the main room was closed. She could only hear the sound of people talking but didn't know what they were doing. There were lanterns piled up on the ground under the eaves of the gate, and there was no time to clean them up. Zhang looked left and right, but couldn't figure out what it was. At this time, Zhao Sidon opened the door and walked out, looking at her suspiciously. "Aunt Zhang, what are you doing?" Zhang's face immediately lit up with smiles. "I went up the mountain and made some lanterns, about 2 pounds. Would your mother like to buy them?" Chum Wanwan walked out of the house, took the bamboo basket and weighed it. It was indeed 2 kilograms. She went back to the house, took out 4 cents, and handed it to Zhang. After taking the money, Zhang showed no intention of leaving. Chum Wanwan stood at the gate of the yard. She looked at Zhang in front of her, who was also a widow in the village like her original self. However, the original body had a very bad reputation in the village, but this widow Zhang was different. She spoke softly and got along well with everyone. When the villagers mentioned widow Zhang, they couldn't help but praise her. "Sister-in-law Zhao, you know how my family lives. We have 3 daughters and 1 son, all of whom are hungry. There is no man in my family, so I raise them all by myself. I am a few years younger than you, but I look older than you. Life is really hard. Zhang sighed. Sister-in-law, can you take me over in your food business?
I can just help out. I'll be fine with 3 or 5 cents a day.
Cheng Wanwan's face was very gloomy. 3 or 5 cents a day. I might as well pick more lanterns. 2 kilograms of lanterns are only 4 cents.
What do you want from helping me?
Zhang's face froze. I just want to make a living, don't I? Cheng Wanwan refused indifferently. The original body had never dealt with this widow, let alone her. How could she let someone she didn't know help her? She turned and went into the house, closed the courtyard door, and then closed the door to the main room, blocking out all sight. Zhang was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She offered to help for 3 or 5 cents a day, but Mrs. Zhao disagreed, saying the offer was too high. Isn't it just a little food? Isn't it just a little money? Do you really think you will become a rich man? She turned and walked away, but just after she took a few steps, an arm in the corner pulled her behind a big tree. She looked over and saw it was Zhao Fugui. She broke free and cursed in a low voice. What are you doing? It's not even dark yet. What will happen if someone sees us? Why are you pretending, woman? Wasn't it you who served me in the beginning? Zhao Fugui grabbed her chest and squeezed it hard. Are you going up the mountain or just finding a place? Zhang held out her hand. Give me money or I won't do it. Zhao Fugui took out a penny from his belt while cursing, then dragged Zhang into the wild. After a while, heavy breathing sounds were heard. The sky gradually darkened. Cheng Wanwan is still busy with the children. In the past 2 days, they made 3 buckets of ice jelly and were busy until the end of the Sioux hour. Today the workload has doubled, and it is likely that they will not be finished until the Z hour. There were torches lit in the room as she carefully filtered the ice jelly. Zhao Ergu also joined in. It would be faster if the mother and son worked together. Zhao Sanyu helped Zhao Dashan to scrub the ice jelly. Zhao Sidon and Wu Huanyang peeled the agarwood seeds out of the lantern together. While he was busy, he heard Zhao Sanyu exclaim, "Brother, what happened to your hand?" Cheng Wanwan put down what she was doing and walked over. She took a look in the light of the fire and was immediately shocked to see that Zhao Dashan's palms were all white. Because he used too much force, the skin on the palms was rubbed open, revealing the white flesh inside. The only thing to be thankful for was that there was no bleeding. During these 2 hours, his hands have been soaked in the water containing agarwood seeds, but the boy didn't say a word. Cheng Wanwan pursed her lips. It's a beautiful idea to sell hundreds of bowls of ice jelly a day and earn more than 1 or 2 yuan in profit. But the reality is, the more they sell, the more tired the family becomes. Today is only the first day, and Dashan's hands are almost worn out. Zhao Dashan smiled innocently and said, "Mom, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all." Zhao Sanyu said, "Brother, go do something else and leave this to me. I have a thick skin and can handle it." Cheng Wanwan glanced at the wooden basin beside her. There was still half a pound of agar-agar seeds waiting to be washed. There were half a pound of agar-agar seeds being washed in the basins in front of Dashan and Sanyu respectively. If these jobs are not finished, the goods will not be delivered on time tomorrow. She has never been a dishonest businessman. Dashan, you come and filter the ice jelly. Cheng Wanwan and Zhao Dashan switched places. There can't be any black stuff in the ice jelly. Be careful. Zhao Dashan was unwilling, but he could not disobey his mother's orders. Cheng Wanwan put her hand into the basin of agarwood seeds and water. She felt cool at first, but as she rubbed it, a slight pain began to spread in the palm of her hand. She opened them all and searched for plastic gloves. A pair only cost 5 cents. Wearing gloves to wash such things should not hurt her hands. She picked up the wooden basin and said calmly, "It's too hot here. I'll go into the inner room to wash." Zhao Dashan quickly lit a torch and followed. "Mom, let me do it. I'm used to doing this." He put down the torch. He was driven out by Cheng Wanwan. Bought a pair of plastic gloves from the mall. When she put them on and rubbed her skin, she didn't feel any pain at all. She started to scrub quickly. After washing this basin, she walked out, took the remaining half-pound to the inner room and began to rub it mechanically with her hands.
This is not an easy job.
Even with the protection of gloves, fingers are sore, wrists are stiff and painful from repeating the same movement, and backaches occur from sitting still. After washing all the agar-agar seeds, Chunwanwan could not straighten her back. She walked out carrying the wooden basin, and 5 pairs of big black eyes in the main room looked at her. Zhao Dashan blamed himself to the extreme. "Mom, I am so useless." Zhao Erga said, "From now on, this job cannot be done by one person alone. The 3 of us will take turns, each carrying 1 pound, so our hands won't get hurt." Zhao Sanya nodded. "Just leave this to us. We can't let mother suffer so much all the time." Chunwanwan felt a little upset. At first, she only regarded her 4 sons as a responsibility and obligation, but unexpectedly, they actually became a family. She will feel sorry for the injured children, and the children will be filial to her as their mother. However, when it comes to washing agar-agar seeds, washing 1 pound a day won't seem to cause any significant problems, but if you do this for 3 or 4 days in a row, your hands will definitely turn white, and the skin will peel off. The gloves were made of rubber, a product that did not exist in that era, so she had no way of taking them out openly. 3 pounds of agarwood seeds a day have to be scrubbed and washed at least 6 times. If she were to do it all by herself, she would definitely become the first time traveler in history to die of exhaustion. The market continues to expand in the future. The amount of agar-agar seeds washed per day may increase to 5 to 10 kilograms, and the workload will become increasingly heavy. Therefore, this work must be subcontracted. However, who should be asked to do it is also something worth considering carefully. The family of 6 worked until almost midnight before they finally finished making the ice jelly needed for tomorrow. Almost all 6 of them fell asleep as soon as they touched the bed. Oh, oh, oh. The rooster Dahong flew to the firewood pile and crowed, waking up the sleepy Dea village. Chunwanwan lay on the bed and didn't want to get up at all. Her arms were sore, and it hurt whenever she moved. She felt like she was falling apart. She glanced out the window. It was all gray. It was still early, so she decided to take a nap. She closed her eyes and continued to sleep until she heard voices outside the door. Then she got up and walked out. It turned out that Xiahua had come, carrying a large backpack full of wild vegetables and weeds on her back, and a basket full of chicory in her hand, all of which were dumped in the yard. She dragged a piece of dry firewood as a stool to sit on, lowered her head, and began to chop the wild vegetables. After chopping half of them, she threw them aside for the chickens and ducks to eat, and then continued chopping. Chunwanwan walked over and said, "Xiahua, that's enough. If you keep feeding the chickens and ducks, they'll be stuffed to death." Xiahua looked up and said, "Aunt, this half is chopped up and saved for the chicken and duck to eat in the afternoon. I will be done in a moment." Chunwanwan sighed softly. Xiahua was such an honest child. They had agreed that they only needed to prepare 1 meal for the chickens and ducks, but this child got up so early and actually dug up 2 meals of wild vegetables. The 2 cents were well spent. "I pay more money, so I'll just stay with Xiahua for breakfast." Early morning. It is coolest when the sun is not out yet. Zhao Xiahua sat in the yard chopping wild vegetables for the chickens and ducks. Zhao Dashan went to the fields to weed and apply fertilizer before dawn. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu sorted out the ice jelly made last night and went to deliver the goods in an ox cart after breakfast. Zhao Sidon also helped. Wu Huinyang couldn't stand for too long, so she sat in the yard and continued to cut clothes. She cut 2 pieces of clothing at the same time, the navy blue one for Zhao Dashan and the khaki one for Chunwanwan. The 2 pieces of clothing were finished in no time. Chunwanwan was making breakfast in the kitchen. She mixed cornmeal with water, beat an egg and put it in, then poured in the chopped wild vegetables and mixed them all together. After mixing them thoroughly, she put them in a pan and baked them. There were many people in the family, so each person had 2 pancakes. Together with Xiahua's, she made 14 pancakes in total. This time she controlled the heat well, the pancake was not burnt, and it was still steaming when it came out of the pan. Zhao Dashan wouldn't be back for a while, so the 2 pancakes were left warm in the pot. Chen Wanwan called everyone to come for breakfast. Zhao Xiahua wiped her hands and stood up. Aunt, I've finished chopping the wild vegetables. I'm going back first. Chen Wanwan quickly stopped her. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Eat breakfast first, and then get paid for today's work. Zhao Xiahua waved her hands quickly. Breakfast at the old house would be an hour later, and dinner would be an hour earlier. They only had 2 meals a day. She didn't have the habit of eating so early, even though her stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time. She was about to leave, carrying the backpack and basket. Chen Wanwan hurriedly chased after her, first stuffed 2 cents into her hand, and then handed 2 wild vegetable cornmeal cakes to her. Aunt, I really can't accept it. Xia Hua was so anxious. It's enough for me to take the money. Leave the cakes for Dashan and the others. Chen Wanwan's actions were so strong that Xia Hua finally had to take a pancake and hold it in her hand. The kids in the room had already started eating. They were wild vegetable pancakes made of cornmeal with eggs. Each of them ate 2, and they were very delicious and filling. After eating, Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu went to deliver the goods. Chen Wanwan couldn't help but repeatedly reminded him, be careful on the road, don't get into conflicts with others, and be sure to count the copper coins in front of you after delivering the goods. If there is too much or too little, you must tell me. Watching the carriage swaying away from Dea village, Chen Wanwan's heart still couldn't calm down. No wonder there is a saying that goes, a mother worries about her son, even when he is 1,000 miles away. These 2 boys were just going to the town to deliver goods, but she was still worried. Mom, come and try on the clothes. Wu Huinyang bit off the thread, shook the clothes, and gestured on Chen Wanwan's body. Chen Wanwan couldn't help but praise her daughter-in-law for her ingenuity. In just 2 or 3 days, a piece of cloth was turned into a piece of clothing. Because it was made of homespun cloth, there were no patterns or embroidery, and the dress was very simple, with a belt around the waist. It looked good overall, but the only embarrassing thing was that the chest area was a little too small, and it was a little tight. Well, if she didn't wear any underwear, this dress would really fit her. Who told her that she couldn't stand being naked, so she secretly bought a bra in the mall and put it on. When she washed it, she looked like a thief. Chen Wanwan pointed to her chest and asked, can this be made a little looser? Wu Huinyang's face turned slightly red. Okay, mother, I'll change it right away. Chen Wanwan took off her clothes, put on the patched, tattered clothes again, and started a day's work. For farmers, no matter how tired they are on the previous day, a new day is a fresh start with a lot of things waiting to be done at home and outside. Zhao Saniu came back with water early in the morning. She used a gourd ladle to water the houses in front of and behind them. After all the vegetables sprouted, she would start to fertilize them. There were no chemical fertilizers in ancient times, so they used farmyard manure. Chen Wanwan really couldn't do this job, but fortunately there were many sons in the family, so she could give it to anyone. Once again, she felt that having many sons had many benefits. Chen Wanwan was watering the vegetables. She saw something furry in the garden. She walked over and saw that they were 2 dead ducks. She bought were dead. Judging from the bodies, they must have died last night and no one noticed. No one found out, so she quickly dug a hole to destroy the body and then quickly bought 2 ducklings from the mall to sneak in. The ducklings in the mall were new and not familiar with the environment, so they looked around stupidly. The big hens Da Huang and Er Huang ran over, one on the left and one on the right, and pecked the 2 ducklings on the head. The 2 ducklings immediately followed her and ran away happily. Chen Wanwan looked at the small puddle in her yard. The ducklings were playing in the puddle most of the time. The ducks were still young, and their resistance was too weak. If one duck got sick, it would infect other ducks through the contaminated water. She found that 4 ducks seemed to have signs of illness and might die in a day or 2. She opened them all and bought some medicine powder specially made for ducks to resist bacterial infections, and mixed it with chopped wild vegetables. For eggs, Chen Wanwan shouted. Zhao Sidon was squatting in the main room peeling agar-agar seeds. This was his whole day's work, and he had to peel at least 3 pounds. When he heard his mother calling him, he quickly stood up and ran out. Mom, I'm here. Go and take these ducks for a walk in the rice fields, Chen Wanwan reminded. When the ducks start eating the rice, you must bring them back immediately. In her previous life, she had heard about raising ducks in rice fields. There was water in the rice fields, which was suitable for ducks to survive. The weeds and microorganisms in the fields could be eaten by the ducks, and the ducks' feces would become nutritious fertilizer for the rice. The most important thing is that there are a small number of locusts in the rice fields, which are ducks' favorite food. If the number of locusts is large enough, the ducks will not eat the rice. If all the locusts are eaten, the ducks must be driven back quickly to avoid ruining the crops. Zhao Sidon got a new job and happily went out to drive the ducks. Chung Wonwon has a total of 13 acres of land, 5 acres of which are paddy fields planted with rice. From a distance, it looks like a large piece of land with rippling water in the paddy fields. 20 ducks seem to be a lot in the yard, quacking nonstop every day, but disappear in an instant once they enter the rice fields. 20 ducks could not eat many locusts or produce much feces, so she had to buy at least 100 more ducks. She turned around and saw Da Huang and Huang squatting in the chicken coop like empty-nest elderly people. She silently decided to buy some more chicks. Chung Wanwan was about to go into the house to work. She saw a horse-drawn carriage slowly appearing on the main road of Dea village. It was the same carriage she had seen yesterday. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the village. The driver jumped out and said something to a nearby farmer. The farmer dropped his hoe, turned around and ran towards the headman's house. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a middle-aged man in silk clothes walked out. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a big belly, especially protruding belly. The man was wearing a black gauze hat. No one in the village except the head of the village had ever seen the county magistrate, but when they saw his attire, everyone knew that the county magistrate had come. Following behind him was a man in his 40s or 50s, who was the county magistrate's aide, known as the teacher's advisor. All the people working in the field stopped what they were doing, watched from afar, talked in low voices, and did not dare to get close. The sun is at noon. Although it was still morning, the sun was already very strong. The sun was scorching, and I was sweating profusely. The head of the village came running over wearing his most respectable clothes, without a single patch on them from head to toe. His shoes were not the most common straw sandals in the village, but neatly made navy blue cloth shoes. He also wore socks inside his shoes, which was a rare sight. I greet the county magistrate. As soon as the village head ran over, he fell to the ground with his whole body prostrated. When the villagers who were watching from afar saw this, they were so frightened that they immediately shrank their necks, bent down, and hid their bodies among the rice fields, fearing that they would be seen by the county magistrate and had to kneel down to pay homage. The county magistrate said calmly, "Get up and take me to see the ditch dug in your village." The village stood up with sweat all over his forehead. He had originally planned to go to the town to meet the county magistrate in person early this morning, but after listening to Da Shinyang's suggestion, he decided to postpone it to the afternoon. Who would have thought that the county magistrate and the chief clerk would come in person? He was almost scared to death. The village head stood up tremblingly, lowered his head, and led the way. The main road leads directly up the mountain. This mountain is called Dadong Mountain and belongs to Dea village. You don't need to go too high. Standing halfway up the mountain and looking up, you can see the ditch extending into the valley. Looking down, you can see clear spring water gurgling into the rice fields. However, the rice fields in the village have been diverted to water, and the entrances to the fields have been sealed. The water in the ditch flows quietly. Take me up the mountain to see the source of the water. The county magistrate spoke again, and the village head had no choice but to continue leading the way. The way up the mountain was not too rugged, but it was indeed quite a distance. The county magistrate was a bit fat, and he was out of breath from exhaustion before he had walked very far. The servant beside him hurried forward to support him. Who came with him was also exhausted and suggested, "Sir, county magistrate, why don't we find a few men to carry you up?" Hearing this, the head of the village got a headache. There were men in the village, but no sedan chair. What should he use to carry it?
Door panels.
In the village didn't mind lifting the door panel, but it was not appropriate for the county magistrate to sit on it. The county magistrate waved his hand. How long will it take to reach the water source? The village head said hurriedly, It will take about a cup of tea. For him, 1 cup of tea would indeed be enough to get there, but the county magistrate was too fat and walked slower than a 3-year-old child, so it would probably take at least 3 cups of tea. There were 4 people in the group. Except for the head of the village and the coachman who walked relatively easily, the county magistrate and the legal advisor were exhausted. Finally, we arrived at the source of water in the deep mountains. This is the beginning of groundwater, and water keeps bubbling up. At first, a big hole was opened to facilitate the flow of water into the rice fields. Later, when the fields were no longer short of water, the head of the village had people block 2/3 of the hole, allowing some water to slowly flow in, making it more convenient for the villagers to wash with water. The master was amazed. How did you find a water source hidden so deep? A while ago, the county government also found some people who were good at feng shui and terrain to investigate, but they found nothing. However, Daya Village, which has always had a very low sense of existence, actually solved the water problem by itself. The master looked around and concluded, It's very humid here. The vegetation is lush. The leaves of the trees are very green and large, and the soil underfoot is moist. If we survey the environment and landforms based on these conditions, we should be able to find a water source. The county magistrate shook his head. Look, there are also lush vegetation 20 meters away, but the water source is not there. This method can only determine the approximate area, but cannot accurately locate it. We don't have that much time to try it bit by bit. The legal advisor and the county magistrate looked at the village head at the same time. Village head. Don't look at him. He doesn't know either. Dashin Yang didn't tell him. He paused, then spoke cautiously. This was discovered accidentally by a young man in our village. Why don't you come with me to his home to ask him? Dashin Yang knows everything, so let Dashin Yang and the county magistrate talk about it. He didn't even dare to look the county magistrate in the eye. When he did, his legs went weak and his heart began to panic. So the village head took the county magistrate and the legal advisor down the mountain again. As the saying goes, it is easy to go up a mountain but difficult to go down, not to mention that it was not easy for the county magistrate and his companions to go up the mountain, let alone go down the mountain. It took them an hour to finally reach the foot of the mountain. The village head was almost heartbroken to see him wearing brand new cloth shoes when going up and down the mountain. Chum Wanwan was rolling hay in the yard. After she finished rolling the hay, she would prepare to make a fire and cook lunch. At this time, the village head, the county magistrate, and the legal advisor stood at the gate of the yard. The county magistrate's arrival in the village made a lot of noise. Chum Wanwan had seen him from afar, but she didn't go forward to join in the fun as she had a lot of things to do at home and couldn't get away. Seeing a group of people arriving at her door, she quickly got up and opened the door. The village head coughed and said, Mrs. Dashin, this is the county magistrate, and this is Mr. Yuan. Chum Wanwan bowed her head and saluted. I greet the county magistrate and Mr. Yuan. Please come in. Huinyang, pour out 3 bowls of water. Wu Huinyang was peeling agar seeds in the house. When she heard her mother-in-law's order, she quickly got up to pour water. When she came out and saw the black gauze hat on the county magistrate's head, she was so scared that her legs went weak and a lot of water spilled out of the bowl. The lawyer saw that the bowl had a hole in it and was torn. He didn't know whether the water was clean or not. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw the county magistrate take the broken bowl and drink up the entire bowl of water in one breath. He was too embarrassed to hold the bowl, so he took it and drank up the water. He didn't know if it was because he was too thirsty or for some other reason, but the water actually tasted a bit sweet. The village head drank the water and said calmly, Mother Dashin, the county magistrate came here this time to ask how the water source on the mountain was found. My second son discovered it by accident. It's hard to explain in a few words. Chum Wanwan said, but my second son is too busy. He's going to town to deliver goods now. He has to go to the field again when he comes back in the afternoon. I guess he won't have time until the evening. The county magistrate may have to wait for a while.
How dare you?
Yuan Shurya raised his eyebrows. The county magistrate has invited me. Even if my father is dead, I must accept the county magistrate's orders. The village head was shocked and instinctively stood in front of Chung Wanwan, saying humbly, "You don't know, County Magistrate, Master Yuan. There has been a severe drought and no rain for a long time." The villagers were desperate and finally found a water source. There is still half a month to harvest the rice, and the work in the fields cannot be delayed for a while. The children in the village who have just learned to walk will help with the farm work. It is indeed not intentional to neglect the county magistrate. The county magistrate looked at Master Yuan and said, "We are all honest farmers here. You should control your temper." Master Yuan nodded quickly. Yes, the county magistrate is right. Chung Wanwan was a little surprised that the county magistrate was actually good-tempered and did not look like the kind of greedy and corrupt official. She gave the village head a look, indicating that she could now say what she had said yesterday. The head of the village immediately became entangled, opened and closed his mouth, and could not utter a word. He had never asked the county magistrate for money, and he didn't even dare to ask. Li Zheng lowered his head and looked at the stones on the ground. Chung Wanwan could also understand that in ancient times, ordinary people were like ants in front of officials and dared not even breathe a word. Look at the women and farmers in Daya village. They usually love to watch the fun, but now that the county magistrate has arrived, they either crouch down and hide in the rice fields or close their doors and do not come out. In their eyes, the county magistrate is like a man-eating tiger. Chung Wanwan could only speak on behalf of the head of the village. "My second son is a wild boy who goes up the mountain every day. He is very familiar with Dadong Mountain, so it is not difficult for him to find a water source. But my second son has never been to the mountains near other villages. It would take a lot of effort to find a water source. He would walk around and look for it for a whole day. If he can't find it on one day, he has to go again the next day. What will we do with so many acres of land at home?" When Chung Wanwan brought up the topic, the village head became bolder and joined in the conversation. "It's okay. Da Shenyang can just ask the villagers to help with the farm work." Chung Wanwan sighed. "I can't pay people for a day's work. My family is very poor, and I can't afford even a penny." The county magistrate put his hands behind his back and said, "If your son can really find other water sources, it will be a great merit. I will reward him well." Chung Wanwan silently complained in her heart, saying that rewards were usually just a few words of praise, which was not very meaningful. She paused and said, "From discovering the water source to digging ditches to bring water into the fields, this is not something that can be solved by one person. Daya village must send at least 4 or 5 people to assist. It is the busy farming season, and everyone has a lot of farm work to do at home. Because they are worried about their family affairs, who can devote themselves to helping other villages find water sources. We can't let other villages find water while our rice fields are overgrown with weeds and insects because no one is taking care of them. Then the yield per moo will not be as good as that of other villages." Yuan Shurya's anger rose again. "How dare you slack off in carrying out the order of the county magistrate?" Chung Wanwan was not afraid at all. "I am just telling the truth. The autumn harvest is not far away. Who would be willing to leave the housework to work for others? County magistrate, I was once a member of a big family. Before the family was divided, I took advantage of the situation and was lazy. When there are huge benefits in front of me, I can stay up all night to complete the tasks ordered without anyone's urging. County magistrate, do you think what I said makes sense?" Of the village was so scared that he was sweating profusely. Dashan's mother was so bold. How dare she say these things in front of the county magistrate? Didn't you see that Master Yuan was so angry that he almost died? If the county magistrate gets furious, they will all be punished. It was the first time that the county magistrate saw an ordinary citizen say such a long string of words in front of him. Unlike the usual flattery, these words were very profound, and he actually felt they made a lot of sense. Once he gave an order, the villagers had to do it, but it was impossible for them to do it willingly. Doing something seriously and doing it perfunctorily will result in completely different results. During this severe drought, all the villages in the surrounding towns were dry, and only their Pingan town found a water source. This was a great opportunity for him to achieve political achievements. If he can make achievements in politics and show his face in front of the prefect, his position may be promoted when he is evaluated in a few years. The lawyer immediately understood what the county magistrate meant and said, anyone in Daya village who helps find water sources and dig ditches will be rewarded 100 copper coins a day. The village head widened his eyes. Oh my goodness, 100 coins a day. This is a good job you can't find anywhere else. The county magistrate is so generous. He could take the money and deduct 50 cents from each person as public property of the village, and then use it to pay the patrol team. They would be paid 2 cents for each 2 hours of patrol, and many people would rush to do the job. My lord, that's not what I meant. Chum Wanwan said in a panic. How can I ask for money for doing things for you? If I don't even find a water source, the money will be too much to handle. The corners of the county magistrate's mouth twitched. He had already figured out what this woman was thinking. She thought 100 coins were too little. However, the county magistrate found it strange, as it was the first time he saw such a person. Besides, it was normal for this woman to want more benefits since she had raised a promising son. As long as it can improve his political performance, a few more copper coins as a reward is no big deal. The county magistrate said, "What do you think should be done? If we find a water source, the county magistrate will reward us. If we can't help the county magistrate, we won't be eligible for money. How about this?" Chum Wanwan smiled. "We must visit all 35 villages within 3 days. If we do this, we won't be able to sleep for 3 days." Who had always been in a bad mood, looked at Chum Wanwan twice more. A peasant woman could actually come up with such a method. It seemed that he had underestimated farmers. He gave the county magistrate a feasible look. The county magistrate nodded and said, "A reward of 2 taels of silver will be given to anyone who finds a water source." The village head's eyes suddenly widened. Two taels of silver? Their whole family could only save 2 taels of silver a year from farming and his monthly salary as the head of the village. Find 10 water sources in the 35 villages except Daya village. That would be 20 taels of silver. Oh my goodness, how did Deshaniang convince the county magistrate? Chum Wanwan curled her lips. She lived in ancient times when groundwater had never been exploited. There was a high probability that there was water in the valley where 2 mountains were facing each other. As long as there are continuous mountains, it is not difficult to find water. The county magistrate praised, "My sister-in-law is completely different from ordinary peasant women. No wonder she raised a son who discovered the source of water." Chum Wanwan keeps a low profile. This is all because of the good parenting of the children by their father. In the early years when there was no war, he would come back every year to teach the children many great principles. Although he is gone, his principles have always been remembered by the children. The county magistrate sighed. It turned out that the girl was a widow whose husband died in battle. No wonder she was thinking about the reward money. Everyone has their own difficulties. As a senior official, he should be more understanding. Only giving 2 taels of silver for a water source, isn't that too little? As he was speaking, an ox cart stopped at the door. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu carried the wooden barrel down, and they walked into the house tremblingly, their eyes fixed straight ahead, and they didn't even notice the county magistrate standing at the door. "I tripped when I walked in and almost fell." Chum Wanwan explained, "My 2 sons have returned from the town. I asked them to go into the house and change their clothes before coming out to meet the county magistrate." Her expression was somewhat solemn. Why do these 2 guys look so pale when they come back from delivering the goods? Did something happen? If I had known earlier, she should have gone with me on the first delivery. She didn't think any more and followed them into the house. She saw the 2 boys locked themselves in the inner room. She raised her hand and knocked, lowering her voice and asking what happened. Zhao Erga dragged Chum Wanwan in, his eyes widened, and he took out a cloth bag from his arms. "Mom, it's silver." Chum Wanwan looked over and saw an ingot of silver in the cloth bag. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu were covered in sweat. The 2 men's trip to Hika town and Pingan town was very smooth. They got a total of 1,010 copper coins. The big bag of copper coins was bulging in their waist bag. The 2 men walked around the street and always felt that everyone on the street was staring at their waist bags. It was too dangerous. What if their money was stolen or robbed? The two of them discussed it and went to the money shop to exchange 1,000 copper coins for an ingot of silver. The two boys had never seen such white silver before. Their father's subsidy was 20 taels. It had always been in the hands of the original owner and was sent to the Chung family before it could even warm up. It can be said that they have never carried so much money on them since they were young. 1 tael of silver was placed in Zhao Erga's arms, and the remaining 100 coins were in Zhao Sania's waist bag. The two of them sat on the ox cart mountain, not moving much, and were sweating from nervousness. Chung Wanwan. Inexperienced look made her laugh and feel distressed at the same time. If there is a chance in the future, she will let the 4 boys go out more often. After seeing more, they will naturally not make such jokes again. Outside the house, the head of the village was sweating profusely as he spoke to the county magistrate. Look how tired these 2 children are. They can hardly walk steadily. This family is really poor. County magistrate, look, there is a big hole in the roof and they don't even have the time to repair it. A family of 6 is squeezed in this shabby adobe house. How pitiful. The county magistrate looked at it carefully and sighed. It's not just this house that's like this. The houses next door and the ones next door are all adobe houses with thatched roofs. If there is a heavy rain, the thatch will not be able to withstand it. His jurisdiction was so poor. If you find a water source, I'll give you a reward of 3 taels. What? Li Zheng's eyes widened. 3 taels of silver. Is there something wrong with his ears? Master Yuan opened his mouth but said nothing. If a water source could really be discovered and grain could be collected, the county could also collect more taxes. The grain collected in a village could be converted into more than 3 taels of silver. Anyway, the money did not come out of the county magistrate's pocket and had nothing to do with him. Soon, Chung Wanwan came out of the house with her 2 sons. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu fell to their knees and said, "We didn't see the county magistrate just now. Please forgive us." The county magistrate waved his hand and said nothing. He looked at the village head and said, "Didn't you say there were 4 or 5 of us? Tell them to go with you. They may not be back for 3 or 4 days." The head of the village hurried to call for help. There was the village head himself, Zhao Ergu, his son Zhao Onjiang, and 2 other men who worked particularly hard in digging the ditch. He went to call for help. The county magistrate was not there, and a group of village women surrounded him. Li Zheng, what's the matter? Why did the county magistrate go to his mother's home in Dashan? What happened? Village head said in short, the county magistrate is looking for someone to help him with something. 100 coins a day. Wang Yongcheng, Zhao Yugue, Zhao Anjiang, you all come with me quickly. Wang Yongcheng is the father of Loch, the boy next door to Chung Wanwan. Zhao Yugue is the father of Zhao Shaozhen, the one who was in love with Sun Shuiqin. The villagers were so envious that their eyes turned red. You're working for the county magistrate. Why don't you call me your husband? My man is very strong, so let's go with him. The head of the village angrily scolded. When we were digging the ditch, you were not the first to respond, and you complained while you were working. I dare not lead you to patrol the village honestly. Whoever does a good job, I will think of him first if there is such a good thing next time. Several women in the village curled their lips. Not only were they unpaid for patrolling, but it also delayed their work in the fields. They didn't want their men to go at all. However, there were also a few women who listened to the village head and told their men to be more careful when patrolling and not to be perfunctory. The county magistrate's carriage was neither big nor small. It could accommodate 6 people inside and 3 more outside. It galloped all the way to Lajiagu in the east. Going to Lajiagu, we passed by Hohot village. Because the carriage was crowded, the curtains were opened. The head of the village saw at a glance that the hillside on the other side of Dadong Mountain in Dea village was full of people. Zhao Onjiang was surprised and asked, "Isn't it impossible to organize the ditch digging in Hohot village?" Master Yuan sneered. "The water source is right on the mountain. This group of rabble is so uncoordinated that we can only ask the yamen runners to come and watch over their work." Hohot village could solve the problem by itself, but it chose to make the villagers work as yamen runners. The county magistrate could then use this as an excuse to collect more taxes from Hohot village. For example, The normal tax is 1/10 of an acre of land, but Hohhot village may have to pay 2/10. Villages that still need the county's help in finding water sources will have to pay 3/10 of the tax. If some villages are short of manpower, the county will help transfer men from other villages to help, and the county will pay the labor fee. At that time, these villages will pay at least 5/10 of the tax. Before the carriage had completely passed, cursing sounds were heard from Hohhot village. It turned out that they encountered a large rock while digging the ditch, blocking the road ahead. The group of people could not continue working and wanted to rebel collectively. Zhao Lijing was very familiar with this matter. He immediately stopped the carriage, jumped off the carriage, and took Zhao Ergo with him. Fortunately, the Lijing of Hohhot village was reasonable, and there was the county magistrate's carriage parked in the distance, so he did not dare to act rashly. Zhao Lijing pointed and said a lot in front of him, but the Lijing of Hohhot village did not refute and quickly asked people to collect firewood, make a fire, and fetch water. Back in the carriage, the village head received an approving look from the county magistrate. The village head coughed and said, "This idea was thought up by Erga's mother. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been able to dig this ditch in Dea village." The county magistrate nodded. It was obvious that the woman was well informed. Zhao Ergu remained silent. He really wanted to say that the method of discovering the water source was actually thought up by his mother, but his mother did not allow him to tell anyone else. Mother really loves him and gives him all the credit. In the future, he must be filial to his mother and make her the most envied woman in the village. The carriage left Dea village at high speed. The village suddenly became lively. A bunch of people crowded to the gate of Cheng Wanwan's yard. Most of them were shocked. They didn't even dare to look at the county magistrate. Who would have thought that Da Shinyang could talk to the county magistrate without changing her expression? Da Shinyang was really a brat. She was not afraid of the county magistrate. No one knew what she said to the county magistrate. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "As a parent official, the county magistrate cannot bear to see so many rice plants die in the fields, so he wants Ergo to help find water sources and dig ditches." The villagers expressed disdain, saying that finding a water source was not such an easy task and Erguzi did not have such ability. Helping other villages is actually helping ourselves. Cheng Wanwan said, "If only our village has a good harvest and other villages have nothing, do you know what the consequences will be?" The people who gathered around suddenly quieted down. What are the consequences? The consequences of having our food stolen. Wang gritted her teeth and said, "Don't we have a patrol team in our village? We won't let those people succeed. We set up patrols to protect food, but we can't guard against thieves all the time. We can't defeat those who are starving to death." Cheng Wanwan said slowly, "Even if no one steals our food, the town may still collect our food and distribute it equally to each village. Then we can only eat wild vegetable soup every day." The people in the village understood. Today, Hohhot village suddenly started digging a canal to draw water from Dadong Mountain in their village. Most people were very dissatisfied, but with the Yamen runners guarding, they did not dare to cause trouble. Only after Cheng Wanwan said this did they realize that they almost did something wrong. Hohhot village must have water, and other villages should also find water, and ditches must be dug. Otherwise, when Dea village has a good harvest, who knows how many people will be jealous of it. At noon, the sun is at its highest point. The scorching sun is burning the earth. At this time, people who were busy in the fields went back to have lunch. Cheng Wanwan was making lunch in the kitchen. She didn't let her daughter-in-law sit idle. She was in charge of cooking, while Wu Huanyang sat on a stool to control the fire in the stove. The weather was too hot, so I cooked corn porridge for lunch with some wild vegetables and bamboo shoots, and also fried an omelet. The two hens at home are quite hardworking. They lay eggs for 2 days and then rest for 1 day. In addition, Cheng Wanwan secretly puts a few eggs in from time to time, so there are almost 10 eggs saved at home. At this time, Sanyu came back from chopping firewood. He was sweating profusely from exhaustion and drank a big bowl of iced jelly in one gulp to cool off. Cheng Wanwan brought the food to the table. "I'll go call Dash inside and back for dinner. He has been busy with business these 2 days and neglected the work in the fields." At noon, when everyone else has gone back to rest, Zhao Dashin is still busy working in the fields. He was wearing a woven straw hat on his head and no shoes on his feet. He was standing in the mud of the paddy field with his trouser legs rolled up above his knees. He was bending over to pull weeds in the rice field. Suddenly, water came in and the weeds grew rapidly. If they were not taken care of for a day, the weeds would grow into a large patch and snatch the fertilizer from the land. Dashin, put on your shoes first and go back to eat. Chum Wan threw the straw sandals she brought with her on the edge of the field. Zhao Dashin smiled innocently. I will go back after I have weeded all the fields. Chum Wan shook her head. Come back when the sun isn't so strong. Go back and wash your hands and have dinner. I'll go get Sidon. She continued walking along the ridge of the field. Their family's paddy field was 5 acres, neither more nor less. After walking a dozen steps, she saw Sidon squatting on the ridge of the field digging wild vegetables. The backpack beside the boy was full of chicory, and at his feet there were weeds that he had pulled out from the rice field. Chung Wan sighed softly. These children were so sensible that it made her feel distressed. She said, See Dan, the meal is ready. Let's drive the ducks back together. You go over there, and I'll stay here. 20 little ducks were swimming leisurely in the shallow water of the rice field, and from time to time they would peck at a grasshopper and swallow it. The ducks were having a great time, but suddenly they were driven back, and they jumped around everywhere. It was Zhao Sidon's first time to herd ducks, and Chum Wan had no experience either, so both mother and son were in a panic. Wang from the field next door suddenly popped her head out. Oh my, how did this duck fly into my field? Sidon, hurry up and catch it. Don't let it ruin my rice. Zhao Sidon ran over to explain. Aunt, my ducks don't eat rice, they eat insects. As if to prove itself, the little duck flapped its wings and landed on Aunt Wang's feet, then pecked a grasshopper on her trouser leg. In ancient times, grasshoppers were also called locusts. When Aunt Wang saw this thing, her face turned pale. Why are there locusts in my rice field? Where did they come from? Chung Wan's voice was a little deep. I found locusts in the village several days ago, but there were not many, so I bought some ducklings to guard the rice fields. The duckling opened its mouth and swallowed the locust, then quickly caught the next one. Wang thought of what happened last year. A sky full of black locusts flew over like a dark cloud. In less than half a day, thousands of acres of rice were eaten up completely. The locust plague is so terrible. Even if there were only a few of them, her face turned pale. She had been weeding and hadn't noticed that there were locusts in the field. Now that she had seen them, she couldn't just ignore it. It is difficult for humans to catch locusts, but she saw with her own eyes how powerful this little duck is. She immediately asked, Mother Dashin, where did you buy the ducklings? How much is one? I'll go buy some and raise them in the fields. I didn't see any ducks for sale in Ping'an Town. They're only sold in Hika Town. I'm going to Hika Town tomorrow. If I see any, I'll bring them back for you. Wang thanked them profusely and helped to drive the duckling back. With the cooperation of the 3 people, the 20 ducks dared not fly around anymore and followed them into the yard obediently. There were some chopped wild vegetables on the ground in the yard that Zhao Sanyu had just picked up, but the 20 little ducks had already eaten their fill in the rice fields and didn't even look at the chopped wild vegetables. Zhao Sidon said with a smile, The ducks can be full by eating insects, so we don't need Sister Xiahua to help us dig wild vegetables anymore. Chung Wanwan nodded. The ducks' daily food problem was perfectly solved, so there was no need for Xiahua to come again. However, Xiahua was a diligent girl, and keeping her around would be of great use. For example, she had to go out every day to pick up hay, and then roll it into grass balls that could be put into the stove. This job did not require any technical skills, but was extremely time-consuming, so perhaps it could be handed over to Xiahua. The family sat down to have lunch. Zhao Ergo was not there, and Chung Wanwan actually felt a little uncomfortable. I don't know whether the county magistrate took Ergo and the others to eat something, and I don't know whether Ergo listened to her words. I just hope everything goes well. Lunch. Chung Wanwan changed into new clothes. This is the most common and cheapest kind of cloth in rural areas. It rubs against the skin a little when worn and is slightly uncomfortable, but no matter what, These are new clothes, without patches, and without years of accumulated dirt on the collar and cuffs. They feel refreshing when worn. She glanced at the 7 or 8 wooden barrels and basins placed in the yard and had no intention of returning them for the time being, so she took some ice jelly left over from the morning and walked towards the Zhao family's old house. In the middle of the day, most farmers were taking a nap, but the weather was too hot, and they couldn't sleep. Old man Zhao was sitting at the door chopping trees. He chopped a large fir tree into cylinders, more than half a meter long. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai were weaving straw mats. The two brothers worked together and worked very quickly. The sisters-in-law Wen and Sun were also busy with various things. As Chen Wanwan walked in, everyone in the yard looked up at her. Sun's eyes flashed. Her sister-in-law was actually wearing new clothes. The khaki color made her skin look brighter, making her sister-in-law look several years younger. She felt sour in her heart, and she said something sour. Sister-in-law must have made a lot of money. She's wearing new clothes even though it's not a festival. I'm so envious of her. When heard this, she looked over and felt a little envious. She could only get a new set of clothes during the Chinese New Year, but last year there was a locust plague and the year was hard, so the whole family didn't have any new clothes. Chen Wanwan even laughed. She has money, so why should she wear tattered clothes every day? The purpose of making money is to live a good life, not to be afraid of this or that, not daring to eat or wear. Third aunt, you're joking. If I make a lot of money, I should buy silk and satin. Who would wear homespun clothes if they are rich? Chen Wanwan said calmly, homespun clothes cost 2 cents a foot. If third aunt wants to wear new clothes, she can afford it. Sun was a little annoyed. She had indeed secretly saved more than 100 copper coins over the years, but asking her to use 10 cents to buy cloth to make clothes was like cutting a piece of flesh from her body. How could she be willing to do that? Old Mrs. Zhao said unhappily, Third wife, there is a basin of clothes in the back of the house. Go wash them. Sun turned away and went to the back room. Chen Wanwan took out the ice jelly from the basket. Last time I came, she only had 8 bowls at home. Now that she no longer needs to go to town to set up a stall, she has 20 new bowls at home. They all have a white porcelain base with pink petals printed on it, and look particularly beautiful with light yellow ice powder. The people in old Zhao's family held bowl after bowl and drank them with great satisfaction. Old Mrs. Zhao said coldly, Chunhua, take the remaining bowl to your mother. Xiahua, wash all the bowls and put them back in the basket for your aunt. After giving the order, the old lady looked at Chen Wanwan and said, Old lady's wife, please don't send us these valuable things in the future. 12 bowls of ice jelly cost 24 cents. Wouldn't it be a waste if we drank them? Old Mrs. Zhao felt a little pain in her flesh after drinking it. This rare thing cost only 2 cents a bowl, so how could an old woman like her be qualified to drink it? Chen Wanwan smiled and said, Mom, if you don't bring some food over, how can I ask the second and third children for help? Zhao Yuan immediately stood up and said, Sister-in-law, if you have anything to say, just tell me and I'll do it right away. Zhao Yukai also said, We are all family. Why should we be polite? Chen Wanwan sighed, It's very troublesome to make this ice jelly, mainly because it hurts your hands. Dashan's hand is injured, so I don't dare ask him to make it again. I have to ask the second and third brothers for help. You will know what it's made of if you come with me. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai put down their work and prepared to follow. Was washing clothes in the back room, heard what Chen Wanwan said, and wanted to rush to the front yard to stop her husband from going. Why should she let her husband do such a job that would hurt his hands? The sister-in-law loves her son, and she also loves her husband. But she didn't dare to continue to offend the old lady, so she just endured it. Chen Wanwan was still talking. Xiahua, you don't need to go dig wild vegetables for the chickens and ducks tomorrow, but my aunt wants you to help with something else. You can go there after you have breakfast tomorrow. When Xiahua heard that she didn't need to dig wild vegetables for the chickens and ducks, her heart sank. But when she heard that there were other things she needed help with, she immediately smiled and said, I'll listen to my aunt. After Chen Wanwan finished explaining everything, she prepared to go back to make ice jelly. Before he turned around, Old Man Zhao called him over. Old man's wife, come and take a look. Is it okay to make the wooden barrel this high? Chum Wanwan was stunned for a moment. She entered the door. She saw the old man fiddling with a tree. She didn't understand what he was doing, so she naturally didn't ask any questions. Unexpectedly, they were actually making a wooden barrel. When I asked her opinion, it was a wooden barrel made for her. She was still planning to buy a wooden barrel and a wooden basin last night. For a moment, her mood was a little complicated. She came through. She showed goodwill to the two elders of the Zhao family in order to handle the clan relationship well, which would also be beneficial for her to build a house and buy land in the future. She never expected to get anything in return. Chum Wanwan's smile was more sincere. Dad, just make it as high as the wooden barrel at home. I will pay you when the time comes. Old man Zhao knocked on his pipe and said, after you make this barrel, take it to town and spend some money to find a carpenter to paint it with oil. It can be used for more than 10 years and passed down to Dashin and Urgu and their brothers. This is something our Zhao family owns. Why do we need your wages? Chum Wanwan was unable to refute this logic. She accepted old man Zhao's kindness with a smile, thanked him, and then left the Zhao family's old house. Was washing clothes in the back, almost rubbed the clothes to pieces. It was bad enough that the old lady was partial to her, but the old man was also so partial to her. The wooden barrels and basins that I lent out last night have not been returned yet, and now I have to make new ones and send them over. Sun was almost mad. She threw her hands and rushed over from the backyard, holding back her anger and saying, Mom, the water tank is almost empty. There is no wooden bucket left at home. How can I fetch water? This means that you have to go and get the bucket back. She finished speaking. Zhao Sanyu walked in from the gate of the yard. He walked in with 2 buckets of water on his shoulders. Grandma, our family still needs these buckets. I'll fetch water for you these few days. Mrs. Zhao was very worried. Why are you sweating so much? Erwang, go get me a bowl of water. She spoke. She glanced at Sunday Sun's face turned red and white. She thought her sister-in-law borrowed the bucket for free, but she didn't expect that she had actually taken on the task of fetching water for the old house. Although the place to fetch water is not far away, there are many people in the old house. 12 people use a lot of water. It is not easy to fetch water several times a day. It took Zhao Sanyu 4 trips to fill the water tank in the old house. He returned with the wooden bucket and hurried to help wash the agar-agar seeds. Chum Wanwan divided 3 pounds of agar-agar seeds into 6 wooden basins and put half a pound of agar-agar seeds into each basin. After washing and filtering, they could be solidified into a bucket of ice jelly. Zhao Yuyin and Zhao Yukai were dumbfounded when they saw the pile of things in front of them. They always thought that the lanterns were cooked or steamed in a pot, and then something they didn't know was added to make ice jelly. Unexpectedly, they had to peel out the brown seeds from the lanterns, and their job was to wash the lantern seeds. Chum Wanwan looked at them and said, Second brother, third brother, this job will hurt your hands a bit and may cause skin peeling. You should think carefully before you do it. Zhao Yun didn't care. I've been through a lot doing farm work before, it's just a small thing. Zhao Yukai paused and asked, How is the salary calculated? Zhao Yuyin was stunned. Didn't they come here to help? Why were they arguing about wages? He nudged Zhao Yukai with his elbow. Chum Wanwan saw this scene clearly. She smiled and said, As the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Even if Dash and Daddy were still alive, I would not let you work for nothing. This job is not like picking lanterns. Injury to your hands is secondary. You also have to be careful to control your strength. If you crush all the seeds, it will be very troublesome to filter them later. It costs 5 cents for each half pound of washing, and you can only wash 1 pound at most. It takes more than half an hour to wash half a pound of food. If you soak your hands in water for more than an hour, your hands will become useless after a long time. She also hopes for long-term cooperation, so she limits the weight for each person to less than 1 kilogram. Zhao Yuyin and Zhao Yukai both had an expression of disbelief. They were given 5 cents for half a pound of washing and 10 cents for a full pound. Chum Wanwan continued, But I have a premise. Don't tell anyone what you do or see here. You know, the most taboo thing in the food business is to spread the recipe and be imitated by others. If that happens, the business will not be able to continue. Zhao Yun immediately stated, "Even if the old lady asks, I won't say a word." Zhao Yukai nodded his head rapidly. "Even if my wife asked me about it, I would keep it to myself." The matter was settled. The two sat down and began to scrub the ice jelly. It was the first time for them to do this, so they were both very careful, and it inevitably took a little longer. After scrubbing the 2 basins of ice jelly, 2 hours had passed. Chen Wanwan took a close look at the finished product and found it was indeed quite well made. She paid the workers promptly, 10 cents per person. Zhao Yun and Zhao Yukai had 10 copper coins in their hands, and they felt a little dizzy when they walked. When they returned home, it felt like a dream. Especially Zhao Yun, he never thought that he would get money by helping. These 10 cents were like something he picked up for free. Old Mrs. Zhao was sitting under the shade of a tree in the yard. When he looked up and saw his 2 stupid sons coming in, he angrily scolded them. "Are you drunk or are you still sleepy?" Zhao Yun took out the 10 copper coins from his arms and said, "Mother, these are the wages my sister-in-law gave me." Zhao Yukai swallowed his saliva and said, "It's a simple job. My sister-in-law is so generous that she actually gave me 10 cents. Sun came over immediately and said in a cold voice, "What do you mean by simple? Look at these hands. The thick calluses have turned white. If you work for a few more days, your hands will be useless. 10 cents is not enough to buy medicine." "That's fine." Mrs. Zhao nodded. "Old third, do and go to your sister-in-law's place tomorrow. I'll find someone reliable to go in your place." Sun smiled dryly and said, "Mother, I was just complaining casually. I didn't really blame my sister-in-law for not giving me enough. Doing farm work can also cause injuries to your hands, and sometimes you can even get your hands cut when chopping wood. And you don't get paid even 10 cents for these jobs." The old lady would usually take away half of the money and confiscate it, and they would save the remaining half as their own pocket money. Mrs. Zhao took 5 cents from each of her 2 sons and said calmly, "Helping your sister-in-law shouldn't delay your work in the fields. Take a break, and then go back to the fields. It's not so hot now, so it's more comfortable to work." Sun dragged her husband back to the room and asked carefully, "What did your sister-in-law ask you to do? Your hands are soaked like this. What did you wash?" Zhao Yukai rubbed his ears and said, "My sister-in-law has told me not to tell anyone." Sun secretly resented that her sister-in-law was afraid that her sister-in-law would learn the recipe. If she didn't tell her, how could she not guess it? There are lantern grasses that Chunhua picked at home, piled under the eaves. When she has time, she will pick the lanterns one by one and send them to her sister-in-law to exchange for money. Sun took off a lantern and played with it in her hand. She had secretly boiled 2 lanterns before, but they were cooked but nothing special could be seen. The lantern had a very thin outer layer, which broke after being washed in water for a while. After peeling it open, there were brown and black seeds inside. She took the seeds and smelled them, and the taste was completely different from ice jelly. But the lantern also has only these 2 parts, either the outer skin or the seeds inside. Sun stood under the eaves, thinking. On the other side, Wen and Zhao Yun were also talking. She put away the 5 coins and hid them in the hole under the bed, and reminded them, "Sister-in-law lets you do this job because we are all surnamed Zhao, and we are a family. You must work hard and don't be lazy." Chen Wanwan and her sons are still busy. Although Zhao Yun and Zhao Yukai shared 2 kilograms of agarwood seeds, there was still 1 kilogram left to be processed, so she and Zhao Sanyu each washed half a kilogram. All the scrubbed ice powder is in a wooden basin and needs to be carefully filtered before being put into a wooden barrel. This is another job that requires patience and carefulness. Zhao Sanyu is not good at it, so Chen Wanwan can only do it slowly by herself. If the business expands in the future, she is afraid that she will become more and more tired, feeling both pain and happiness. By the time the sun sets, 6 buckets of ice jelly are finally ready. Then a little bit of sweet potato starch is stirred into it, and the job is done. The main work was completed before dark, so the whole family doesn't have to stay up late tonight. Chen Wanwan patted her sore waist and stood up to cook. She reached the door. She saw a man squatting outside the yard and looking around. She frowned and called out, "Aunt San, What are you doing? Sun was startled and stood up straight immediately. She coughed and said, I'm here to deliver the lanterns. Haha, sister-in-law hasn't eaten yet? Chum Won walked over and opened the door of the yard. She looked at the basket in Sun's hand. It was not filled with lanterns, but peeled agarwood seeds. Her eyebrows twitched. Is the third brother so unreliable that he would expose what happened here as soon as he returns? Sun picked up another basket on the ground, which was filled with the outer layer of agarwood seeds. Sister-in-law, these are all ruined by Donghua. Sun sighed. She had nothing to do, so she peeled all the lanterns under the eaves and scattered the seeds everywhere. I don't know whether sister-in-law wants the outer cover or the seeds inside, so she brought them all separately. Chung Won understood some of the meaning. It seems that Zhao Yukai is not that unreliable, otherwise Sun would not have gone to the trouble of coming to test him. But this Sun is really smart. In order to find out the recipe of ice jelly, she even figured out this matter. In modern times that using agar-agar seeds as raw material to make ice jelly, but not everyone can make it. Sun was the first one to figure it out, and others could also guess a thing or two. Since it was no longer a secret, there was no need for her to hide it. After the matter was made public, she could also assign another task, and the whole family could feel more relaxed. Chung Won smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, Aunt San. We're going to peel it out too. She weighed the agarwood seeds and the lantern cover together, a total of 2 pounds. She took out 4 copper coins and handed them over. Sun took the copper coin and didn't plan to leave. Even if she knew that the raw material was the seeds inside, she didn't know how to make it into ice jelly. She smiled and said, Sister-in-law, I see you are busy all day long. It takes a lot of effort to peel the lanterns. Why don't I help you peel the seeds? You can pay me as you see fit. Chung Won's lips curved up. 1 penny for peeling 10 kilograms of lanterns? Sun nodded immediately. Okay. After she agreed, she regretted it. It took her nearly half an hour to peel 2 kilograms of rice, make a tenjin lantern, and she was only paid 1 penny. It was like she was working for nothing. However, as long as she could stay at her sister-in-law's house for a day or two, she would definitely be able to secretly learn how to make ice jelly, and then she could make it herself and sell it. How could Chung Won not understand what she was thinking? There are more than a dozen people in the Zhao family, but there is only one weirdo like this one, which is still within her tolerance. Although Sun is a bit petty, she has a good relationship with Zhao Yukai, and they should be able to live together for the rest of their lives. In other words, as long as she does not leave Dea village, she will have to deal with Sun, her sister-in-law, for the rest of her life. Instead of letting Sun come to bother you every day, it would be better to find something for him to do. Chung Won said, Our yard is narrow, so his third aunt might have to peel the apples at the old house and send them over. Sun's face turned green instantly. A penny to work and was not allowed to stay here to learn from others. She would not do such a losing business. Chung Won continued, I plan to ask his second aunt to help me collect the lanterns. After the lanterns are collected, I will put them in the old house. I would like to ask his third aunt to help me peel them. However, 1 cent for 10 kilograms is really too little. How about 1 cent for 2 kilograms? Just now it was 1 cent for 10 kilograms, but now it has become 1 cent for 2 kilograms. This feeling of surprise made Sun smile from ear to ear. She originally wanted to inquire about the recipe for ice jelly, but now she thought that peeling lanterns was also quite profitable. This job was not difficult and could be done while sitting or lying down. She could also ask Donghua to do it together. The sister-in-law estimated that she could collect 20 to 30 kilograms a day, and she could earn 10 to 15 cents if she peeled all of them. Sun couldn't wait to agree. The corners of Chung Won's mouth curled up meaningfully. This was Sun's own fault. She closed the gate and went to the old house with Sun to Telwyn to collect the lanterns. Chung Won just opened her mouth. Wen didn't even ask how much the salary was and just agreed to it. She would go to the fields to weed and apply fertilizers in the morning and basically do some chores at home in the afternoon, so she did such a small task as collecting lanterns. Chung Won smiled and said, Then I'll give you 2 cents a day, okay? Sun on the side heard this, and a hint of pride appeared in her eyes. The second sister-in-law worked hard every day without trying to fight for it, and the eldest sister-in-law also came to put pressure on her by only giving her 2 cents for helping to collect lanterns. Wow, she could earn at least 10 copper coins a day from peeling lanterns. Old Lady Zhao pulled Chen Wanwan aside and said, "Are you some rich man? No matter how much money you pay, it's not enough for you to do this." Chen Wanwan said, "Mom, why would I let myself lose money?" "Don't worry, I won't lose money. 10 kilograms of lanterns is 20 cents, peeling them is 5 cents, and washing them is 25 cents, which adds up to 50 cents. It does sound like a lot, but 10 kilograms of lanterns can make 5 buckets of ice jelly, which is about 4 or 500 bowls. She can get 8 or 900 cents, which is just a drop in the bucket. Such cheap labor is simply impossible in modern society." She also figured it out. Instead of hiding the problem and exhausting herself, it would be better to ask someone for help. When we all make money together, no one has time to scheme against anyone else. Many people were passing by the house at this time, and Chen Wanwan casually said to the passers-by, "From now on, if you have lanterns, please send them here. The price is the same." The villagers went back to tell each other, and soon someone brought over the lanterns that the children had picked during the day. Mrs. Wen took out the scale from home, put the 40 cents that Chen Wanwan had just given her in her pocket, and started collecting lanterns for the first time. The process is very simple. The money is exchanged and the goods are delivered, and it is completed in an instant. The collected lanterns were sent to Sun, who sat on a low stool and began to peel the lantern seeds. At first she was very proud, but gradually she couldn't laugh anymore. She kept sitting there peeling lanterns and couldn't do any work. On the other hand, after collecting lanterns for one person, her second sister-in-law could continue to sit down and weave straw sandals and mend clothes, without delaying either task. Both of her hands were busy peeling the seeds nonstop. The old lady was still admonishing, "You work and get paid. This is your own business. You also have to do the chores at home. Third daughter-in-law, it's your turn to boil water." Sun had no choice but to put aside the task of peeling the lanterns for the time being and turn to boil water. She asked Chunhua and Donghua to help peel the apples. Donghua was still young and couldn't sit still, so she ran out to play after peeling for a while. Chunhua was the oldest girl, and the old lady asked her to do some chores from time to time, so she couldn't sit and work all the time. That night, Wen easily collected 25 kilograms of lanterns, put them away, and settled the accounts, then went to bed. Sun sat by the bed, pulling the two maids to peel the silk together. They peeled until midnight, but they had not peeled even half of it. The next day, Sun woke up with dark circles under her eyes, and her two daughters looked listless as well. She didn't sleep well and couldn't continue sleeping. She wanted to go to the fields to weed in the morning before the sun was too high, but she hadn't finished peeling the lanterns yet, so she could only ask the two maids to prepare some snacks. Chen Wanwan got up and went to the yard to tidy up. She saw Sun walking towards the field in the distance, looking very anxious. She smiled gently. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours to peel more than 20 kilograms of lantern grass a day. Even with the help of Chunhua and Donghua, it would take 2 hours. Half a day would pass. Sun was so busy that it was impossible for her to cause trouble again in a short time. However, Chen Wanwan still underestimated Sun's thick skin. After Sun pulled out the weeds on his 2 acres of land, he just hung around in front of her house. Seeing Zhao Da's ox cart parked in front of the gate of Chen Wanwan's house, Sun tried to find out more about it in different ways. "Third aunt, you are free," Chen Wanwan urged calmly. "Have you finished peeling the lanterns that we collected yesterday? I need some here. If third aunt can't finish it, I will ask Nyonyang to help. My business can't wait." Sun immediately said, "I'll finish peeling it soon. I'll ask Chunhua to bring it over later." She turned around and hurried home. Although this job was troublesome and time-consuming, it was indeed quite profitable. How could she give it to Aunt Wang? When she returned and saw Wen leisurely mending clothes for the children, she began to feel jealous again. Her second sister-in-law could earn 2 cents just by collecting lanterns. It seemed like she had picked up these 2 cents for nothing, while it was so hard for her to earn these 2 cents. Comparing the two, Sun felt even more depressed. But she didn't dare to complain. If her sister-in-law really didn't let her work anymore, she wouldn't get a penny. Sun sighed as she made breakfast. She had to finish breakfast for the whole family before she could start her own work. Chumwanwan and her family had already eaten last night, and she couldn't calm down like an old mother. She didn't know when she started to treat these boys as her own sons. She was worried that they wouldn't have enough to eat, that they wouldn't have warm clothes, and that they would be bullied when they went out. Zhao Erga was not at home, so Chumwanwan and Zhao Sanyu went to the town to deliver goods. 6 buckets of ice jelly were placed on the ox cart, with a mother and son sitting on each side. The cart first went to Ping'an Town, where 2 restaurants delivered half a bucket each. Then it went to Hika Town, first visiting 2 restaurants across the street, and then went to the academy. When they finished delivering the goods, Chumwanwan asked Zhao Da to wait at the city gate while she took Zhao Sanyu for a walk. She wanted to buy some chickens and ducks, and Aunt Wang asked her to bring some ducks back. Sure enough, there were chicken and duck sellers on the street. It was the same man from last time. When he saw Chumwanwan, he immediately greeted her warmly. My chickens and ducks are for sale at a low price. 8 cents each. You can pick whatever you want. Males are free. Each cage, chirping and quacking nonstop. This time the chickens and ducks looked more energetic than last time, but they were also 2 cents more expensive. Chumwanwan started to bargain. I want all the ducks and 20 chicks. Give me a fair price. The man sighed. We raised the chicks and ducklings a few more days this time. Otherwise they wouldn't be so strong. I have to calculate the cost of the food they have eaten these days. 8 cents apiece is really cheap, but my sister-in-law is an old customer, and I want to do repeat business. 7 cents apiece. Is that okay? How about this? If you buy a rooster or a duck, you don't need to return the money. 6 cents each. Chumwanwan shook her head. If it's too expensive, I can't afford it. I don't have enough food at home, so why should I raise chickens and ducks? Forget it, I won't buy it. She pretended to leave. The man called her back helplessly. It can be seen that you really want them, so take them all for 6 cents each, including the chickens. No one else will want the remaining ones, right? After the 2 of them talked back and forth, they finalized the price. 50 ducks and 39 chicks. Chumwanwan paid 2 more cents and bought them along with 2 cages. After buying the chickens and ducks, Chumwanwan walked towards a place where pens, ink, paper, and inkstone were sold. In ancient times, the annual cost of supporting a scholar was at least 20 taels of silver. Tuition fees are expensive, and pens, ink, paper, and inkstones are even more expensive. Any inkstone costs 3 or 4 taels of silver, and the cheapest brush costs nearly 100 coins. Chumwanwan took Zhao Sanyu for a walk in D Hall, smacking her lips constantly. She used to think that the 120 taels of silver she had saved privately was a huge sum of money, but after looking at these stationary items, she realized that 120 taels were nothing. Once Sidon started to study, this money would not last for a few years. Zhao Sanyu kept taking a deep breath. The stuff in here is darn expensive. This black, square thing actually costs 4 taels of silver. 4 taels of silver could buy food for their family for several years. He was a little afraid to continue walking around and wanted to escape from this place that was out of his reach. Chumwanwan asked him to stay still. She stopped looking at the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and went to look at the books on the shelf. Since I plan to send Sidon to school, I have to buy him an enlightenment book first, so that he can learn slowly. All the books on this shelf are hand-copied books. Even if they are copied books, they are not cheap. However, even if they are all copied books, the prices are different. For example, the 3-character classic, the cheapest one was 50 coins, and the most expensive one was 200 coins. She took down the 2 books and compared them. The cheaper one had more square characters, with each horizontal and vertical line neatly arranged, and it lacked the charm of calligraphy. The most expensive one was a book with beautiful calligraphy. You could tell at a glance that the handwriting was the result of hard practice. The calligraphy was vigorous and powerful, with a thick and dark color, and the tips of the brush seemed to be able to penetrate the back of the paper. Words like this can motivate people to read and study more. Chum Won chose to buy the book without hesitation. The shopkeeper of Dihatang could not help but say, "This sister-in-law has a good eye." This three-character classic was copied by the most outstanding student of Nanfu Academy. In addition to the main text, the copy also contains the student's opinion on the three-character classic. It is very suitable for children who are just beginning to learn. Chum Won turned to the end of the book. There were 3 pages of detailed notes and personal insights, and at the very end there was a signature with the 2 words Qingzhao. The first time she bought a book, the one she bought was actually copied by Qingzhao. What kind of bad fate is this? The shopkeeper of Dihatang stroked his beard and said, "Qingzhao is a good student. His family is poor, but he never complains. He earns money by copying books. I heard from the headmaster of the academy that he is very likely to pass the examination and become a scholar next year." Chum Won didn't say anything. She paid the money, took the book, and walked out of Dihatang. Zhao Sanyu would glance at the book she placed at the bottom of the backpack from time to time, and his face would wrinkle like a bitter gourd. It's over. From today on, they have to start studying. He can't learn arithmetic and can't recognize and remember words. Will his mother dislike him? He didn't want to study, but he knew clearly that his mother liked children who loved reading. The eldest cousin of the Chung family is good at studying, so my mother likes him. If they don't learn well, will Mom use the family's money to support my eldest cousin's studies again? Zhao Sanyu secretly decided in his heart that even if he didn't like it, he had to force himself to learn. If Sidon could remember it, he would definitely be able to remember it too. If one day wasn't enough, then he would try for a few more days. If he learned one word in 3 or 4 days, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to remember it. After buying the books, Chum Won went to the gate of the county government office and found it closed. It seemed that the county magistrate did not come back last night. We returned to Daya Village. It was not yet noon, and Wu Huinyang had already prepared lunch. After taking pregnancy-maintaining medicine 3 times a day over the past 2 days, Wu Huinyang's health has improved a lot, and at least cooking is no longer a problem. On the table was a simple cornmeal dumpling soup, some stir-fried wild vegetables, and a plate of eggs. After the boiled eggs were cooked, they were cut into 6 pieces and placed on a plate. Each person could eat a small piece. The lunch looks simple, but it is definitely unique in Daya Village. While others were still drinking wild vegetable soup and rice porridge, their whole family was able to eat their fill and feel very satisfied. At the end of noon, Sun brought over more than 20 kilograms of lanterns peeled yesterday. Chum Won settled the bill with her on the spot. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai also came to wash the agar-agar seeds during this hottest time of the day. The house became busy again. Sun originally wanted to sneak in and learn a little, but when called her back to peel agar-agar seeds, so she had no choice but to go back without stopping for a moment. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai had experience, so they quickly completed their workload today. They glanced at the sun outside, which was still high in the sky. It would be so hot that they would die if they went down to the fields at this moment. So, the 2 of them tacitly asked for more. Chum Won took a look at their hands. Although they were white from being soaked, the skin was not peeling. She gave the agarwood seeds reserved for herself and Zhao Sanyu to the 2 of them. After a while, all 3 pounds of agarwood seeds were washed out. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai each earned 15 cents. Chum Won sat by the big wooden basin filtering the ice powder. She looked up at Zhao Sidon, who had just driven the ducks back, and said, "Go to the head of the village and call your brother Taiju over." Zhao Sidon said obediently. Brother Taiju should not be at home. He went up the mountain to dig wild vegetables. At this time, Aunt Wang's crisp voice rang out from the yard. "Mother Dashin, are you there?" Chum Won put down her work and walked out, pointing to a field of ducks in the yard. "I bought 50 ducks today, 6 cents each, and you can pick as many as you want, Miss Loach." The ducks were full of energy. Aunt Wang randomly grabbed 20 of them and brought them back to her yard, planning to let barley and wheat drive the ducks to the fields to eat locusts. Chum Won looked towards her own yard, half of which was a vegetable field, and the vegetables in the field were growing well. A small pond was dug in front of the vegetable garden. It was prepared for the first 20 ducks. Now that the number of ducks has increased, the pond is no longer needed. The other half of the yard is where chickens and ducks are raised. There are 2 big hens, a big rooster, 50 ducklings, and 39 chicks. The chirping, quacking, cock-a-doodle-doo, and cluck-da-da sounds are endless.
Before, so cleaning was a casual thing.
Now there are suddenly so many more poultry, chickens and ducks are raised together, and it is summer, so it is very easy to get avian influenza, and the issue of hygiene must be taken seriously. Chum Wanwan asked Zhao Sanyu to cut down trees and Zhao Sidon to collect hay, and after Zhao Dashan came back, they built a chicken coop and a duck shed. Raising chickens and ducks separately and keeping them in designated areas and letting them out for a walk from time to time will be beneficial to their growth and will also improve the sanitary environment at home. The medicine for chicken and duck epidemic prevention is sold in the mall, but she does not plan to use the medicine from the mall. Aunt Wong is also raising ducks, and she will definitely come to ask her when the time comes. There is no way to answer this kind of question. She thought about it carefully. She seemed to have heard from the news before that wood ash could also be used to disinfect poultry and prevent avian influenza. She turned and went into the house, bought a related book in the mall, and read it carefully in the inner room. It was a very simple method, and she would be able to learn it after reading it once. Chum Wanwan asked Wu Huanyang to mix all the wood ash in the house with water, boil it in a pot, and after the water cooled down, filter out the residue. Then pour the water boiled with wood ash evenly on places where chickens and ducks had been. This could effectively prevent the occurrence and spread of diseases. A busy day is gradually coming to an end. Chum Wanwan felt that this day was very fulfilling. She did a lot of things, and each of them made her feel very meaningful. Wu Huanyang has already started cooking dinner. Zhao Sidon is counting ducks in the yard. Chum Wanwan asked him to count so that he could practice counting. As soon as he finished counting, Zhao Sidon pointed to the mountain and said, "Mom, I saw Brother Taiju coming down the mountain. Should we call him over?" Zhao Taiju is the eldest grandson of the head of the village. He is 12 years old this year. He was sent to the town to be an apprentice to the shopkeeper, but later he stopped studying for some unknown reason. He is also considered the most knowledgeable child in Dea village. He dug a basket of wild vegetables, including ferns, purslane, dandelions, etc., which shows that this child is not a lazy person. He walked into the yard and saw Chung Wanwan there, feeling inexplicably scared. In the past, when he came to call Brother Sanyu and Sidon to go out and play, he was severely scolded by Aunt Zhao, so he didn't dare to come here. Chung Wanwan tried to put on a gentle smile. "Taiju, come here. Annie wants to ask you something." Zhao Taiju walked over slowly. He was just about to say that his family was waiting for him to come back, but when he looked up, he saw Wu Huinyang took an egg from the chicken coop and then broke it into a bowl in front of him. It was obvious that she was going to make frying eggs. He couldn't help licking his lips. "Last time I went home, I picked up a pheasant, but it was a rooster and couldn't lay eggs. Grandma couldn't bear to kill it and cook it, so he hadn't eaten eggs for a long time." Chum Wanwan asked him with a smile, "Taiju, you're a literate child. Have you ever read the 3-character classic?" Zhao Taiju nodded immediately. "I know the 3-character classic. The shopkeeper's son used to study and recite it every day in the store. I learned a little bit from it." Chum Wanwan nodded with satisfaction. As long as someone knew how to do it, she could learn it quickly. After she learned it, she could teach her 4 sons. She took out the 3-character classic from the room and said, "Then read it to me. When people are born, their nature is good, and their natures are similar." At the beginning, Zhao Taiju read very smoothly. After all, he knew a little bit by heart. Later on, he needed to recognize the characters and read them one by one. Then he would come across characters he didn't know and got stuck. There are more than 300 short sentences in the 3-character classic, which contain more than 1,000 words. If you can recite the 3-character classic fluently, you can be considered to have attained enlightenment. Chum Wanwan took a look and found that Zhao Taiju could read about 30 sentences. When he got to Xiang Juling can warm the bed, he didn't recognize a bunch of words after that. After this, he could continue to read smoothly to the next part. 1 becomes 10, 10 becomes 100. It takes a normal 3 to 5-year-old child a month to learn these characters, so just learn them for this month. Chungwon encouraged him. Taiju, you are amazing. No one in our day village can recite the three-character classic. Zhao Taiju raised his chin. It's actually very simple. Then let me discuss something with you. If you teach me one sentence every day, I will give you an egg. Zhao Sania's face was full of excitement. It turned out that it was Mother who wanted to study herself, not for them to study. It's great, just great. Zhao Taiju swallowed his saliva and said, adults can't lie to children. Chunwanwan laughed. Why would I lie to you? Today I will give you an egg, and you can teach me the first two sentences. She took out an egg from the house and handed it to Zhao Taiju. Zhao Taiju was afraid that she would regret it, so he quickly hid the egg in his clothes and said, the first sentence is, at the beginning of life. In fact, he didn't recognize the character Ch, but he knew how to pronounce it. Last time when he registered, there was a person in the village whose name had the character Ch. He circled it at the time. This time, he secretly memorized this character and wrote it several times on the palm of his hand, trying not to circle it when registering his name next time. After he finished teaching this sentence, he ran away. It was really a good deal to earn an egg just by saying this sentence. Chunwanwan. In her opinion, man is born good is the only true saying. This kid has no moral principles and cheated her out of half an egg. She must teach him a lesson tomorrow. Zhao Sidon chased after him. Brother Taiju, don't run away. I haven't learned it yet. Chungwanwan sighed. I remember it. Come, I will teach you. Sanyu, you come and learn with me. Zhao Sanyu. I didn't expect that I couldn't escape the fate of studying. It's so miserable. Zhao Sidon hurried over and said, Mom, Brother Taiju spoke too fast just now. I didn't hear him clearly. Chungwanwan said, the first sentence is the beginning of man. You should read this sentence carefully first, and then refer to this book to slowly learn these three words. Who walked out of the yard, was stunned. My aunt's memory is so good that he only read it twice at most, but she remembered it. At first, he listened to it every day, at least hundreds of times, before he could stumble and recite the first few dozen sentences. Of reading aloud rang out in the room, and Zhao Taiju suddenly wanted to join in. Although he could read, he had never read so loudly like this, and he really wanted to experience this feeling. He carried the wild vegetables home and carefully took out the eggs from his pocket. The village head's wife stared at him and asked, Where did these eggs come from? Did you steal them from someone else's chicken coop? Grandma, I don't steal anything. Zhao Taiju said with a smile, It was given to me by Sidon's mother. Sidon's mother said that if I teach her to read a sentence of the three-character classic, she will give me an egg. I know more than 30 sentences in total, so I can get more than 30 eggs. The village head's wife was stunned for a moment. When did Dashan's mother attach so much importance to studying that she even gave you eggs to teach you? Tiezha's mother said casually, There is a private school in Chungjia village. Doesn't the Chung family have a nephew who has graduated? Dashan's mother probably wants to compete with the people in her mother's family. Why is this necessary? The wife of the head of the village shook her head. The boy from the Chung family has grown up. Sidon only started to study at the age of 10. How can he catch up with him? Dashan's mother used to subsidize her mother's family. Now she is competing with her mother's family just to get angry. Isn't this just a waste of eggs? Zhao Taiju was dissatisfied. Is it a waste to give me eggs to eat?
No, no.
The village head's wife laughed, but you only taught one sentence, and you got an egg. That won't do. You have to teach a few more sentences. Otherwise, Dashan Yang will realize that she has suffered a loss and won't let you teach anymore. Also, you should find a way to let someone teach you a few more sentences so that this relationship can last longer. Zhao Tieju's eyes lit up. When Grandpa comes back, I'll ask him to take me to town. I'll go find Brother Fong Ping and ask him to teach me how to recite it. And know the characters. As long as you can memorize them and read them according to the book, you'll get the eggs. He is so smart. The main reason is that there is no scholar in our village and no one has taken the lead in establishing a private school. It is too difficult to study in our day village. The headman's wife sighed. Everyone knows that studying is important, but no one can afford to send their children to school. By building a school in one's own village, children can go to school more cheaply. But this idea is too greedy. These days, you can't even get enough to eat, and you still want to study. What a sweet dream. Dashan's mother was just angry with her parents. After she calmed down, she would not mention the issue of studying again. It was getting dark, the beginning of human life. The 4 children in the room took turns reciting the sentence. It was not enough to just recite it, they also had to be able to recognize the words, and it would be best if they could learn how to write them. Only Zhao Sidon studied the most enthusiastically. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu looked very unhappy. Wu Huanyang tried her best to keep up with the pace. She was a very careful person and was not slow in learning to read. The night ended with the sound of reading aloud. Late in the night, Cheng Wanwan suddenly heard the chickens and ducks making a noise in the yard. She got up and went out immediately and saw Aunt Wang next door cursing loudly. "Darn you, weasel! It killed 2 of my ducks. Loach, stop chasing it in the middle of the night. Can your 2 legs catch up with its 4 legs?" Cheng Wanwan hurried to check her chicken coop. The necks of 2 ducks were bitten and bloody. She counted them and found 2 ducks were dead and 1 chick was missing. It must have been stolen by a weasel. With red eyes, Zhao Sidon buried the 2 dead ducks. After buying the ducks, he was the one who fed them most of the time, and he had a deep affection for the ducks. Zhao Sanyu gritted his teeth and said, "I will sleep on the ground in the yard from now on. I will definitely catch a weasel alive and roast it for dinner." Wang's voice came from next door. "The weasel runs fast. There's no way you can catch it. It looks like you need to get a dog, otherwise all the chickens and ducks in your home will be stolen by the weasel." Cheng Wanwan asked her, "Does Nyonyang know who has a puppy? It is indeed necessary to get a dog. If anything happens at night, it can wake up the sleeping person immediately and prevent thieves. Moreover, dogs are omnivores and are easy to feed. I'll go back to my parents' home tomorrow morning to ask." Although this matter was handed over to Aunt Wang, when Cheng Wanwan went to town to deliver goods the next day, she still walked around the town, but there was no puppies for sale on the street. After delivering goods for 3 days, Cheng Wanwan had more than 3 taels of cash in her hands. When the ice jelly season is over, the money she earned should be enough to buy the wasteland at the foot of the mountain. At the end of the year, dig a pond during the slack season, and store water to plant bamboo shoots in the spring. Around the town and bought some necessary seasonings, then went to a tailor shop and bought some needles and thread, a little of each color. When I was about to go home, a middle-aged man in a carriage quickly caught up with me. "I am the owner Sue of the ULI restaurant in Fenghuang Town. I wonder if Annie can give me some ice jelly?" Cheng Wanwan gave a businesslike smile. "I wonder how much manager Sue needs per day?" Although ULI restaurant is not the largest restaurant in Fenghuang Town, its business is still good. "We should be able to sell 100 bowls a day." Shopkeeper Sue did not put on airs. His son, who was studying at Nanfu Academy, mentioned ice jelly to him a few days ago, but he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just an ordinary snack with a more cooling name. Who would have thought that in just 2 days, ice jelly would become a standard feature of most restaurants? Zuixinlu in Fenghuang Town sells ice jelly. In the past, all the old customers of ULI restaurant went to Zuixinlu just to have a taste of ice jelly. He asked around and found out that the ice jelly was made by this aunt. So he came here impatiently. If Cheng Wanwan hadn't found someone to help scrub the ice jelly, she really wouldn't have dared to take this business. But now with Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai working tirelessly to wash the ice powder seeds, and Sun working nonstop to peel the agar-agar seeds, the business can indeed continue to expand. She agreed with a smile. "Okay, the ULI restaurant in Fenghuang Town, 100 bowls a day, 2 cents a bowl. I will take my son to deliver the goods tomorrow morning." Shopkeeper Sue quickly took out 20 copper coins from his sleeve and handed them over. "This is the deposit. This is settled." Cheng Wanwan looked at manager Sue twice more. Paying the deposit in advance is a sign of the spirit of contract, and also means that manager Sue trusts her. People with a sense of contract are very suitable for in-depth cooperation. Saying goodbye to manager Sue, Cheng Wanwan and Zhao Sanyu returned to Day Village. As soon as she got home, a black puppy pounced on her, hugged her trouser legs, and kept acting coquettishly. Zhao Sidon came running over. Mom, this is the puppy Anwang sent me. I named it Xiaohei. Is that okay? Zhao Sania shook his head. Xiaohei sounds too weak. Let's call him Dahei. Zhao Sidon frowned and said, well, then just listen to third brother. From now on I'll call you Dahei. Chunwanwan. The small animals at home are named after colors, Dahuang, Huang, Dahong, and Dahei. She bent down and picked up the puppy. The dog should be about 1 month old, but it was very thin, and its body was full of bones. Come to think of it, the harvest was so bad that people had nothing to eat, so how could they afford to feed an animal? But now that he has arrived at their home, he will be a member of the family. Dahei will eat whatever they eat. Cheng Wanwan asked Zhao Sidon to go home and get 2 eggs. She took the eggs to Aunt Wang's house next door. Aunt Wang was making lunch. She boiled water in a pot and threw the black noodles mixed with water into it. She then stirred in wild vegetables. There was a lot of water and wild vegetables, and the paste was almost invisible. No salt was added. The head of the family, Wang Yongcheng, followed the county magistrate and left. There was only 1 adult and 4 children in the family: Barley, Wheat, Loach, and the youngest sister, Xiaoya. There was a khaki puppy running around on the ground. It was also very thin and looked malnourished. Mother Dashan, why are you here? Wang stopped what she was doing and walked out. Cheng Wanwan stuffed 2 eggs in front of him and said, I don't know how much a puppy costs. Can I just give him 2 eggs? The puppies are worthless. Aunt Wang hastily declined. The puppies have no meat on them, and they won't live for many days. When I went back to my mother's house, the village elders were preparing to throw the puppies into the mountains to feed the wolves. I picked up the 2 dogs for nothing. How could I want your eggs? My family is preparing to eat. You should go back quickly. Come on, come on. Wang pushed Cheng Wanwan directly out of the yard. Cheng Wanwan looked at the 2 eggs in her hand that she had not been able to give away and sighed helplessly. As the saying goes, a poor man has low aspirations. Although Aunt Wang is poor, she never covets other people's food. Such a person with backbone is worthy of her admiration. As soon as she left, Wang looked at the 4 children at home and said, this puppy hasn't had a single drop of milk since it was born. The dog owner said it won't live for more than a few days. If I take her eggs, she will come after me when the puppy dies. She's a shrew, and I can't afford to offend her. Not only is Dashan Nyang not afraid of her own mother-in-law, she is not even afraid of the county magistrate. The 4 children nodded in unison. Wu Huinyang had already prepared lunch, and while cooking rice, she scooped out a little rice soup to feed the puppies. The puppy probably really hadn't eaten much, as he drank up the bowl of rice soup in a gulp and kept pestering Wu Huinyang for more food. Wu Huinyang said gently, you are still too young. You can only eat this much in 1 meal. I will give you more at night. The puppy whimpered twice in grievance and had to lie down under the shade of a tree in the yard to sleep. Cheng Wanwan felt that the dog was not in good spirits and was afraid that it would not live for more than a few days, as Aunt Wang said. While no one at home was paying attention, she fed the little guy some dog antibiotics and other medicines and secretly bought some dog milk powder and mixed the medicine into the milk powder. After feeding him the medicated milk powder, he became full of energy after a while. He had been clinging to Wu Huinyang just now, but now he directly recognized Cheng Wanwan as his mother and kept hugging her thighs and was unwilling to let go. The sun is shining brightly at noon. A pleasant time of the day. After having a full meal, you can lie down and rest for a while, chatting with your family members, feeling relaxed and comfortable. Zhao Dashan is not a man who can sit still. He prepared to start building a duck shed and a chicken coop. Zhao Sania chopped enough firewood, and Zhao Sidon picked up a lot of hay. In addition to the place for the chickens and ducks to live, they now had to build a doghouse. Zhao Saniu and Zhao Sidon also went up to help, and the 3 brothers were busy and happy. At the end of noon, Zhao Yuyin and Zhao Yukai came over to wash the ice jelly. With Wu Huanyang watching on the side, Cheng Wanwan planned to take a walk up the mountain. She had never seen the world before and thought that 100 taels of silver was a huge sum of money. But after going to Hika town several times, she clearly realized that this was an era with a huge gap between the rich and the poor. A poor person only spends 2 taels of silver a year. But a piece of clothing from a wealthy family would cost more than 2 taels. She and her 4 sons couldn't stay here forever, and she wanted them to go out. Money is something that gives people confidence. Chum Wonwon went up the mountain carrying a backpack. After she had taken a few steps, Xiaohei caught up with her. Although this guy has no flesh, his fur is very fluffy and he looks like a small ball. He bumped into her like a milk ball and bit her trouser leg to act coquettishly. Dahei whimpered and attracted the puppy from Aunt Wang's house next door. In just half a day, there was a difference between the two dogs. Their puppy was in good spirits, while Aunt Wang's dog was obviously sick. The puppy is too young and suddenly changed its living environment, so it is normal for it to get sick. Chum Wonwon looked left and right and saw that no one was paying attention to this side, so she quickly bought a pill from the mall and stuffed it into the mouth of the puppy next door. Just think of this medicine as money to buy the dog. The medicine was bitter and tasted bad, and the puppy resisted and wanted to vomit it out. Chum Wonwon quickly pinched the puppy's mouth. Only when she saw Wang Kai swallow the pill did she breathe a sigh of relief. The dog probably wouldn't die from the illness for the time being. She continued walking up the mountain. There is a winding ditch with clear spring water. Walking up the mountain along the ditch, you can meet many women. Because there is water in the fields, the villagers are not as frugal with food as before. Anyway, there will be a good harvest in half a month. Although the harvest is not as good as in previous years, as long as they can harvest it, it is their food. The rice grown in the fields can be taken to the town to exchange for corn and black flour. I heard that the price of grain has soared. Although they don't harvest much grain, the corn they get in exchange should be about the same as in previous years. Everyone is looking forward to a good harvest. Everyone's face. Chum Wonwon was also in a good mood. A puppy followed behind her. After walking only a few hundred meters, the puppy could no longer walk and started to hold onto her trouser leg and act coquettishly. Chum Wonwon had no choice but to pick up the little guy and hold him in her arms. When you reach the end of the ditch and stand on a higher rock, you can see the villagers of Ho-Hot village digging a ditch halfway up the mountain. At this rate, we should be able to dig the ditch through this afternoon. I don't know what the situation is with Ergu. Chum Wonwon walked towards the deep mountains on the other side. She had never been here before.
Ding.
Found natural wild Poria cocos. Poria cocos. This is a commonly used medicinal material. Poria cocos has no roots or seedlings and is very difficult to find in the wild, but with the help of them all, this is not a difficult task for her. Chum Wonwon glanced at the empty panel and saw a picture of an empty space. She followed the instructions and came to a big pine tree. The tree was lush and green, blocking out the sun all year round, and the soil was relatively loose. She dug gently and found that the soil here was dark brown, and the leaves and roots of the trees had rotted in the ground. She continued to dig down, and sure enough, she encountered something lumpy. Finally, 3 large Poria cocos were dug out, each weighing more than 10 pounds.
Ding.
37 gene of natural wild Poria cocos, worth 1480 coins. Are you selling it? Yes. Chum Wonwon sighed a little. The whole family worked hard to wash and sell ice jelly, but their daily income was only 1 or 2 taels of silver. She had been digging for less than half an hour and had already earned 1.5 taels of silver. With a mall, she could make money quickly. She has tested it and found that the mall will only send a purchase reminder sound when the distance is less than 1 meter. She stood up and continued walking into the mountains. Dahei was already hungry, whimpering and biting his tail. Chum Wonwon had to stop and bought milk powder from the mall to feed the little one. Dahei gulped down the whole bottle of milk. Now that he had the strength, he no longer needed Chum Wonwon to hold him, and he could run around happily on his 4 short legs.
Ding.
Found natural wild Aracima. Chum Wonwon didn't know what Aracima was, but since the mall had taken a fancy to it, it must be a good thing. She looked up and saw that the large field of weeds over there was actually all Aracima. She had no idea what effect it had. It seems that I need to buy a copy of Chinese medicine. In ancient times, getting sick was a life-threatening matter, and mastering some basic medical knowledge may save lives. Chum Wonwon picked 2 kilograms of Aracima and sold it to the mall. She looked back and no longer saw Dahe.
Dahe.
Woof woof woof. Chum Won walked towards the sound. She saw Dahe standing at the edge of a deep pit, roaring into the pit in a fierce manner. She bent down and saw a puppy in the pit. Its hind legs were caught in a trap. The puppy was bleeding and whimpering. This puppy is smaller than Dahe. It should have just been born, only 6 or 7 days old at most. However, how could there be a newborn dog in such a deep mountain? Could it be that someone couldn't afford to raise it and threw it in the mountains? It just so happened that their family needed a dog to guard the house, so 1 dog was not too few, and 2 were not too many. Chum Won put down the backpack, jumped into the deep pit, and picked up the trap together with the puppy. The puppy's hind legs were covered in blood. She carefully removed the trap, and the puppy lay on the ground, completely unable to move. She threw the trap back into the trap. There were several hunters in the village who made a living by hunting, and this trap was not cheap. Bought disinfectant from the mall, bought some gauze to wrap around the innermost layer, and then tore a piece of cloth from her body to wrap around the outside. She was extremely grateful that she was wearing old clothes, so she wouldn't feel bad about tearing off a piece of cloth. The little guy whimpered, with tears in the corners of his eyes. Chum Won took out the bottle again. As soon as this thing was taken out, Dahe ran over happily, eager to drink milk. You just drank it. Chum Won took it and put it in the backpack. You'll have a companion in the future, so don't be so bossy. She held the puppy on her lap and fed it carefully. This puppy was also black. She had already guessed what Sidon would name the puppy, so she simply picked one in advance. From now on, I'll call you Xiaohei, 1 big black and 1 small black. From now on, our chickens and ducks will be guarded by the 2 of you. Dahe. Woof woof woof. Xiaohei woo woo woo. After treating the puppy's wound, it was already late. She still had to go back to filter the ice jelly, so Chum Won packed up and went home. Her figure just disappeared on the mountain path. A group of wild wolves came out of the dense forest, led by a female wolf. It sniffed the scent and found the trap. It licked the blood on the grass, crawled on the ground, and let out a mournful cry. It was still early when Chum Won got home. The doghouse has been built, with a few simple wooden boards covered with thatch on top and hay underneath. The injured little black was placed inside to recuperate, while Big Black was running around in the yard, scaring the chicks and ducklings so much that they huddled in the corner and trembled. Zhao Sidon yelled angrily, "If you chase the chickens and ducks again, you won't be allowed to eat tonight." Dahe immediately gave in and obediently went into his own doghouse, with Xiaohei and he each occupying one side, and they could barely coexist peacefully. At this moment, Xiahua came over and helped to roll hay in the yard. This was a new job assigned to her by Chum Won. After rolling the hay, she would stack the chopped firewood at home neatly. She could earn 2 cents a day. Xiahua is a quiet person who just keeps her head down and works diligently. Zhao Sidon drove the ducks to the fields to eat, but there were too many ducks, and he was a little flustered. Finally, Chum Won couldn't bear it anymore and helped him drive the ducks to the fields. Zhao Sidon was releasing the ducks while digging wild vegetables and also taking care of the food for the chickens. Chum Won was filtering the ice jelly in the house. She needed to make 7 buckets today. While she was busy, Xiahua suddenly rushed in from outside the house. "Aunt, there's a carriage parked at the door." Chum Won quickly wiped her hands and walked out, and sure enough, she saw the carriage. However, this carriage is not as luxurious as the one owned by the county magistrate, but even if it is not luxurious, it is still a rare thing in Daya village. In just a short while, all the people working nearby gathered around. A man jumped out of the car. Chum Won recognized him. He was Mr. Zheng, the owner of Rujia restaurant in Ping'an town. Shopkeeper Zheng walked towards Chum Won and said, "It was so hard to find Sister Zhao's house. I finally found it." Chum Won smiled and said, "Today's ice jelly was delivered this morning. I wonder why Manager Zheng is here now." Half an hour ago, the county magistrate, along with dozens of yamen runners and a dozen other men, suddenly visited our Rujia restaurant and ordered iced jelly right away. Shopkeeper Zheng sighed. The iced jelly was delivered early in the morning and was almost sold out by noon, so there was no left for the county magistrate. But the county magistrate specifically requested it, so I had no choice but to come here in person. I wonder if there's any left at Sister Zhao's house? Chum Wanwan raised her eyes. Has the county magistrate returned to Ping'an Town? Shopkeeper Zheng laughed and said, from what they said, it seems that they have found a water source. The rice in the field may be saved. This is a good thing, a great thing. Then, Manager Zheng, please wait a moment. I'll go in and get the ice jelly. Chum Wanwan walked into the house, took out sweet potato starch from the cupboard, and stirred it into a bucket of filtered ice jelly. She used a larger wooden barrel to hold water and put a bucket of ice powder in it, trying to calm it down with water to speed up its solidification. She told Manager Zheng, it will take about half an hour for the carriage to reach Ping'an Town. If it still hasn't solidified into a block, leave it there for a while. Shopkeeper Zheng was very grateful and was about to take out the money. Chum Wanwan glanced at the crowd gathered outside the yard to watch the excitement and said with a smile, it won't be too late to settle the bill tomorrow morning. A bucket of ice jelly costs 100 bowls, which is 100 coins. It's not a lot of money, but when you make a lot of money in front of so many people, it's easy to make people jealous. Shopkeeper Zheng understood what he meant, bowed, picked up the ice powder bucket, and left quickly. As soon as he left, the people gathered at the door rushed in. Mother Dashan, that was Mr. Zheng, the owner of Rujia restaurant, right? I thought Dashan Yang was doing small business, but it turns out she's doing business with a big shot like Manager Zheng. Mother Dashan is amazing. No wonder she has the money to buy so many chickens and ducks. She also feeds 2 dogs. This family has no worries about food and drink. These women were extremely envious, and their words were inevitably a little sour. What money do you have? For a loss-making business, no one is working in the fields. Old Mrs. Zhao suddenly squeezed in and scolded, old wife, I think you don't need to do this business anymore. Look at the weeds in your rice fields. They are almost as tall as a person. In half a month, others will harvest grain, and you will harvest a bunch of grass to feed the chickens. Everyone looked back at the rice field. They didn't see the tall weeds, but they did see little ducks fluttering around. Driving the ducks into the rice fields, isn't that a waste of food? I used to think that Dashan Yang was quite reliable, but why is she doing such weird things again? Was standing on the periphery, gritted her teeth in anger. The old lady was lying with her eyes open. If the sister-in-law didn't make any money, how could she pay her husband such a high salary? Fearing that her sister-in-law would be envied by the villagers, the old lady made up a lie. She insisted on telling everyone that her sister-in-law had made money, just to see what the old lady could say. Sun squeezed in with a basket of agar-agar seeds in her hand. Sister-in-law, I've peeled all the 24 kilograms of lanterns I harvested yesterday. Can you tell me how much they are worth? Chum Wanwan checked the scale and paid her 12 cents. Sun deliberately counted them one by one. Everyone in the village was shocked. Just for peeling a basket of seeds, the wages were 12 cents? Can I make a bucket of ice jelly with this little bit of seeds? They thought that Dashan Yang made a lot of money, but if you calculate it this way, a bowl of ice jelly costing 2 or 3 cents was not much profit at all. In their opinion, Dashan Yang is just too lazy. If she picked the lanterns and peeled the seeds herself, all these costs could be saved and she would make a net profit. Dashan Yang is a little lazy, but this is an opportunity for them to make some money. A woman said, so the mountain lady is collecting the seeds from the lanterns. My 2 girls have nothing to do all day long, so I just let them peel them and bring them to me. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Sun was stunned. Why is it different from what she imagined? Shouldn't the villagers ask how much money her sister-in-law earns? She immediately defended her own interests. This job is mine. No one is allowed to take it away. My dear wife Yukai, what you said is not pleasant to hear. We all have hands. How can it be a job for you alone? You can't do it with just your hands, right? Dashan's business is so good that even Manager Zheng came to get the goods in person. You are too slow. What if the stock is out of stock? That's right, Dashan Yang, my family can peel the seeds and send them to you. Is that okay? Sun was almost angry to death. She was plotting against her sister-in-law. So, how could she let these people take away her work? She wanted to say something else, But old lady Zhao glared at her coldly. It's not easy for your sister-in-law to run a business, and you can't let her delay it. You can't support her by working hard alone. Only with the help of others can the business continue for a long time. Chen Wanwan couldn't help laughing. The old lady had just been scolding her for doing business at a loss, and now she was worried that this business could not continue for long. She's becoming more and more lovely as a mother-in-law. At Sun, she said to everyone, lanterns are 2 cents a pound and peeled lantern seeds are 10 cents a pound. No matter what they are, send them to the old house for settlement. The villagers quickly calculated that about 1 pound of seeds could be peeled from 4 pounds of lanterns, that is, 2 cents for peeling 4 pounds and 1 cent for 2 pounds. This price was very fair. Peeling the seeds was not a big deal anyway. In fact, you could only pick about 1 or 2 pounds of lanterns in a day by going up the mountain. It would take less than an hour to peel all of them. Who would pass up such a good thing? Mrs. Dashan is such a straightforward person. I'll go back and ask the kids to peel out the seeds right away. Sun's eyes suddenly widened. Although the money was hard to earn, it was truly earned by her. But now, even this hard work is gone. Old Mrs. Zhao glared at her fiercely and cursed. You deserve it. The people watching the fun at the door had no time to laugh at Sunday. They had to quickly ask their children to go up the mountain to pick more lanterns, peel the seeds, and exchange them for money. In the crowd, a pair of eyes were staring at Chen Wanwan with jealousy. It was the village widow Zhang. Roadside. Big tree. Zhang was holding a basket filled with freshly dug wild vegetables. She looked at Chen Wanwan, who was surrounded by people in the distance, and felt extremely jealous. Before, she was the most praised widow in the village, and Zhao Qingshi was only worthy of being her foil. I don't know when it started, but Zhao Qingshi's personality suddenly changed. She actually started a food business. Other people in the village also went to the town to do small business, but none of them could hook up with Zheng, the manager of Rujia restaurant. The reason why Zhao Qingshi was able to hook up with Zheng must be because she still had some beauty. If it were her, manager Zheng would also come to her. But she didn't have such an opportunity. Zhang looked up and saw Zhao Fugui standing in the shadow on the other side, his eyes fixed on Chen Wanwan. She gritted her teeth in anger. She was younger than Zhao Qingshi and understood men better than Zhao Qingshi. The jerk Zhao Fugui was eating from the bowl and still looking at the pot. She walked over with a basket in her hand. Her heart was raging with anger, but her face was very gentle. I picked some wild vegetables and will send some to your home. Is your sister-in-law home? Zhao Fugui looked at Chen Wanwan from afar, feeling angry. He has been thinking about Chen Wanwan for more than half a year and has looked for many opportunities, but has never succeeded. Recently, Chen Wanwan has become more and more eye-catching. There are always people around her, and he can never find a chance to get close to her. Last time, Chen Wanwan scolded him in public, and the anger he had been holding and had turned into a raging fire. Fire was burning in his belly. He glanced at Zhang and said, My wife has taken the child to the mountain. The meaning of this statement is very clear. Zhang followed him obediently. The two of them walked one in front and one behind, with a distance of several dozen meters between them. No one could tell that the two were going to the same place. Zhao Fugui went home first, and after a while, Zhang sneaked in through the back door. This was not their first affair. As soon as she entered, Zhao Fugui impatiently pushed her onto the bed. Zhao Fugui grabbed her clothes and said, You took the initiative today. I don't have any money. Zhang pushed him and said, You know I'm a widow, and I don't have a man by my side. Today I think you're lucky. You old witch. Zhao Fugui untied his belt directly. After a while, Zhang's eyes showed a calculating light. Why do I feel that you are attracted to Dashan Yang? Zhao Fugui immediately denied it. Don't talk nonsense. She's almost an old woman. I'm not without women. Brother Fugui, if you really like Dashan Yang, I can help you. Zhang climbed onto his shoulder. When we first got together, wasn't you who tricked me into going to the grove? Now that the matter is settled, Dashan Yang will naturally be yours. Zhao Fugui narrowed his eyes. What's the point of forcing her to do it? I want her to do it willingly. Zhang gritted her teeth in anger. In the first place, she deserved to be forced. Hey, why is the yard door open? Aunt Fugue's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Zhang was so scared that she jumped up from the bed. She quickly put on her clothes, pushed open the door quickly, and ran out through the back door. Aunt Fugue walked in from the front door and saw a figure flashing past her. Before she could understand what was going on, she pushed open the door of the inner room and saw her man hurriedly getting dressed, and the bed that she had made cleanly in the morning was now in a mess, and there was an unbearable smell. Zhao Fugue. Aunt Fugue made a sound like slaughtering a pig. She didn't bother to beat her man, so she turned around and chased him out through the back door. Zhang hid in the grass not far away and quickly fastened her belt. When she was about to stand up, a pair of black pants fell off her body. It turned out to be Zhao Fugue's underwear. She was so scared that she quickly threw her panties on the side of the road. Not knowing what she was thinking of, she bent down to pick up her pants, a sneer appearing on the corner of her mouth. Aunt Fugue went out to chase but didn't see anyone suspicious. When the villagers asked her what she was looking for, she stammered and couldn't say anything. Her man is cheating on her. What can she say about this? Aunt Fugue returned home, drove all the children out, closed the gate, and started a big fuss. The people next door could only hear a quarrel, but had no idea what it was about. They wanted to go in and try to persuade them, but the gate was closed, so they had to pretend they didn't hear anything. Besides, every couple has quarrels these days. They fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. No matter how they quarrel, they are still a family. The quarrel finally died down. After Aunt Fugue finished scolding, she sat on the edge of the bed and burst into tears. Zhao Fugue was just annoyed and said angrily, "You always quarrel over trivial matters. Who can stand your behavior? I was cheating on you because you forced me to do so. Look at yourself. Old, ugly, and black. Who can stand your behavior? If you dare to quarrel again, I will divorce you and send you back to your parents' home." After saying that, he slammed the door and walked out. Aunt Fugue almost fainted from crying. She had known from the beginning that her man was restless, but she didn't expect that he would bring a woman home. She questioned him for such a long time, but Zhao Fugue still didn't tell her who that witch was. She must find out who it is and scratch that witch's face. Aunt Fugue wiped away her tears, pushed open the gate, and walked out. She actually had a candidate in mind, but she didn't dare to act rashly. The half-pound lantern in the yard and walked straight to the house at the end of the village, where Chung Wanwan lived. Aunt Fugue didn't go in. She looked around and saw Aunt Wang feeding the ducks at the door. She asked casually Mother Loach, "Is Mother Dashan at home now?" Wang said without even looking up, "He just went out. I don't know where he went." Aunt Fugue was furious. It was indeed Zhao Chung. She suppressed her anger and saw that the door to Chung Wanwan's yard was not closed. She walked in and immediately saw a pair of black panties at the corner of the yard wall against the fence. This was sewed for her man stitch by stitch. Her man's underwear is here. What does that mean? Aunt Fugue's eyes were torn apart. She rushed over to pick up the panties, and the scared chicks and ducklings flew everywhere. "Aunt Fugue, what are you doing?" Chung Wanwan walked in from the door. She had just gone out to get 3 wooden barrels from the old house, very sturdy, and would take them to the town to paint them with tung oil tomorrow. As soon as I returned to my yard, I saw Aunt Fugue going crazy in her house. Aunt Fugue picked up the panties, stared at Chung Wanwan, and cursed fiercely. "Tell me, what are these?"
Don't play dumb with me.
"These are men's panties. You are a widow. Where can you find men? You are really good at pretending. Why are you pretending to be a chaste and heroic woman? You are also saying that you will stay a widow for the rest of your life for Dash and Dad. You are so shameless. You come to my house in broad daylight to servant a man. I will scratch your face and see how you can servant a man." Aunt Fugue rushed over aggressively. Zhao Sanyu was washing ice jelly seeds in the house. He needed to add 100 bowls of ice jelly tomorrow, and he was scrubbing the last half-pound. When he heard someone cursing his mother, he dropped the ice jelly in his hand and rushed out like a calf, standing in front of Chung Wanwan and pushing her hard. Aunt Fugue stepped on Chicken Shoot, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Outside the yard, a group of onlookers. There are often all kinds of trivial matters in the village. Even ordinary quarrels will attract people to watch the fun, not to mention such a serious affair as adultery. Whether men or women, busy or not, they all dropped their work and gathered outside the yard. Aunt Fugue, what's going on? You said Dashin Young cheated on you, so you have to provide evidence, right? Mrs. Dashin doesn't look like someone who would steal someone's house. Are you mistaken? Aunt Fugue slumped on the ground, holding a man's underwear in her hand. How could I be wrong? These are my man's underwear. I found them in her yard. Who else could it be but her? What sin have I committed? From the first day I got married, I became the Zhao family's workhorse. I gave birth to his sons and daughters, and I did a lot of housework at home. I also had to do work in the fields. I was a woman who was used by a man, and I didn't complain at all. How could he have been behind my back with Zhao Qingshi and even did it on my bed? Darn it, they should be struck to death by a bolt of lightning. Aunt Fugue started to cry as she cursed.
People always sympathize with the weak.
Suddenly, countless condemning glances swept towards Cheng Wanwan. Cheng Wanwan asked calmly, "It's ridiculous to identify it as me based on a pair of underwear. This thing is under the wall outside my house. It's obvious that it was thrown in by someone. I also want to know who tried every means to frame me. Who else could it be if not you?" Aunt Fugue yelled, "You are a widow. You don't have a man. Who else but you would be thinking about other people's men?" Cheng Wanwan sneered, "I'm not the only widow in the village." Wang immediately said, "Widow Zhang is there too." According to Aunt Fugue, Zhang is also a possibility. Zhang stood in the crowd, looking weak and frail. "Don't talk nonsense, Loach mother. I've been digging wild vegetables in the mountains this afternoon." Cheng Wanwan looked at her, her smile growing even wider. Aunt Fugue never said that she saw the couple having love in bed in the afternoon. So how did Widow Zhang know it was in the afternoon? Zhang's face suddenly turned pale. She felt countless people's eyes on her, and suddenly felt guilty. "Anyway, it's not me. I'm not familiar with Brother Fugue." Wang laughed. "You call me Brother Fugue, even though you are not familiar with me. You are not Zhao Fugue's sister. A pair of underwear doesn't mean anything." The village head's wife squeezed in. "It's windy today. It's normal for someone's underwear to be blown over by the wind. It's not worth making a fool of yourself over such a small thing." The village head's wife walked over and helped Aunt Fugue, who was sitting on the ground, up. There was no way Aunt Fugue would give up. The fig leaf had been torn off, and she was determined to find that witch. Her eyes wandered between Cheng Wanwan and Zhang. Cheng Wanwan raised her eyes to look at Zhao Fugue, who was standing far outside, and said in a cold voice, "Sanyu, bring your uncle Fugue in." Zhao Sanyu immediately tried to pull Zhao Fugue. As a child, he was naturally not as strong as Zhao Fugue. However, with the help of other men in the village, Zhao Fugue could not break free at all and was dragged directly into the yard. He felt humiliated, pointed at Aunt Fugue's nose and cursed, "You idiot! You have nothing to do all day long. What are you doing? Come home with me." He went over and pulled Aunt Fugue. Cheng Wanwan noticed a scratch on his neck caused by a nail. She turned to look at Zhang and said indifferently, "Aunt Fugue, stretch out your hand for me to see." How could Aunt Fugue just listened to Cheng Wanwan's words? She pointed at her nose and wanted to continue scolding her. However, as soon as she stretched out her hands, Cheng Wanwan saw that they were a pair of rough hands. Due to years of heavy work, her nails were worn out and there was no room for improvement. On the other hand, Zhang, a widow, had long nails. Obviously, Zhang must have her own way of making the men in the village willingly work in the fields for her. The nail marks on the back of Zhao Fugue's neck are obviously caused by a woman. Cheng Wanwan said calmly, "Aunt Fugue doesn't have nails, and neither do I. The only person present with nails is her." She looked at Zhang. Everyone looked at Zhang. Zhang quickly hid her hands in her sleeves. If she were innocent, she would have responded angrily. But she looked guilty and couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. Also covered the back of his neck guiltily. Outside the courtyard wall, Zhang Dagong squeezed in at some point and said, "I once saw Uncle Fugue and Widow Zhang sneaking into the wild woods. Zhang Dagong is 12 years old and is still a child. No one would doubt what a child says. Moreover, even a 12-year-old child could not make up such a romantic affair. Aunt Fugue screamed and rushed towards Zhang. Zhang seldom did heavy work in the fields, so she had no strength and was pushed to the ground. Aunt Fugue rode on her and slapped her with her left hand and then with her right hand, making Zhang dizzy. A silver hairpin suddenly fell out of Zhang's waist bag. Aunt Fugue's eyes were red. This was a gift from Zhao Fugue to her when she got married. It disappeared half a year ago. She had been looking for it for a long time, but she didn't expect that Aunt Fugue had given it to a man outside. Aunt Fugue suddenly didn't have the energy to continue making a fuss. What difference would it make if she beat Widow Zhang to death? Her husband had changed his mind and would never be as caring as he had been when they first got married. Zhao Fugue was clearly thinking about Dashinyang, but he was having an affair with Widow Zhang, and it is not known whether he had hooked up with other widows in the village. Aunt Fugue lay on the ground, crying silently. She looked more sympathetic this way than when she was crazy just now. Widow Zhang didn't dare to stay any longer for fear of getting her face scratched, so she got up from the ground and ran away. Zhao Fugue was so angry that he wanted to beat up his wife, but there were too many people watching, so he didn't dare to do it. He lowered his head and walked away quickly. Aunt Fugue sat in the yard and cried silently. Some women came over to comfort him. That's what men are like. They can't control their own flesh and blood. I think Widow Zhang won't dare to hook up with your man anymore. Don't make a fuss. You can't control men too much. We have to go on with our lives, so we should just turn a blind eye to it. Hearing the words of comfort from the people around her, Chen Wanwan showed a hint of disapproval on her face, but she didn't say anything. In modern society, men who cheat will be forgiven, not to mention thousands of years ago in ancient times, when persuading people to divorce was tantamount to murder for money, so she decided not to do such unethical things. She came into the house and brought out a basin of water, saying calmly, Aunt Fugue, wash your face before you leave. After the commotion, Aunt Fugue was sweating all over and rolled on the ground. She was covered in mud and chicken shoot from head to toe. She was exhausted. She looked at the basin of water in front of her, raised her head and whispered, Mother Dashin, I'm sorry. I caused you a lot of trouble without knowing the truth. She washed her face silently, tidied her hair hastily, squeezed through the crowd, and went home silently. Everyone is from the same village and is familiar with each other. Zhao Fugue is not the laziest person in the village, but he is also one of those people who don't mind doing anything. He can do whatever he wants, but why would he bring a widow into his home to mess around? This incident also warned many women in the village to keep their men away from Widow Zhang. In the evening, there was much unrest in Zhao Fugue's home. His eldest son is 16 years old this year, which is enough for him to get married and soon become a father-in-law, but he caused such a mess. Aunt Fugue became silent when she returned home. She didn't even cook and just sat blankly on the edge of the bed. Zhao Fugue was so angry that he raised his fist to hit someone. Dad, what are you doing? Zhao Dada stopped his hand and stood in front of Aunt Fugue. You stinky witch. You've made me lose face. I'm going to beat you to death. Big head, get out of here. Aunt Fugue stood up coldly and threw the things in her hand away. I can't live like this anymore. Big head, little head, are you going to stay in this house or come with me? Zhao Datu and Zhao Xiaotu stood firmly beside their mother. Okay, you guys want to rebel, but don't. I'm going to divorce you, you evil witch. Zhao Fugue kicked over the table in the room and turned around to leave. When he walked into the yard, his parents grabbed him and said, Your wife has been annoyed off and sent back to her parents' home. Who will wash your clothes and make firewood for you in the future? Hurry up and give in. You can live your life the same way from now on. Why should I give in? I've lost all my face. It's all her fault. Zhao Fugue pushed his parents away, turned around and ran out. But the village was full of people, all discussing this matter, so he could only go to the back mountain. Zhang also went to the back mountain to get some peace and quiet. The two met unexpectedly in the wild woods. Zhao Fugue was so angry that he slapped her. You witch, You are the one who threw my underwear at Dashaniying's house, right? If he didn't have any underwear, he would never admit it, and see who dared to throw dirty water on him. Zhang covered her face and said angrily, You have ruined my reputation. I don't care. You must be responsible for me. From now on, I will rely on you. Anyway, you and your wife can't live like this anymore. After this happened, she will definitely make trouble with you every day. You divorce her and marry me. Am I not as good as your evil wife? Zhao Fuguei looked disgusted. His wife was not a very good person. She gave birth to several children for him, and she did all the housework for him. Zhang's fingernails are so long that it's obvious that he doesn't go out to the fields often. He must be crazy to marry a lazy woman. Even if he wants to marry a lazy woman, he has to marry a rich one. For example, Dashan's mother. Everyone in the village said that Dashan Yang's business was booming. Even the owner of the town's Rujia restaurant, Zheng, came in person to pick up the goods, which showed that she had made a lot of money. Zhao De goes with them to deliver goods every day, so he must know how much they earn every day. Zhao Fuguei rolled his eyes and went to find Zhao De. Behind him, stomped her feet in anger and wanted to chase after him, but she was a woman after all, and she was thin-skinned and did not dare to go to crowded places.
Rauda was repairing an ox cart.
He checked the wheels every day to prevent any accidents along the way. When Zhao Fuguei heard about Dashan Yang, Zhao De waved his hands and said, I am responsible for delivering people and goods every day. I don't know how much I earn. Fuguei, you are a grown man. Why do you want to spend money on women? If you have time, pull out the weeds in your fields and don't leave everything to your wife. At this time, someone called him at the door. Zhao Fuguei, it's your turn to patrol tonight. Don't make excuses to be lazy again. The village patrol team has become much laxer. They are still on duty on time, but some people are often lazy and don't go. Zhao Fuguei had no intention of patrolling. He was about to curse back when his eyes rolled, and a plan came to his mind. He immediately turned around to take over. It was completely dark. Chum Wanwan closed the yard door. The ice jelly needed for tomorrow has been prepared. The chickens and ducks in the chicken coop and duck shed have been counted twice, and the 2 puppies fell asleep obediently in their doghouse after drinking the rice soup. Zhao Ergu still hasn't come back. She asked Zhao Dashan to light torches in the house so that the family could study today. The afternoon, Zhao Taizhu came over, and Chun Wanwan asked the boy to teach her a few more words before giving the eggs away. Zhao Tieju's teaching content today is, human nature is good, people are similar in nature, but habits make them different. Considering that these people are not very good at learning to read, Chun Wanwan only taught them one sentence today. Human nature is good. She read it once, and several children followed her. Then read together what we learned yesterday and today. When a person is born, his nature is good. Zhao Sidon tilted his head and asked, Mom, what does this sentence mean? Chun Wanwan smiled and said, When I went to the town, I specifically asked the owner who sold pens, inkstones, and paper. He said that what this sentence means is that when people are born, their nature is kind. Zhao Sidon continued to ask, Then why are some people bad people? That's what the next sentence is about. Chun Wanwan continued, People are similar in nature, but their habits make them different. It probably means that when people are born, their personalities are similar, but because of different living habits and environments, their personalities become increasingly different. That's why there are good people and bad people. Zhao Sidon nodded thoughtfully. Wu Hui's mother was full of envy. When Taizhu came to teach in the afternoon, she was listening on the side. She couldn't remember a sentence even after repeating it over and over again. But her mother remembered it all at once and could even teach them in return. Her mother was really amazing, 100 times more amazing than she had imagined. Zhao Sidon learned the fastest. After he learned it, Chun Wanwan was liberated and he could teach Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu. These 2 boys learn the slowest. As soon as they learn a word, they forget the other one immediately. It's because Zhao Sidon wants to show off, otherwise he would have lost the patience to teach them. After the Enlightenment class, it was time for arithmetic class. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu were even more desperate, as arithmetic was more difficult than reading and writing. Chung Wanwan was also very desperate. What on earth was wrong with these guys' brains? Why couldn't they even learn addition and subtraction within 10? Suddenly, I miss Ergo a little. Ergo learns arithmetic very quickly, and she finds it easy to teach him. Went to bed at night, he was still mumbling. 9 minus 4 equals 5. What is 9 plus 4? Hey, wife, lend me your finger. Wu Huinyang closed her eyes silently, stretched out both hands, and let Zhao Dashan toss her around. The night was growing darker. Chung Wanwan had fallen asleep, and there was a slight snoring sound from the two children beside her. The patrol team passed by the door. There were only 2 people patrolling at this time. One was Zhao Fugue, and the other was a person from another family. Zhao Fugue stared at the dark yard and snorted, "I'm going to pee. Don't wait for me." The man knew that Zhao Fugue was a lazy and unscrupulous person, and that he was also having an affair with a widow in the village. He was too lazy to talk to Zhao Fugue and continued his patrol slowly. Zhao Fugue crouched and hid in the bushes and waited until the man disappeared before he came out. He didn't go in through the main door, but instead he flipped over and sneaked in from the outer wall of the fence. He knew that there were chickens, ducks, and dogs in the yard, so he moved very carefully and slowly moved towards the house. Wu Huanyang is pregnant. Pregnant women will get up more often at night. It was very dark outside, and she didn't know what time it was. She got out of bed very quietly, for fear of waking Zhao Dashan. Her husband does all the work in the fields. After a tiring day, he has to read and learn arithmetic. His body and brain are exhausted to the extreme. She hopes Dashan can have a good rest. She walked out of the inner room, closed the door, and continued walking out. She pulled open the bolt of the main room door, and a dark shadow suddenly jumped in. She lost her balance and was knocked to the ground. She suddenly felt a cramp in her lower abdomen, and a hot current surged from her body. She was in so much pain that she couldn't say a word. She endured the pain and said, "Mom, there's a thief." But she was in so much pain that her voice was very low. Chung Wanwan heard something fall to the ground in the house, making a dull thud. She threw back the quilt and sat up. A dark shadow suddenly rushed into the inner room and moved towards her bed. "Mom, be careful." Zhao Sanyu suddenly stood up and took out a knife from under the pillow. This was a sharp, short knife given to him by his mother, and he had always been reluctant to use it. He jumped out of bed and rushed towards the shadow. The black shadow was Zhao Fugue. He came prepared and knew that Zhao Sanyu was very strong, so how could he not have made any arrangements? He held a long piece of wood in his hand and pulled it hard, hitting Zhao Sanyu on the back. Zhao Sanyu fell to the ground in pain, and the knife in his hand also fell to the ground. Zhao Fugue's eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he picked up the knife with a sneer. His wife doesn't want to live anymore, and he doesn't want to marry Widow Zhang, so he needs a wife to take care of the family, and Dashan's wife is a good choice. Although he was a little older, he looked okay, and most importantly, he was good at business. He ruined Dashan's mother's reputation. Dashan's mother had no choice but to obey him, and all the money she earned from the business became his. Anyway, he has become a laughingstock in the village, and everyone already knows that he is having an affair with Widow Zhang, so it doesn't matter if he has another one. Zhao Fugue kicked Zhao Sanyu. Zhao Sanyu screamed and got up from the ground, but Zhao Fugue held a knife to his chin. Zhao Saiden was completely awake. After he got used to the darkness, he figured out what was going on and immediately stood in front of Chung Wanwan. Another room, Zhao Dashan was also awakened and rushed in through the door without saying a word. "You guys better get out of here, or I'll take care of you all." The knife in Zhao Fugue's hand emitted a cold light under the reflection of the moonlight outside the window. Chung Wanwan smiled coldly. If Zhao Dashan, Zhao Sanyu, and she were added together, the 3 of them might not be a match for Zhao Fugue. But Zhao Fugue had a knife in his hand and could hurt someone if he was not careful. She didn't want her sons to suffer unnecessary injuries. She said in a cold voice, "Dashan, Sanyu, Saida, all of you get out first." Zhao Saiden's eyes were filled with tears. "Mom, I want to protect you. I won't let anyone bully you." Zhao Sanyu glared at Zhao Fugue angrily. Even if he died, He would not allow anyone to hurt his mother. Zhao Fugui sneered. Who said I wanted to bully your mother? I just wanted your mother to enjoy the taste of a long absence. Shut up. Chen Wanwan interrupted him coldly. Such obscene remarks simply taint the pure hearts of children. She picked up Zhao Sidon and threw him off the bed. Be good, listen to your mother, and wait outside. Zhao Dashan was married, and he immediately knew what Zhao Fugui was trying to do. He wanted to go to the kitchen, get a kitchen knife, and chop Zhao Fugui into pieces. But when he met Chen Wanwan's determined eyes, he seemed to understand something. Get involved with this, Zhao Fugui. She must have had other intentions when she asked them to leave. He said in a deep voice, Sanyu, Sidon, come here. Zhao Sanyu glanced at Chen Wanwan, then at his elder brother, and walked out with his fists clenched. Zhao Sidon kept crying, but he had no choice but to keep up with his elder and third brothers. When they reached the main room, they noticed Wu Huinyang lying on the ground at the entrance, her hands covering her abdomen, a look of agony on her face. Zhao Dashan was so frightened that he quickly picked up his wife and put her on the bed. Sanyu, hurry up and boil some water. Zhao Sanyu was almost scared to death and quickly boiled some water. Zhao Sidon took out an egg from the cupboard and put it in the pot to cook together. Before the pot of water boiled, a scream was heard from the main house. When Zhao Sanyu broke into the room, he saw Zhao Fugui collapsed on the ground, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Chen Wanwan calmly got down from the bed and said, Sanyu, tie him up with a rope. He still needed to be tied up, which proved that he was not dead. Zhao Sanyu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that killing someone means paying with one's life, and he was afraid that his mother would go to jail. He quickly found a rope and tied Zhao Fugui up. Chen Wanwan bent down and picked up a ring on the ground. It was an electric shock ring. It could shock an adult man with a single discharge. Was the only one here tonight, so she was lucky enough to get away with it. But if there were more people, wouldn't she be at the mercy of others? The ring still doesn't work. It can only be used for close-range attacks, and it's easy to put yourself in danger when using it. Mom, it's bad. My sister-in-law is bleeding. Zhao Sidon rushed in with a pale face. At this time, water was boiling in the kitchen, and torches were lit in the room. One could clearly see that the clothes under Wu Huinyang were stained red. Chen Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. Sidon, hurry up. Go find Dr. Zheng. Hurry up. It was late at night, and the road was pitch black. She was afraid that something might happen to Sidon, so she quickly called Sanyu to go with her. She sat down beside the bed and said as calmly as possible, Dashan, go get me a bowl of hot water. Zhao Dashan seemed to have found his backbone and immediately went to pour water. Chen Wanwan lowered her head and asked, Huinyang, where do you feel uncomfortable? Wu Huinyang shook her head in pain. Mom, I'm fine. I really am fine. I must save the child. Chen Wanwan had a strong, ominous premonition in her heart. She held her daughter-in-law's hand tightly. Finally, Dr. Zheng came hurriedly. He took the patient's pulse, and his expression suddenly changed. The pulse is unstable. The child may not be saved. Let's take medicine first, and save the adult first. Wu Huinyang burst into tears. No. Save the child. I want the child. You're almost dead. How can you keep the baby? Chen Wanwan said sternly. Take good care of yourself. There will be plenty of opportunities to have children in the future. She softened her tone and said, Dr. Zheng, please prescribe the medicine quickly. Dr. Zheng also knew that this matter could not be delayed, so he immediately wrote a prescription and asked Zhao Sidon to go and get the medicine. After getting the medicine, Zhao Sidon began to boil it over a high fire. Finally, he managed to boil out a bowl of medicine, which Zhao Dashan carefully fed to Wu Huinyang. Wu Huinyang was in a weak state and didn't know whether she fell asleep or fainted after drinking the medicine. At this time, it was just after midnight. It was the quietest time in Daya village. The house was also eerily quiet, and several faces were pale. Chen Wanwan looked at Zhao Fugui, who was tied up in the inner room, and said word by word, Sanyu, drag Zhao Fugui and follow me. Zhao Sanyu didn't know what she was going to do, but he didn't ask any questions. He just dragged Zhao Fugui and followed Chen Wanwan. The cool night breeze blew on the mother and son, but neither of them felt much cool. The fire in their hearts was burning, and they could not find an outlet. Chum Won Won stood under the big locust tree in the middle of the village.